On the ground, Bogaerts got him, and that's the ball game. So for the second night in a row, a tough loss for the Giants as they take this one on the chin by allowing 2 runs in the 9th inning after 2 outs. That tied the game. They score in the 10th. The Giants could not. And this one's a tough one, Mikey.
Oh, no.
Indeed it was. Second consecutive night. Heartbreaking Giants loss. They lose 1-0 in 10 on Monday, and then they lose 3-2 in 10 on Tuesday. And welcome back. It's the Morning Roast on a Wednesday here on 95.7 The Game. Joe Spadoni out. It's Mark Grandy alongside Joe Shasky. Shasky and Grandy with you here on the Morning Roast. Shasky, I would say good morning, but for us Giants fans, it is not a good morning at all. How you doing?
I'm frustrated.
I'm with you.
I'm very frustrated. Yesterday's game, I always want to look for not a scapegoat, but we're always looking for people to blame, right? I think it's in society, and I'm watching that game yesterday and I'm thinking to myself, the second that guy got on the Willie Adames, Casey Schmidt play in the 9th inning.
1 out in the 9th.
I could feel Doval almost starting to short circuit. And you could see it with his mechanics. And when he stops trusting the fastball, even though I think the next guy struck out on a slider kind of down and away, you could just feel that he was losing control. And he's earned the benefit of the doubt. I mean, he's been unbelievable.
Yeah, he struck out Diaz, the catcher.
Okay.
After that.
All right. And even that one was a tough at-bat. It was not a blowaway. What was the count that he actually ended up striking him out on? 2-2?
He fell behind 3-0.
There you go.
And then fought back. Cutter, called strike, cutter, swing and strike, and got a swing and a miss on the slider.
For him, the cutter is his quote-unquote fastball,
yeah.
Right? That's the one that you're going to see be between 98 and 101, 102. And he did this in the playoffs way back when in 2021 where he gets out of sync, and then not only are his mechanics out of whack, where you can see he's missing in, he's missing away, he's missing up, he's missing low, then he just loses all confidence in one pitch, and he becomes a one-pitch guy where he can only go to the slider. I bet from that point on to the end of the game, six cutters of the next 20 pitches, and I think 14 of them were probably sliders.
Well, I mean, he got Cronenworth to ground out to open the 9th. And then there was the infield single and the ground ball.
It was a really tough play.
He made a really good play just to get the ball in the first place. Threw it low, couldn't quite be picked out at first base.
To dig it out. Yeah.
Falls 3-0 to Diaz, eventually works back and strikes him out. You're thinking, all right, way to fight back. Then Fernando Tatis, 4-pitch walk. So he's fallen behind 3-0 to consecutive batters and walks Tatis on 4 pitches. Then first pitch of the next at-bat to Arise is a wild pitch. Giants catch a break because Tatis, for whatever reason, is asleep at first. Runner on second takes third, which is the harder base to take. Tatis stays at first. Then he steals on the next pitch.
And let me talk about that. They have a problem as a team holding runners on, okay? They're because so many guys have the high leg kick. Camilo more than almost anyone on the team.
Doval.
And Logan Webb's bad too at this. He has the real high leg kick. He's working on a slide step. Specifically, Doval has been horrific. So they throw up to give Bailey more of a chance to try to gun him. He had no chance. No chance to throw him out on that. So you're also wasting a pitch there.
Then you fall behind 2-0.
Exactly.
He fell behind 3-0. It's 3 straight batters he fell behind 3-0 on. Eventually walks Arise on 5 pitches. Then, and I was shocked by this, and honestly, it was a great job by Kruk and Kaipa on NBC Sports Bay Area, because then Machado's up with the bases loaded and 2 outs, and Kruk says, Machado, he likes to hop on that first pitch. You better be careful if you're Doval. And I'm thinking, if I'm Machado, I'm not swinging here. Doval can't throw a strike.
I agree.
And he throws a slider first pitch, low and away, so far out of the zone. Machado swings out of his shoes. I'm thinking, oh, man, Giants got a huge break there. He's ahead 0-1. That'll calm him down. And then Machado just beats a pretty decent pitch and lines one to left field. Ramos's throw too high and late at home. They tied the game up, and they go to the 10th, and they ultimately win in the 10th inning. I don't know. I mean, you open this up by talking about the blame game, right? Your mind works where you want to find somebody to blame. My mind, it does not. I mean, Doval blew the save, gave up 2 runs in the 9th. The bullpen, honestly, was pretty shaky. Everyone that pitched out of the bullpen was pretty shaky.
Miller and Rogers back-to-back got lucky to get out of the innings that they did.
For me, though, maybe this is unfair because, yes, it was a 2-run lead late and the bullpen blew it. I can't blame this on anybody on the pitching staff.
You know
he scored 2 freaking runs again.
I know. And we'll go
16 games, 32 runs scored. You're averaging 2 runs a game over your last 16 games played.
You know what crossed my mind when Machado came to the plate with the bases loaded and you had a 2-run lead? Who would you rather face in that situation? Machado with 2 outs or Jackson Merrill with 2 outs? I was seriously considering maybe
walking Machado on purpose,
like Bonds,
and putting the winning run at second base. Oh, bases loaded walk.
Yeah, and Brett.
Who's that? Buck Showalter?
Yeah, Diamondbacks. And Brett Maine was the one who lined out to right field on the very next at bat. It crossed my mind. I'm not saying I did it, but like in that game, Machado was already 3 for 3 before getting to the plate right there, and he had the base hit up the middle, the one in the gap in between third and short, 6.5 hole, if you will.
He can still hit.
No, look. It's choose your poison, right? Like Jackson Merrill or Machado. I don't know what the splits are, against those guys individually for Camilo Duvall. I don't know what he's like this year, specifically against righties, against lefties. It crossed my mind to just not face Machado. I'm not saying I would have done it, but
that would have been a ballsy decision.
It didn't cross your mind at all?
No, it didn't cross my mind.
Really?
No.
That surprises
me.
It
would have with an open base, specifically first.
Well, open base, I'm definitely walking.
Yeah.
But it did cross my mind. 2-run lead. Like, would I rather face Jackson Merrill or Machado in that situation?
It would be different if, say, like, I don't know, Elias Diaz was on deck. But Jackson Merrill's a pretty damn good hitter, too.
He is. He's not slumping per se, but he's not as prolific as he was.
In a vacuum, I'd rather face Jackson Merrill than Machado, no doubt. But I'd be facing Jackson Merrill with a run in, tying run at third, go-ahead run at second.
Look, I don't like my chances.
Single beats you.
I don't like my chances in either of them. You know what I mean? I want to make that very clear. But again, this is situational baseball, right? So these are the things that I think of when I'm in the dugout. Like, okay, I'm going to go out to the mound here. I bet you, they cross everyone's mind. Like, who do we want to face? Like, who do we rather face? Machado? You're looking at me like I'm crazy, but I'm telling you, these are the conversations people are having.
Bob Melvin made that decision. Oh, man. He better be ready to face the music if it didn't work out because yikes.
I hear you. Like,
yikes.
Okay, now we get to the 10th inning and,
Well, we can't overlook what happened in the bottom of the 9th inning. You just give up the lead. You have a win in your back pocket. A win in your back pocket. Your bullpen blows it. Okay, they've been amazing. All right, offense, time to pick your pitchers up, right? Something you have not been able to do for nearly 3 weeks now. Pick somebody up. And Yaz gets ahead 2-0 to begin the bottom of the 9th inning. Due up, it's Yaz, Fitzgerald, and Bailey. You get ahead 2-0. Yaz, pop fly on the next pitch, the third pitch of that at-bat. Fitz, first pitch, pop out. Bailey, first pitch, pop out. You go down on 5 pitches, including 3 consecutive pitches, pop fly, out, inning over, go to the 10th inning where you ultimately lose. The lifelessness in the bats right now, the inability to bounce back, it is just absolutely astounding to me.
After Yaz makes the out, Kruko's like, he's kind of slumping right now. He's 3 for 42.
Understatement.
You think? You think he's slumping right now? I mean, it's so frustrating. And then Pat Bailey, like, he had a big hit off the wall. But you rip one, and it's AT&T Park, okay? And you don't hustle out of the box, and you're only standing on second base after hitting one off the wall. You could see Fernando Tatis is conceding that the ball is going to hit off the wall.
Yeah.
And now, look, I know he thought it was a home run. Bro, of all the guys who should not think that he's hitting a home run at AT&T, it would be one who only has, I think, 13 career home runs.
To be fair, he's probably not turning that into a triple, even if he's hustling.
Sure.
But that does not have anything to do with it.
And I know he's a catcher.
It's the principle of hustling out of the box.
I agree. And I understand that he's a catcher and he's got a workload. I'm being pretty, fair here, right? And look, Ramos gets the big home run. But the overall point is Pat Bailey has failed to see a couple pitches. I think 9 out of the last 12 at-bats. He's swinging on the first pitch almost automatically. It's driving me insane.
Well, Sam and I were looking at some of the numbers, and the Giants generally are a pretty good first pitch hitting team, which probably explains a lot of their aggression early in counts. But there's a time and a place.
Exactly,
there's a time and a place. And bottom of the ninth inning, right when the opponents tie the game up, they force a blown save. That's time to take a little bit of some pitches, and make the opposing reliever earn it.
No, I'm with you on that one. Now let's get to the 10th inning. Cronenworth got the 2-out hit.
They didn't execute. The Padres didn't execute.
But he got the 2-out hit that the Giants have been dying to have for weeks on end.
But they go pop out. They don't try to lay down a bunt. They did that the other day.
The night before.
Yeah, they don't do that this time. They pop out to begin the top of the 10th, and then a ground ball that moves the runner to third. Mm-hmm. But if you're the Giants, you got 2 outs. You're fine. That. You're fine. And then the 2-out hit. Honestly, it was a pretty good pitch by Bivens inside to Cronenworth, who actually chipped his bat trying to dig that one out and poked it in the right field for the hit. But, the Padres just did what the Giants couldn't do. And then get that big hit.
And what did the Giants do in the 10th inning? They bunted over the runner to third.
Yeah.
And
great bunt by Casey Schmidt. I mean, we're going to be happy about the small things. That's all we have for the offense. It was a perfect bunt.
Sure, but let's take a step back. You're bunting your first baseman. And that's kind of that's a sentence that my principle, my brain is like, yeah, Casey Schmidt should be, maybe bunting in that situation. And I like the small ball, but let's also remember your first baseman, which is one of the more offensively driven positions in the sport.
How many other teams? Exactly. How many other teams in baseball in that situation, starting first baseman for that day is up to begin the bottom of the 10th, ghost runner on second, nobody out? How many other teams bunt?
I don't know. Less than 5?
Probably.
Right? But in my mind,
especially
I'm like,
today's day and age.
It's probably the right baseball play. But I then, after the inning was over, I go, did they have a better opportunity to score a run from third with 1 out? Given how bad they've been in those situations, that specific situation of driving a ball into the outfield and getting that run home, was it a better opportunity, a better probability of that? Or coming through with just not conceding the out and letting Casey Schmidt swing away? It's probably what they did, meaning the probability is
Ramos on deck. You feel pretty good about his ability to just elevate one.
I agree.
And he hit it hard, but
Ramos also has a high strikeout rate.
And he hit it on the ground.
And he hit it to an infield that was in.
I don't care if you hit the ball hard if you're hitting it on the ground in that situation. You're not. You just have to elevate.
I know, but this is a team right now that can't execute. So again, these are situations. I'm not even mad at Bob Melvin this morning. And we were talking about how can this team get some fire in them? How can they get some life in them? And there's a part of me that wants to go absolutely crazy and rage out today, right? Where
I would not be shocked if you did.
Well, do I want the manager to just flip the spread and do something insane? Yeah, kind of a part of me does, but it's not in Bob Melvin's nature. And I almost I need somebody in that dugout to kind of snap and lose their minds.
It's not in anybody's nature in the roster.
They got too many nice guys.
Shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Another loss. Shasky, the Giants have now lost 7 of their last 10.
And the Padres, just to give you a little nuggy nug on the Padres, they're 13-5 in 1-run games and 21-10 in games decided by 2 runs or fewer. And this is a team right now that knows they do have a better offense than what the numbers are. And I was listening to some of the things that they were saying in postgame on the Padres MLB.com kind of page.
Yeah.
And Machado's like, we know when we're in a tight game, somehow we're going to find a way to win. And you saw it on that final play. Not only does he get the base hit, Schmidt doesn't throw over to second base in that play where they have him not in a rundown per se.
He's out by a country mile if he makes the throw, but he's scared the runner on third is going to come in and score. And that's just, you're playing a guy who doesn't have experience at first base.
And he's afraid of throwing it around. I get it. I do. I get it. You're afraid of that. But did you see Machado's reaction after he got that hit? He's clapping. He's fired up. He turns to the dugout. It was very subtle. He turns to he's like, yeah, let's go. And we're talking about that fire to end the game. On that throw over to Luis, I always say Arias, but Arias, he fist pumps. And I'm saying, my God, this team just lacks that energy right now. And look, I know you want it from Adames. I need it from more guys. They got too many flatline heartbeat guys. Ramos, kind of a flatliner. Pat Bailey, kind of a flatliner. Matt Chapman, kind of a flatliner. Yes, flatliner. Jung-Woo Lee, flatliner. I need some fire. This team desperately needs somebody with some personality.
Not asking anybody to be someone that they aren't.
No.
But you just need somebody who is comfortable doing those sorts of things. And sometimes who comes in and, not necessarily like being a bad guy, but ruffle some feathers.
Creative tension.
Say the thing that no one else wants to say. Hold people accountable. Like, I wonder what the energy was like in the clubhouse postgame. If
That's a great question.
Like, was it quiet? Was there no music? And probably no music playing. It was quiet. Everybody's sitting at their locker, walking to the showers. No one's saying much of anything. I want my team after a game like that and after the stretch that they're going through to be screaming.
I do.
I want someone to be fired up. They pan to the guys in the dugout when the Giants get out in the bottom of the 10th inning and the game's over and they officially blow another game. They pan to the dudes in the dugout. They're all just standing top step, resting on the rail, and they're just face like no expression, expressionless faces, just glossed over. I want someone to be pissed.
I know. I mean, like, you could feel that the energy with the team is teetering. Like, I'm talking about the positivity. I mean, they're on a little funk right here, and to lose
little funk.
No, I'm talking about like as a team. Like, you step back, like they're forget the offensive woes. That is definitely it. But situationally right now, on both sides of the ball, they've been suspect. Like, they were lucky to get out of the 7th inning. They were lucky to get out of the 8th inning, and
lucky they didn't give up more in the 9th.
Exactly. I mean, Casey made a hell of a play on the throw. It was a chopper towards second base to get out of the 8th inning with Tyler Rogers.
And that was right after an amazing double play by Chapman.
Exactly. Eric Miller was hemorrhaging in that 7th inning. He couldn't throw strikes as well. And they were lucky to get out of that inning. And so I just look at it right now.
Fire, late innings, every single inning.
Yeah, but their bullpen, which has been outstanding for quite some time, now they're starting to feel the pressure of multiple weeks in a row with no run support, and every little blip, there's not an offensive, hey, we got you, we'll pick you up.
Yeah.
And there's a complimentary way that the game is played, and you saw it yesterday from the Padres. Their 21st ranked prospect was the guy who started the game. Their 21st ranked prospect. He gives them good innings. Then they go to a guy who is their long reliever who gives them 3 really good innings. Their 9th inning guy comes in, he's not their closer, gives them 3 big outs. And then they go to their closer with the lead in the 10th inning. Right now, that's a team that feels complimentary, even though I don't think the sum of their parts is greater than the Giants. I think the Giants pitching staff's better, but what they have right now is...
Giants pitching staff is better.
But they've got a belief in that dugout. They're going to find a way to scratch out wins.
Well, it's crazy. So what are the numbers for the Padres again in one-run games? You had them earlier?
It was 11-5 in one-run games, okay? And then 21-10 in games decided by 2 or fewer. Okay. And this is what Schilt said. It just reinforces who we are. We talk about this fairly frequently. We have a lot of wins like this, and it becomes more ingrained. You got to find a way, man, and we're able to do that every night.
What's crazy is...
That's a hell of a quote.
With those numbers, I'm not sure if I would expect this statistic, but this was the Padres' first win this year when trailing after 8 innings. They're now 1-21. So they have a minor lead, a small lead. They'll hold on to it, but they trail late in games. They don't come back until last night.
Does that sound like a guy that doesn't believe, though?
1-20. They were 0-21 when trailing after 8. I don't have the number in front of me right now, but I can remember like 3 or 4 Giants wins when they're trailing after 8 innings this year.
But you know it's bad when I wake up this morning and I'm pissed off at Encarnacion for a double play early in the game. 2nd inning. I'm pissed off about the Wilmer Flores getting thrown out at home to end the inning.
We can talk about that.
I mean, like there's so many little elements. So like I mean, do you? Somebody's got to do something.
I don't know what.
Can Bob Melvin, does he have it in him to flip the spread? Like, does he have it in him to kind of get into somebody? Can Adames snap a bat over his knee? I'm dead serious. I don't think Doval is the guy who needs to go crazy on the water cooler, because that would be a bad look for him, given everything that happened last year. It's got to be a specific person. It can't be Doval losing his mind after his first bad outing. It can't, because of everything that went down last year, and then it would look selfish. It's got to be someone who's got some cachet. And right now, like, the only guy that's got to look at Ramos and Wilmer, and I just don't think it's in them.
Definitely not in Wilmer. Ramos is at a point where he might not feel totally comfortable as a guy who's only in his second year in the bigs.
He's the only guy with cachet right now who can look at others in the eye and say, pick it up. Right?
Hit a big fly. He snapped a, 17-inning scoreless streak? 17-inning scoreless streak. And the only times they score, Shasky, is when one of their players just runs into one, when they hit a home run. They don't manufacture runs anymore. They hit a home run or bust, and they only hit a home run once every 17 innings. That is how bad it has been for the Giants of late. They lose this one 3-2. They've lost each of the first 2 games of the series. They're 0-4 versus the Padres this year, and they've lost 7 games in a row versus San Diego, and they're going to have to win the next 2 games just to draw even in this 4-game series. All right, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We got plenty more to get into on this Giants loss. We got time for your calls and your texts. 888-957-9570. Plus, I know we got to talk about Wilmer Flores being thrown out at home plate and just our general Giants frustration. How the hell do they dig themselves out of this hole? We'll get to that and a whole lot more when we return. It's the Morning Roast. Shasky and Grandy with you right here on 95.7 The Game.
left field. Ramos has got it. Here's his throw home, and this game is tied. And now they got Machado in a rundown, and everybody's safe. It's 2-2.
Oh, my God. Stop it.
You know, Mark, I know you're filling in for Joe Spadoni. Happy birthday, Joe Spadoni. It's his birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Spadone.
We got Grandy in with me. I'm just looking at it like first base, and I'm going back to that. And I'm not even mad at Casey Schmidt this morning. I'm not. I just think that the Giants have a giant gaping hole in terms of productivity at a couple of positions right now. And we could talk till we're blue in the face about third base and shortstop and those guys playing better. And Chapman had a big hit last night. And that was the play that Wilmer ended up getting thrown out at. Batting average as a whole at every position in all of baseball is really low, okay? You're looking over the last 5 or 6 years, okay? Just year after year. The whole entire Major League Baseball, batting averages are really low. They're in the 240s, usually hovering between 242 and 244, all right? Not since the 60s, since they before they put the mound down a little, have you seen batting averages this bad, okay? So batting average is one element of how we're rating things. There's on-base percentage, there's slugging, there's a lot. I just look at overall production. Runs scored, okay? You still got to get RBIs. You still got to drive runs in. You want to score, all right? Home runs is a way of doing it. And I look at the first base position. And although the batting average, when you compare it to since 1871, league-wide, batting average at first base is down, big time. Now, who's the number one team in baseball in terms of batting average at first base? It's Freddie Freeman in the Dodgers.
I was just going to bring them up.
Okay.
He won the game for the Dodgers last night. Walk-off double.
Okay.
Freddie Freeman
Would they ever consider bunting with a runner at second base at any point with Freddie Freeman at
Absolutely not.
Okay. And
one of the best hitters in the game.
Look, I'm probably way more pro bunt than anyone on the planet.
They wouldn't bunt with 6 or 7 of their dudes at the plate.
Exactly. And
they would bunt with Conforto at the plate.
Yes. Conforto. But the point that I'm getting at is this. Although batting averages are way, way down, just in general, at every position, at first base, you know what still drives the day? In the last, let's say, 6 years, you're going to see runs and home runs.
Slugging, yeah.
If we were just looking at where are the most runs and home runs hit at the first base position in the history of the game, 6 of these last 6 years are going to be in the top 15 of all time. So home runs are still being hit at a prolific rate at first base, and runs, meaning the amount of times the guy who plays first base comes around and scores. RBIs are still up. But you know who's dead last in almost all these categories? The Giants at first base. So they have a giant gaping hole in terms of productivity, and it just crystallized to me last night. I'm not even mad at Melvin. I'm not even mad at Casey Schmidt.
What can they do? There's no one that they can play there.
This is why they elevated Bryce Eldridge yesterday from AA to AAA, and it's just we're playing this waiting game right now, and I feel like a kid at the end of November just hit. We just had Thanksgiving, and I'm like, the Christmas trees are up. The lights are going up. When is Christmas? When is Christmas? When is Bryce Eldridge going to get here? And you tell me, what just happened to the Dodgers last night? What happened? Say it again.
Freddie Freeman walked off on the Mets with the double. He's hitting .369 this year. His OPS is over 1,000. Shasky.
I can't.
9 home runs, 40 RBIs. One of the best hitters in baseball. They scored, the Dodgers did 4 runs in the first inning, and they led until the Mets came all the way back and took the lead. And the Dodgers, guess what? Max Muncy hit a game-tying homer in the bottom of the 9th, and then they win in extras.
I hate that guy.
Because that's what the Dodgers do.
But here's where I'm going with this. So, yesterday, it's big news. Bryce is going from AA to AAA. Bryce Eldridge, the number 1 prospect in their system. Look, there is no sure thing.
The savior.
But yeah, there's a lot on this guy, and I see a lot of people online. We got to be patient. We got to be patient. Are you going to be patient? Are we going to be patient? Well, we're an impatient society. I mean, we get mad when a text message isn't returned within seconds. We get mad when the phone takes a couple of seconds to dial to, FaceTime to grandma or whatever. You know what I mean? We're an impatient society, and I'm just going to tell you what it is. Yeah, I know it's going to be hard as hell to be patient. Okay, as I watch Freddie Freeman in his prime, all right, go from the Braves to the Dodgers in free agency and do what he's done with that team in division, our number one rival. Yeah, I know. Like, I'm admitting, I'm having a tough time being patient. And I feel like a kid waiting for Christmas when it comes to Bryce Eldridge. That doesn't mean I open up the package and I'm going to be disappointed because he starts off his career, let's just say 0 for 15, right? Let's just hypothetically in this one, he got 15 strikeouts. He's 0 for 15, like worst case scenario, making a bunch of errors. Like, I'm just happy. I just want to see him. I can't wait to just open the package. And I freely admit this whole, you got to be patient. Shut up. I know I got to be patient. Shut the hell up. I get it. I know I have to be patient. I'm well aware. I am patient. But it's hard getting there is what I'm getting at. And so, like, as I see other people opening up their gifts and utilizing them, yeah, like a kid with the Christmas analogy, I'm frustrated here. Let's go.
Yeah, Dodgers go Ohtani, Betts, Freeman, Teoscar Hernandez, and Will Smith.
I would die to have Teoscar Hernandez.
I'll take the worst of those 5 hitters, and it would immediately make the Giants lineup better. I hear you, and I understand, and I think, honestly, and Buster Posey, obviously Giants legend and president of baseball operations, he spoke yesterday before the game after the Giants decided to promote Bryce Eldridge to AAA. He finished last year in AAA for like 9 games. But he's back up there to AAA, and I would imagine no matter what, he's going to stay there until he eventually gets the call to the big leagues. And I know what you're saying, and you said yesterday you acquire a vet like Mike Trout or someone like that, and you promote Bryce Eldridge, you bat him 7th or 8th or whatever, and you take the pressure off of him. It's all well and good, and you can say that. The pressure on this dude is absolutely absurd.
Why do you
Whenever he gets the call, just the way you're talking about him right there. And, like, I feel you. I understand exactly how you feel. Whenever this dude gets called up, he's going to have the weight of the freaking world on his shoulders.
But at the same time, I recognize, and again, I just want to see the player play on the big league team. And if he struggles, so be it. Because you know what? What I'm watching is production that's below major league level from the position for multiple years in a row. Yeah. And I said this to you yesterday, and you kind of thought I was crazy in the sense of, you probably always think I'm crazy, but I'm like, hey, look, like, let's just take away that he's your number one prospect. Let's say he was the 15th best prospect. Wouldn't you be like, dude, let's just see what the kid in the minors has. Maybe he's an upgrade in terms of power, runs, RBIs, just something, a threat. Like, can it be any worse than what they're doing right now, production-wise at first base? I'm applauding Casey Schmidt.
Offensively, no, it can't be worse. Defensively, yes, it can be worse.
Okay, sure. Yes. Like last night, like a part of why they lost that game, Casey, and that's a tough play. I feel like a jerk.
He's generally been pretty good at picking those out.
I think so too. Yeah. He's gotten a lot better, and he made a hell of a play on the throw to a moving target in Tyler Rogers in the 8th inning.
Yeah.
As he's covering first base, Tyler Rogers, that is. That's a tough dig out play. But the good first baseman in the league, you expect them to make that play. Like, as much as I bash on Brandon Bell, I think he makes that play last night.
He makes that play.
I think he makes that play
even Lamont might make the play last night.
Maybe.
But Schmidt also is capable of making that play. He just didn't tonight.
He didn't. And I'm like, am I bashing Schmidt this morning? No. I'm like recognizing this is a guy playing a different position. He's learning it on the fly at the big league level. And that is a tough play. It's a backhand scud missile from Adames on a bang-bang play with someone busting their chops down the first baseline. It's a tough one. It's a really tough play. I just thought it was a really good play from Adames to even get that throw off and get as close as it could.
That's the play that Giants fans got accustomed to seeing being made when it was Crawford to Bell.
Yes.
Like they made that play almost every single time. And like we mentioned the belt wars yesterday, right? And like a lot of energy was spent discussing Brandon Belt and whether he should be the Giants' first baseman, whether he was even good or not. Baseball is that there's multiple aspects to the game of baseball. You can do what you do at the plate, but you save games, you win games also by making plays like that defensively.
Absolutely.
And the Giants with Crawford and Belt, there's a reason why that was one of the most successful tenures of Giants baseball, winning multiple World Series with those guys because of what they did defensively. There's no doubt.
Completely agree. I completely agree. So getting back to Bryce, it's like, look, I'm patient with Casey Schmidt. I know a lot of people aren't, so I get it. You know, the average fan is probably like, what are we doing here with Casey Schmidt? Like, are you really? He's playing first base. I'm not mad at Casey as a utility player, but I also am gracious enough and patient enough to be like, hey, dude, this is a guy out of position, learning it on the fly at the big league level, and that's a tough play. So I'm not coming in this morning like, bench Casey Schmidt. And I don't think we would be that way with Bryce Eldridge. I actually think we're going to give this guy a long runway. I just think like, you have to be patient. And yeah, no duh. No duh, we got to be patient. Have we been patient with Kyle Harrison? I think we have. I don't see people like run Kyle Harrison out of town. I don't see people saying huge bust. Now,
There's some frustration last year, but he was hurt.
Yeah, and has he underwhelmed a little? Sure.
Looking good so far this year.
He was the number one left-handed prospect for a year and a half in MLB on Bleacher Report, ESPN, and The Athletic.
He's pitching tonight.
Okay? And is there this crazy outcry that he's a giant bust? No. Now, it's probably different for an everyday player that you see and if they're struggling and whatnot, but I will be patient, and I think Giants fans will be patient. But stop shaming me and telling me to be patient. I get it. I am patient. I watch every night. All right? I'm watching one of the worst offenses situationally that I can remember, and I haven't blown a gasket yet.
16 runs in their last 32 games. They scored 4 or fewer runs in their last 16 games. It's the longest such streak in franchise history since 1965. Hey, how about this? Their 15th loss this season when allowing 3 runs or fewer. The only other team in the majors to do that in the last 50 years in their first 61 games of a year, the 1985 Giants.
Which lost 100 games and got Will Clark number 2 overall.
15th loss this season when allowing 3 runs or fewer. They've played 61 games. They have lost a game when they've scored 3 or fewer runs 15 times already. This offense, they can't punch their way out of a paper bag right now.
Let me give you the names of first base production that the Giants are hovering around. The Rockies, the Pirates, and the Mariners, and the Marlins.
3 terrible teams and then a historically offensively challenged one.
And not far behind them, the Chicago White Sox. I mean, the first base production, it isn't bad. It's
terrible.
Historically awful.
Absolutely terrible. All right, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We do have to talk about Wilmer Flores and the decision by Matt Williams to send him from first on a double with 2 outs in the 3rd inning. Giants up 2-0. If they get that run, they probably win this baseball game. Was it the right decision? You can let us know. 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up. It's the Morning Roast. Shasky and Grandy with you. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
This is Big Pun, and there's only one way to start off my morning, and that's with the morning roast with my guys, Joe Spadoni and Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Dude, this is the heat of the 50 Cent movement right here. Oh, God, this one's a banger.
Welcome back, Shasky and Grandy. I'm in for Spadoni here on the Morning Roast on a Wednesday. We're brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. That highlight you just heard, Crook and Kipe on NBC Sports Bay Area. Giants had a lead at the moment. Elliot Ramos, 2-run homer in the bottom of the 3rd inning, gave the Giants a 2-0 lead. Then Wilmer Flores, 2-out single, runner on first with 2 outs. At the plate is Matt Chapman, and he sends one down the left field line. Wilmer around second, and they're waving him around third, and he's out at the plate to end the inning.
Wow, why you do that to me?
Bust.
Why you do that to me? Poor Wilmer. For a second.
One of the, maybe other than Lamont, the slowest Giant. He might be slower than Lamont. They're both pretty damn slow. They send him from first on a double down the left field line. Giants finally get an extra base hit, a 2-out extra base hit, and they get gunned down at the plate. Now, it was real close, but, I know this kind of lit us up here in the studio between segments. Was it the right decision by Matt Williams to send Wilmer Flores all the way from first on a double down the left field line by Chapman with 2 outs?
What is one of the many baseball principles that you hear about running the bases? Don't get thrown out to start or end an inning at a base, right? You don't want to make the first or third out, which I always laugh. I don't want to make any outs on the base pass.
I'd rather not make any out ever.
Right? I call those free 90s, right? Meaning you want to eliminate free 90s as a team. A pass ball, they get a free 90 feet. You want to not make errors. That's a free 90. A walk is a free 90. Simultaneously, you want to take away 90s, right? And in that one, I'm thinking to myself, all right, Matt Williams is at third base. He's trying to be aggressive. This is a team that clearly just needs a jolt. And a play at the plate can fire everyone up when you send someone like a Wilmer Flores. Chapman needed that, right? Like that hit down the line. That was nice. I thought it was like an inside pitch that it felt like a breaking ball that he was kind of sitting on. He just kind of golfed it down the line like a 4-iron. And
it was low and in.
Yeah, okay. So there you go.
Slider.
And you're sending Wilmer, and I'm hearing Kipe. It's so funny. Kipe's like, I can't believe that Machado's the one taking the cut. Well, most high school teams, college teams, literally, from left field, your third baseman is your cutoff home, right? And your shortstop's going to be the one covering third base in that situation.
And
Machado,
it's Manny freaking Machado.
He's got a cannon, right? And he throws a low bullet. And as that throw's coming in, you could see where Wilmer is like, uh-oh, right? And he's lumbering. He's got that bulky knee. I thought maybe he got underneath the tag.
It was close.
Then they review it after they were going to go to break. They're going to review the play.
They did go to break, and then they came back with the review. Yeah.
And I'm thinking to myself, all right, where did the catcher set up? What are they reviewing? Is he out? Did he get under it? Where the catcher set up?
Obstruction?
Right? I thought he gave him an avenue to get in, the catcher, that is. He was lined up on the front end, the inside part of the base path, where you would square out that home plate, and then caught the ball, and the throw kind of took him down toward where the line is. Now, you got 3 feet on either side as a runner, essentially, as you're coming in. And it looked like Wilmer was going to try to get the hand in, sliding feet first in on that play. I thought it was out. I also thought it was the right call for no obstruction. I thought he gave him enough room.
I'm with you there.
I liked where he was set up initially.
That's Martin Maldonado, the catcher.
But damn it, I don't know, man. I don't know if I would have sent him on the play. I get why Matt Williams did, but these are the second guessing when you are that third base coach. God, why did I send him? I got Willie Adames in the on deck circle. What was I thinking in that play? Which brings me to the Willie Adames factor. Like, if Willie was red hot.
Was Willie Adames being on deck top of mind for Matt Williams?
I know when I'm a third base coach, I know where I'm at in the lineup, and I said to myself, there's just not a chance in hell that player is going to get a hit right here in this situation. Plus, I know where we're at as a team, and I go, I need to, there are times I will tell a guy at second base hit, I'm sending you no matter what.
Because base hit to the outfield, you're going.
Right.
So run.
And it's not an indictment of the team we're playing against. It's more like I am letting you know we are going to be aggressive because we have a zero chance in hell to get consecutive hits in a row with 2 outs. Am I wrong?
No, it's sad, but it's accurate.
The game is very infectious in the terms of momentum, and it feels like when you are in a drought, it is drought season, Mojave Desert, searching for an oasis. So I get why Matt Williams, and maybe even like Bob Melvin's saying to these guys in between innings, like, guys, any base hit in 2 outs, we're sending, I don't care who it is. We need runs. And in that inning, 2 versus 3 would have felt like you scored 50 runs.
Oh, yeah, and it probably wins you the game. I mean, the game changes if you score a third there, but if you just game it out, you win 3-2 in 9 innings. Because Zaval only gave up 2 in the ninth, and you would have won the baseball game. But, I mean, how much of it, again, a good third base coach, as you just laid out, has in mind who's on deck.
Absolutely.
And Willy Adames is hitting 200. If Matt Williams decided to send Wilmer Flores because he has no faith that Willy Adames is going to get a hit, I mean, that's a pretty rough indictment on the richest contract the Giants have handed out in their history.
Think about this. And I've coached thousands of games. If I get a guy thrown out on the bases with my cleanup hitter or let's just say my best hitter, coming up, that one stings.
Adames hitting 5th last night.
It stings. And you know what I'll usually say? Hey, we got middle of the order. Relax right here. Stay right here. You know what I mean? I'm talking about like guys coming around the bag, and I'm always very aggressive. I'm coming down the line. I got my hands up. No. We got the middle of the order coming up. Let's say Shohei Ohtani, best hitter in baseball.
I was going to say, I mean, that's an easier one. Best hitter ever, maybe.
Okay.
In baseball.
And what would you do in that situation?
You're probably holding him.
I think so too. Even though I know that the best baseball hitter in the game is hitting 3 out of 10.
What if Ramos is on deck as opposed to Adames? Does that change the decision for you? Because part of me thinks it was an incredibly close play. It took a perfect relay. Now it is Machado, and you kind of have to expect a perfect relay.
And it might be your slowest player.
But it is that close at home. Part of me is, if it's that close at home, it is almost worth the send every time.
Okay, because you're making them make a good throw from left.
Not just good, perfect.
And then
two perfect plays.
Hit a good relay, right? And then make another good throw and a good catch with a catcher's glove.
And a good tag.
And a tag, exactly. So you're asking
a lot of things.
But it is the big leagues.
It is the bigs.
And this is... Again, this is a team that is not bad defensively. Even though Machado leads all of baseball with third baseman errors, I think we would all agree, he's got a dynamic arm.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was just a frustrating play. But this is the second-guessing game that you do as a player, as a staff, as a fan base, as an analyzer of the game. You question all these things. I do think it speaks a little to Willy Adames. Like, they're searching right now offensively. I had zero faith that he was going to get a hit in that situation. I was shocked Chapman got a hit, for crying out loud. Weren't you?
Yeah.
And I was
happy with 2 runs.
I want them to be aggressive. I know. So I don't know, man. But I do think the Willy Adames part, being the guy coming up next, I do think that's in his head a little somewhere. I don't know where.
Matt Williams' head or Willie's head?
No, I think it's in Matt Williams, the third base coach's head.
It's got to be. Otherwise, he's not doing his job.
Exactly.
You can disagree with the decision. You can disagree with but he knows Adames is on deck, and that is factoring into his decision. Now, you can disagree with 100%. The logic that got him to the decision, but no. If that is not top of mind for him, at least to some degree, then he's not doing his job as a third base coach. That is always what you're thinking.
What's
the opportunity cost? What is the chances that I'm getting a hit here if I hold the guy? Because, I mean, you mentioned a third base coach. Worst thing a third base coach can do is, lead your team to an out on the bases, an out at home.
Well, any out on, just in general.
End an inning.
Like, you don't want to make the first and third out at third base is usually like the number one thing that you'll hear from a lot of people, meaning there's no need to go first to third in that situation if you think you're going to get thrown out, or steal from second to third in that situation because you're already in scoring position. There's a lot that goes, but in my mind, I don't want to make any outs on the base pass.
Well, yeah, but as bad as making it out on the bases is, but with a wild send of a runner to go home, what's also really bad is if you hold them up and then it almost pops out.
Which is what happened in Game 7 of the Royals, Giants World Series, however many years ago, which was, again, to this day, I will go down saying there was not a chance in hell they were getting 2 consecutive hits against Bumgarner. I'd have probably sent him. Even if that means I'm getting hosed.
But Salvi Perez at the plate, Shasky.
Again, even if it is Brandon Crawford with a cannon, I would have probably sent him on that play.
Was that Alex Gordon?
Yeah. And it was Juan Perez in left field fumbling around with the ball.
Oh, yeah.
So look, there's a lot of baseball isms that, what I would say, like things that are hard, true facts that you hear from a lot of people, that, there's always a time and a place that I just throw that out the window. I love being aggressive. I do. I love being aggressive on the base pass, but it's also right guy, right situation, right spot. I thought it was the right play to make there. But the challenge, what were they actually challenging?
Can you challenge multiple aspects of the play? Can you challenge obstruction?
I think it's one of those things like the NBA where if you start challenging it, they're going to look at everything
so the whole
to see.
Thing was open.
So yeah, they're looking for the tag. They're looking to see if his path was obstructed, and if any one of those things were, the situation there, they would have overturned it, but that was not the case.
Well, there you go. The obstruction thing, like that, always feels like a big cop out for me. I don't know. All the catchers in the bigs 9 times out of 10 are way out in front of home plate, which is where they start their setup. Yeah. And if the throw takes them into the base pass, so be it. There was a play in College World Series. I don't know if the playoffs with Oregon.
Yep.
And I thought that
against Utah Valley.
I thought the throw took the catcher right into the runner's path, and I did not think that the runner should have been ejected. It was a huge play.
And the throw was high. The catcher didn't even catch the ball. He's blocking the plate without the ball. The runner slows down to avoid a crazy play, and upon review, the runner gets ejected.
It was ridiculous.
Not only is he out, but the runner got ejected.
I thought it was an awful call.
Now, the obstruction rule is different in college than in the bigs.
Well, at every level, and just clearly, in every level, basically, except professional baseball, you weren't allowed to blast the catcher. Okay, high school, college, you weren't allowed to do that for years. So that was in place well before the Buster Posey thing.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Wilmer Flores sent from first on a 2-out double by Chapman in the third inning. Giants were up 2-0 at that point. They lose this game 3-2. That one extra run might have won the Giants this baseball game. So it turned out to be a pretty darn big play. Should they have sent Flores? It was Adames on deck who's hitting 200 this year. What do you think? You can let us know. 888-957-9570. Chris is in San Jose.
What's up, Chris?
And wants to weigh in. What's up, Chris?
What's happening, gentlemen? Long time no talk. Yeah, I mean, Shafty, I wanted to touch on that Flores thing and then kind of touch on a couple other things if you guys will allow me.
I miss hearing from you, buddy.
I blew out my Achilles, dude. I ruptured my Achilles, so I haven't been commuting into work for the last couple of months. So we're on the upward trend. We're good. We're good, baby.
I'll say a prayer for you, bud.
We're good. Hey, yeah, we're going to be back. You know what? I'll probably heal my Achilles by the time the Giants have a 30 home run hitter or a back-to-back starting left fielder. So we'll be all right. But you know what, Shafty? You laid out every single reason why you should have sent to Flores in that situation, and then you just kind of pulled up a little bit lame because, like you said, fans, we quarrel with this. We're like, should he have sent him? Should he have not have sent him? As a former varsity baseball player, I was aggressive too. I like sending guys. You don't want to make the first or second out at third or home, but in that situation, like you said, with our offense struggling, Adames on deck, I don't hate that move. I don't hate that move early in the game, 2-0. We're sitting here. Oh, well, if we got that run in, we could have got, there's no guarantee Adames is going to get that run in. So I am not mad at that situation at all. For me, it's kind of a moot point. It's a talking point. We're on the radio, slow day, whatever. But a 2-0 game, you blow it in the ninth. I'm not mad at Williams sending that guy home. Now, Giants baseball in totality, I'm a little bit, I had some trepidation, and I've shared this with you, Shafty. The grass isn't always greenner. And I know Buster, super smart baseball player, Hall of Famer in all of our eyes, World Series champion. He doesn't, at the end of the day, he has no experience in this role whatsoever. A lot of the guys that we're excited for in the minors are all Farhan guys. This Adames signing is looking like a bust. If Farhan signed Verlander, we would have been pissed about that. So I'm just, I didn't like I didn't like sending Luis Matos down and bringing, when they activated Gerard. Like, why is Christian Koss on this team? There's some things that I'm looking at in terms of, Buster, and we don't have time to touch on Melvin's managerial stuff that just drives me crazy sometimes. But I don't know. I'm not saying bring up Bryce right away, right? Even though I agree with you, Shafty, anybody's better than Wade at this point. give him some more seasoning, whatever, defensive. If they want to work on a few more things with him, that's fine. But I'd like to see him get a full month at the end of this year, right?
Totally fair.
I know it's kind of a middling year. We're not expecting to win the World Series, but hey, you get in the dance and you always got a chance. So I just don't want to keep going, month by month. All right, we're not getting production here. We're loyal to Mike Yastrzemski because he's hit 230 for half a decade with pretty good defense. No, the guy's 35 years old. What are we doing? Let's move off of these guys and I don't know. Let's try to compete, but we need a little something else infused into the team. And lastly, like you said about the situational hitting, some of these guys drive me up a wall. Ramos, 2-run homer. I can't tell you how many times I've watched Ramos this year. You look at the box score, he's had a good game, but if you watch the game, there's 1 or 2 ABs where he's not advancing a runner. He's not getting the runner in from third. And it's constant. Even with our best, output offensively. Ramos, these guys drive me crazy. Yeah. I can keep rambling, guys.
No, I love it.
Let's have a wonderful one.
You too.
Yeah, hey, let's have a wonderful day, and I'll talk to you guys soon.
Health to the recovery, my friend.
Thanks,
and
Chris.
He brought up Bob Melvin, and
really quick, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Warriors and Valkyries. Always live with a free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk studio.
Just before we move on, the hottest hitter in the Bay Area is Sam Lubman. This guy came in the middle of him talking about his ruptured Achilles and hit him with the injury report sounder. It was absolutely incredible. I mean, that was literally a grand slam.
He told me to give him a water drop.
Dude, it was great. He brings up Bob Melvin. And look, this is what everyone says. I really like Bob Melvin because he's a nice guy, right? And we are always more generous with a nice guy. Being nice gets you a lot. It does. It really does. If you're a jerk, the second you screw up, people are looking to get him out of here. You know what I mean? Because I get it. I think that the way that Gabe went about things, Gabe Kapler, that is, boy, the second he showed any scuffling as a manager, he would be picked apart by the media, by the scrum, I think by his players, because he was always super tense, right? I think with Bob, he's always so nice and everybody likes him. We give a pass. I'm gonna call it like I see it. I like Bob. I think with the right group of fired up dudes, he could be a really, really, really good manager to complement those things. I actually think he's had a good year this year. I do. All things considered, I think Bob's been really good. But I went in the break and I'm listening to some of the press conference stuff where he's sitting there at the podium and the boss, is playing clip after clip and every question. That's how he's starting off. And I'm not trying to slice and dice everything he says. But when you have a bunch of flatliners like I've been talking about, Chapman, Jung-Hoo Lee, Ramos, Bailey, Lamont Wade, these guys are all they give you nothing. I think I need a manager with this group of guys. I think I need a manager. I need a Sparky Anderson. I might need a Lou Piniella type. I need a Billy Martin type. I need somebody in the dugout with a little bit of energy to just lose their minds. If none of the players are going to do it, I think it needs to come from the manager. And I'm not trying to say fake stuff, but sometimes your team can draw energy from your coach. Think Ime Udoka for the Houston Rockets. When I watch the Houston Rockets, I go, that is exactly how Ime Udoka coaches, where they're like this. Am I wrong? Tom Thibodeau just got fired, okay? When you watch a Tom Thibodeau team, is it not a specific imprint on what he wants it to be?
Yeah, I mean, generally the starters play every single minute with Tibbs, but they're a grimy kind of team.
Absolutely. And I do think that when I look at just baseball in general, there used to be the old school managers, there was a variety of ways to do it. And what Bochy did and his thing of being kind of mellow and picking and choosing your spots, that worked for that group of guys. I think for this group of guys, I'm watching and look, I like Bob. I actually think he's had a good year. I need somebody to give me some energy, and I don't think he's got it in him.
Is that what happened in Detroit? What was it, Game 2 in Detroit when he came out and got ejected from the game?
Yeah, but
I mean, is it as simple as...
Did it feel like it fired up the guys?
No. But, I mean, you want a guy to come out and get angry. I mean, is it getting angry at an ump? Is it lighting into someone in the clubhouse.
Maybe
We don't know that hasn't happened.
Maybe it is lighting into somebody. I don't know what it looks like.
The other thing is,
flip the spread, do something.
When it comes from someone like Melvin, who, as you laid out, is generally like even keel and lower energy and not in people's face all the time, it means more that way, right? Like it means more coming from someone like that. When Steve Kerr blows up at dudes on the Warriors, it means more. When Draymond blows up, it's just Draymond.
Yeah.
When Steve Kerr blows up, when Bob Melvin blows up, that means more than somebody else. So, like, if that were to happen, and who knows if it hasn't happened or has behind closed doors, we haven't seen it publicly in that way. If it does happen, that does seem like something that would be pretty darn meaningful because it rarely happens from someone like Bob.
Yeah, no doubt. And I'm just looking at the team that got rid of Bob Melvin, which is the Padres, and clearly
there was a disconnect there.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. And I watched the way they play ball, and they got a lot of fiery dudes. And for whatever reason, there wasn't a good synergy there. I see a guy like Aaron Boone, who I really like. I think Aaron Boone is overly criticized. I actually think he's a really good manager. I think they've got a lot of flaws, the Yankees, and I think he's actually overachieved with that. I think we've dramatically overrated that roster. But in general, he is intense, and he has no problem screaming at an umpire, screaming at a player, screaming at the media. I think we need a guy more like that. I really do. I really do. If he ever became available, that's the guy I'd be going after.
Wow.
Yeah.
You don't need your manager to be that dude, but if you don't have that dude on your roster, then it falls on the manager.
Exactly. I mean, and again, I understand that you're not going to have as many of these, manager umpire situations as you've had in the past, but there is something to be said where your team will take on the identity of your manager. They will. I see it all the time. And I look at this team right now and I'm listening to some of these answers. And I'm like, I don't know if Bob's got it in him to give them the energy and spark that they need right now. I think everybody likes him. I think everybody's calm and we're doing really well this year or whatever. I need to see something.
We got 2 minutes left here in this segment, so I don't want to play any of it now because I want to give us a runway to react to it, but we do have a bunch of Bob Melvin from last night, so we will play it when we come back next segment. But, I mean, I feel a similar way. I don't know if this is like frustration for Bob Melvin specifically. I just need somebody on that team to show some damn pride.
Do we call up Draymond Green and hey, Dre,
give him a motivational speech?
Exactly. Look, as much as Draymond drives me nuts, there is an element of you better stay locked in, right?
Yeah.
There's an accountability. And now,
how many times, not just Steve Kerr, but does everybody involved in the Warriors organization say Draymond Green is the heartbeat of the team? 100%. You could have all of the talent 100%. In the world. It may be even more important at times when you have all the talent in the world. And you have Steph, and you have Clay, and you have KD, and you have Iguodala. It's pretty darn easy to just coast at times.
Yes.
It takes Draymond to keep everybody motivated and in line and in check and working hard. Sometimes you need somebody like that, even when you have a great team.
No doubt. And I look at Dave Roberts, he can be mellow Dave when you have a ton of literal Hall of Famers who do their job every single day. Right? You can just let him do their thing.
Ohtani and Betts and Freeman.
Right? But he's also been great for a decade, and he's evolved as their team has evolved.
They've always won games.
Yeah, and so anyway, the point that I'm going at is that I do believe that there's, and I'm not trying to blame him. It's not Bob Melvin's fault Adames isn't hitting right now. It's not Bob Melvin's fault that Chapman was scuffling or that Yaz is in a 3 for 42 or 43 slump right now.
He's also the manager of the team, though.
Exactly. And I do believe that the team will take some of their cues from your head guy. When Gabe Kapler coached this team, he was on that front step like this. And I did feel like the team, because he was so, and I have my hand in a fist, he was so wound tight. I do believe the team played tight. And they made a lot of mistakes. And they all I'm afraid. Now we've gone way in the other direction, and I think we need some more of a happy medium.
The 510 on the text line, 888-957-9570. The Giants need a guru pep talk For sure, a guru pep talk might help him out.
I'm tired of getting pushed around.
Exactly. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We will hear from Bob Melvin post-game. Giants lose again. They've lost 7 of their last 10. They've scored just 2 runs in their 2 games this series in 20 innings. It's the Morning Roast. Shasky and Grandy. I'm in for Spadoni. More next here on 95.7 The Game.
And the Giants are on the board. It's 2-0.
Now back to the morning roast.
A lot of people wait to hate. They cheer when they're drinking the beer. I want you to keep that same energy when we win that chip this year.
With Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
No Spadoni today. Happy birthday, Spadone. It's Shasky and Grandy with you here on this Wednesday morning on 95.7 The Game. The morning roast, reacting to another rough Giants loss 3-2. That Ramos homer in the third inning gave the Giants a 2-0 lead. Shasky had snapped a scoreless streak of 17 innings. The Giants didn't score in 17 straight innings since the fourth inning on Sunday in Miami. They go scoreless the rest of that game in Miami, all 10 innings on Monday night versus the Padres, and then the first 2 innings last night.
Because when I think of elite pitching, I think of the Padres and the Marlins.
And the Padres pitchers were not like Dylan Cease.
Yeah.
It was Stephen Kolek last night, or 2 nights ago on Monday.
I told you guys I would have swooped up the pitcher for the Padres in daily fantasy and played him immediately if I was someone out there who played daily fantasy. It's ridiculous. And this team just needs a spark so bad right now. And I just don't know where it's going to come from. I really don't. I mean, they got the 2-run homer yesterday from Ramos, and it was like, that was it. We're done scoring runs.
And it was darn near enough. I mean, it probably should have been enough, which is crazy. The pitching staff is that good. They're just being asked to be perfect every single night. And you can't be perfect every single night.
No, you can't. And like all the little opportunities that you might end up having always come back to bite you. I mean, like later on, you get the, I guess before, you get the Encarnacion double play, and it felt like the air was coming out of the television for me. Like it really did. You get a couple of guys on base, first and second, boom, next thing you know, it is with no outs. Next thing you know, there's 2 outs and there's a runner on third. It's like innings over. Right?
Yeah.
So this team right now is frustrating. And then, Jung-Hoo Lee is ice cold right now. And I came in here and I said to you guys, I'm like, hey guys, like I noticed it yesterday because I went back and I can watch on YouTube TV and like kind of go quickly, like you double tap and it goes like 10 seconds. And because of the pitch clock, you can almost perfectly sync it up to every single pitch.
Yeah.
And now that they have that graphic box on the side, I'm like, hey guys, they are pitching Jung-Hoo Lee middle away every at bat. And he is trying to pull everything. And basically, baseball is telling you over the last however many days, the scouting report is out on him. And currently, they are going to pitch him away, away, away. A little middle, but away, away. And we're going to dare you to go the other way.
Until you prove that you can go the other way, we're going to keep throwing you there.
And it's bad. And then so I don't do a lot of the advanced metric stuff, but Sam gets me to Baseball Savant. What is this? BaseballSavant.mob.com.
Yeah, just Baseball Savant.
Yeah, great website.
And everything that I'm saying is being backed up by the data. Where were all the balls going? Either a little outside or middle away. Like everything's middle away, and an occasional miss slightly inside one time per every 7 or 8 pitches. And where are all his, hot zones, if you will? Where does he want it? He wants it up and in. He wants it low and in. He will hit those. Everything away is where he's ice cold. And so right now, if he does not make an adjustment, he's in some major trouble. He's got to learn to go the other way. And this is part of baseball. It's like, hey, you get hot, you get some success doing something. Now the scouting report's out. The rest of baseball says, hey, we are going to identify this flaw. We're going to expose it. Now it is up to you to adjust. So now we have the conversation of, okay, Pat Burrell, Jung-Hoo Lee, I'm sure you have the same data that I'm looking at. I'm sure you're rewatching your at-bats the way that any kid on Game Changer would when their game was played over the weekend. What's the adjustment? Where do we go from here? Do you work on, going the other way? Or do you drop a bunt? Do something.
Yeah, Machado was playing, the third baseman was playing at shortstop, essentially at one point for a Jung-Hoo Lee at bat. And I think it was Kruk and Kipe said on the television broadcast, if he just bunts it hard down the third base side, he gets a double because there's nobody there.
On this team currently, Wilmer Flores will go the other way. Wilmer is a major league hitter, and they'll shade that second baseman, Cronenworth, right over second base. And so there's a huge gap. And look, Wilmer will hit it wherever you pitch it, but he's the only guy right now that consistently is willing and able to go the other way. It's a big problem for this team.
Yeah.
It really is.
We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. You want to hear from Bob Melvin postgame last night?
Yeah, well, I guess I do.
3-2 Giants lost. They led 2-0. They blew that lead in the ninth. Camilo Doval blown save. First time he's blown a save since he got re-put into that closer role. Giants ultimately lose 3-10 or 3-2 in 10 innings. I got 3 different Bob Melvin question and answers I'm going to play for you, Shasky.
All right,
we'll do it individually.
Then after each one, are you going to ask me the same question and I'll pretend what I would give as an answer?
Yeah, you'll pretend to be the manager of the Giants and you'll answer the question for me after you hear Bob Melvin.
All right, let's go.
All right, here's question and answer number 1 for Bob Melvin last night.
Elliott had the 2-run homer, but that was the extent of the offense. What was the Padres bullpen in particular able to do so well to limit the offense?
We got to be able to score more than that. At the time, a 2-run homer after what we went through last night feels good. Roop's pitching well, but we have to add on more runs like that. We can't, just say leave it up to the pitching and, shut them out. So it's something that's been a problem for us for a while now. It's another game where we don't score enough runs and put a lot of pressure on the pitching again.
All right, there's Bob Melvin. So Shasky, you got the 2-run homer from Elliot Ramos. You scored 2 runs, but the Padres bullpen really shut you down there. What did you see?
I'm seeing guys right now that are not willing to go the other way and take what the defense is giving them. I mean, you're seeing a team that is going to throw us a lot of soft away stuff over and over and over again. It's been about 2 or 3 weeks. I've been talking to these guys, and we have to start making the adjustment. I mean, this is on us to make the adjustment as a staff and as a bunch of players. I got too many weak ground out rollouts right now, and these guys would admit it themselves because we're trying to pull everything. Like, we have got to use the entire field, and it's something I'm preaching every single day, and we're working on, and I know Pat's been working on it with the guys, but we've got to go out and execute better.
Is that just coach speak? I mean, what Bob Melvin said, not what you said. I mean, just say, we got to score more runs. I mean, what else is he supposed to say? I mean, he might be saying everything that you just said, and he probably is behind closed doors.
Yeah, but what's the fault in admitting it out loud?
I don't know.
I never understand why we can't critique anybody. Heaven forbid we're just a little honest. Like, Bob's been around. Hey, look, Willie knows this. Willie's really scuffling right now. And what are they doing? They're throwing him hard in, and they're jamming him, and they're throwing him soft away. This is no secret. You guys all have StatCast. You're more informed now than at any point in the history of baseball. We're not hiding anything. You're watching the games on TV, right? And so, now it's on him to make the adjustment and go the other way. What's wrong with saying that? We're not running him out of town. Like, if this were a quarterback in the NFL, would the coach shy away? Yeah, we can't throw an interception in the red zone. Would they?
No.
Like Jordan Mason fumbled in the red zone. I forget what game. I think it was the Arizona game.
Yeah, it was.
We can't turn the ball over in the red zone. Jordan knows that. Why in baseball do we try to hide the secrets when it's pretty obvious?
I think most managers go, and I think this also goes to basketball and Steve Kerr. Not going to talk about strategy or game plan, but that's just what you said is so freaking obvious, and it's not like he's breaking any news to opposing teams who are the reason whether or not the Giants need to adjust in the first place, because as you mentioned, they're pitching the Giants in a certain way and they're not adjusting.
Mark, I guarantee you the Padre dugout could yell to Jung-Hoo Lee and forget the language barrier, just yell to him, we're throwing you middle away. We refuse to throw you in. He knows this. They could yell it at him. He knows this.
We'll put it this way.
You still have to execute.
Put it this way. If he doesn't know it, then the Giants coaching staff, it's malpractice.
Yeah.
He has to know.
They have to know.
They know it.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
They have to know. And so let's keep going on this one, because the coach speak is just, again, listen to the beginning of every, it's just, lose your mind a little here, Bob. Come on, let's go.
Here's
Wake up.
question and answer number 2.
We're struggling to hit. We blew a 2-run lead. Let's go. Wake up.
Question and answer number 2. Bob Melvin asked about Camilo Doval.
Bob Camilo hadn't allowed an earned run for about 2 months.
Yeah.
Just considering how good he has been over the course of this stretch, would you just consider this more of a bump in the road than anything?
Yeah, I just had a little off night with the couple walks. So, look, we feel great every time he's in a game, and he's had quite a run. We shut him down for 8 innings. They scored 2 in the ninth. Ball off the end of the bat. It's a hit, but a good at bat by Manny. So it's the walks, I think, that got him the most.
So, Joe, Camilo Doval gave up his first runs in a couple of months. I mean, what did you see from him out there? Just an off night?
Camilo's been excellent for us for quite some time. His mechanics got a little out of whack. I thought we should have got out of the inning on the, Willy Adames play. It's a tough play up the middle. He makes a great throw. It's a little low. Casey would tell you he'd probably, want that one back. Got to dig that out. It's a tough play. I think we get out of the inning if we make that play. That being said, for whatever reason, there are times when, he loses his mechanics a little and he kind of short circuits. And we've been working on this with him, for a long time. And he knows this. And he didn't trust the fastball. I don't think Bailey and him were on the same page. We were going slider, slider, slider. It's tough, but he's our guy. And that's why we have him in there. And I was hoping he could work through that and get us out of the inning. But let it not, be lost on anyone. He wasn't the only reliever who struggled yesterday. I think, Eric Miller, who's been good for us, struggled to throw strikes tonight. I think that Tyler Rogers struggled to throw strikes tonight. So we were pretty vulnerable, even though we've been close to perfect, from our bullpen all year. I thought that each one of those guys had some command issues last night, and it sucks because I thought Roop pitched his heart out. What's wrong with that?
That's a good answer.
Right?
I think Bob probably attacked that one from a standpoint of, and maybe this says more about Camilo than anything else, knowing what Camilo went through last year and all the confidence issues that he had. You don't want to pile on the guy who had his first bad outing in a long time. That was Camilo Doval's first runs allowed since April 7th.
Yeah, he's been outstanding.
April 7th, he had gone 21 appearances without allowing a run. 21 appearances. But what you did there wasn't just single out Camilo Doval, and you mentioned that everyone out of the bullpen who pitched struggled. Even if they didn't allow a run, they struggled.
And I'll continue my manager talk. Hey, look, these guys know, this is the bigs. When you walk guys as a reliever, they're going to score. That's just reality of, especially early in innings. And so we had the ball continuing to rise on multiple guys, and we were missing in the zone. And that being said, I thought our situational defense also was just a tick slow. We had an opportunity to throw out Machado on that play where he's going first to second. And Casey's got to just let that fly. And I'm going to talk to him about it. He's learning the first base position. And I think if he was at third or short or second, which is a little more comfortable there, I think he lets that one rip. I understand why he wouldn't want to throw the ball around with a guy at third base, maybe worried that he would take off. But I just want him to just react and play and get out of that inning. And, like right now, Wilmer at shortstop, he's trying to make things happen. I thought he made a really nice play. The guy's hustling out of the box right there. He throws a low ball, hard ball. That would have been a hell of a play to get out of that inning. But if we make that play, we do get out of it. And right now, with our offense scuffling, we have zero margin of error defensively. And that's where we really have to be buttoned up in these late game situations. Now, Casey didn't perform in the 9th inning, but in the 8th inning, he made a hell of a play with Tyler Rogers coming over to cover first base. That's a right-handed first baseman going towards second base, turning, throwing over to first as Tyler is running to cover first with a guy barreling down on him. He doesn't cross over and get blown up. He catches and steps. It's a hell of a tough play. And we don't do a lot of infield, outfield before these games anymore. We do a lot in spring training. We're in the meat of the season right now. And for Tyler to get over in that situation, I thought that was a great play. But our margin of error offensively has made it that we can't make any mistakes in terms of pitching and defense. And it's just really tough right now.
Look, you're saying a lot of, first of all, very accurate things. I don't think a lot of people will disagree with you in anything that you said. But, I mean, you're not like fired up and screaming at people, which is what you were telling me you wanted from your manager.
No, but I think there's a time and a place to bring it up.
Not in a media setting.
It doesn't have to be in a media setting. No, I watched the Padres score last night late in that game, and I watched Machado. And again, like you take the lead, right? Or you tie the game, and he's just so fired up. I was like, God, we missed that so bad. Like Bailey got to second base on that double, and it was like, oh, thank God I made it to second base. Oh my God, thank God I'm here. I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah.
I'm just so happy to be here. Like, what have we in T-ball? You just dying to get to second base?
We got one more Q&A for Bob Melvin from last night. This was on the decision for Matt Williams to send Flores from first to home on that 2-out double in the 3rd inning. Here's Bo Mel.
sending Flores on that Chapman hit, is that just sort of a sign of, needing to get things going?
Yeah, and I thought it was a good send. We need to try to score a run there the way we've been swinging the bat with runners in scoring position. Looked like he was safe on the replay. But it was a close play. I don't blame him for sending him.
I actually love this answer from Bob Melvin because, he's doing two things here. Number one, he's backing up Matt Williams, and he's telling you what the strategy is. Like, hey, we're scuffling right now offensively. We're trying to be aggressive. So that to me tells me there's a plan before the game even starts. Like, hey guys,
we're taking a little extra chance here or there.
Absolutely, and I'm sure they're discussing, because you do this as a coach and staff, whatever. You're coming in between innings, and you're like, hey, was that? I'm sure Matt was like, should I have not sent him? And then no, I want you to send him. Like, we needed to send him. But the part that doesn't get asked by the media is like, does Willie Adames factor in to the decision-making of how aggressive you are in that situation?
Well, he's not answering that question.
I think it's a tough question.
Let me ask you that. Hey, Joe, pretend again that you're the manager of the Giants. Hey, do you think it was at all in the back of Matt Williams' minds that a scuffling Willie Adames was on deck in that situation? Is that partly why he sent Wilmer?
Willie is scuffling. I'm not going to skirt that. But the team is scuffling right now in situational at-bats. So we went into this game saying, if we have an opportunity to be aggressive and try to send someone, we're going to do it no matter who's at the plate. Wilmer's one of our hottest players right now. Had he been the guy on the on-deck circle coming in and somebody else prior to him was knocking someone in, I still think we would have been aggressive in that play, because that's kind of like the thought process right now, because we're just dying to put up a crooked number in an inning. And we were hoping we can get that third run, because right now runs are at a premium. And if you look at it, we've had a really difficult time getting consecutive hits from any combination in the lineup, whether that's Willie or not.
It's a good answer. Yeah. I think you're doing a good job of not piling on anybody individually, but you aren't necessarily avoiding calling people out who are not upholding their role on the team right now.
I just, the way I view it, we do this thing in sports when it comes to these interviews and these conversations.
Trying to protect your guys a little too much.
It's just ridiculous. Like, these guys are all grown men. You know what I mean? And they know where they stand. That doesn't mean calling them out and throwing them under the bus. But there's a level of authenticity that I think you need to have.
You can be honest without ripping somebody.
Exactly. And again, when I was, hey, he knows it. We've discussed it. We're working on it. This is no secret. And then also, I just come from the old school, and in the old school, I worked for a lot of Italians. I grew up in the meat industry, if you will. I worked for John Viglizzo and the Guerra brothers, and they would tell you where you stand. And there's something to be said for knowing where you stand with whoever the decision maker is. I appreciate it. It may not be what I needed to hear in that moment, but at least I knew exactly where I stood with them. There's nothing worse than the ambiguity of, you're doing great. You're doing, everything's good. When in reality, that person hates your guts. Right?
Yeah.
I think that we're in a coddling society, just in general. And I think that we're so worried about how people feel. And you're underperforming. It is what it is. And you know what? If you underperform and I'm your manager, it falls on me. And my particular track record is the one that is going to be, judged accordingly based off how you're performing. Now, that doesn't mean that I can't pick and choose my spots of how to critique you, how to raise you up. Some I got to put my arm around, some I got to kick in the pants. No doubt. And there's a timing for all this. But I think that we're just too soft in general. Just in general. And I would love to see the manager kind of lose his mind. I don't know how, I don't know where, but I'm telling you, man, a flipping of the spread to just wake the boys up. Let's go. Dare I say, two guys just get at it? There's so many nice guys. And two guys just go at it in the dugout.
The guys put this on my board. Hal McRae, his famous tirade. Do you want to hear it?
Let me hear it.
Here it
this is the old school.
Sick and tired. I'm fed up with everything. No from you guys, no from you players. And they can do any mother thing they want to do. I'm sick and tired of all this bullshit. Trying to be nice and courteous, and you suckers take advantage of the situation. That's what I get for trying to be a nice guy. You try to make a out of me every goddamn night.
Wow, Hal McRae.
I can't get over the way that those expletives are believed. It sounds like
foghorn?
It sounds like a duck.
I asked my son, hey, LJ, what sound does a duck make? Quack. He does this quack thing, and that's what it sounded like.
It's like a goose honking.
That was so good. You guys had never seen that, huh?
I don't think I had.
The Hal McRae Royals. He flipped the table. He went absolutely bonkers. Look, there's a time and a place for that. When you're standing,
and that is in a media setting. That is in front of the media post game. That's not like in a clubhouse after the game. That is in front of the media.
And I believe that was authentic.
Oh, of course.
I believe that was authentic. I just think in general we've got too many robots running teams. No?
We were sitting in with the boss yesterday, and we were kind of thinking about these famous manager tirades. And one that our boss, Cubs fan growing up, thought of was Lou Piniella with the Cubs at Wrigley when the Cubs were going through it. And he goes out. I don't even know what play that he was arguing, but he goes out and
play at third base.
And he screams at the third base umpire, stays out there for a couple of minutes, eventually throws his hat on the ground, kicks his hat to the umpire, is like trying to kick dirt onto the feet of the umpires, and then he walks off the field eventually, and he's getting a standing ovation from the Wrigley crowd, and the Cubs turned it around after the fact.
Yesterday, I saw there was, 35,000 people in the stands. They're dying for something to happen on the field. Now, again, I'm not saying you got to get tossed and it's, it's premeditated, and it's because Gabe did that a couple times where it felt fake, where he went out there and he argued, on some stupid call that shouldn't have been argued, and he got thrown out of a game, and it just felt very inauthentic. But I think that Bob's nature is just too, in general, not that he's passive. I don't think that's the right word. He's too nice of a guy. I don't know if it's in him. Now, I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. It's just this team right now just needs a jolt so bad, and they need it from somebody. Like, look, I'm not a big believer in slamming helmets, throwing bats. Someone could get hurt. Willie Adames, I could use him just snapping a bat over his knee and slamming a helmet on the field so where no one can get hurt in the dugout. Like, I'd like to see a little something.
I just need someone to show emotion.
Exactly.
Someone to show me that you're pissed off the way this thing is going. I know how you feel. I know how I feel. I know how Sam and Carter behind the glass feel. Watching Giants games right now is not a fun experience. In fact, I was talking to one of my roommates last night.
What were they saying?
I was sitting on the couch watching the game. He walks in, gets back from work. No, actually, might have got back from the grocery store. Doesn't matter. He gets back, and it's like the second inning. It's still 0-0. And he says, I was planning on going to the game tonight, but then I saw what happened last night, and I just couldn't bring myself to go.
No way.
Yeah. And one of the first things I learned about him when I met him and he became my roommate was I'm a diehard Giants fan. I love the Giants. This is my first time living in the city. I can't wait to go to a bunch of games. And he's already at a point where he's like, based on what happened last night, not scoring a run in 10 innings, I decided against going to the game today.
That's unbelievable.
I just need someone to show that they're pissed.
Well,
show me something.
Look, Bochy's going to be the gold standard in this market. Obviously, Tony La Russa for a long time, Billy Martin for a long time. Billy Martin was all time. He was so crazy. He's in his own category, right? So anybody would pale in comparison to the insanity dust ball of Billy Martin. I think the stature and his legacy with the Yankees and getting fired 8,000 times from so many different jobs. I think of Sparky Anderson, Bobby Cox, but the way Bruce Bochy handled it with the Giants, he was a very calm individual, but there was a time and a place where he would come out, and I think because of his intimidating factor, he would grab his hat and his giant, melon, and he'd squeeze it and he'd throw it on the ground and he'd get right into the umpire's face. And it always felt genuine. And it did feel like he knew exactly when to do it. And it was just what the doctor ordered for that particular group of guys. But they also had some crazies too.
They had Pence,
who was a crazy.
Yeah.
Wilson was a crazy. I'm talking about B. Weezy, the guy in the bullpen. Pablo played with a lot of competitive fire. He liked to have fun, but he was a competitor. Buster was a red ass. I know we think of him as very monotone. I think he was a very
serious as hell.
Yes.
Like just come on, let's not mess around. Get down to business. Come on.
Exactly.
Focus.
Crawford very much like Chapman, kind of like good dude, go with the flow. Brandon Belt was very,
clown.
monotone. Yeah, exactly. But I do think that they had some characters that kept everyone else in line. I do. And I think
those guys made it easier on Boch.
Absolutely.
There's no doubt.
But when your leader, Buster Posey, is let's call it red ass behind the scenes, and he's a Hall of Fame caliber player, it carries a lot of weight. Adames could be a lot of what Posey is behind the scenes in terms of holding people accountable, but when you're not playing like it.
And when you're in your first year with the team and you're not playing well, it's kind of difficult to feel like you have that cachet or that, I don't know, feels like it's, if I was in Adames' shoes, I would feel a little uncomfortable because I felt like I hadn't earned the right to be like the leader of the team yet, you know?
Exactly.
So he's just got to start hitting, and a lot of the things are going to start falling into place.
No doubt.
But
I 100% agree
at this moment, there's no one that maybe feels comfortable doing it, which ultimately then means it falls on Bob Melvin, but none of Bob's players are doing him any favors by doing what they're doing either.
What does a Bob Melvin tirade even look like?
I mean, we saw him get thrown out in Detroit.
It was so mellow.
That was just go up. I mean, he was in his face. I forget the name of the home plate umpire, but replay review has also kind of changed this in terms of arguing with umps.
No doubt.
You could still go off on your team, but
I mean, I don't know, man. This team is just so blasé right now. They're just so meh. They're just, it's bad. He's never going to do it to a Yaz. I don't think he's going to do it to Chapman. But you know what? Like, blasting on a guy like Ramos, who's so young in his career, I don't know what that does to Ramos. I don't know if he has the temperament to be able to take it.
Like, for example, you can't do it to Doval. You just can't do it to Doval.
I would agree. Could you do it to Adames right now, even though he's so early on in his tenure? Could you do it with him?
I think so. You'd like to think he'd be able to take that and bounce back.
I think he could. And I also think Adames would come out and say, like, yeah, I kind of deserve that. Because he seems like a guy that sees the big picture.
We don't know Adames super well, but like I feel pretty darn confident if you got a truthful answer out of him, yeah, he feels pretty embarrassed based on how he's playing right now.
This team needs a jolt so bad. Just so bad. They need something. I don't know what it looks like. Trade, the two guys getting a fight. Like, they need something bad. They need something to set them up. Dare I say a beanball war with a team? Because that's done it at times. It feels like it kind of woke up the Padres early in this series.
Unites a team a little bit.
It does unite a team a little. Mark, I'm throwing my hands up. This team's frustrating the hell out of me right now. And losing that game the way that they did, and it felt like the oxygen sucked out of the entire team in that ninth inning.
888-957-9570. The 619 on the text line says, when Melvin was with the Padres, it never felt like he would bring any fire or culture, and it changed when Mike Schilt replaced him. I don't know if the 619 is a Padres fan or he's just an outsider that is viewing how things changed. I mean, there's no doubt that Bob did not fit with those players in San Diego. And for whatever reason, whether it was Bob is a lower key, older school guy, and I mean, not Mike Schilt is a young dude by any means either, but Tatis and Machado and Bogarts and all those guys, they seem to fit a little bit more with Mike Schilt than with Bob Melvin. I don't know if it's because of a lack of emotion or fire, but...
Well, there's a lot that goes into those, chemistry and relationships and, how honest you are with people. There's so much more to managing a team day in, day out than we even want to consider. People have families. Like, I'm watching the Red Sox doc. There's like 8 episodes, and Cora is going up to guys and say, hey man, you've been down in the dumps, what's going on? Oh, my grandmother back in my home country is, and I'm paraphrasing the conversation here, is dying. I'm never going to see my grandmother again. And he like puts his arm around him and gives him a big hug. And then later on that week, he goes to Titus O'Neill and he says to him, he goes, hey, look, I'm going to pinch hit for you right now. And I'm going to let this guy have an opportunity. He's about to lose his grandmother. And the guy gets a big hit, and he's like almost ready to cry and everything.
Cool.
And they're like, how would any of us know any of that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In normal, it is cool. It's a freaking great moment.
Really cool.
And it makes you look at Alex Cora a certain way, right? And it makes you also understand these are human beings. And O'Neill, by the way, is also like, I don't really want you pinch hitting for me. But then when Cora puts his arm around him and explains him the situation, he's like, dude, I totally get it. I totally get it.
And that's an awesome moment that also helps the team bond.
Hell yeah. And they bonded. Now, the Red Sox went nowhere last year. Yeah. But you know what that tells me? Is like, This is why they stuck up for Cora after he got suspended and wanted to bring him back. They believe in the person, Cora. So I don't know what's going on behind the scenes with a Bob Melvin when it comes to things like that, where, his impact goes beyond just flipping the spread.
You guys have Dave Fleming on every week. Dave Fleming last year on with you guys was asked about Bob Melvin and maybe him being a little bit edgier than normal.
Okay.
To go back a year ago, here's Dave talking about that.
I don't think he's the reason that whatever's happening now is happening. I don't. I think Bob has the right mix of calm and, hey, this is a long season, and I've been through this for 40 years in this game, and I know the ebbs and the flows. He knows, he realizes that, but he also, I would think that my first impression of Bob has been that he's edgier than I thought he was. He's a super competitive guy and takes it more personally than I thought he did. Like, he's an edgy competitor, and I don't think I ever totally knew that about him. And I say that as a compliment. I think that's a really good thing.
Well, then blow a gasket. Let's see it. Let's do it. Flip the spread. Do something. Let's go. Let's go. You've had 2 consecutive starters go 6+ innings, gave up 0 runs, and you lost both games. Extras.
Can I read this to you? So you just mentioned it. The Giants have had consecutive starting pitchers go at least 6 innings without allowing a run.
Yeah,
right.
It's crazy.
Webb 8 shutty 2 nights ago, and then last night it was Roop with 6 1/3 shutty. They lose both games. The last time the Giants did that, starting pitchers in consecutive games go 6 or more shutout innings, and they lose August 6th and 7th, 2018. And they lost both those games. Any chance you could name the starting pitchers in those games?
2018.
One of them is obvious. One of them is not.
Mad Bum Chris Heston.
It is Mad Bum. The other is not Chris Heston. It is. You want
Chris
one more
Stratton.
guess? No Chris.
Just Smarja.
Nope.
No, it's not Cueto. He was out for the year.
He's got a Hall of Fame father.
Oh, D-Rod.
Oh, yeah, Derek Rodriguez.
Derek Rodriguez.
No, that's
I
the
actually
name.
like Derek Rodriguez.
He was really good in 2018.
Yeah, I actually liked him.
But that was the last time the Giants have had consecutive starting pitchers go 6 or more shutout innings and lose both games in consecutive games. And that happened in 2018. In 2018, that was a terrible Giants team. They won just 73 games.
Okay. 7-6-0. As a Padre fan, we got tired of Melvin pretty quick. Enjoy Sleepy Bob and his experience, or the Sleepy Bob experience, for another season. He has passed his prime. Sleepy Bob. I mean, that's when you know you're cooked. The minute we started calling him Sleepy Joe, we knew it was pretty
Bob
short-lived.
should run for president.
Bob should run for president.
Did you have issues with, we're talking about like overall larger scale things with Bob Melvin. Do you have any issues with the decisions he made last night specifically? He took Roop out after 6 1/3 shutout. He just had a great strikeout on one of his best curveballs of the night.
Well, I don't understand okay, you take him out in the middle of the inning after a strikeout. Yeah, I didn't make much sense.
Nobody on base, 1 out.
I don't know. Why start the inning? I know you wanted to go to they went to the lefty, Eric Miller, correct?
It was probably matchup related would be my guess.
Oh, okay.
What does that sound like?
Just in general, did that feel like a stressful 92 pitches?
No.
So I don't know what his limit is. I don't know what his
base runners.
I don't know what his body's like. Like he might have said to him in the dugout, like, "Hey, I got one more batter."
He struck out Xander Bogaerts, and then Jake Cronenworth came up. So a lefty Cronenworth, and they probably wanted the lefty Eric Miller. But
all right,
I don't know. Your guy's thrown 6 1/3 shutty and just struck out Xander Bogaerts on an epic curveball.
And you don't have Randy Rodriguez because he said in the pregame that hey, Randy doesn't really work 2 days in a row. He worked yesterday. We didn't have Camilo the day before, but we have him today. So these are the little things that go into these decisions. I didn't love it, but I also understand that that's what we do in baseball now.
Yeah. You mentioned not having Randy available, or at least ideally not having Randy available. Did you like the decision to go to Spencer Bivens in the 10th inning? You could have gone to Ryan Walker.
Ryan Walker, I don't trust
he hasn't been great.
I do trust Ryan Walker more than Bivens. Walker pitched yesterday.
Yeah, he did.
And I thought was fine. I don't know. That
we're being nitpicky here.
No,
but.
I know. I agree. I have more of a hey, you subbed Yastrzemski in for a pinch runner, which I get why, but then you knew another at bat was going to come up later on in that game, and you did it for defensive purposes, which I get. These defensive subs, I like them in the 8th and 9th inning. When did he put him in? 6th inning?
I don't know when Yaz came in. Yaz actually came in as a pinch runner in the 6th.
That's what I said. Pinch runner originally. Yeah, in this 6th inning.
And then he had one at bat to lead off the 9th, ahead 2-0, and then popped out. But I mean, like, I
don't love bunting in that situation right now. Right now, I love bunting overall. But this team right now, I almost feel like I would rather have 2 cracks at a base hit.
You're talking about bottom of the 10th, down a run.
Haas is the ghost runner, correct?
Yeah, he came in.
Okay, so he's your ghost runner. A base hit scoring him in most scenarios, right?
Schmidt's at the plate,
who I don't have a lot of faith in.
Now he got 200.
He got the bunt down. You would hope that Ramos would be able to get you a sac fly. Ramos is a high strikeout guy. You know, he is. He's a high strikeout guy, and so.
I mean, okay, what's more likely? The combination of Schmidt, Ramos, and Jung-Hoo Lee get a hit. One of those 3 get a hit. Or Schmidt gets a bunt down and Ramos gets a ball to medium deep anywhere in the outfield. What's more likely?
They're pretty 50-50 right now.
You think so?
Yeah, what do you think?
I think you got to just have faith that Ramos is going to get the job done.
Yeah, he is one of your best hitters. Again, the only reason I caution that is that it's your closer, meaning the Padres closer, who's a strikeout guy, and you're a high strikeout player.
I hear you. And I also think in general, the way, and we talked about the ghost runner a little bit yesterday, it's the Giants. You have to work very hard for any run. I kind of hate the bunt because you're just conceding playing for 1 run.
Exactly.
And trying to go to another inning.
That I agree with.
I like just kind of playing for the win.
Well, and you did it the night before, so I might have tried something different tonight.
Did not work the night before.
Exactly. I would have tried something different tonight just to shake it up a little. Look, to me, there's no right or wrong when you lose the game. All these things now are second guessed, and I can go in either direction. I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other. Like, I see both sides.
Shout out Steiny, huh?
I know. I feel like Humpty Dumpty. Speaking of Steiny,
hi.
One of my buddies said that he was complaining about arthritis, and I sent Steiny a bottle of this arthritis stuff that my buddy he says is a miracle pill for the tennis elbow.
A miracle pill?
He gets it. His family gets it at one of the little stores. It's called Artie King. And he claims it's a miracle pill.
All right.
So, Steiny, you got to get this miracle pill.
Steiny will report back and see if it works for him. All right, time for the injury report. The Giants announced that Jordan Hicks, another arm in that bullpen, will be placed on the IL with right toe inflammation. The move was retroactive to Monday. Manager Bob Melvin said Hicks began to experience some inflammation during his outing on Sunday in Miami. I guess that would make sense, Shasky, because he could not throw a strike on Sunday in Miami. After an MRI confirmed the inflammation, it made the decision to shut Hicks down for a couple of weeks. That much easier to make. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Shasky, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Would you rather be in the Padres situation or the Giants situation? You want to get into that, Shasky?
I do.
Okay. Let's do that. We'll do that on the other side. That's what's coming up on the game. Again, brought to you by Fremont Bank. It's the morning roast here on a Wednesday. Joe Shasky, I'm Mark Randy, in for Spadoni. Happy birthday, Spadone. We're back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
Yay!
Shut up.
Thanks, Flem. Welcome back. Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. You want me to shut up? Mark Randy, Joe Shasky with you. I'm in for Joe Spadoni. Happy birthday, Spadone. We're trying to make sense of this Giants loss. 3-2 was the final. You upset at the Giants? You upset at Bob Melvin? I don't know if you could be upset at any individual decision that Bob Melvin made last night, but Giants have lost 7 of 10. They're 5-9 in their last 14. They're now 4 games behind the Dodgers. They're 3 games back of the Padres. And ultimately, Shasky, when a team struggles, it falls on the manager, Bob Melvin.
I'm in the bathroom, going to the restroom, and sometimes there's a convergence. Vinny from Alice is in there. Steiny's in there.
Oh, Steiny's here. I saw him walk by.
Yeah, and the first thing Steiny says to me, I'm so out on Melvin.
Whoa.
And I go, why? He's like, just mellow. Just so mellow. And I was like, wow.
You better be careful.
The strongest opinion you've had.
Steiny's the old school. He like guys that get in your face and yell.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I was like, wow, Steiny's out on you? So I'm just like, where are people at with Melvin? Clearly the Padres don't miss him at all in their minds.
Not at all. Yeah.
And I'm not judging him on last year. Last year, whatever. I throw it out the window. I get why they brought him back. I just feel like the Giants overcorrected. They went from like stressed out, over the top analytics guy, Gabe Kapler, who lost his mind, who everybody hates, to good guy, calm, more old school. Like there's a happy medium here. I don't know, man. I'm not even saying he's the end all be all, like the reason why this team is where it's at, but I have been thinking about Melvin and his managerial style and, who he is as a person in terms of like the energy level. And I don't put it all on him because there's a lot of high-priced guys on this team who aren't playing well. But they do take their cue from him, and I'm looking at him, I'm like, he leaves a lot to be desired.
At the same time, they can't hit the freaking ball, and they're 5 games over 500.
I'm with you.
5 games over 500.
They started off 8-1.
And he's managed the bullpen like pretty darn well.
I would agree.
From a decision-making standpoint, I don't think there's like a ton that you can be terribly upset with Melvin about. Like from a in-game decision, I mean, you've got Yaz. He's your best right fielder. You're going to play him. You have whoever the hell you're going to play at first base. That's not a Bob Melvin problem. He's just playing whoever he has access to. Like, I mean, you can find decisions here and there to be frustrated by.
I'm talking about temperament. I'm talking about, feel for what the team needs at that particular moment, right? Like when I think of like Steve Kerr, he would break a clipboard. Now, back in the day, that really hit me hard. Like, yeah. More recently, when he's gotten into those, it felt very premeditated and fake. And I do believe that there is a level when you've been around a long, long time. Like, you kind of do the same tricks over and over again, and they just fall on deaf ears.
Well, how about this from the 650 on our text line? And you can join the conversation at 888-957-9570. This feels like a gigantic, terrible insult to Bob Melvin. The 650 says, felt like a Kapler-managed game the last 2 days. I mean, Kapler would have had a bunch of pinch hitters, and you would have had different starting lineups both days, and because it would have been all matchup based and analytical, but I don't know, maybe the 650 can chime back in and add a little bit more there. That might just be because the Giants lost a couple of close games that were low scoring, and it reminds us of that era of Giants baseball.
Sure.
But, I mean, it's not a compliment if you're Bob Melvin to be called Gabe Kapler-esque.
I mean, like, who would Kapler have gone to off the bench? Like,
you think Sam Huff's going to get a hit? You think Christian Koss is going to get a hit?
Well, this goes back to my, like, the roster construction.
Which is not a Bob Melvin thing, yeah.
No, but going back to Buster, like, do you know what this team desperately needs?
What?
And I said this to you this morning. They need a guy on the bench, like a Matt Stairs or a Jack Cuss, and I'm using them as a typecast, that softball hitting, all I do is hit tanks off the bench. They don't have that guy. They don't have the guy. Now, are those guys available? There's not a lot of them, but what I'm talking
in
about.
2021.
Low batting average.
How many times did they have a pinch hit home run in 2021? Do you remember that?
Yeah, that was it
was kind of they lucked into it a lot in 2021.
It was an outlier season. All right, there was a lot of unicorns.
But those are the kinds of at-bats that change the season.
No question.
They probably won like 6 or 7 games maybe even more. 10 games on pinch hits.
Look who came back into that game yesterday. Christian Goss. Now, he was a ghost runner. You're not pinch hitting him. What's he going to do?
No, of course not.
Okay? Lamar Wade, he can barely grip a bat because his finger.
And even if he was healthy, all right.
Not hitting nothing, okay? You started Encarnacion, so you had Yaz off the bench. Yaz is 3 for 43. What's he doing?
Nothing.
Okay. You have and then Huff, who you referenced, who has 2 home runs this year, and Bailey's 1. You have no
and he
pop.
he would have been catching in the 11th if the Giants tied the game up because Bailey got pinch ran for by Christian Goss.
You have nobody who strikes fear into anyone in any dugout in baseball. You have nobody off that bench. And then I look at some of their lineup guys right now. Jung-Hoo Lee has very little power, and he's got to learn to go the other way. Flores, I like Flores and Ramos. Chapman has not hit a home run in a minute. Adames hasn't hit a home run in feels like weeks.
Chapman hit one in Miami.
He did hit one in Miami. You're right. I forgot that one.
I mean, I'd have to go through the game log. Hasn't hit many.
That was the one to
recently.
Center field, I want to say.
I forgot.
Yeah. And then,
I don't know.
Fitz hasn't hit one in a long time. Came up, looked like Bonds last year. He's been pretty, mediocre in terms of power. Bailey hit one off the wall yesterday, didn't run. Casey Schmidt, I can't remember the last time he hit a home run. Might have been 2 years ago. So, they're a team that it's not going to run into easy home runs.
Well, and they're at a point now where they only score when they hit home runs.
Exactly.
They're not manufacturing runs. It's something that we talked about months ago. You have to do a team like this, and we talked about this opening day, even before you had the terrible 2 months for Adames and not great 2 months for Chapman, and Jung-Hoo Lee's hitting like 230 since the calendar turned to May, and Patrick Bailey can hardly hit, and Yastrzemski hasn't gotten a lot of hits lately as well. Even before all of that, you and I sat here and we said the key for the Giants is going to be doing all the small things. Manufacturing runs, stealing a base. You mentioned taking an extra 90 or not letting your opponents take an extra 90. That is the way that this roster is going to have to score runs. They're not going to hit enough home runs to just win baseball games and score runs on only their home runs. They don't have enough power to do that.
No, not even close.
But simultaneously, in addition to going through a power slump, even when they're not slumping, they're not a very powerful team, but they're in a power slump. They're also in a slump of doing all the small things because they're not manufacturing anything. Runner on second, nobody out. If I poll each and every one of you Giants fans out there, Giants have a runner on second, nobody out. Do they score? No.
Now let's contrast that with the Padres, right? Let's just go to the 9th inning as a whole, right? Duvall comes in. Who's the first guy he faces?
Cronenworth. I forget. Okay.
Right?
No, Cronenworth got he faced Cronenworth?
Oh, excuse me.
9th inning.
Yes, it's him.
Cronenworth came back around in the 10th. That's what it was.
I got confused there. Yeah. Cronenworth leads off the inning, okay?
Grounds out.
What do you think about Jake Cronenworth as a player?
He's a good utility guy.
Yeah, late in the order.
Bat 6th, 7th.
Yeah,
and
right.
You like it. Yeah.
On the Giants, he'd be one of their top of the order guys. Okay, we got a lineup filled with Jake Cronenworths, and I like Jake Cronenworth.
He's hitting 241. That's better than a lot of the Giants hitters.
Exactly. Lockridge comes in as a pinch hitter. They had Wade starting the game. They had multiple, pinch guys come in for him. And Lockridge gets a single. All right, whatever. That was the one on the ground ball to Willy Adames. And then Diaz, their catcher, who's hitting better than our catcher, who comes in to pinch hit. He strikes out swinging. But who's up at the plate? Fernando Tatis Jr. As a Giants fan, you were like, oh, my God, here we go. Right? Were you not?
Oh, yeah. You're thinking, Tatis might hit one here and tie the game up.
And he's been kind of cold based on his particular metrics over the last couple of weeks. All right. So that's the guy who's coming. Then after him, one of the best bat-to-ball guys in the game, Luis Arraez. Okay? So that's another threat. Would you agree?
Yeah. He's not striking out.
He'd be one of the best hitters on the Giants. And after him, who comes up?
Manny Machado.
Okay. Those are 3 guys that
who is on the list of Giants killers, Machado's up there.
And he had 3 hits heading into that at bat. Yeah. And hit a rip up the middle, one to the 6.5 hole. I mean, he's a stud. And after him, who are they protecting him with? Jackson Merrill, who's batting well over 300. Okay?
And a young center fielder who they've already locked up for years in the future.
I'm looking at their lineup right now, And just from a fear factor and what it does pressure-wise,
Fear factor, great show,
to the other team and the pitching staff, you're pitching to Machado and you're looking over at that batter that on deck circle and like, so if I don't get Machado, who's a threat? I got Jackson Merrill after him, right? And so
Tatis, Arraez, Machado, Merrill. It's a pretty good 1 through 4.
It's a tremendous amount of pressure.
When was the last time the Giants had a 1 through 4 like that? Tatis, Arraez, Machado, Merrill. I mean, you got to go back.
Joe Panic's All-Star year. Joe Panic, where you had, I think, Panic, Posey, Pence, Pablo. I know.
Maybe.
That's a decade ago.
I don't even know
and I would probably lean offensively. I might lean in this direction. You're asking me, and I'm telling you. Panic did have a year. I know, like,
he did have a year.
He did. He had a year. He had an All-Star year. But like that puts a lot of pressure. So you're asking, like, break down the Padres. Like, there's a simple question of, like, would you rather be a offensive driven team, even though they're not prolific offensively, but would you rather be in the same spot? We're right near each other in the standings.
3 games back, the Giants are now.
We're right near each other. Would you rather be the Padres with very limited pitching and threats in the lineup, or would you rather be elite pitching with a bunch of nobodies in the lineup, which is where the Giants are at?
If you're telling me you're going to finish with the same record, I'd rather have the exciting offense.
Or the threat of it.
But I do think a great pitching staff lends you better to winning baseball games, and if you sneak into the playoffs, winning playoff games. But if you're telling me you're going to win the same amount of games and you're both going to miss the playoffs, of course, give me the excitement as opposed to the boringness of 3-2 games every day.
Okay, do you think the Padres would trade? Would they trade their lineup for the Giants pitching staff?
I don't think the Padres would, because they have turned around the way that fan base feels about their organization.
I agree.
They did it through the excitement of their bats. I also don't think the Giants would trade their pitching for the Padres lineup.
And if I said that to a 13, 14, 15-year-old, I think they'd say you're crazy.
Probably.
Even though you and I agree pitching is what wins and all those things.
But then the question becomes, at least in my mind, is, well, are you more concerned about being entertained or winning baseball games?
I think it's both. I think if you're not paying attention to the entertainment factor, then I think you're being very short-sighted. We learned this in 2021. Like in 2021.
That was entertaining as hell, though.
Oh, okay.
2021, was it not?
Yeah, but
I didn't expect it to last, but it was exciting while it happened.
Yeah, but I clearly felt like this region didn't embrace that team even until the very, very, very end. Would you agree?
I mean, you get to like July and the team's first place in the division and on pace for over 100 wins. I think you get buy-in.
I feel like that one.
I think
that one season felt like one of the biggest fugazis.
Oh, yeah.
On the planet.
I don't disagree with you, but in the moment, I mean, I was having so much fun watching that team.
We were coming off a pretty stressful time in our lives as well, so that probably muted some of the excitement.
Do you think that the region got their arms around that team? Because I don't know. I think we, at the very end, we're like, oh, we'll be here. Playoffs, full house, let's go. And like the last couple of weeks of the season, there's no doubt.
I mean, I was consistently waiting for the other shoe to drop. It just never dropped that whole year.
I don't know, man. Maybe we just see a little different. I think that.
I mean, they didn't have
that team did not resonate.
They had last year of his career Buster Posey, but they didn't have like a young guy to really wrap their arms around. I mean, Logan Webb was that. He broke through that.
He was awesome the final 2 months of the season.
But I mean, you didn't have like a guy who you were like, oh, this is going to be a position player that I can fall in love with for the next decade. You didn't have that. I don't know if that's a new level of it for you, but I mean. You're the biggest Giants fan I know. Yeah. I remember listening to you in 2021. You were fired up for that.
No,
team.
I was excited, but I don't also think that
dude was running down the street with a flag at like 9 in the morning screaming.
There's no doubt, but it never felt like it was a sustainable, real thing. It felt very,
I agree, but
very piecemeal.
It was still very exciting in the moment. It was different than how I felt about like the 2012 Giants.
You also have to understand that I am a sick individual and I'm obsessed no matter what. I watched the 2022 Giants every single pitch, and the 2023 Giants every single pitch, and the 2024 Giants every single pitch.
Probably even like the 2017 Giants.
Right? Like not a lot of people are as locked in as I am. So maybe I'm not the greatest litmus test for this. You know, Carter.
Yeah, but if you're not excited, then I think that says a lot.
No, I was, but I also tempered it and understood that it wasn't like you're asking me like the 93 team or the 20. I'm taking the 93 team every single time. I was also 13 years old. Like, Carter, did that team resonate with you?
2011 or 2021?
Or did you wait till the very, very end? Like, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, I kind of waited till the end, not going to lie.
What about all your homies?
Oh, no. I mean, yeah, we were all kind of locked in when they were playing the Dodgers. Like, when we knew they were going to play the Dodgers to open the playoffs to get in.
But I think more people are that than, like, look at San Diego. Are all those new fans that are in on it, are those fake fans? Or is that the majority of what any fan base has, like the Warriors right now?
No, like, I'm not calling Carter and his friends fake fans because they started being fans recently. I'm sure that Carter and his friends.
You can call my friends fake fans. I don't care.
I've been Giants fans for a long time. But if you're not excited and fired up for a team that wins 107 regular season games and you only tune in for the postseason, that to me screams fake fan.
Yeah, but you got to have something that like lures me in. That's like the anchor. You know,
winning.
It's not just winning. We've kind of learned that.
So
you gotta have, because look, it's 150 nights a year on television. You've got to have some characters that I like. This is why television shows, for example, The Last of Us. I like the show. I didn't ever play the video game.
Season 2 not as good.
They killed off one of my favorite characters, and I'm like, I don't care about these other characters you brought up. I'm out on the show.
Well,
now, Game of Thrones.
I take it you never played the video game.
That's what I said. I never played the video game. Now, Game of Thrones, right? They killed off Ned Stark, but they had like 7 or 8 other characters I cared about. This is a spoiler alert. They killed off Ned Stark.
15 years.
You know, like, you got to have some characters I care about.
Okay, let me ask you this. Would you rather be a team in the Giants position, elite pitching staff, but you can hardly freaking hit?
I think it drives you crazy in that scenario.
And they win 85 games but miss the playoffs, or be the Padres or a team like the Padres that has struggles to pitch, although right now it's a bad example because the Padres also can't hit right now. But say, or a team that hits a lot more but really struggles to pitch. But instead of winning 85 games, they go 500, 81, and 81. But they both missed the playoffs.
So for me right now, like, obviously I want the elite pitching staff because come playoff time, you got to play defense and hit. I mean, and pitch, excuse me. You got to do those things. There's no doubt. Talking about the day-to-day grind, it's way more fun having an offensive team. Talking about the day-to-day grind, not what I would build if I wanted to build a winning team that could actually advance in October. I'm talking about what will lure me in. Look at what lures me in.
I don't need luring in.
Okay,
I get maybe from a team standpoint. Like if you're the Johnson family and you have you're the owner of the team and your pocketbook changes based on how many fans fill up Oracle Park, you might be more interested in putting an entertaining product on the field as opposed to doing your best to win baseball games no matter how boring. But for me, who lives and dies on every pitch, who's locked in no matter what, I would just want whatever wins the most baseball games.
Okay, but you would also admit that you're in the minority. My mother-in-law, you know what she wants? She wants stars. She likes Jimmy Butler because he's a star.
I don't care if I have stars if they are not winning me baseball games.
I agree, but if we're going to have comparable results, which is kind of where the Padres and the Giants have been right now for this year, there's something about, as I'm raising a 1.5-year-old, and hey, LJ, look, it's Tatis. Hey, look, it's Machado. Hey, look, Landon Roop's pitching, LJ.
Hey, don't disrespect Landon Roop.
No, and I'm not I like great. Landon Roop, but you can understand it's a more refined, more nuanced palette to appreciate pitching. Now, when you get a rock star like Paul Skeens or a Lincecum or a Pedro, like those guys are so compelling. 13-year-old boys, this is who I was on the diamond with last night. 13-year-old boys, right? Like that's the thing. They're more locked in on the Manny Machado at bat than they are on a Robbie Ray start.
Of course.
And these are all guys that love baseball, you know? Now, again, for Robbie Ray, they love Paul Skeens. Every kid right now in pregame who's a pitcher is throwing a football. Why? Because they want to be like Paul Skeens, who throws a football in his warm-ups. Yeah. You know what I mean?
How could you not want to be like Paul?
But if I said, hey, you can watch Logan Webb, his 7 innings, or 3 Ellie De La Cruz at-bats. I'm telling you, these kids and a lot of people are going to angle toward the Ellie De La Cruz at-bats. It's not a knock on how good Logan Webb is. It's just where our attention spans are in the modern society.
Yeah, I think it's where we are as a society. And maybe there are more important things than no matter the cost or no matter what it looks like or feels like, winning baseball games. We got this or that coming up in about 10 minutes. Sam, you want to set the table for us?
Yeah, so this or that, it's going to be, we're talking about managerial fire, the fire within a manager, how edgy a manager can or should be. And, Shasky at the break did one. He kind of did a flipping the table, so to speak, if he was a manager. And here's how.
Did we post that yet?
We did. It's posted on Twitter right now if you want to check it out at 957 The Game, or you can just listen to it right here.
Yeah, so that's what we thought about that. Next question.
What'd you think about the Giants' performance tonight?
I mean, it was absolutely awful. Can we throw strikes? Every single guy coming out of the bullpen. Why are we even taking Roop out of the game in the middle of the seventh inning? The guy was throwing a gem. 2 games in a row. We've had our starters go 6 or more, and we can't find a way to win that game. 2 times in a row we lose in extras, and we can't score. We get thrown out of home plate. I mean, my God, I'm losing my mind when it comes to this team. I'm just... We need 2 guys to fight. I'm done with this.
That's pretty fun.
So you can probably hear at the end, that was the table that we set up in the studio being flipped over as Shasky slips out of character and just becomes himself there in that one.
The audio is great, but you have to check out the video.
You got to go see the video.
Yeah.
So that got to, great managerial rants. So today's this or that is I got a pair of all-time legendary manager-coach rants. The first one is going to be Tommy Lasorda. I know we don't like him out here. He's known as the devil. Rest in peace, Tommy. Is Tommy Lasorda going absolutely nuts after being asked his thoughts on Dave Kingman's performance after Kingman went deep 3 times against the Dodgers?
What's your opinion of Kingman's performance? What's my opinion of Kingman's performance? What the you think is my opinion of it? I think it was put that in. I don't opinion of his performance. He beat us with 3 home runs. What the do you mean? What is my opinion of his performance? How could you ask me a question like that? What is my opinion of his performance? He hit 3 home runs. I'm off to lose the game, and you ask me my opinion of his performance. I mean, that's a tough question to ask me, isn't it? What is my opinion of his performance?
Yes, it is. I asked it, and you gave me an answer.
Well, I didn't give you a good answer because I'm mad, but I mean...
That wasn't a good question.
That's a tough question to ask me right now. What is my opinion of his performance?
That is unbelievable.
I love the honesty there. Well, I didn't give you a good answer. It's like maybe you kind of did, Tommy. And this other one, we know it.
Real quick before we move on, did you guys ever go to a Tommy Lasorda Giants Dodger game? Were you guys all too young?
I think we were too young for that one.
You guys keep going.
Well, excuse us for being young and fresh and vibrant.
I know, I'm jealous. I wish I was young.
Yeah, well, you had your chance. This next one is a classic one. You've seen it in you've seen it in beer commercials even. It's Jim Mora questioning whether or not the Colts should even be talking about the playoffs.
All I know is we threw 4 interceptions and fumbled once. 1 interception they returned for a touchdown. 3 others were in our end of the field where they scored points. That's all I know. That's inexcusable. Inexcusable. Playoffs? Don't talk about it. Playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
Playoffs?
Jess, you remember that one though, right?
I will never forget that game. It was Peyton Manning. I don't know if it was his rookie year. It's 2001. But what was the first thing I said when you guys brought that up at the break?
That was against the Niners, right?
I was against the Niners, and I go, Zach Bronson and Lance Schulters are the 2 names that come to my mind immediately. And I looked it up just to make sure. He picked up a fumble recovery, that is Zach Bronson. And then earlier in the game, Ahmed Plummer had 2 picks. Zach Bronson had a pick. Rashad Holman had a pick. Peyton threw 4 picks in that game. Wow. He attempted 51 passes. Garcia, 14 of 22, 2 touchdowns and a pick. And Garrison Hurst ran for 100 yards. Niners won that game 40-21 in Indianapolis. I'll never forget that game.
It's impressive knowledge.
You know?
What
week was it?
I'm looking at it right here. November 25th.
All right.
So anyway, that's going to be our this or that, which will be on the other side. The better post-game manager coach rant. Tommy Lasorda or Jim Mora. That'll be on the other side, this or that.
So you can start lining them up. 888-957-9570. You can also text us, and Sam will be keeping his eyes on the YouTube chat. You can let us know. Tommy Lasorda or Jim Mora. And there's also, I'm already thinking about some of the other all-time rants. There's some others that you can bring up as well. But between those two you just heard, Lasorda and Jim Mora, your favorite all-time rant, which one was better? You can let us know your answer on that coming up on This or That. That is what's coming up on The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. It's the Morning Roast. Joe Shasky, Mark Randy with you. I'm in for Spadone. Happy birthday, Spadone. We got more coming up next right here on 95.7 The Game.
multiple coffees, and I try to drink, I'm not joking, I try to drink a gallon of water before noon.
A gallon of water before noon?
Yes, to rehydrate the body. Absolutely. But also
That's
I do
so much water.
I know it is, but
I've literally never seen you drinking water in here.
There's no chance it's a gallon before noon.
I go through before I even leave the house, before I take my first espresso shot, a 16 ounce, whatever this is.
The first espresso shot.
You done?
Oh, I'm sorry. You don't like being interrupted?
That's the reason I get pissed.
There's 128 fluid ounces in a gallon. So how many of those you drink?
I bring every day. I bring 2 water bottles into the office, which I drink. I drink a full thing of Emergency, and then I drink.
You have to drink 8 of those to get a gallon of water.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is that before I leave my house, I drink.
Way.
Okay, whatever. That's fine.
You don't drink a gallon of water before noon.
Throw away 2 of those bottles.
Doing a gallon of water the whole day is tough enough.
I'm telling you what I aim for. So I go to the bathroom a lot, and then I fill up my thing again. I'm constantly drinking. Every single day, I have 2 of these that I come in with. I drink one before
That's
I leave
Emergency?
the house. Well, I go with Emergency after I've drinking my 2 waters.
Even if you're feeling fine?
Every day.
Wow, what the?
It's the only way I can get through the workouts, the life, the stress.
That's weird.
Well, and the allergies.
Oh, allergies are hitting me.
Yeah, so like, when you get them, you got to go through it. So anyway, I'm in and out at the breaks. I like to coordinate and then go use the bathroom and come back.
You ready for
it? Also holds off the hunger. You're going to learn this about me because I'm starving in the morning.
You ready for this or that?
Let's go.
All right, let's do it. All right, this or that today on Wednesday here on the Morning Roast. It is best or better manager coach rant. We got a couple to choose from. I'll play them for you in a minute, and you can weigh in 888-957-9570. You can give us a call. Line up the calls there again, 888-957-9570. You can also hit us up on the text line at the same number, 888-957-9570. And we'll keep an eye on your submissions on the YouTube chat as well, youtube.com/957 the game. Contestant number 1, Shasky, the great, although around here not so great, Tommy Lasorda asked about Dave Kingman, who went deep 3 times versus the Dodgers.
What's your opinion of Kingman's performance?
What's my opinion of Kingman's performance? What the you think is my opinion of it? I think it was put that in. I don't opinion of his performance? He beat us with 3 home runs. What the do you mean? What is my opinion of his performance? How can you ask me a question like that? What is my opinion of his performance? He hit 3 home runs. I'm off to lose the game. And you ask me my opinion of his performance. I mean, that's a tough question to ask me, isn't it? What is my opinion of his performance?
Yes, it is. I asked it, and you gave me an answer.
Well, I didn't give you a good answer because I'm mad, but I mean...
That wasn't a good question.
That's a tough question to ask me right now. What is my opinion of his performance?
Oh, that is so good. The best part is when he asked the reporter back, that's a pretty tough question, huh? The reporter goes, yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, I asked it and you answered it.
It is absolutely incredible. And also, I feel like we're so afraid in the modern day to ask questions to the manager because we're afraid that he's going to get mad at us. And I listen to some of the questions, and look, I'm not on the beat every day, whatever. The questions are awful. I'm sorry. Like, some of you need to come to Little League practice so I can teach you some ins and outs of the game, and you can ask some better questions.
You should come to some post-game pressers with me, Shasky.
Yeah, I'm too busy coaching.
Uh-huh.
You could get down there once or twice a year.
I could.
Show everyone how it's
Too
done.
afraid to ask questions, but you won't go down?
My job is to analyze and have opinions. Their job is to pay attention and ask questions, the tough ones.
And you're better at both, is what we're hearing.
I could give you better. Yeah, gotcha. I think so. I think I could be better than, some of these people on the beat are on the Lamont Wade level efficiency. I think I can give you a little Bryce Eldridge efficiency.
Well, we don't know about that.
I'll be the Jack Cust of beat writers.
Is that okay?
I'll hit a few bombs. 32 jacks with a 208 average.
Whiff a lot.
Joey Gallo.
God, 2 true outcomes, no doubt. All right, it was contestant number 1, Tommy Lasorda. blowing up at a reporter about Dave Kingman's 3-homer game. Contestant number 2, Jim Mora, senior.
Love it.
Playoffs?
Love it.
All I know is we threw 4 interceptions and fumbled once. 1 interception they returned for a touchdown. 3 others were in our end of the field where they scored point. That's all I know. That's inexcusable. Inexcusable. Playoffs? Don't talk about it. Playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
Playoffs?
Has the commercials, the amount of like Coors commercials and different stuff over the years, has that like diluted how great that was?
The Jim Mora one is definitely more iconic and more people know about it, I think, as a result of what you're talking about. I don't know if it's diluted. It's still pretty good.
It's all time.
I think if we're going this or that and I got to choose one or the other and we're asking all you guys to choose them as well, 888-957-9570. If I'm choosing one of those, though, I'm going Tommy Lasorda. I think that rant itself was better.
I'm going Tommy Lasorda, too, because it makes me think of my childhood and going to games at Candlestick and sitting in the family pavilion in the right field section and booing the ever-living crap out of him in that blue satin coat. I hated him. And then he would wave and blow kisses to everybody as a plastic bag goes, fluttering across Candlestick in the wind. I have to go Tommy Lasorda.
Guy that we love to hate. Absolutely lived to hate that guy.
He's one of the all-time just great characters in sports.
No doubt.
We miss those. The era of the quirky manager is just never coming back.
Yeah.
Like Joe Madden thought he was Tommy Lasorda in terms of quirkiness. He was such a fraud in comparison.
Madden?
Yes. Fake intellectual, fake quirky. Yeah, I thought he was there's a reason why he's been fired multiple times. He won a championship. There's no doubt about it. He showed a lot of success, but I think at the end of the day, he's very ingenuine.
When was the last time he had a job?
A long time,
leagues.
and there's a reason. It's
been
a
while.
Mark Jackson quality to him.
One with the Cubs in 2016, and then obviously hung out there for a few years after that.
I'm smart. I wear glasses with no lenses.
I mean, his teams did tend to win.
Yeah, sure.
But we'll see. 888-957-9570. Tommy Lasorda rant or Jim Mora rant? This or that? What are you going with? Let's go to John in Fairfax.
Let's go, John.
John, what are you picking?
I got to pick Mora. He's pretty blunt. I don't want to support Lasorda in any way. In any way, shape, or form. But yeah, I'd have to go Mora because that guy was fired up, man. He was ready to go, and he was a great coach.
He was
an awesome coach.
There was a point in time right around this time when his son was the defensive coordinator for the Niners, and I was convinced he was going to be a great head coach. I believe he inherited the Atlanta Falcons Michael Vick situation. I could be wrong on that, and I think that was the year Vick ended up going to prison.
Wow.
Jim Mora Jr. was a hot-to-trot, DC. I mean, I loved everything. The way we view Robert Saleh on the sidelines in terms of the charismatic effervescence.
How animated and emotional you are.
That's how we were with Jim Mora Jr. See, you guys are all too young, but like him hugging Julian Peterson and all those young guys that they had on that defense, he was a very beloved person. So when you say Jim Mora, I immediately think of his son.
Yeah.
Who I felt like just, right time, right place. I think he would have been a better coach.
The Jim Mora playoffs tirade is definitely more well-known than the Lasorda one. There's no doubt. It gets used in pop culture. And we think we have drops of just the playoffs.
Yeah.
And that gets used a decent amount as well. So I think more people know about it.
Playoffs.
And also Jim Mora, Dome Patrol. I think of him in New Orleans for a long time. And that is definitely the thing that people think of when they think of Jim Mora.
Yeah, no doubt. The 925 on the text line says, I love the practice quote. So we've got 2 for Jim Mora. What about Kevin in Oakland? Kevin joins us now here on the Morning Roast. This or that, Kevin, Tommy Lasorda or Jim Mora?
Morning, fellas. First off, got to give much respect and rest in peace to Tommy Lasorda. As a Giants fan, hated his guts on a baseball level, but as a character and as a personality, had much love to the guy. However, I got to go with Mora on this one. I mean, it's just an all-time rant. It's constantly, it's going to be eternal. The Lasorda one was really good. It was very, it was very good. But Mora, I think, it's up there in the upper echelon of all-time managerial rants. just the playoffs, I'd be happy to win a game. Like just the tone, the delivery, everything like that is just legendary. And, if I can add in, there's like two others that popped in my head when you started talking about all-time managerial rants. Can I throw those in real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's hear them.
Okay, yeah. So first off, the other one that comes in is, I don't know if this qualifies, but I still would go Singletary ranting about Vernon Davis post-game. Like, that right there has got to be one. But also, and you maybe need more revision with this since, we're on the radio and all, but Hal McRae, he's straight ripping a telephone off the desk, throwing it across the room. The guy's just blowing his office up. I don't know if you mentioned I just dropped my kid off at daycare, so maybe you mentioned it already. But those are the two that also pop in my head. But in terms of this or that, more, man.
Like it. Appreciate it, Kevin. Yeah, I mean, Kevin, we're thinking on the same wavelength as all of us because what got us on this tangent, Shasky, was Hal McRae. Here's his tirade when he was manager of the Royals.
Sick and tired. I'm fed up with everything. No from you guys, no from you players. And they can do any mother thing they want to do. I'm sick and tired of all this bullshit. Trying to be nice and courteous and you suckers take advantage of the situation. That's what I get for trying to be a nice guy. You try to make a out of me every goddamn night.
Okay. That sounds like me after a long day of folding laundry, cleaning up, and the dog is just peeing all over the house. I'm tired of being the nice guy in this house.
The rant is great, but what makes it for me is the goose honk as the...
Sounds like me after Taco Bell.
He's also in his jock strap, and he's ripping things off the wall. It's all time.
That's a great one. And then one of the others that was just brought up, and again, this or that, what do you choose in Lasorda or Jim Mora as a rant? And you can also bring in any of the others. One of the others that was brought up, and again, weigh in at 888-957-9570. For those of us here in the Bay Area, it's one that immediately comes to mind for me. Mike Singletary, Vernon Davis, I want winners.
No, you don't want me to go much further. Go right ahead. Ask the question. Vernon just, it was something that I told everybody at the very beginning of the week. I will not tolerate players that think it's about them when it's about the team. And we cannot make decisions that cost the team and then come off the sideline and it's nonchalant. No. You know what? This is how I believe, okay? I'm from the old school. I believe this. I would rather play with 10 people and just get penalized all the way until we got to do something else, rather than play with 11 when I know that right now that person is not sold out to be a part of this team. It is more about them than it is about the team. I cannot play with them, cannot win with them, cannot coach with them, can't do it. I want winners. I want people that want to win.
Oh, that is just so good.
I remember exactly where I was.
Oh, my God.
Mike Nolan was the nice guy. He wore the suit on the sideline.
Yep.
His father, Dick, was the coach in the 1970s who lost to the Cowboys conceivably forever. And he basically lost his job because of the relationship between him and Alex Smith. That's really what happened. And then the whole shoulder thing and everything. But it was deeper than that. He was just boring as hell. And he gets fired at the beginning of the year. I don't know, October, maybe it was the middle of November. And this is in the middle of that season is when Singletary gets hired. And that is what we get, Niner fans. After, again, horrible years where we watched, I'm going to say his name, JT O'Sullivan, Just Turnovers O'Sullivan, which was his nickname, all right? And Crazy Man Mike Martz. You guys are smiling, but it's true. Crazy Man Mike Martz had us thinking that JT O'Sullivan was the starting franchise quarterback over Alex Smith. That's how bad Alex was. And this happens. And Vernon Davis was an absolute Adonis in shorts in the combine and had never really lived up to what we wanted for him as a playmaker. And the team was just scuffling and everything. So he does this. And I'm telling you, as a fan, I'll never forget, that's who I want as my coach. Every one of us was like, this is, because he's Samurai Mike. Niner fans remember him from the Chicago Bear days of the late 80s where he would break face masks. That's who we thought what this guy was. And we wanted a winner and someone who would bring us, the leader and the coaching style that we thought was what we needed at that time. And so instead of going out and having a worldwide search and, going for Pete Carroll, who was coming out of USC and claiming that he didn't want to come to the Niners, This is who we chose. And I'm telling you, they sold T-shirts in the parking lot. I want winners.
I want winners.
And I have one in the basement. I should bust it out in a plastic container of all my old Candlestick shirts. All you know what I'm talking about.
Can't do it.
Please bring that shirt tomorrow.
We all wanted him as coach.
Do it.
I remember Damon Bruce taking post-game shows on the old 810 KGO radio station and him saying, that's who the coach should be. Now, he grew up a Bears fan. This is who the coach should be. And we all agreed with him. Everyone did. And I remember calling in. Bob from San Jose used to call in. Everyone wanted Singletary. Don't lie to yourself. It ended horrifically. We all wanted him. We all did. And it was because of Vernon, after this game, showing promise toward the end of that year. We were like, see, he fixed Vernon Davis.
Yeah. I mean, Vernon says that helped turn his career around.
I know this sounds crazy. They went 5-4 at the end, and I thought that they were on the way to like being a championship level team. I really did. Look, you're shaking your head. You think I'm insane.
You know why? Is because he literally said, like, the quarterback isn't the most important position. It was the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
But in 2008, we all believed that. Matt Hasselbeck was winning divisions. I'm just telling you, like, that's what we thought of at the time. I know it sounds crazy. Also, the very next year, the Glenn Coffey thing, just the way they lost to Brett Favre, whatever, week 3, week 4, whatever that Minnesota
walk-off touchdown
game was,
pass
to Greg Lewis is just one of the all-time most back-breaking, Singletary.
You know what other rant comes to mind for me when we're talking about best manager?
Before.
Yeah, go ahead.
When you bring up Mike Singletary, I'll never forget the following year, they hired him. Worldwide search, that's what Jed said. And they hired him. Okay. It's early in the year. We're playing the Atlanta Falcons. I'm at Candlestick. We're all at Candlestick. And he calls it timeout in the first half. This is Singletary. Brings the whole team, all 60 guys, everyone huddled into this thing. I'll never forget it. Brings everyone in, and he's just going crazy. And every player's got their helmet off, and they're like nodding their heads. The whole fan base at Candlestick's like, ooh. Like, you can hear everyone like, this is incredible. People are like turning.
Yeah, I like this. I like this.
This is old school. This is like high school.
Hold them accountable, Mike.
Exactly. Within plays, it might have been the next play. Roddy White went for like a 70-yard touchdown, zigzagging around, blowing by Nate Clements, and it had no effect. They got killed by the Atlanta Falcons in that game. And I remember thinking in that game, like, this is winning. This is what a coach does. The Mike Singletary era was insane. They fired him with like a couple games left in the season, and Tom Sula won a meaningless game at the end of the year, and they ruined their own draft position. It's just insane.
The first of 2 times Tom Sula would be an interim head coach for the Niners, and then the second time he turned that interim title into the full year as the head coach.
He was defending Jimmy Ray as the offensive coordinator like he was something special. And I remember, like, the guy has been the helm of some of the worst offenses in the league. Jimmy Ray, the bucket hat. Poor Jimmy Ray. Gosh.
Yeah, that Mike Singletary rant, definitely an epic one. This just came in on the text line, 888-957-9570, and this is This or That. We started with Tommy Lasorda, rant about Dave Kingman or Jim Mora, the playoffs rant. Which one was best? You can let us know, 888-957-9570. But we're also down the rabbit hole a bit. What about other coach or manager rants that come to mind for you? This one came to my mind in the 415. Just pointed it out.
Give it to me.
How about the late, great R.I.P. Dennis Green?
Ex-Niner coach?
They are who we thought they were.
4 picks against Grossman and 2 fumbles. What do you see about the Bears? We shut them down that way?
No, we just the Bears are what we thought they were. What we thought they were. We played them in preseason. Who the hell takes a third game in the preseason like it's bull? We played them in the third game. Everybody played 3 quarters. The Bears are who we thought they were. And that's why we took the damn field. Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook.
Oh, I love him so much.
That's one of the all-timers. That's one of the greatest.
Denny Green, I smile when I think of Denny Green. Just all time.
They are who we thought they were.
He was a very underrated coach. I think history has kind of made him out to be kind of a almost like a laughing stock or a joke. He was a great offensive mind. He was. Bill Walsh swore by him. I know.
It's a good one.
It always comes back to it. Those old 80s staffs, you look at who was on them, Holmgren, and at one time they brought in Shanahan later on, but Holmgren and Andy Reid, Mariucci was on these staffs, and they all were on the staffs in Green Bay. Pete Carroll was a defensive backs coach, Denny Green. I mean, it's a who's who of guys. Sam Weiss, you probably don't even, does that even ring a bell to you?
I know the last name Weiss, not for Sam.
You're thinking of Steve Weiss, the guy who does the NFL. Sam Weiss was the coach of the Cincinnati Bengals, who was the quality control coach for the Niners. God, Bill was just so good at finding coaches.
Do any other rants come to mind for you? Because I got a couple more I want to play.
Play them. Let's hear them. What do you got?
Mike Gundy, Oklahoma State.
Still coaching.
This is one of the all-timers. Here it is. Mike Gundy with the mullet.
I have a child. I do. If your child goes down the street and somebody makes fun of him because he dropped a pass in a pickup game or says he's fat and he comes home crying to his mom, you'd understand. But you didn't have that. But someday you will. And when your child comes home, you'll understand. If you want to go after an athlete, one of my athletes, you go after one that doesn't do the right things. You don't downgrade him because he does everything right and may not play as well on Saturday. And you let us make that decision. That's why I don't read the newspaper. Because it's garbage. And the editor that let it come out is garbage. Attacking an amateur athlete for doing everything right. And then you want to write articles about guys that don't do things right and downgrade them, the ones that do make plays. Are you kidding me? Where are we at in society today? Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm not a kid. Write something about me.
That was Mike Gundy way back in 2007.
Oh, my God.
And he's still coaching Oklahoma State.
Wow.
Still the head coach at Oklahoma State.
That's incredible. A couple more that I've been thinking about just while we're here is Al Davis, the overhead projector.
Oh, that was a good one.
You know, him and Kawakami going at it. Gosh, there's so many of them. What was the one I just said to you, Carter, that I really wanted? The Bill Parcells, Terry Glenn, when he kept referring to him as a woman, essentially, calling him she or the player. Man, there's so many good ones.
Let's go to John in Richmond, 888-957-9570. John, this or that, Tommy Lasorda, Jim Moore, any of the others we've heard from, what's your favorite all-time coach or manager rant?
My favorite rant, he don't really say anything. It's what he do. So that counts?
What do you mean?
I mean, he don't say no words. He just go berserk.
Gotcha. Okay, John. I mean, what's an example of one, Shasky, where you don't say anything, you just go crazy?
What does he mean? He means anybody?
I don't know.
I was so lost.
I don't know.
Sam got in my ear right when he was talking too, and
That's all right. We got to. How about this? This is a great one as well. And shout out to the guys behind the glass. We're getting all these ready for us to play. I mean, we can't have a rant conversation without this one. Herm.
This is what the greatest thing about sports is. You play to win the game. Hello? You play to win the game. You don't play to just play it. That's the great thing about sports. You play to win. And I don't care if you don't have any wins. You go play to win. When you start telling me it doesn't matter, then retire. Get out. Because it matters. That's unthinkable to me.
That's a great one.
I love that. That is life in a nutshell. You play to win the game.
Absolutely. God,
I love him.
The guys also got this one for us. I did not remember the origin of this. This is Bruce Bochy.
Oh.
We play this drop a lot. I'll say he's an idiot, right? Do you remember where that came from?
Was that regarding Yasiel Puig?
So it was about Hector Neris.
No, I don't remember.
So this was back in 2017. There's this whole thing. Neris was like hit one of the guys on the Giants. Giants took exception to that. Neris took exception to the Giants taking exception of that. And this was the media asking Bochy about that, and Bochy basically dismissing Neris having issues.
All right, here's Boch. I'll say he's an idiot.
I wasn't just a little inside, and the same guy, I'll say it, he's an idiot. He showed it in Philadelphia when he was having words with Nunez. And so...
Is that Eduardo Nunez?
I think that caused the radar to be up a little bit on what happened there. And, it wasn't, glancing blow. It was at his ribs, on the backside of the ribs. So, no, I'm not surprised. I would have been upset, too.
Eduardo Nunez. Okay,
what a great poll.
Hands up in the air. Hands up in the air. Eduardo Nunez. I think they got him somehow from the Rockies and traded him to the Red Sox.
Close, Twins, and then they sent him to the Red Sox.
And then they sent him to the Red Sox.
I remember he randomly hit like a decent amount of home runs.
Yeah, he wasn't bad. Yeah, he wasn't bad. Eduardo Nunez was not bad. It's like when they had Nafi Perez for a minute. Wasn't bad. But it wasn't great. It wasn't bad.
I did not remember the origin of that Bruce Bochy one, but
either.
I'll say he's an idiot.
God, it's so good. You know what he sounds like?
What?
Sounds like Back to the Future 3 when he's saying that. I don't know why, but I imagine him in like the Wild Wild West with Doc Holliday, and yeah, I don't know why. Sounds weird, doesn't it?
It does.
I'll say it, he's an idiot.
It's just, you can tell Bochy was going into that question like thinking about, well, how should I answer it? What should I say? And then he got to a certain point, he was like, oh, to hell with it. I'll say it. He's an idiot.
So good.
Bruce Bochy. I'll say it. He's an idiot. That is a great one.
Should we do the KD to Ethan Sherwood-Strauss? Who are you?
Who are you? We have that drop.
Or Nick Friedel and Kyrie, which made it all over TikTok.
Oh, there's no hostility, bro.
Yeah. Oh, gosh. There's so many good ones. Kelly Oubre, I'm not talking to you anymore, Nick.
Oh, God. Mr. D in San Francisco wants to weigh in. Mr. D, this or that. What do you got? Favorite coach or manager rant? What do you say?
Well, my favorite one was Lou Holtz when Notre Dame was getting ready to play Penn State, and they were always talking about how they fight every year. And this particular year, Lou Holtz said, you guys don't go out there and fight. We don't come to fight. But if it comes to a fight, don't do nothing to the coach. You leave him for me.
I love that.
Do you guys remember that one?
Uh-huh. Lou Holtz, man. I'm a Notre Dame guy. Let's go.
You're a Notre Dame guy?
Okay.
Are you serious?
Thanks, Mr. D.
Are you kidding me?
I didn't know you were a Notre Dame guy.
I'm an Irish Catholic who grew up loving Joe Montana. Check. Of course I love Notre Dame.
I guess that makes sense.
Yeah. I also love JT Snow. Where does dad play Jack? Notre Dame. All right.
Let's get one more
Ricky
caller
Waters,
in on this
Jerome
or that.
Bettis, Tim Brown,
I got it.
Come on. Bryant Young.
Lost in the Natty this past year. I got it. Will and Marin.
I like Riley Leonard.
Favorite manager or coach rant. What do you got, Will?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I definitely got to say it's obvious it goes to the playoffs with Jim Mora, but my favorite rant of all time that when I first saw it, it just kind of like hit my soul different. It was like a father walking into a room and just destroying all of his sons. It was Augie Garrido when he comes in. He's like, since you guys will all be fine with this in about 15 minutes, I'm just going to bleep and sum it up for you, and just absolutely goes off. It's one of the best baseball coach rants of all time. Texas baseball coach. There'll never be another Augie Garrido. He's one of the best. And they absolutely, and the craziest part about that game is that they won 10 straight after that. So it was just amazing. Thanks for taking my call, guys. Have a great day.
Yeah, thanks, Will. I mean, there's a lot of really good ones out there.
There's some great ones.
And before I get into that, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We got into this or that because you started talking about how you need a little bit of fire from the Giants. And specifically, I mean, when things are going poorly, it falls on the manager and Bob Melvin. It does not seem to be in Bob Melvin's nature to do something like that. Not that he has to go Tommy Lasorda and curse out a reporter, but it does seem like the Giants could use some kind of spark, and if it's not working on the field, you got to do something off the field to try to jumpstart this team.
Do you believe in creative tension?
Yeah.
There's an element, there's a couple of guys that I grew up playing with that they almost can't play at their best unless they get into it with someone. There's just some, like, I'm not saying everyone's that way, but there are certain guys who are that way. For a while, the Shasky family we would have to yell at each other And then all of a sudden we're like 100% locked in. Forget the other team. We're like literally to fight each other, and then we're locked in. There are certain players, teams that I've been a part of. Bonds Kent. I think about it all the time. 2002, they're in the dugout, middle of August or whatever it was, and they got into it. And they're like grabbing each other and going back and forth. And, I believe in certain levels of creative tension in the heat of the moment.
Sometimes you need I know a lot of people are going to think or say well, you're being paid millions of dollars. You're in the big leagues. There's a lot in the line no matter what. But sometimes you need that extra oomph to really get you going. And I personally, I don't know exactly where it should come from. But I personally was a little upset. Obviously, the game itself is frustrating enough. They're not scoring runs. And when they do, they're not scoring enough. And when they have a lead late, it's the one time the bullpen slips up. The entire season is when they have a lead late. And they're in the middle of this terrible slump. But I was a little frustrated watching just the looks on everybody's face. They panned the dugout. The TV broadcast did once the game ended. Giants lose 3-2. They blow a 2-0 lead in the ninth. They lose in 10, 3-2. And it's their second straight loss. They've lost 7 of 10. They've lost 9 of 14.
Mm-hmm.
And it just pans to the dugout. It was Patrick Bailey, and it might have been Yaz and somebody else standing top step, leaning on the rail at the very front of the dugout. And there's just no emotion, expressionless, staring out into the field, not shocked that it happened, but you could tell there was disappointment. But I needed someone to just turn around, throw something on the sprint back into the club. I just need somebody to unload a little bit, not just emotionless. I need something.
You know what this feels like for the Giants right now? It feels a lot like where the Warriors were at midseason, where they would blow these leads, and after a while, it just became almost okay.
It almost felt like they were powerless to it.
Exactly. How's it going to happen tonight? I remember the feeling after the Toronto game, they just felt very lifeless.
Those back-to-back blowout losses at home, Kings and Heat.
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
It felt like that. Those moments
we
where
were
it's just
resigned to
what are we going to do? We're not a good hitting team. What do you expect? No, you're better than this.
Yes. And this goes back to the jolt where I feel like they need a jolt right now, whether that's via trade, some fighting. I don't even know what it is. I really don't. What would Draymond do in this situation?
Oh,
probably get ejected.
He would he would get ejected, and then post game he would pull somebody or multiple somebodies aside and light into them.
Yes, I would agree. They don't really have that element.
Or he'd go to the manager or the coach and say, "Hey, you got to do something."
Yeah, I agree. What would the Niners do in this situation?
Ooh. I can't get a good read on Shanahan in these kind of situations. Oftentimes it feels like when things go wrong, they tend to spiral with the Niners.
Like the Devondre Campbell last year, it really ticked me off that Nick Bosa heard him complaining in pregame and then basically admitted, I just didn't do anything. It's dude, you're one of the highest paid players ever in Niner history. Go over and be a leader and shut him up, calm him down, do something, talk to him. If Fred Warner knew about it, I'm sure he would have done something. There was an element of they can't even police themselves. That was telling for last year. And I think that you needed to kind of gut the roster a little to get out some of the bad apples.
It's also different in a football team than a baseball team. You feel like in a football team, you probably rely on your players, and at least a team like the Niners, you rely on your players and your leaders to kind of do a lot of that
self-police work. Yes.
As opposed to Shanahan or someone on the coaching staff or John Lynch or whatever it is doing.
Yeah, I'm not asking Chris Kosarek to fire up the guys.
But it's a little different in baseball. Maybe it's just specific to the Giants because they don't necessarily have that guy who demands that respect from everybody in the clubhouse or who acts that way naturally.
You know what I'm thinking about now? What? While you're saying this, it's just epiphany. During a loss or after the loss, the Tim Tebow conversation where he went crazy and was no one's going to work harder. No one's going to pull this team together. That was an inflection point for that Florida team, was it not?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. You don't I think a lot of us, we've played all these rants, right? It's Lasorda yelling at a reporter. It's Mike Gundy upset at a reporter. It's Singletary calling out Vernon Davis.
It's leadership.
You don't necessarily need to, we're not talking about Bob, I need you to just absolutely rip Willy Adames a new one.
Exactly.
Like, it's not just that. It could be someone who's playing really well. It could be Elliot Ramos, who goes up to the podium or in the locker room and he's being asked questions and he says, you know what? Like, I'm sick and tired of scoring 2 runs a game. I hit a home run today. You know what? Guess what? It doesn't matter. I didn't come through in the 10th with a runner on 3rd and 1 out. I am going to do everything in my freaking power to never let that happen again. And because everyone else is struggling, I'm going to lead the way. I am going to right this ship. It's something as simple as that. You don't have to yell at somebody else to fire a team up.
No.
You can bring people under your wing. And maybe it is on someone like Elliot Ramos, despite being young, to take that leadership role on, because if you're asking me who's the most promising young guy that you have on this team, it is Elliot Ramos.
Yeah, and he's the guy who didn't execute last night with a runner on 3rd.
Who is the leader of this team?
He did hit the ball hard, though. What's that?
Who is the leader of this team?
Probably Chapman. Logan
Webb?
Yeah, but
the fact that we don't have an easy answer is a problem, isn't it?
Yes, they don't have an alpha. Like, who's their alpha?
They don't have an alpha.
Like,
You're right.
The Warriors, when they made the trade for Jimmy, wasn't it like, we need to get another alpha in here with Steph? And kind of instantaneously, whether he played like an alpha in terms of ball domination on the court, you could get a sense of like, oh, this is a star. Like, this is a guy who's used to being one of the most covered players in a particular region. Did you not get that sense from Jimmy?
Yes.
I don't get that sense from Willy Adames. And I don't think that he has to be that, but when you pay a guy that much money, like Aaron Judge, he knows what it's like to be the captain.
Yeah.
Even Giancarlo Stanton, to a lesser degree, knows what it's like to be the high-priced dude in both Florida and Miami and up in New York. Clearly, there's levels to the scrutiny. The Miami market is not going to scrutinize you the way that they will up there. Garrett Cole, he's used to being, under the fire. I think Aaron Boone, playing for the Yankees and being the head coach, he's used to the scrutiny and all that. I look at this team and I'm like, a lot of these guys aren't ready for the big limelight and being the dude, right? Like, now Purdy's going to have to go through that as the 49er quarterback. And I guess when you're the quarterback, it's kind of always on you, but it is different when you sign the big money.
Expectations and pressure and scrutiny changes.
Big time, right?
No doubt.
Big time. But
it would be different if, I guess that the Purdy one is a little different conversation because he had a lot of success with the Niners before signing a big deal.
No doubt. He has equity.
But for Adames, you signed the big deal. It's your introduction to the fan base, and through 2 months, you're hitting 200. Kind of difficult to then say, well, Willie, you have to lead the team emotionally, even though you're not performing anywhere near your standards.
No.
That feels like a tough ask.
Well, and I think the difference between him and Chapman, even though Chapman similarly was a new guy, Chapman came on a 1-year deal. Chapman played in the market for multiple years. There's recognition of who Matt Chapman is if you've just been casually paying attention to baseball in this market. So he had a little more equity built in with the fan base than where Adames is. A lot of these guys that sign, and I think of like these random guys who had no equity with the Giants before they signed here for big money. Denard Span, Johnny Cueto,
Jeff Samardzija,
Aaron Rowan, Barry Zito. A lot of them were met with a lot of hostility within year one. Within year one from this fan base.
I mean, Blake Snell.
Blake Snell's a good one. Blake Snell's a really good one.
Yeah.
So I don't think,
the lesser degree, Jorge Soler, and
that's actually right.
And he sucked and was traded at the trade deadline.
Haniger's
a money-saving move.
Haniger's a local guy, and we were pissed off at him.
And those were contracts nowhere near as big as this Adames one is.
No, God, he's just gonna have a hard time justifying the amount of money in years that he's getting right now. He's just, they're in a rough spot with him, man. Like, they need him and Chapman to play better. When you invest $300 million into that side of the infield, you can't be, almost 20 combined errors. And what do they got? I don't know, maybe 13 home runs combined and like a 220 batting average combined.
Yeah. It's not. I mean, right now, Chapman's hitting 236 and Adames is hitting 203. Chapman's numbers aren't like that far off from what he has done at times in the past.
He's walking a lot.
I mean, he's a career 241 hitter. Chapman. He's hitting 236.
Slightly below league average the last couple of years.
But we we got used to the second half of the season, Chapman, last year. Chapman went through a real struggle early last year, too.
He was red hot.
And then, like, final 3 months of the year, he could not make an out. Yeah. So I think we kind of got conditioned to expecting that from Chapman. But Chapman is also dealing with the added pressure and expectation that's on him because his shortstop is underperforming. And you're like, well, if that guy's underperforming, Chapman, it's on you. You got to step up. You're the next, biggest contract, biggest name guy. You got to step up, but because Adames isn't doing it, it makes it a little more difficult. So, all right. Time for a break. Morning Roast here on 95. Yeah, what's up?
Something happened on Brandon Iayuk's IG yesterday, and I kind of know what's going on, but I kind of don't know what's going on, and I need some of the younger people at the station to explain to me, like I don't know anything about social media. What the hell is going on with Brandon Iayuk?
All right.
Online.
We'll find out when we come back. That's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. It's the Morning Roast, Shasky and Grandy. I'm in for Spadoni. More next on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, this is Dwayne from Concord. You're listening to the Morning Roast. Spadoni, the Italians love you.
And Shasky.
Shasky, you're pretty cool too.
It's unacceptable.
That's a good one. Welcome back. Morning Roast on a Wednesday. Mark Randy in for Spadoni today, alongside Joe Shasky, as always, here on 95.7 The Game. Shasky, we've been for 3 hours and 20 minutes. We've been dealing with our Giants' frustration. 3-2 loss. They've lost 7 of 10. They've lost 9 of 14. They blew a 2-0 lead in the 9th inning last night. They've scored 2 runs this series versus the Padres. Plenty of frustration there. But I know you're also, I don't know if frustrated is the right word. You're confused about something else. Brandon Iayuk, what's going on?
I open up social media in general, and everyone that I know that follows the 49ers is posting either a screenshot or things about Brandon Ayuk's Instagram account.
Okay.
And so I'm like, all right, well, let me take a look at what's going on over there. And so for the YouTube audience, we printed out screenshots of what he's posting on his story for Instagram. And look, you might say, hey, Joe, why do you care what's being posted? Well, I care because the people that cover the team are talking about it. Fans are talking about it. My buddies are talking about it. And I'm on social media, and maybe you're not. Maybe you're listening to me right now and you're not on social media and you don't care whatsoever. But I think a lot of us do care. Maybe I shouldn't let it bother me. But for whatever reason, it does. I just shake my head.
And in today's day and age, athletes do a lot through social media, whether it's negotiating or whatever.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. Now, my wife is not on social media. And so she'll always be like, why do you care? Well, I care because of my job. And I also care because I use social media as a tool and a way to keep in touch with family.
Yeah.
It's both. So I go to Brandon Ayuk's Instagram, and the first thing that he has posted is a screenshot of T.O. in the driveway as I'm holding it up on the YouTube camera. For those that are driving, it's T.O. in the driveway when he was an Eagle, shirt off, doing sit-ups with, I don't know, 15 or 20 people from the media with microphones in his face.
And also just random people standing around him.
Very odd.
Do you know the context to this? So I can share it with you.
Of why?
Of this T.O. picture.
You don't think I know what T.O. was doing? But let's say it for the audience that wasn't out there.
In August of 2005, T.O. was looking for a new contract with the Eagles. Andy Reid suspended him after the two got into an argument at Eagles training camp. That same day, T.O. then started doing a workout on his driveway in New Jersey and was starting answering questions shirtless while doing setups. T.O. ultimately only played 7 games that year, was suspended by the Eagles, released in March, and then signed with the Cowboys.
This moment was a moment when ESPN News, PTI, it was all of it all at once, because the reaction to this was how it would kind of foreshadow the way we are now within modern media. No, I'm serious.
Classic T.O.
And that's what T.O. was. I mean, he pushed things forward. So Iayuk posts this T.O. thing. I'm thinking, what?
Knowing full well what it means.
What does it mean? How would you interpret this?
I don't know. That signifies that there's some kind of disconnect or rift between the team that he's currently under contract for. I mean, that's what T.O. was dealing with.
You're probably right. I was like, why would you post that?
No, that's a great question.
You know, like that's what instantly to me thought. And I was like, what's going on here? So then you hit the story part of it, right? And so that's the first part.
There's more?
Yeah, the second part. It's a picture of what looks like him turning the camera at himself. And I'm going to read it, and then I'm going to turn it around and show those that are on. It's a selfie photo like my dad was taking a FaceTime with me and my kid. And it says, y'all cry baby ass divas be killing the vibes on IG. What is IG? IG is Instagram Live. So that's the title. He wrote that. Y'all cry baby ass divas be killing the vibes on IG. SMH, which means shaking my head. Huh? It got to be an age limit on hating. If you 30 years old, just post your kids and STFU. So again,
STFU means shut the bleep up.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for the laymen that are out there that maybe aren't on social media or don't understand, he posted a selfie and then is basically saying what with his caption?
He's basically saying, stop being upset at me. Stop hating on me.
And what's the part about being 30 and older? What does that mean?
I don't know. If you're older or mature, you shouldn't care about things like this.
Okay.
49ers. They're in shambles.
It's just like Steiny.
But like, okay. So there's a bunch of things that like my head, when I see this, I'm like, what is going on with you, Brandon? Like, what's going on? Now, clearly the team and him, from the second the negotiations started, at whatever the end of the Super Bowl was, maybe he felt like he wasn't involved in the Super Bowl enough. I'm not really sure. But from that moment all the way to now, it's been a nightmare. Not a roller coaster, a nightmare. When it comes to Iayuk, the Niners, they're handling him, keeping him, whatever. I am so exhausted. Dude, you hurt your knee. It sucks. I'm pulling for you to come back. Everybody is feeling pretty good about the Niners right now in terms of like, everyone's on the same page. Let's go. And you're out here posting TO stuff, which tells me like you're asking to get like deactivated, or you're posting things about the fans being mad at you. Last I checked, when you were on a field before the injury, you're arguing with Shanahan on a Friday about the shorts you wear at practice after he got paid $80 million guaranteed. Like what? And then like that's the first thought I think of. Then the second thought I think of is, and this is just in general, my view of social media. If you're going to run an anonymous account, do whatever you want. You want to be a troll, fine, whatever. If not, and you're a public person, and again, I'm smallest rung of public person. I don't pretend like I'm on some high esteemed ladder. I'm a nobody. But the way I view social media, and I've evolved to this, anything I put out into the world on social media is how I want whoever would be watching, looking, viewing my page with zero context. I am telling them how I want to be perceived.
Yeah.
So on Instagram, it's a lot of photos. For me, I put out sports and family. That's what I want people to know, like of me, of Joe Shasky, sports and family. I don't post opinions a lot. I don't post politics. I don't post things that I've deemed to be controversial, because I want people to see like the real me. And like you've gotten a chance to know me a little. I'm pretty sports and family oriented.
Yeah.
Like that, if you boiled me down to I don't post a lot of me at church and things like that because I don't want to trigger people. I want people like, hey, you believe in this religion or you believe in that. I don't want to alienate those. I don't post anything when it comes to politics. Now, are there things that I want for my city or for my community, or are there things that I rant and rave about regarding like frustrations within my, from time to time on Twitter. But I know that when people look at my page, it's going to be all those things. When I go to Brandon Iayuk's page, and again, he's younger than me, he's got one where he's like his last post on May 4th, he's in a car, and then the very next thing is he's got a bunch of money coming out, and he's holding all the money, and that's fine. Look, I'm not triggered by that, but some people would be like, what? Why are you posting that? And he's only got 7 or 8 posts, and one of them is of his wife, which is very sweet. So I think in general, my suggestion to young people who are on Instagram, whether you're a high school athlete, a non-high school athlete, an 8th grade student, whatever, what you post is going to be perceived by people who don't know you, right? There's a young man who I just told this week, I said, hey, when you wear the hoodie, okay, and you're looking down and you put the cryptic posts up with, rap music that's swearing, you want it to be interpreted a certain way, whether you like it or not. That's how people are viewing it. And you're a good kid. Is that what you want to be viewed as? I'm asking. And he's like, wow, I didn't think of it like that. I'm like, well, that's how somebody who's in their 40s views it. And so like, the whole Iayuk thing, what is he doing? Where is he getting his suggestions from? Is there anyone in his circle, his agent, his family, is somebody who could tell him like, dude, less is more right now. Don't post anything. I don't want to hear anything about whatever you're doing unless it's like team oriented, rehab oriented, or like maybe your family or stuff.
He also posted this comment on his YouTube channel the other day.
Okay, I didn't even know this.
He said, quote, they want to play cool now, like sad emoji, 2 laughing face emojis. Nah, F no, I want that smoke still.
What? Like,
I don't know what any of this means.
What good is going to happen?
The bottom, right you put out something like that, or the TO thing, or the other comment telling people 30 years or older to not hate or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, even if you are in a situation like, say, George Kittle, who like has never like veered away from being beloved by the Niners fan base, Iayuk has veered away from that because of what happened last offseason, last summer, through the negotiations. And then he had a rough beginning to the season, and then he got hurt, and getting hurt is a separate thing. But everything else kind of caused him to go down a different road in the minds of Niners fans, I think. No matter, though, where you are in terms of like the fandom's love for you, if you're putting anything out there that can be realistically interpreted like in a number of different ways, how is that possibly anything but bad for you? Like, it does not matter if your intentions are fine, your intentions are pure, but you put up something that's questionable and can be interpreted a different way. Like, maybe, I don't know, you could find a reason to post T.O. doing what he did. I don't know, T.O.'s his favorite receiver growing up, and he's working out, and he wants, I don't, whatever. Like, you can make up an excuse. But the bottom line is, you know how it's going to be interpreted. It's going to be interpreted as, ooh, that was when T.O. was in a rift with Andy Reid in Philadelphia. He got out of there and then signed with the Cowboys and had some good years there. That's how people are going to interpret it. And if that is not, if it is your intention, okay, fine, whatever. If it's not your intention, what is the benefit of posting anything that can be interpreted in any kind of negative way?
Look,
there's nothing good that can come out of it.
Are we the two old guys that don't understand what the young people are going through? So like my niece right now, right? Like she's going away to college, and you know, I'm sure she has a close friend's Instagram story that's very different from her other one, but it's very curated because she knows college could look at it, potential basketball opportunities for her or career opportunities or whatever.
Yeah.
Yes. And she's probably learned the hard way through trial and error, and she's 18 years old. And, you know, but what she puts out there, like I would say, you know, I approve it. Now, some other girls of her age, like I've seen her friends that she showed us some of the stuff, they put out things that are a little more, how do I put this? Tough for a father and a mother to view their child put out, boy or girl, right? Whether they're doing things that are borderline or not. And her thing is like, wow, everyone's seeing it. Now, these are 18-year-olds. It's was Iayuk is a professional, and he's a little older. Now, there's an element of like, hey, live your life, do what you want. KD's allowed to respond to whoever he wants, however he wants. Sure. But that's also why KD isn't as beloved all around the world by everyone, because of the attitude and because of the responding. So I think there's consequences when you do this. You could do it, and you could do whatever you want. It's a free country. But don't forget, there are consequences of perception and how people have a first impression of you. That is real. And as someone that had a first impression throughout life of I was that knucklehead that didn't graduate high school and was the idiot that got arrested multiple times, and people's families didn't want to be around me. I had a lot of uphill climbing to have them shake that first impression. And it took years, if not decades of hard work for them to view me a different way. And part of that was me curating my own Instagram and social media a certain way so that they would view me as a family man and a good dude.
To answer your question, I don't think we're like, I mean, I don't feel like old dude yelling at cloud, not understanding social media. I feel like, I mean, I'm on the younger side. I feel like I understand how social media works and how athletes use it. I mean, but are we overreacting? 888-957-9570. Is this not a big deal? Like, I can't imagine Kyle Shanahan. I mean, he doesn't actively go on there and see it, I would imagine, but people are telling him about it. I can't imagine Kyle Shanahan is told that Iayuk posted that picture of Terrell Owens and feels all right about it.
No, but I would also say to you this: it's not like the Niners haven't handled this publicly, like in a great way. To be fair, let me take Iayuk's perspective for just a second.
Like, normally it's during like contract years when stuff like this happens. He just signed a gigantic deal.
I know, but
that he's not going to live up to.
Randy, all the big media people with any knowledge, they're like, you know, the Niners, they don't want to trade Iayuk. Like, where are they getting that? I guess is what I'm saying. And if you are in this partnership where you want to do right by the player, you don't leak it that, you know, you want this guy out there. So I think there is a little bit of this from Iayuk's perspective. I can understand why he feels scorned, but this is where you got to take the high road, right? You got to take the high road and not respond to those.
I don't get how he can feel scorned.
What do you mean? When Tim Kawakami comes onto this station and says, I think they want him to feel the heat of they dangled him out there as a trade. And
he got the contract that he wanted.
Yeah, but you don't want to hear your employer. Like if I heard that Matt was dangling me to another station, right? Like that would hurt me.
Good business.
But I'm being real. It would hurt me. But I would also have the perspective as a little bit older who's lived a little, and I have people in my circle, they would tell me like, yeah, you saying anything on that would probably make it worse. And so that's why I'm like, Brandon, you're making the whole situation worse.
I don't think the Niners have like much tolerance, if any tolerance, for this kind of stuff. You heard what Kyle Shanahan said the other week at OTAs about how last offseason, coming off of the Super Bowl loss, he felt like he had to beg everybody to show up for like offseason stuff. And then this season, he was asked like about how this offseason feels different than last offseason. He talked about like how the vibe of the team feels like back and improved. And a lot of that has to do with, handling the Purdy contract early and giving Kittle and Warner extensions. I feel like Kyle Shanahan, having come off of a really rough year last year, a 6-11 season, where everything was a failure. And there's failure, plenty of blame to go around, up and down the roster, up and down the coaching staff, up and down the front office, plenty of blame to go around. And Shanahan had to deal with that, not through, his fault. He deserves some of the blame for that. But they had to deal with that entire failure of a season. And then you get to an offseason where you say, all right, how are we going to improve and be better and not be 6-11 again? And step one is to avoid the off-season drama that bled into last year for them. And they see something like this, I don't think they're going to take it lightly. This, I guarantee you, pisses Kyle Shanahan
Do you
off.
think he's played his last down for the Niners, or is that too extreme?
Sorry, what was that?
Do you think he's played his last down for the Niners?
No,
or is that
I think that's too extreme.
Okay.
I think that's too extreme. I think it's impossible to trade him with that contract and the injury that he's on right now.
Somebody's got to get to him who loves him and say, Brandon, just less is more. Nobody needs to hear this right now. You're doing yourself. If you want to stay with the Niners, you're not doing anything that you should be doing right now. Take the high road. Less is more. There's just no point.
Yeah, I'm with you. We can get back to this.
I'm sorry. It frustrates me.
You're good. We can get back to this in a sec if you want, but I do have some news.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
This comes courtesy of Alex Pavlovich. Big roster shakeup for the Giants.
What?
Not a trade, don't worry. Lamont Wade Jr. and Sam Huff were DFA'd. Christian Koss was optioned. Dominic Smith was signed and will be on the active roster tonight. Outfielder Daniel Johnson and catcher Andrew Knizner were called up from AAA. So back end of the roster changes. Lamont Wade, Sam Huff, that's opening day first baseman, and backup catcher were DFA'd. Christian Koss, infielder, pinch runner, optioned.
Dominic Brown, ex-Philly. Matt's on the phone right now. Look him up. Ex-Philly outfielder. I believe at one point was a higher prospect for them. Hasn't really lived up to it. What was he? Philly Met? I mean, he's bounced around a little, hasn't he?
I will check for you. I do remember him on the Phillies. I can guarantee you that.
Okay. This is all off the top of my head.
Is this the right Dominic Brown? This Dominic Brown hasn't played in the big since 2015. That can't possibly be the
so
right.
It's not that one. Okay.
It can't be the right Dominic Brown.
Okay. So this is somebody else.
I have no idea who the other Dominic Brown is.
Look, Lamont Wade Jr. was a nice Giant. He had a great year. They probably squeezed the lemon for every single drop on him. I wish him well.
I don't know if there's another Dominic Brown.
Is it Dominic Smith? Do we have the names wrong?
Oh, it's Dominic Smith. You're right. Sorry.
So the guy who only played for the Mets.
Dominic Smith. Let's see. We've got former first-round pick of the New York Mets in 2013.
There you go.
He last played with a couple of teams last year, Boston and Cincinnati.
I didn't even know that. Okay.
93 total games last year, batted .233, 6 home runs, 34 RBIs.
Gotcha.
I don't know where I got Dominic Brown from.
That's okay.
Dominic Smith signed, outfielder Daniel Johnson and catcher Andrew Knizner called up from AAA.
I mean,
those are the moves.
They don't have a first baseman. Is Eldridge like a week in AAA and right up? I mean, seriously.
Or is Casey Schmidt the everyday first baseman for a while now?
I mean, wow. Just pull up Schmidt's at-bats real quick.
Dominic Smith plays first base, who they just signed.
I thought he was also an outfielder. Maybe I'm wrong. So they're going to have him. He's
defensively. He's played some outfield in his career, but the majority has been at first base.
So I think
420 games at first base, 182 in left.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess they're going to give him a shot there. That's kind of surprising.
Career 246 hitter.
Yeah, this is a Band-Aid, not a full surgery. Wouldn't you agree? This is nothing that's going to...
He was not in their system. They signed him. Yeah. He was a free agent. He was just out there.
Christian
has not played this year.
And Christian Koss is down. So, I mean, this is just... this is not big enough. This isn't enough. This is a Band-Aid for right now on a gunshot wound. That is first base.
I mean, it does at least, I don't know, does it send a message?
To what?
Lamont Wade.
I do not think Farhan would have DFA'd Lamont. That's what I would say. If you're asking me about that, I do not think he would.
This is not, he out of options, doesn't send him down to AAA. He's got to clear through waivers, and the Giants could get him back if they want. But
I think Bryce is coming up soon. That's what this tells me.
Well, I do think,
right? Like, this tells me Bryce is like a week or two in AAA. This isn't big enough.
Okay, let me play for you what Buster, this was with Willard and Dibbs, I think in February, before the season.
And I told you, backup catcher is still going to be, to me, that is a trade, acquisition, not necessarily to replace Bailey, to supplement it. Great examples last night. They had to pinch run for Bailey. Like, there's going to be times you want to pinch hit for him and have that guy just play catcher at the end of the game. They need to get a situational catcher in here at some point. Doesn't have to be a glove first guy, but a better hitter than whatever Bailey is currently.
And by the way, from the 415 asking, what does DFA mean? Designate for assignment. It is not sending somebody down to your minor league squad.
They have to accept said assignment, or they outright become a free agent.
And I would imagine Lamont is probably going to...
Who was the other guy that got DFA'd and didn't accept the assignment recently with the Giants? But basically, you become a free agent, and then you
go through a waivers process.
Yes.
And if a team claims you, then they have your rights. If not, then you could come back to the Giants if they wanted you back. But by DFAing, the Giants are saying we're not scared to lose him.
At all, which they shouldn't be. And then Daniel Johnson, we're seeing here on the 707, is a Vallejo guy, 29 years old, played for the Guardians at one point, Baltimore Orioles. So local guy, let's pull for him. Let's see what he's got. Basically, he's got 4 home runs, 5 RBIs, and a 200 batting average in his big league career.
I know that this Dominic Smith and everybody else that is now a Giant does not matter a whole lot. Like, you don't expect these guys to come in and tear the cover off the ball and turn the season around.
At what point, that's how they brought in Lamont Wade.
You wanted Lamont Wade off the team. You wanted no more Lamont Wade at bats.
We were done with him.
Like, this is at least a step showing that the team is willing to make a decision like that. You and I might not think it was a very difficult decision, but they made the decision, and I think we can all agree, considering how Lamont has played, considering the way that he's moved, like this feels like the decision that had to be made. And you give him credit for making the decision.
Absolutely. But these are 3 back into the roster guys, and then you're bringing in 3 new guys who...
Well, realistically, what could they do today?
Not much, but at least it's a sign that they're going to do something. Farhan loved to tinker with one slot on the back end of the rotation. On the back end of the depth chart. It was like he was a day trader. I mean, it would drive me completely insane. This is a big enough move, though. This is a shakeup.
Yeah, let me read this again. So, big roster shakeup. Lamont Wade Jr., Sam Huff, DFA that's designated for assignment. Christian Koss was optioned. Dominic Smith, first baseman, left fielder, was signed and will be on the active roster tonight. Had played 10 AAA games this year, but was a free agent. Outfielder Daniel Johnson and catcher Andrew Knizner, I might be mispronouncing his last name there, were called up from AAA.
So what does Lamont Wade represent?
He represents someone that the Giants thought was an answer, a short-term answer at first base, and now they don't have a short-term answer at first base.
Does he represent anything when it comes to Farhan? Because I do believe when they moved off Slater, it was like, oh, finally. Not that we didn't like Slater, not that he couldn't have moments. It's just what he, like the avatar of what he represented.
He represented one of Farhan's dumpster diving guys who turned out to be better than anyone else expected.
But then he turned back into a pumpkin.
But not good enough to really make much of a difference.
Exactly. I've used the analogy.
This year, terrible, made a negative difference.
Absolutely. I think he was traded for Sean Anderson, the flowing long hair guy with Minnesota. But Yastrzemski, to a lesser degree than Lamont Wade, represents the same thing.
Pyro was the same.
They're avatars for just good enough to stymie other people that I'd rather see. Like, I like Gary Payton II. I feel we over-elevated him, and at times...
Sound like Ty Jerome over Moses Moody is what that sounds like.
But even Ty Jerome put to the side. Like, Gary Payton is just good enough to frustrate you to where he's not good enough to be... stymieing young players that we had hope for and we drafted. You know what I mean? Like, I wanted to see Moody, but you're always like, but GP2's just a little better right now. And you're right, he is. But it overall hurt the development of a younger player that you had more promise for. And you could always justify each game. Yeah, but Gary's just a little better right now. And I feel like that's kind of what Yaz is and Lamont was for so long. Like a Matos right now. A lot of people who like Matos, they're frustrated. Like, play Matos. He's not better than Yaz. So every day you can make the argument, yeah, Yaz is a little better. But then you look up and you're like, we've been doing this thing for Matos for 2 years where you're not giving him the 3 straight weeks that he needs. You get what I'm going with this?
Yeah, no, I hear you. But,
and so, I mean, Yaz is better, but it's what they represent, which is blocking the development of a plane of someone else when it's like you're not winning anything of significance with Yaz.
Lamont Wade also represented like Farhan's like very, very identifiable and like very true. This was his skill. It was going and finding somebody who everybody else valued as nothing and like actually like he had an eye for finding undervalued players and having them come in and actually produce a little bit.
Sure.
But you're right. Maybe it would block guys at times. For me, in my opinion, I just feel like you play whoever you think is your best guy, and if your best guy happened to be a guy that the Orioles thought was a nobody, and you acquired and he turned out to be decent, like I don't have a problem with that if he's your best guy.
No doubt.
But what the issue the Giants fell into, and I think what got Farhan in trouble was he was far too comfortable using 3-4 starting spots for guys like that.
Yeah.
Who were worth nothing, and yeah, great find. They came in and were better than anyone could have expected. But those should be 1 starter, 2 starters at most. Guys coming off of your bench, not guys that we're having to look at and play every single day.
No doubt.
5 of them.
No doubt. Oh, gosh.
So you really think that this means Bryce Eldridge is coming up sooner
in the next couple weeks,
later?
yeah.
Okay, let me play this for you.
That's what that feels like to me.
Let me play this for you. Buster Posey.
Hear me out. Yeah. I'm going to let you play that in a second. If they thought first base was that big of a hole and Bryce was that far away or couldn't be better than whoever they could go, I think they would have made a trade. I do. I think they would have.
It's hard to make it. I hear you, but it's hard to make a trade now. When opposing teams will just say.
No, I think they would have made a trade for a AAA. I think they would have made a trade for a AAA player who's like, let's say 29, 30, 31 years old, stashed him in AAA and then elevated that guy with a subsequent move like this. Do you get where I'm going?
Yeah, I guess. I do think, though, this move might also signify that. I also think what Buster said yesterday kind of signifies a change in philosophy for the Giants. Here's Buster Posey in February on this station with Willard and Dibbs when asked if there's a chance that Bryce Eldridge makes his debut this year. Again, this is Buster Posey February before this season, right before spring training. Here's Buster on Eldridge maybe debuting this year.
I think our preference would be for him to get another year under his belt and get reps in both offensively and defensively, but you never say never. You know, I mean, I don't think any of us would be disappointed if he forced our hand, if it came to that at some point in the year. But internally, talking with Randy Wang, Kyle Haynes, and player development, we were all on the same page that we want to make sure he's as developed and prepared as he can be so that again, he can have a long and very successful career.
Okay, so that's one Buster answer on the Eldridge question. And it's essentially, ideally, we want him to have a full year in the minors again. If he hits 30 home runs and is hitting 400 and he tears the cover off the ball and he forces our hand, yeah, okay, that's one thing. But we want to make sure he's totally ready for the big leagues. That was in February. Yesterday, pregame, Buster Posey asked essentially the same question after he gets elevated to AAA. And Buster Posey says, quote, I still think for Bryce, it's best to get reps, but again, things change. We'll continue to have conversations and watch his progress. He continued, quote, we most definitely want to put him in a position to succeed, but yeah, ultimately the goal is to win games at the big league level. Wow. I don't know how you interpret that, Shasky, but that feels to me like an entirely different mindset. In February, it was he has to be ready, yes. And until he's ready, we're not calling him up. He might prove to us that he's ready sooner than we expect, but until he's ready, he's not coming up. Yesterday from Buster Posey, it was, we have no answer at first base, and the second that he becomes the guy that we think gives us the best shot to help us win, he will come up. Whether he is ready or not, whether we think he's going to field great and hit 250 or better, whenever we think he is our best first baseman at the big leagues, he will be called up. I think that is a very dramatic shift in philosophy that we heard from Buster yesterday.
I think your point about what's going on at first base is extremely important. Like right now, because of necessity, who's learning on the fly at first base?
Casey Schmidt.
That tells you everything you need to know about their depth in the minor league system at that position.
Now, he does have a better fielding background. Casey Schmidt does.
Oh, there's no doubt. But first base is extremely unique to the other positions. Yeah. But no, I'm a big his defense is unbelievable. I'm talking Casey Schmidt. I love his arm. I think his arm's better than Chapman's. But that's a different conversation. These opportunities, things happen that you can't predict. You might have a plan, and then the season happens. Case in point, do you remember why Brandon Belt first came up in 2011?
I don't remember why, but he debuted and hit a home run that first series. I remember that.
I remember why. Aubrey Huff was in the worst slump of all time and literally went missing.
Didn't Belt debut in 2011 on the opening day team?
No. He didn't come up till later. Lubby. He did. He came up. He came up immediately because of injuries, because Huff was hurt.
Huff was hurt.
And then went down.
Okay.
All right. And then came back. Lubby.
What's going on here?
What? You just go fast five.
All right.
Jesus. Lubby. Yeah, my final thought is this. Brandon Belt, because of the whole Huff thing, remember they tried to Huff in left field at one point?
Yeah.
He was mentally just all out of the place. He started up because of injuries, and then went back down, and then why'd he come back up? They wanted him to play the whole year in the minors. He came back up because Huff was awful. And that was the beginning of the downfall of Aubrey Huff, but that's a whole other story for another day.
And Belt had a really rough year.
He did. Well, he was awesome in spring training that year. Remember, they had this thing called The Franchise. Remember that show?
Yeah.
And it was like they began to sit on down and have a beer with me. And then they threw him a beer, and him and Brandon, you made the team, kid, and you're coming on up. But again, because of necessity, these things happen.
Belt was never as big of a prospect as Bryce was.
No. Was he a second or a fifth round pick?
I don't remember.
Crawford was like a fourth round pick, I want to say.
My final thought is I hope you're, at least in the short term, hope you're ready for a lot of Casey Schmidt at first base.
Let me look it up.
He's your everyday first baseman, I think, for now. Get used to it. I mean, maybe Bryce comes up in a couple weeks, but
Belt drafted in the fifth round.
Fifth round, out of Texas.
Yes. He was a closer, too, for Texas every now and then.
I do remember that.
Yeah.
All right, Sam, final thought. What do you got for us?
My final thought is, man, how locked in on that Stanley Cup Finals are we going to be? Oilers and Panthers in the rematch starting tonight. Oh, man, as the Panthers won last year, will the Oilers get revenge? Probably not. I think the Panthers are going to repeat. I'm going to go Panthers in 6.
Give me Connor McDavid and the Oilers.
Would be cool to see the Cup go to Canada, but Panthers just playing so locked in right now.
Have you ever skated in your life?
Ice skated?
Yeah.
Yeah, not for hockey, but like at a nice skating rink. Sure.
It's hard.
I'm not good at it.
Skating's hard.
Probably haven't done it in like 15 years.
You ever tried to skate backwards on ice?
I can hardly go forward.
I know.
I've never skated on ice. I skated on those like plasticky square things.
Yeah, not the same. Carter, what do you got? Final thought?
And that was like when I was like 10.
Wait, what's a plasticky square thing?
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, my final thought is we got some NBA news. I don't know if Matt told you. I came in here to try to tell him. But the Phoenix Suns just hired their head coach. Jordan Ott, Cavaliers assistant, was hired this morning as the Phoenix Suns head coach. So the first of a plethora of jobs in the NBA has fallen.
Who's going to be the Knicks head coach?
I thought it was Jaden Ott was the running back that was leaving Cal.
Yeah, that's a sad story. Don't get me started on that.
Is it though?
The Ottoman Empire.
Dude, he was their best player. Yeah, it's a sad story.
Cal's basically a feeder program now.
When they blew that, Sam, I know it's Miami, but when they blew that game to Miami, oh God.
I was there.
Who's gonna be? Is
the nicest day ever?
Is Jay Wright gonna coach the Knicks? Are they just gonna get the whole Villanova band back together?
Bring DiVincenzo back.
Jay Wright, Villanova coach to the Knicks?
Is that what's going on?
Probably not, but I don't know. It's where my mind goes. Is Mike Malone gonna get a job this cycle?
That's who I picked.
Start a new dynasty?
I don't know.
See,
I hate Mike Malone, right?
Like all the last 6 coach of the years have been fired.
Do you know why I hate Mike Malone?
Why do you hate Mike Malone?
Because after winning one title, he was talking like, we're going to be a dynasty. And dog, you won one. Shut up. I said it the day after he was talking dynasty over and over and over again. Mike Malone.
Former Warriors assistant, former Kings head coach.
I know some people that work for the Nuggets. They all thought that. It's kind of sad.
Also former Nuggets.
That they were going to be a dynasty.
All right, that was
win 2.
We gotta go.
Begin the conversation.
We gotta go. That was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Steiny and Guru are next. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll talk tomorrow on the Morning Roast.
And that's what life's about.
95.7 The Game.
It just cracks me up. It just
What does?
That's what life's about.
And that's what life's about. That is great, man.
What's up?
Not the Giants and their bats. I mean, they are not Batman or Batman right now. Dude,
no,
you
they're
were
not.
there. Talk to us. We got breaking news, too. Lamar Wade, night-night.
What?
DFA'd, yeah.
You hate
End
to
of an
see
era.
it. Wow. It's the end of like a period.
Yeah. Last night, Stoney. I mean, I get it. It's early. We talked about it yesterday. You and Evan at the game. 2-0 with a guy that hadn't given up a run in your closer, Doval, in over 20 and a half innings. And the Padres with 2 outs.
That was a tough loss.
You were there.
Night. I was there. I stayed for the whole game.
Did you think it was over with 2 outs in the 9th? Give me that. Just say for once, yes.
I thought they had a good shot at it.
Right.
I thought they had a good shot at it.
Man.
Yeah, they're it's too bad. Because once again they wasted another solid pitching performance. This one by Roop.
Yeah.
But Duvall couldn't get it done. And
well, they couldn't get it done. Ramos home run in the 3rd inning to put them up 2-0. And Stoney, I don't know where we're going with this, but we're just keeping it real. My question to you is, and we got some guests. We got who do we got today? BG and Travis.
Yeah, we got Brian Geltzeiler coming on at 11, Sirius XM NBA Radio.
Finals.
We'll get into some finals. We'll get into some NBA offseason stuff that's starting to percolate. 11:30, Travis Ishikawa, San Jose Giants hitting coach. He's worked extensively with Bryce Eldridge. Bryce Eldridge got promoted to AAA yesterday, and we'll talk about him a little bit because it may be getting closer. At least Buster Posey's talking about it, so that's where we're going to go today. But no, last night, I mean, it started with Adames making a nice play in the hole, but Schmidt can't hold on to it at first. And then Duvall can't find the strike zone, and Machado ties the game with a 2-run single.
Yeah, after 2 walks in between to Tatis and Arias. But, yeah, Stoney, you know, I'm in the lab watching the game, and I'm just like, man, this is what they needed. Up 2-0, 8 scoreless innings. You hand the ball over to your guy, like I said, who has been on fire, Doval. But to lose that game and still have everything under the microscope be about what you're not doing with the bats, and then to get the news before our show that Lamont Wade Jr., you know, it's bigger than just him, Stoney. But, you know, you talked about it. Eldridge is in AAA. Do you really want him to throw him to the Wolves? I don't know, but he's not that far away now.
Well, the one thing I was thinking about, and I came in and I was listening to Shasky and Grandy, and they were talking about Bob Melvin and his demeanor and his disposition and who he is as a manager. And then, of course, I see the boss, and he brings up Melvin and the idea of he needs to manage with more emotion, or maybe somebody needs to, quote unquote, light a fire under this team. I don't know if that works in baseball.
I think it has to. I get your premise, but the bottom line is, Stoney, I'd go Hal McRae. I would flip. Oh, you can't just come to the podium to me as a manager and just say, ho-hum, we're fighting. I mean, that's the truth. But at some point, Stoney, you got to show emotion, and maybe, you know, the Evans of the world, the Stoneys of the world will see their boy Goo, their manager, pissed off, and maybe it brings something out of you that you didn't even know you had in you. But at this point, what do you got to lose, partner?
Well, here's what I was thinking about that particular aspect of it. Bob Melvin and the whole idea of flipping a spread. All right. Here's the problem with that. The problem with that is it's not who you are, and it's not who you want to be. And here's what I mean by that. When the Giants were winning titles, 10, 12, 14, when they went to the playoffs in 16 with that group, what did they pride themselves on? What did they pride themselves
Pitching and
on?
defense.
One of the things, yes,
Okay.
no doubt.
All right.
They also prided themselves on this clubhouse professionalism. It was led by Posey. It had Brandon Belt and Brandon Crawford. They had a team of grown-ups. They had a team of adults. They weren't cocky. They punched the clock. They did things by the book. They love to have a professional clubhouse that doesn't get too high or too low. And now Buster Posey's running the show, and that is the epitome of who he is. Like, he was the quintessential professional in a clubhouse, never lost his temper, never showed any emotion, and just went to work every day and led by example. So when I look at Buster Posey running the Giants, I don't think we're going to see those kind of fireworks. I don't think we're going to see those kind of, let's say, if there's, public altercations. Like, he wants, and he was, in essence, given responsibility to try to take this team back a decade to that period of time where guys knew their roles, they were professional, and they approached it that way, and you didn't need to motivate them because they were self-motivated, and so they ended up hiring Bob Melvin, who we know extremely well from his time in Oakland with the A's, and it's just
the Padres.
It's just not who they are.
Yeah, or who he is.
And I don't think it's who Posey and they want to be.
Well, I'm not, Steiny, I hope I'm not coming across, and I'm a guy that lives my life sometimes too much on emotion. And I like my leader and whatever entity I'm doing in my life, I like emotion. There's just something about that zest that reminds one or puts mental fuel in a tank that you thought you had gas in, and you go out and you try to kick ass. So obviously the Giants' problems are bigger than just Melvin and his lack of emotion or whatnot. But Steiny, last night was the 16th consecutive game where the Giant team has scored 4 runs or less. That has not happened since 1965. They have not scored 32 runs in a 16-game span since 1992. And I told Evan this, and this was a random thought coming out of the green room after you left us. Steiny, I was so sick because you did give Gabe Kapler some love yesterday about 107. And part of why I didn't like 107, not the victory total, was the fact that they did platoon this, Charlie Sheen, platoon that, platoon this. And I'm like, no, people want everyday players. But now they've kind of gone to that everyday model of here, Steiny, Evan, you're here, you're there, Yaz, Wade Jr., and now I'm wondering, maybe that's why they were doing it, Steiny. They haven't upgraded the guys that they've given the everyday roles, and now we're looking at this offense like maybe it's not going to change. Maybe this is just who they are until a move is made. Because if my manager is not going to flip a spread or just go to the mic and tell us how pissed off you really are, and that may not help, Steiny, it kind of feels like dead men walking doing the same thing.
You know what I had the thought about last night as I was watching the Giants game, and it was kind of like watching the Warriors against the Timberwolves, and you'd see the Warriors lose, and people would say, well, Kerr's got to do this, Kerr's got to do that. Maybe play Pat Spencer more. Don't play Pods as much.
Yeah.
Guy Santos, get him in for hustle. Get Santos out of there. We need Kuminga scoring. And the reality is, when a team isn't overly talented, I just don't think there's a lot you can do. And I'm the one that gets me, and I texted this to Evan, and I said, if Casey Schmidt's playing first base for you, you stink. I mean, you're just what Casey Schmidt playing first base, and then Evan brought up a good point. It's not that he can't play first base, but when he's playing first base, then you're not utilizing his prowess on the infield as a fielder and somebody with a great arm. Casey Schmidt is playing first base, and I'm looking at this team with a bunch of hitters hitting in the low 200s or high 100s, and I don't know what you do.
Well, I'll tell you what.
To me, again, you're looking at the lineups last night, and if you're just a casual fan, you'll recognize 4 or 5 Padres names. How many Giants names do you really recognize?
Right.
Outside of maybe Chapman and Adames. Oh, my God, Adames. He doesn't hit the ball hard.
Right now. And who does? Outside of Ramos, who put him up 2-0, And I'll say this about Casey Schmidt, because we could have some fun with how he's, what you think of him as a player. But I got tired of the Lamont Wade experience. But if you're telling me he's gone and Casey Schmidt's got his spot, I don't think he's a better baseball player than Lamont Wade. I don't even think it's close. Yeah. And if you're struggling all across the board, it is kind of odd that Lamont was the odd man out. And I'm here just 24 hours ago saying I'm tired of watching Lamont Wade Jr., bat. But at the end of the day, if you're comparing him to Schmidt, that's kind of odd that he's still up here and Wade is gone.
888-957-9570 is the number. If you're a Giants fan,
boy, Steiny.
I mean, what team do you believe in? The one that started 12-4, or the one that just can't hit right now, 21-24 since that? Which is the more realistic version of this Giants team, I think, is something we got to discuss, because the season's so long. Maybe we're finding out that they just simply don't have staying power. 888-957-9570 is the number. A lot of good, fun stuff last night out at the ballpark last night, Goo. We'll talk about it on the other side. That segment brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort. Blake Snell, he stinks.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Shut up, Steiny. You can't stink if you don't pitch.
We'll see.
He's supposed to be back around mid-June, Blake Snell. He pitches for the Dodgers. Well, he doesn't pitch for the Dodgers right now, but eventually he will.
Yeah.
Which year is it? You said he's supposed to be back around June.
Man, Evan told us before
pretty much every year it feels like. Yeah. It's about when he ramps up.
Yeah, but this team needs somebody that can swing it.
Yeah,
Travis, he still got some at-bats in him.
Ishikawa?
Yeah.
He's going to be joining us at 11:30, Travis Ishikawa. And the more the Giants don't hit, the more we're going to start hearing the name Bryce Eldridge. And he's now at AAA. And I saw Buster Posey was asked about him yesterday after he was promoted. And Posey basically said that it's best to get him reps. He'd like to get him a lot of reps at AAA, but that things can change and change pretty quickly. Yeah. So that tells me the door's open for him at some point. But the other thing about that game last night, Goo, is like the Giants made some plays that should have led to a win, and the Padres made some plays that should have led to a loss.
Yes.
And none of that happened.
And that's why it's frustrating. But, you know, the boss put out a tweet.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Yeah, it was about...
this ought to be good.
Tatis, and I'm paraphrasing here, and Machado. And I kind of was with them. Sometimes we know they're studs. Okay, we know they can rake with the best of them. But sometimes, Steiny, to me, their body language is kind of off, and Tatis has been struggling a little bit with the bat. And I was watching that game like I'm not feeling I don't like his energy. Machado, I won't use punk, but the baseball version of it sometimes it's just like yuck. And then there's a pass ball in the 9th inning, and Tatis is stuck on first and doesn't go to second base. And I'm saying that's what Nahegan was talking about. They're done. And the next pitch, he steals second base, but he could have been thrown out.
Could have been.
And it'd have been night. And then that would have jolted what I think this Giant team can do in regard to good luck. And Machado comes up there knowing Doval's struggling. As phenomenal as he's been, Steiny, he couldn't locate any. The fastball was not an option. He waited, slider, bam, tie game. And I'm like, they earned their reward. But if the Giants were clicking on all cylinders, they would have made Tatis and that Padre team pay for not being what I deem button up.
Believe it or not.
Like, I couldn't believe Tatis was on first base.
I couldn't believe it either, but if you look at the pitch, it came off that backstop so fast.
How'd the runner on second go to third?
Right. You know what?
Because he was in the game.
Because he was paying attention. Yeah, but if you're not paying attention, I could see why it caught him by surprise. No harm, no foul.
Yeah. And you saw that real time, you had to be like, are you kidding me?
It was less about not taking second, because also you have a guy in front of you, so you can't just take off blindly. But then stealing the next pitch because you knew you didn't take second base against the best catcher in baseball with 2 outs in the game on the line.
Evan, I was hoping he got thrown out.
That's a ballsy play. However, you don't want Machado on your team?
Oh, yeah,
exactly.
No.
I was waiting to come
he went
down there.
4 for 4 and made the 2 biggest plays of the game.
It could be my third baseman of light. Like, no. I just sometimes...
You said you agreed with Nahegan.
No.
Like the punk aspect.
I think of Machado, Evan, with the Dodgers and some of the stuff. Dude is a stud. Don't get me wrong. I just was feeling like I don't like their energy tonight. And that's just me, in the lab with the remote.
Well, then what'd you think of the Giants' energy?
I didn't see it. Yeah.
Machado was...
They're dead men walking right now. And...
Well, you think, here's my question to Giant fans.
I don't know what you can do.
Well, that's what I'm going to ask is, do you think what's going on now, let's say the last 16 games, is that who they are?
Offensively. Because this
or
staff...
is it temporary? Is it more permanent than that? Is it a 16-game hitting slump? Is it a sign that they're going to have trouble scoring runs if they move forward in the same way? I don't know. I get the sense, and I've been listening to Posey that it feels to me like Posey still thinks it's a little too early, not necessarily to make a move, but he was talking about the trade deadline, which is 2 months from now, meaning it's still early for the trade deadline. The talks haven't really heated up yet. And also he's at the point where, he probably wants to see a little more just to make sure what he's seeing is what's actually happening. And he made it seem like anything they might do in the next short period of time is going to be internal rather than going to get somebody because, the timing's not exactly right, at least the way he talks about it, to make that kind of move yet.
And you're not out of it, but you just dropped 2 games at home that you easily could have won. And let's talk about the bottom of the 10th, Stoney. Why are the Giants 2 nights in a row? You got a runner on second. Why are you trying to utilize the bunt? To me, that's sending, okay, if you're not going to be rah-rah or just be Mr. Emotion, why are you kind of giving yourself, like you got a runner on second already? You're sending the message and signal to me that you don't trust your guys. Well, and a sack fly for the Giants now feels like a home run.
Yeah, I didn't have any problem with that. And the reason I didn't is because the guy they're asking to bunt can't hit.
Wow, man.
Casey Schmidt. So, and then the next batter.
Under 200, batting under 200.
And the next hitter's one of your best hitters, if not your best hitter. And he just happens to, hit it to shortstop and they're playing in. And so, the runner doesn't advance from third and then it's ball game after that.
I do want to give some love.
And that, the Padres did the same thing, and they made it look easy.
Yeah. And they got a hit with runners in scoring position.
Well, actually, you know what? I was thinking of Monday's game. Monday's game, they bunted them over, sack, fly, run. It was like clockwork. Last night, they got a big hit with 2 outs, obviously, by Cronenworth, but I got no problem with the Giants using Schmidt to bunt the runner over last night to give away their first out.
Yeah. And we can't not mention Matt Chapman with the gloves, Donnie. The Padres were threatening in the top of the 8th inning. That double play he got where fielded it, ran, stepped on third, and made a throw to first base for the double play. I mean, we've seen him flash the leather, but good God, that was special, I thought, last night. How many third basemen make that play? And you saw
maybe one on the other side.
Yeah.
No, and I'm not taking a shot at Chapman here, but the reality of the situation is Machado goes 4 for 4 and ties the game with 2 outs with a 2-out single. And earlier in the game, he throws out Flores on a relay at home.
Gunned him.
And you come out of that game and you say, well, Machado was the best player on the field. And he's the biggest reason why the Padres won that game.
Yeah, and I'm Mr. Steiny, you know this, Evan too. I'm Mr. Monday morning quarterback, but I have no problem sending Flores with the way this team is, performing at the plate. You got to push the envelope, and Machado guns you down, but I don't know what you thought sending him. Maybe if he stays, who knows, but the likelihood of the way that you're swinging the sticks, nobody brings him home, but I would have did the same thing. You're scuffling now.
Yeah, I didn't really have a problem with that. I thought he was going to score, but watching the replay after watching it live.
Went to review.
He was going to score until Machado got the ball.
Yeah.
That's where like their guys just made plays last night and the Giants didn't have enough. Like they had Machado at the plate with 2 outs against a guy who hadn't given up a run in a month and a half.
Man.
And the Giants had their best hitter at the plate with a runner on third and 1 out who could not get it done. Yeah. That's the difference.
Yeah. There's no doubt. And also,
I feel like that's
going back to the Tatis play. He makes a mistake by not going to second on the next pitch. He just steals.
Yeah.
And so the Padres 1 pitch later get away from somebody not playing fundamentally sound or not paying attention, and he just gets down there on the next play and turns out to be the game-tying run in the 9th inning.
Yeah, and Cronenworth in the 10th, Steiny singles, Merle scores, and what do the Giants do? Ramos grounds out, and Lee grounds out. It's buzzer luck right now for them. It just really is at the dish.
By the way, I got to shout out our good friend and one of our favorite P1s, Jim Mole.
Yeah.
Because he's the guy who got me the tickets. And I got to tell you, his seats are great. So they're on the third level, but they're right behind the plate, maybe a third. I know where you're at. A third of the way up the third baseline. Just great view of a game. It's just a great view of a game.
Yeah. I have not been to PNC Park in Pittsburgh, but Steiny, I've seen the aerial view, obviously, and the Gotham City backdrop, and that's special with the Allegheny River. But we're talking about going to Third and King, Oracle, which is taking in baseball and feeling like you're in Mexico. That's how I go. That's the ocean, bruh. There is the infrastructure of the Bay Bridge if you're on the first base side where you look up and then you see Treasure Island and that infrastructure of the Bay Bridge and then the ocean, the Pacific. Oh, my God. Like, that is special. And Bonds used to deposit the ball into McCuffey Cove. And they got guys in kayaks getting the ball. Not right now. God. You don't need anybody over there now in McCuffey Cove.
It's hard to tell the actual point where the bay stops and the ocean begins, but you're mostly seeing the bay, not an ocean when you're in that section.
It's endless, dude. It's just you get to Mexicoville. Yeah.
You see McCovey Cove.
Oh my god.
And then you go out from there and it's the bay. And then I don't think you can see the Golden Gate.
No, the Bay Bridge.
Right. I know you can see the Bay Bridge.
Yeah.
But
did you get the feeling though last night, Steiny, like, because we talked about, I don't know, the idea that it's been hard to get fans behind the Giants this year. I don't know. Like, there was almost 40,000 people last night on a Tuesday. They're top 8 in attendance. Like, the team might not be doing well, but I don't get the feeling that fans aren't behind the team.
No, but
respect to the Bay Area baseball fans.
I will say this: I sensed a touch of "it's a great timeout" last night. You know what that phrase is from?
The Warriors.
From the old Warriors. The old Warriors when they weren't very good, and they would develop a marketing plan around the opposition.
Right.
And so they would say, "Come see the Warriors against Kobe and Shaq."
Yeah.
And against, I don't know.
But that was respect to the Bay Area basketball fans, though. We weren't front runners.
Well, what I'm getting at is there were some Padres fans there.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right.
Including a few behind us. And
were they loud?
The dude was pretty funny. He was pretty funny.
They got loud late.
They did.
Can you give me a line that made you chuckle?
The guy really knew baseball, and like every time a Giant would hit the ball in the air, you know how, and he would just be like, Canaccord.
Wow, man.
Or a routine. And he always seemed to be right. So, no. Bob Melvin.
Give me, oh boy.
Bob Melvin, Flores. What happened with Duvall?
Bob Canillo hadn't allowed an earned run for about 2 months. Yeah. Just considering how good he has been over the course of this stretch, would you just consider this more of a bump in the road than anything?
Yeah, I just had a little off night with the couple walks. So look, I mean, we feel great every time he's in a game, and he's had quite a run. We shut him down for 8 innings. They scored 2 in the 9th. Ball off the end of the bat. It's a hit, but a good at bat by Manny. So it's the walks, I think, that got him the most.
And man, who can even come down Camilo's road? That obviously not how he drew it up, and he's sick. But again, Sal, if we talk about what he's done over the last 2 months, the dude has been untouchable. So that's the least of this team's problems going into tonight's game. How do you generate offense?
I mean, they're averaging 2 runs a game over 16. What do you want?
Steiny, 14 for 105. That's a batting average of 133 with runners in scoring position. That's not 50 at bats. That's team 105. 14 hits.
I hear you. The other thing that happens to a team that's in a stretch like the Giants is you have a guy that's been virtually perfect, and then the one game that he isn't, it ends up costing you. So, yeah, Duvall hadn't given up an earned run in almost 2 months, but those games are now behind you, and this was the one you really needed, and he wasn't as good as he's been. And so on a night like that, your closer, who's been terrific, can't hold on. So,
and you just wonder if there's any carryover, Stoney, into tonight. I haven't played Major League Baseball, but you got to think the way they're scuffling and the fact that the way they've lost these last 2 games at home, kind of gut-wrenching fashion. Is there any carryover into tonight's game?
I mean, you know what they say about momentum in baseball, and Evan can speak to this.
Jim Leland.
Evan can speak to this better than you or I, and that is, momentum only goes as far as your next starting pitcher. So,
I struck out 14 in the TLC.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Giants. Who's going tonight for the Giants?
For the Giants?
Yeah.
I got to check.
Yeah, I should have. That's my bad.
Cease.
No, he's going.
Well, he's a Padres pitcher.
Anyway.
No, I'm just kidding. It's Kyle Harrison against Nick Pivetta.
Dick Pivetta? Okay.
He's dead.
So,
is he? Oh, no. Did I just kill Dick?
I don't think Dick Pivetta is dead.
Remember I told you that was my favorite ref?
He was terrible official.
He
stunk.
I liked him.
He stunk, and I don't say that about a lot of officials.
Is he still with us,
Nick Pivetta is still with us.
Oh, yeah, Nick is.
Right. But we're talking about
Dick.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Pivetta.
Yeah, he's 85.
Oh, he's still with us.
He's probably still in great shape.
Yeah.
I will say that. Did I hear Shasky say maybe you?
Sorry, Dick.
Yeah.
So, that maybe you should address the Giants.
Oh, I'd let him have it. We got 2 days left in the week. Okay. The voice goes.
Let's wait till they get swept. I mean, let's wait till this series is over.
Well, you got 2 more. Yeah.
Yeah, tonight and then Thursday afternoon game.
Okay, tell me if I'm just back to Melvin. Tell me if we kind of touched on it yesterday. It didn't work out for him in San Diego. And he had those cast of characters that were on the visiting team last night, Machado and Tatis and even Soto, Stoney, and it kind of didn't work. So you don't have that at your disposal in regard to talent, guys that, future Hall of Famers, in my opinion. I mean, at what point do you think maybe if you had that bravado in your face, what are you doing? I'm sitting here or whatnot, a different approach? Could you get different production? Or do you just feel like, no, Melvin's not out there swinging the stick, man?
Well, I just, obviously.
There's no drama on this team right now.
Well, and
that we know
that's the way they like it. That's the way the Giants organization likes it. I look at Bob Melvin and his demeanor, and I think it's exactly the kind of manager Posey would want. I don't think Posey wants an animated, emotional guy.
He's got to get through to guys, to
right.
Ramos and Schmidt and guys like that, like and Adames. I'm just thinking out loud. Stein.
I mean, if Adames had the greatest version of Casey Stengel managing him, I mean, what can he do? Right. Adames is not very good right now.
And it kind of starts with him. If he heats up, and that's the beautiful thing about baseball in the lineup, Stoney, one guy can get it going. And right now, he's batting 5th. We've seen him bat 6th, 7th. That's not what he was brought over here to do, Adames. So maybe once he figures it out, but at that time, what are you in the standings? Because they were the greatest story early on in the game, to me, baseball. And now you look up, Stoney, and they're 5 over. And, man, by the time I see you next week, if they don't get off, they don't get it going, they could be back at 500.
I saw a story on MLB today that they picked 7 teams that are having better seasons than last year and whether or not it was sustainable. And the Giants were one of the 7 teams.
What is this? Sustainable?
Well, I think they gave a reason why it's sustainable and then why it's not. But they basically said this is a team that's been 500 or below 3 straight years, and now they're 6 or 7 over, and it looks like their pitching's got some staying power.
Man.
So the question is, can they get back on track with?
Well, can
with
they
these
hit
guys?
good enough, Steiny? Right now, the answer looks like hell no. Willards of the world, everybody's frustrated.
What about him?
Remember, he came in the other day, the first time I ever seen him go half guru, where he was just like, that was the game. Which one was it? Yeah, that was the game. Just like, whoa. Like, it's a lot of Giant fans. I got to believe, like, come on.
I'll say this.
Chicks dig the long ball.
I'll say this about Willard and how he talks about the Giants. Yeah. He has acknowledged that they're not hitting well. So Willard's acknowledged that. So
okay,
it's on the table.
But the question is,
fair,
guys,
it's
why?
now fair to talk about.
Like Shasky, it's real, and everybody, like, I don't know. Now I know why they did a platoon a couple years ago. I said it earlier. Now it's coming into true focus, Donnie. Maybe these guys that they're running out can't handle the load every day. I'm just wondering. You told Lamont Wade bye-bye for a guy that's not batting 200 right now. I know Dominic Smith is on his way, but Casey Schmidt, Steiny?
What?
He was your first baseman last night.
I brought that up. I think that's a problem. I do. Question is, you want to bring up Bryce Eldridge at some point? I got to believe you do. The sooner the better.
Well, let me ask you this, partner. What would be the downside of that?
The downside of it,
he's just to 1 for 18. He ain't gonna. He knows he's like, this is early on. Maybe they need something like that.
Yeah, but I think if you brought him up and only him up either today, a week from now, or 2 weeks from now, if that's the only thing you're doing, then you're clearly asking him to do something pretty special after just coming up to the big leagues, which is, hey, we need you to be the guy that is the big reason why everybody starts hitting. And I think that can, depending on his psyche, I don't know about the kid, but here's what Posey said about what kind of guy he is. Or, I'm sorry.
I think our preference would be for him to get another.
There we go. I'm going to save it for the other side because I don't have enough time to get into it. But Posey talked about Eldridge yesterday. We'll get into that on the other side.
Yeah. But Instant One on the chat says Steiny Goo will ruin him if you bring him up now.
It's possible. It's the same.
Let him get his feet wet, get a taste.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same theory. Why? I remember. I got an analogy for you. You want to hear?
I love analogy.
You just want to talk basketball, don't you?
Kind of right now.
Finals?
No, I won't tell you that.
You got scared.
No, I was in 10th grade and wasn't physically prepared to play a team, Reading High School, and Tony Jenkins stripped me twice in the first quarter, and my coach was like, I got to get him out. He'll lose all his confidence.
But you grew from that.
I did, but
he got benched.
Yeah, he took me out of the game because I don't want him to lose his confidence.
Oh, boy. Was he your brother?
Yes.
It sounded like it.
Yeah.
Jenkins.
Stripped me twice. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Brian Geltzeiler going to join us at 11 o'clock. We'll switch over to a little basketball, then we'll get back to the Giants with Travis Ishikawa. He's coming up at 11:30. But when you look at this Giants team right now and the stretch it's in, I mean, what do you think? Is this temporary, or is this something that you think is going to be a lingering issue unless they do something? 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 222.
Call it like you see it. He's playing terrible.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. San Francisco Giants made a move today. They DFA'd Lamont Wade Jr. and signed Dominic Smith. He was in the Yankees organization, AAA level during spring training this year.
Hopefully Dibbs is listening and we got that out the way. He was checking in to make sure we had mentioned that. We got 2 programmed.
I didn't get a text from Dibbs.
No, Evan did.
Uh-oh.
Let us run our offense. We love you. Is that going to help? Like, damn, my boy got capped. And I'm the guy just yesterday saying, I'm tired of watching Lamont Wade Jr., hit. But, man, there could be 3 more names we could add to, but he's the first. And Dominic Smith, Steiny, I don't know. Like, it's desperate. You're desperate. You're trying to do any and everything. I get it.
Yeah, when I look at that lineup last night,
talk to him.
I get it. They need a hitter, but
they need hitters.
They do. I mean, they do. They just do. And I'm starting to realize that, you sign a player like Adames or somebody like that, and I think you think that he might elevate the guys around him.
Of course.
And it turns out that he not only doesn't, but he's just a guy who's getting lost in a lineup of average hitters.
Well, he's getting paid to do that.
I know.
It's still early, but also, Steiny, you need more than one guy.
No doubt.
And that's why I'm looking at Ramos like, Jesus, thank the Lord for him. But, I mean, you talked about Giant fans, and they showed out, and you guys thought there was about 40,000 or so, and the baseball fans in the Bay are repping because they're coming out. But, Steiny, since 107, let's be honest, the Giants' offense has not been – I can make the case that's why they haven't made a wild card.
Well –
and we're going on years now. And you get off to this great start now. I'm just frustrated and flustered for Giant fan. Is this really who you are at the plate? And I'm starting every innings down. I'm starting to think maybe it is.
Yeah. Do you take any solace in the fact that Patrick Bailey's double probably gets out of a lot of ballparks? The one that hit off the brick facade in right center.
No, because I can.
What?
He got a single the other night, and I wanted to pour a drink of new vodka. Remember that? So I'm just like, no, he's underperforming. But I get it. The defense, I was hoping he threw Tatis out, though, Steiny. I really believe had they lost that game that way, it could have jump-started something with the bats. And you could be looking at me like you are with your Harry Careys on, like, goose, stop. Let's just face it. They're not a good hitting team.
Not right now.
Okay.
Not right now, for sure. Let's go to Ramon. Ramon's in San Jose. Hey, Ramon, how you doing?
I'm all right. Hopefully you guys, but my thought, my theory, I guess, for the hitting right now, I'm sad about Lamont leaving. I would have kept him, but I think put everybody else in front of Wilmer, put Adames, Chapman, and Ramos after Wilmer, and Lee at the end. And then put everybody else in front of Wilmer that's not a big hitter or hitting hard right now. And I think that will probably help the lineup right now. Maybe it will, maybe it won't.
Yeah, it sounds to me like I appreciate it. I mean, you can. What's it called? Rearrange the deck chairs.
In a perfect world, Steiny, to his point, will Wilmer Flores be your first guy off the bench?
Yeah, probably.
You know what I mean? Like, but he has been, and I'm sure he loves it. And I mean, he's been a godsend. But my point is, can you ride that the whole year, expecting him to be your version of Babe Ruth, damn near?
More Bob Melvin on what happened last night.
We got to be able to score more than that. I mean, at the time, a 2-run homer after what we went through last night feels good. Roop's pitching well, but we have to add on more runs like that. We can't, just say leave it up to the pitching and shut them out. So it's something that's been a problem for us for a while now. It's another game where we don't score enough runs and put a lot of pressure on the pitching again.
I mean, what's he supposed to do?
Yeah.
What's Bob Melvin supposed to do?
Some people said, Stoney, the best hitter for the Giants is the president of baseball ops, Posey.
Yeah. I mean, let's get back to Eldridge for a sec, because I was going to play this on the other side. By the way, Brian Geltzeiler, he's coming up in 10 minutes. If you know Brian, you know he knows the NBA in a big, big way. We have him on every few weeks. Host on Sirius XM NBA Radio. NBA Finals start tomorrow.
I'm excited about that.
Yeah, me too. We'll talk to Brian about, obviously, Jonathan Kuminga. He's the pivotal player for the Warriors this offseason. We'll talk to him about Giannis and Kevin Durant. Both those players may be on the move. Do the Warriors have a realistic shot at getting either one of those? And also, we've got a little change in the All-Star format that we'll talk to Brian Geltzeiler about. And then at 11:30, we'll have Travis Ishikawa. He is the San Jose Giants hitting coach, and I don't know if there's anybody out there more familiar with Bryce Eldridge. He's worked with him extensively, and Bryce Eldridge, if you haven't heard, has been elevated to AAA. And here's what Buster Posey had to say about Bryce Eldridge.
He wants to be the guy, and I think that's more than half the battle. That if he has that mentality that he wants to be up at the plate in the big situation, he wants to make a play in a big situation. It looks like the guy can really hit. You know what I mean? It really does. I don't want to sell it too much and put any unnecessary pressure on him. But if he just continues on the path he's on, I think he's going to be in a great place. And I think some of the stuff I'll talk to him about is just, the day-to-day, making sure that you're working to improve daily and being patient and understanding that if you continue to put in the work, you continue to work and get better, that your time will come. And we most certainly, when he does arrive in San Francisco, want it to be an arrival that he's going to be in a position to succeed and be here for the long haul.
All right, that was Buster Posey on with Willard and Dibbs, I believe, earlier this week. I think I denoted a Mark Willard response there, but clearly they got to figure out how they want to handle Eldridge, and I think a lot of it will depend on. You'd like all of it to depend on how he's doing and whether he deserves to get called up or not. But maybe it does have something to do with the fact that the big league club is not hitting, and let's just get him up there and see if he can create something.
Yeah, and what I'll say this, Donnie, because I'll take a step back. Lamont Wade Jr. done a lot of good while he was a Giant, right? Mm-hmm. And I believe a winner of the Willie McCovey Award. I think I'm correct. Check that for me.
Yeah, well, if you think you're right, that's fine.
But listen, Lamont Wade Jr. was under 200. The guy you had playing first base last night, Casey Schmidt, was under 200. You got Dominic Smith, Donnie, and I'm looking at his last stint in the bigs between Cincinnati and Boston in 2024. Batted .237 with the Red Sox, 278 plate appearances, and he hit .237 and 6 home runs. And then he had 9 games with the Reds, no home runs, and only 29 at-bats. But my question to you is, I've always thrown rocks at baseball and their stars on the farm because it takes too long. But when you're, devoid of production like the Giants are as a whole, and you got Bryce Eldridge, who looks like, my goodness, Donnie, Shasky was the first to him. This swing is violent. It's incredible. He's got power, something you don't have across the board. What would you really damage if you said, you know what, Steiny, we brought you up almost because we needed to bring you up because guys across the board in our clubhouse are getting it done. And let's just say he didn't have the greatest stint. That's not going to ruin, the rest of his career. So it's almost like a byproduct of our impotent offense that got you up here. And now we're not talking about he's in single A. Steiny, he's in triple A. Maybe we're 2 or 3 weeks away, or 2 weeks of Dominic Smith occasionally getting starts and maybe not getting it done. I say all that to say is, what do you got to lose?
No, I hear that. Now I'm gonna ask Evan this real quickly.
And with that excitement,
what is the danger of bringing Eldridge up if he's not quite ready?
If he's not ready?
Yeah.
Well, then you lose him for the year. Like, if a player's not confident in their hitting, fielding, just overall becoming a professional. The other thing, too, is like he's a high school prospect. He's not a college player, so he doesn't have a ton of real like experience around grown men, like playing or working with grown men. So, I mean, long term, it's not going to kill him. Like if he's great, he's great. But you risk losing his production for the entire season.
I actually get that. And if you're not convinced he's ready and you're not convinced he can be the player you need him to be, then how much is he going to really help anyway?
Well, right now you're hoping, right? You're hoping, Stoney, that Adames and the rest of the guys pick it up. But if you're just going to sit there like a bump on a pickle and that's not coming into fruition, what do you do? And you got a young stud. I hear, Evan, you lose him for the year. But, I mean, man, this thing is going nowhere fast. It just feels like offensively for the Giants.
Yeah.
Your boy, you saw a great performance. 6 1/3 innings from Roop. I mean, come on, Stoney. Yeah. He deserved. What you mean, yeah? I mean, the numbers are the numbers.
Yeah, but they hit him pretty hard early in that game.
But I'm saying, Stoney, his ERA is now 3.18.
All right, but at that
ERA.
ballpark, it's really 4.75. Anyway, I mean, if your ERA in that park isn't under 3, you stink.
So you're not like 8 innings of shutout baseball last night?
It wasn't 8.
What you mean?
Not from the starter.
Oh, no, I'm just talking about all the way through.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah.
You couldn't get 3 outs to win.
No. Hey, Buster, we got to bring this kid up anytime soon? Talking about Bryce Eldridge.
I think our preference would be for him to get another year under his belt and get reps in both offensively and defensively, but you never say never. You know, I mean, I don't think any of us would be disappointed if he forced our hand, if it came to that at some point in the year. But internally, you know, talking with Randy Wang, Kyle Haynes, and player development, we were all on the same page that we want to make sure he's as developed and prepared as he can be so that again, he can have a long and very successful career.
All right, so that was Buster Posey talking about Bryce Eldridge. And like I said, it's 11 o'clock. So let's visit with Brian Geltzeiler, host on Sirius XM NBA Radio. He also contributes at NBA TV. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. What's going on, Brian? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, guys. How we doing?
We're doing all right.
No, we're not, Geltsy. We're not in the playoffs. I'm hurt. But other than that, we're excited for tomorrow, man.
It'll be fun. Listen, what I tell you guys, I said to you flat out last time we talked that if one of Curry or Butler or Green went out, it was over. Yeah. Curry went out, it was over. That was how thin it was for the Warriors in terms of their margin. And by the way, I still think the Butler trade was the right trade, and they'll have a chance to be able to do something and make some changes around the margins for next year, and hopefully for the Warriors fans have a chance to compete.
Yeah, Brian Geltzeiler joining us on 95.7 The Game, host on Sirius XM NBA Radio. Let's start with the Warriors and their big offseason as it relates to Jonathan Kuminga. What do you think his value is to the Warriors and then perhaps to the right team around the league that looks at him and may want to acquire him? Like how vital is he to what the Warriors are wanting to do this offseason?
Well, he's important, and he's important for a way that I don't think most people understand. Like I was talking to somebody the other day, I should say, and what was said to me regarding Kuminga is that the Warriors need to be careful and not sign him to too cheap a deal, and letting him go find a deal out there may be the right move for them because it could help facilitate some kind of sign and trade deal. They're still under the first apron as of right now, and they can go facilitate some kind of sign and trade deal. But for the Warriors to be able to bring in the kind of player they would like to bring in for him, it can't be Kuminga at $14 million a year. There's just the guy that's going to help them isn't out there for that price. It's going to have to be 20 or higher. My estimation is that it would probably land somewhere in anywhere from 22 to 30. I think 30 is rich. I think 20 to 22 is a good number for him. I wouldn't balk at 25, but I think Kuminga has got value out there. in spite of the Warriors' continued efforts to devalue him. He's got value out there. And there's a young team that may have a veteran that could come in and help the Warriors that may want to execute some kind of sign and trade for him. Because if I'm a young team and I'm looking to add pieces and the Warriors don't want this guy anymore, if I'm the Utah Jazz, if I'm the Washington Wizards, he's worth a conversation to take, kind of kick the tires on him and add to a young core as a guy that's played in some playoff games, is a high-end athlete, and has proven he can be a really good scorer on an NBA level. There's a lot of strength to Kuminga's game, and I think, at times it was puzzling to me that Steve Kerr buried him in the way that he did, but Kuminga is vital to what the Warriors are going to do here, and I just don't know that they can keep him because there's a lot of baggage there between him and Steve Kerr, and if I'm Mike Dunleavy and I'm that front office and the Lakeups, I don't necessarily trust Steve Kerr if I'm going to pay Kuminga a lot of money to play him in a way that's going to justify the amount of money that Kuminga is going to command.
No doubt, BG, and that's what I want to also piggyback on, because I told Stoney and the listeners I got Steve Kerr top 5 coach, but the bottom line is when Curry went out, I saw a bunch of Warriors, sometimes even Jimmy Butler, BG, not being able to get their shot. And here goes Kuminga, thrusted into a game, 3 games. And we got a lot of people saying, they didn't win any one of them. I don't care about that. From a Kuminga standpoint, you ask Naz Reid and the rest of the gang, BG, it felt like they couldn't stop him at times. And I double back to, and you tell me if it's too strong, was that a bad look for Kerr and the Warriors that guy that did what he did in 3 playoff games, BG, was basically left for dead?
It is Darryl, I don't think it's too strong. It's a bad look. And it's a bad look on a variety of levels. It's a bad look because when you look at who the Warriors are bringing off the bench, with all due respect to their player development program and the young guys, no one is in the stratosphere of being the athlete Jonathan Kuminga is. Furthermore, for the Warriors in such great shape with bench scoring that they could afford to keep this guy on the bench who could come out in 15 to 20 minutes and give you 12 to 15 points in a game, and was that kind of transition threat when you want to go play fast, I get the fact that at times he looked off Steph Curry, and that is a mortal sin when you play for the Warriors. By the same token, if that's your largest criticism and your largest concern of him, Curry's not playing 46 minutes a game. He's going to play 34 minutes a game. You can't stagger Kuminga in there on the other minutes. With Curry on the bench, certainly you need more scoring to have a guy that's willing to take the ball to the basket and try to be a primary scorer for you. To me, I would have used him so much differently and found a way to harness that athleticism and that talent and that scoring ability. Steve Kerr just completely dismissing him because he wasn't necessarily fitting into, and I'm using air quotes here, the system. I get it. It's a specialized system. You got to play to it, and you're living, everybody with the Warriors, including Jimmy Butler's, living in Steph Curry's world. That's not the wrong thing. It should be that way. With all that said, Steve Kerr's got to manage a roster enough that he's able to get something out of a kid with this kind of talent. And I agree with that. I love Steve Kerr as a coach. I think he's one of the best in the game. This is not his finest moment in his handling of Jonathan Kuminga.
Brian Geltzeiler joining us on 95.7 The Game, Sirius XM NBA Radio. I want to jam 2 things in here. One is obviously Giannis is a big part of the the free agent season, if you will. Kevin Durant is being talked about as someone Phoenix is willing to move. But I did know, and those are 2 names that the Warrior fans would absolutely be interested in. But as you started the show, you said a lot of perhaps moves on the margins. Giannis or Durant or any big boy possibility for the Warriors this summer?
Let's start with Durant. Durant made it clear. Warriors went after him before they traded for Jimmy Butler at the trade deadline. Kevin Durant didn't want to come back to Golden State. And the thing is this. First of all, Golden State's not going to trade for him if he doesn't want to be there. And by the way, that's Dunleavy and the Lakeups. That's smart. If he doesn't want to be there, you're only asking for trouble trying to bring him in. And so he's not going to end up going to a place that he doesn't necessarily want to go to. I don't think the Suns are going to do that to him. I think the Suns got left with egg on their face and got embarrassed when they shopped him behind his back. And I think at this stage of the game, they would rather not look to incite him anymore. Plus, if you know he doesn't want to go to a place, you'd be crazy to trade for him because you know what he can be when he's miserable. The Giannis thing's a little bit different, and I still don't think the Warriors are going to be in the mix for Giannis. Listen, I see the Giannis market this way. Let's start with this. I'm not positive Giannis is going to be out on the market. somebody made a point to me. A couple people made this point to me. The Bucks have a brand new downtown arena, that Fiserv Forum. If you go make a deal, and any deal, Giannis is the only card they have to play. You go make any deal you make with Giannis is going to have to be draft pick heavy. But if it's draft pick heavy, it means you're taking a major step back, and the Bucks are going to be in for a couple of lean years with no one really to go see in that building. I just wonder if this iteration of Bucks ownership has the stomach for that. The other thing is, does Giannis want to ask out? You know, listen, if I'm Giannis and I'm the Bucks, both sides, I think it's time for a parting of the ways. I think it's best for Giannis. I think it's best for the Bucks. The Bucks don't have any other tradable assets. If they're going to go into a rebuild, you can do this now when Giannis's value is at its peak. So I think it's, but I don't think either side maybe has the stomach to want to do this. So we have to see what happens. Let's go to the Bucks and Giannis make the decision that they're going to move on from Giannis. Right now, there's 3 teams that can blow everybody out of the water, and the Warriors aren't one of them. It's Houston, it's San Antonio, and it's Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City's about to play an NBA final tomorrow night. I don't think they're going to be kicking the tires on Giannis unless they lose to Indiana, which I don't think is a likely scenario. Houston and San Antonio can have him if they want him. And I think both would want him, and both would pony up very big for him. And the thing is, they can pony up more than the Warriors. The other thing is this: Giannis is going to, he'll have a list of places that he's willing to go to. My sneaking suspicion is that list is going to be Eastern Conference heavy. Because the Eastern Conference, with the Celtics in a gap year right now, it's there for the taking. It's there for the taking for a team like Cleveland. Indiana obviously went into the Eastern Conference this year. They'll be viable again next year. It's there for the taking for New York, who made it to a conference final. It's there for the taking. So Giannis may want to direct his way to one of those Eastern Conference teams to give him an easier path to go to the finals. The West is going to be brutal next year. So it's quite possible he wants to stay in the East. Now, the other thing is Milwaukee may say, heck, we don't want to trade you to the East. But I don't know at this stage with that relationship, which has been a very good relationship over time, the Bucks ownership and Giannis. I don't think if the Bucks can get the right kind of package, I don't know that they're going to want to stick it to Giannis to send him to a place he doesn't want to go. But I think all of these things I'm painting make it a remote possibility that he ends up on the Warriors. I wouldn't rule anything out because crazy stuff happens in this league every day, as we saw yesterday. I wouldn't rule anything out, but I would tell you I think it's remote that he ends up with the Warriors.
BG, you are the man. I feel like you're my priest, and these are confessions because this is stuff I've been holding on to, and my partner, he gives me grief. But you mentioned Jimmy Butler, and the trade was phenomenal. It was. But BG, I'm upset. And I'm upset he had 26 field goal attempts in game 3 and 4 and 5 combined, 9 and 11, 20 in 2 games when this team was starving for somebody to do something with the ball. Am I wrong to come down this road and ask, what was going on? That's not acceptable. 20 field goal attempts in 2 playoff games? What happened to playoff Jimmy?
So this is my colleague at Eddie Johnson's big complaint with Jimmy Butler. It's the random offensive fading where he just doesn't try to apply his will to a game. This is, and so to answer your question, Darryl, no, you're not crazy for being annoyed by it, but you can't be outraged by it either. And I'll tell you why, because this is the Jimmy Butler experience. This is part of what he does. He will have these moments, whether it's a playoff game or a non-playoff game, but more likely in a playoff game, where he gets it going and he will start to dominate. But he's also an older player, and there's going to be nights where his legs aren't there like they are other nights. He doesn't necessarily push the issue. Maybe he should, and certainly on the games you're referring to against Minnesota with Steph Curry out, get out there and take shots, dude. Who else is taking those shots if you're not taking them? You got to impose your will in a game a little bit. So I hear you with your frustration, but also one thing I've learned about Jimmy Butler over the years, Jimmy Butler's not going to change. Jimmy Butler's he's got a big ego. He's a little fragile emotionally. He needs to have his backside kissed, and he needs to be paid a lot of money or he's going to be unhappy. Now, listen, most of those things are happening here with the Warriors, and I think next year with him making big money, I think you will see the best version of Jimmy Butler that's available for the Warriors next year. What happens next summer when all of a sudden he decides he wants another contract extension? Well, that's a different ball game. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But I do think you'll see the right kind of year out of Butler. But again, nothing changes next year for the Warriors. You want to advance in the playoffs and have a chance? It's got to be Butler, Green, and Curry, all 3 of them healthy on the floor.
Wow. Hey, Brian, thanks as always. Really appreciate it. Thank you, man. And hopefully we'll catch up when free agency begins in earnest.
I look forward to it, guys. Great talking to you both. I'll talk to you soon.
Yes, sir. Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM NBA Radio. We'll get out right now because I want to talk about some of the things he said on the other side. And don't forget, at 11:30, Travis Ishikawa. He worked extensively with Bryce Eldridge, who's maybe not in the mix for the San Francisco Giants. We'll be right back.
Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, coming up in 10 minutes, Travis Ishikawa is going to join us, San Jose Giants hitting coach.
I'm excited.
And we're going to talk to him a lot about Bryce Eldridge, who was promoted to AAA yesterday by the Giants. And with their hitting woes continuing, the question becomes, is it possible Eldridge would come to the big club sooner rather than later, even though Buster Posey said ideally he would spend the rest of the year in the minors to get reps, but he also said things can change.
Like what if he just start hitting bombs left and right on the AAA level study? Then it's like he's forcing the issue, you know?
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, did you have Norm asked me to ask you this, true story.
Sure.
Did you have garlic fries last night?
No. I don't like French fries by themselves.
Okay. All right.
I'll have a couple with a burger, a chicken sandwich.
Or bison burger? You'd mentioned that.
Well, Evan asked me if I'd ever been to Tulsa, and I had, and I've had a bison burger in Tulsa. And,
good.
Evan is, we're struggling a little right now.
Who?
Evan
Trouble in Paradise E.
He doesn't, he doesn't like sometimes my meticulousness, if you will. For example.
No.
And he don't like your forgetfulness. I can't speak for E. I'm sorry.
Trying to remember everything that you omit is a very difficult job. And so when you call me on the one thing that I forget, when I'm spending the majority of my mental capacity on you.
Why am I laughing?
It hurts, Steiny. It hurts.
And you cut him too.
Evan said to me, final start. I said, hey, final start tomorrow. And he said, you mean the Midwest Classic?
Let's go, yes.
And of course, me being the D I am, I said, I think Oklahoma City is more the Southwest. He didn't like that.
But he likes you.
Yeah, sometimes he does.
Yeah, we're good now.
Yeah. What'd you think of Gelsey?
He is raw and uncut, and he made me feel like I belong. Like, I come in here with takes bothered by Butler's 20 field goal attempts, and you make me, you give me a complex or try to, and he basically said, Goo, you're spot on. The Kuminga, it was a bad look, not for Kerr, but for the Warriors. But moving forward, Steiny, what are you really going to take half, 50% on the dollar, sit aside and trade and not able to get what he's really worth back? Like, that has me thinking he can't go anywhere.
I mean, the issue with Kuminga is you could theoretically get somebody back who's not as good as Kuminga, but he helps your team more than Kuminga's helped the Warriors over the last 4 years.
Do you think there's a player out there like that?
What about,
like, how can we?
What about a guy like Caruso? And I know they're never going to get him. Like, most people would say, I'd rather have Kuminga than Caruso. But I think if you put Caruso on the Warriors, he would help the Warriors more than Kuminga. That's just me.
Okay, real quick for the umpteenth time, let's don't just blame JK here. Why hasn't it worked for him to be able to coincide with her? What? No,
Ibanez is going to get mad.
No, this is sports.
Because
I'm asking,
what's the question?
Whose responsibility is it? It's not just Jonathan's, man.
I think it is. I think at the end of the day, it comes down to him. By the way, a very important text here to read from the 510. Matt, have you not been saying exactly the same thing about Jimmy since he's been here? Go ahead and take your laps. Yeah, I mean, basically, Gelsey said, don't tell Jimmy Butler how to play. You need to stop it.
Yeah, I gave you that. Wow. That was a lap, man.
He's an interesting cat.
I don't know if I like that.
What do you mean?
Like, he's an interesting cat, but don't tell him when it's go time.
Hey.
Because it was go time. And he said Eddie Johnson was in on it, too.
That's right. He works with Eddie Johnson. Brian Geltzeiler works with Eddie Johnson. Steiny needs to have pheasant burger. Have you ever had a pheasant?
No, I've hunted pheasant, but I have not eaten it.
I would have thought you'd have had pheasant.
And Norman's probably listening like, dumbass, you have, but I don't remember it. But I've had elk.
You had elk?
Yeah, venison.
Which is better?
I would say, to me, venison.
Have you ever had bison?
No, I haven't. That's why I'm shocked. Like, damn.
Yeah,
so is Bison in the city? Can we go get some after the show?
I gotta believe there's a place that sells bison burgers.
Rome Burger has a bison burger.
Wow. Okay. Well, look at my man Carter.
Check it out. I had one in Tulsa, and it's good. It's not as meaty as a ham. If you have a great cooked burger.
Okay.
Just imagine how that tastes.
Hungry, yeah.
And then you make a bison burger. It's not quite that good, but it's good.
Yeah.
It's good, and it's better for you, apparently, especially if they're grass-fed.
Steiny 707. Please don't turn Eldridge into Joey Bart. Nah, this is different. Dude's got a big stick, man, and they need it. It'll be interesting, man. I mean, Steiny, we're talking about 15, 16 games, no more than 4 runs.
Yeah,
in an era where the ball's just and I did hear Willard Friday, or I think it was Monday, him and Dibbs, and I don't know if you know, I believe the Nationals scored 8 runs in an inning, the first inning. It was a few games back.
Who had the over?
My point is, not me, my point is, teams are scoring runs out there, buddy, except this one in orange and black.
Hey, what's today? Oh, today's Wednesday, so the NBA Finals start tomorrow.
I am truly excited, man.
How you feeling about the finals? Like, what do you
I think the 2 best teams are playing. That's like, I feel good about that. The 2 best teams, they're young, they run, they defend, and they're deep. And I didn't have the Pacers checking all those boxes, so I think this thing could go 6 or 7. But if you told me OKC with that ferocious defense swept, I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah, you know, because you work with me, I felt the Pacers were coming. I did.
Man. They got some
thought they were going to be a tough out, and I was right, but that's not what I want to talk about. Here's what I'm thinking about this series. This reminds me just a hair of you got to tell me the year, because they're your favorite team. I'm talking about the Lakers. And what was the year that the Pistons beat the Lakers?
I want to say, 01 they won. 04.
Okay.
Let me double check. That's when Kobe didn't pass the ball, him and Shaq were feuding.
Yeah, and the one where nobody was really giving Detroit much of a chance.
None.
And they ended up kind of dominating the series. So I always have that in the back of my mind when I think about a series like this.
Well, who would be Shaq and Kobe? SGA would be Kobe.
It's more, for me, it's more Oklahoma City looks like the best team.
They look like the Warriors, Steiny. Like they're set up. Look at their like they can still add. Guys are still on that rinky-dink contract. Like, oh my gosh.
Yes, but
remember I was like, you got to show me.
I don't know how Indiana matches up with Oklahoma City. Maybe they match up great against them.
But they got athletes too.
Who?
Indiana. Everywhere, Stoney. They got athletes. They got bigs.
So make a prediction.
We're going to do that tomorrow.
No. I want to do it now.
Well, you can't make me. You golfing today? What's up with the sweater?
No, I'm golfing today.
Where at? He's back.
Alameda. It's Wednesday. It's summertime. Oh, by the way, jeez, Steiny, learn your partner. How's the doctor yesterday?
We still don't know. Or I don't know.
Don't know what?
What's going on?
Well,
what's causing
What do you mean? Like, seriously?
No, that's happening, Evan, but we don't know what's causing it, and they're trying to say arthritis. And I'm like, it's more than just that, and I had to fight for this MRI. Then we had to do another one. So yesterday was my second one.
Arthritis can get you.
Not like
you'd be surprised.
Out of nowhere.
That's one of the.
I'm moving and grooving with the best of them.
That's one of the reasons your boy needed hip surgery. Arthritis.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you. It makes it painful.
Oh man.
And that's what happens. That's what life's about with arthritis.
Oh, I was in there. They were like, dude, you got to go. Because I had my list with questions.
Oh, my gosh. I would love to see you, you at a doctor's office.
It's like, explain this to me.
I got to believe Goo keeps the doctor in the office asks him,
"Oh my God, Stoddy,
how many like 700 questions?" And at some point, the doctor's got to say, "Goo,
I got to see another patient." That was what he said yesterday. But man, you're saying arthritis is that strong though, huh?
It can
out of
be.
nowhere because I didn't.
It can
nothing
be.
happened.
It can be rather. Oh boy,
what happened?
Curry 900 on the YouTube chat. Goo out tomorrow. Confirmed.
Nah, please. I'll battle through it.
Oh God! And now you know what the new joke's going to be. Anytime anybody's got some kind of malady, Evan's going to come in and say bursitis. Evan's got a new favorite word, bursitis.
Dude, I woke up with this softball on my top of my knee. Like, I thought I was dying.
That's bursitis.
He doesn't know whether it is or not.
Oh, no,
that's what makes it funny.
She said, physical therapy side in Union City Kaiser, she said it was bursitis.
Oh, well,
and it's a sac full of fluid.
Well, then you know what it is. What's the problem?
I think I tore something, and they're trying to tell me I didn't.
I'll bet you.
Let the machine tell us. They're trying to let the machine tell us.
I see what's going on.
Let the machine tell us.
So
you don't have heart problems. How do you know? I can lick and tell. That's not medicine. Let the machine tell us.
No, I know what this is. This takes me back to when I was about, 11 years old. I'd come home and I'd be like, Dad, I think I broke my toe. And he'd say, you didn't break your toe. And I'd say, well, how do you know? He's like, 'cause I know you didn't break your toe. And then 2 days I'd be walking. He'd say, see, you didn't break your toe. What I'm getting at is you have bursitis. Nothing tore. You didn't tear anything, Goo. You don't exercise hard enough to tear anything.
I'm playing hoop.
Exactly, but you're doing it in slow motion. You're a shell of yourself.
Now I'm getting mad. I do want you to come out.
I won't.
And just watch me hoop. Could you imagine?
No.
All right.
Now the 408's saying it's not arthritis, Goo. How do you know?
I don't believe it is either.
By the way, Travis Ishikawa coming up in
what you gonna lead with?
Couple minutes.
Bryce?
Of course.
Dominic Smith coming to say today.
I might not ask him about Dominic Smith.
Man, Wade Jr. is not a giant. Casey Schmidt is. I didn't have it. Wow.
Late night Lamont was that the 107 win team.
Man, he earned that too. Late night Lamont
when he was a pinch hitter and he hit 849.
And Darren Ruff, anytime you put him up to the plate, trying to get a game-winning hit or homer.
He had the most go-ahead or game-winning hits in the ninth inning or later in over 40 years that season.
What happened?
Now, how do you know that? You just retained like that?
Well, I saw it on Twitter today, but.
No, I would have, Evan, I would have said, yeah, I remember. What happened to him, you think? Injuries?
Well, this is where you got to remember that Lamont Wade was a Rule 5 pick. He was not very good in the first place, which is one of the reasons why he was so easily embraced during a ridiculous 2021 season when this guy came out of nowhere and was the hero. Late night Lamont.
Damn, man.
In other words,
like when Darren Ruff fell off a cliff.
Dude,
you got to remember, they signed him from Korea.
Korea, Snotty.
I tell you what, forget you and Bob Myers. Needs to be Evan and Posey.
You think?
Yes.
Well, they got a big task ahead of them.
I tell you what, Evan is such a perfect yin to your yang. Because I'm starting to get it now. I don't think Evan likes your baseball hot takes at all.
But that's what the beauty of it. I don't do it for him to like it.
Well, you should.
I love hard, man. And last night, that was gut-wrenching.
No, actually, I had a great take today, which was, is this not why they were platooning the last 3 years?
I can't run Evan. Yeah. Think about it, Steiner. You went away from it, but now we're finding out maybe. And you gave, I got to give you credit. I got in the caddy yesterday. The way you said Kapler was on everything, playing the manager role like a great piano. He was doing stuff, Steiny.
Oh, he was doing stuff. He was doing stuff. No doubt about it.
What if we have a bet? When will the Giants score more than 4 runs?
Tonight.
What would you take?
I would say tonight.
Nah. I don't know.
Who's pitching for the Padres? Oh, no. That's going too far. Maybe tomorrow. Or maybe Thursday's game.
No. That's going too far.
I'll tell you what. They're going to score more than 4 runs tomorrow during the day.
Did you have your appearance with Lubman on
Not yet. Tomorrow. We're doing it tomorrow after the game.
He asked me. I declined. I said, yeah, and then Bonte went. You went. Why am I last? I told him I wasn't doing it.
Maybe he doesn't like your hot takes either in baseball. Baseball doesn't really. And look,
what?
It doesn't lend itself to hot takes. Baseball. You got to let it play out.
So you've never listened to Mad Dog? Oh,
talk about baseball?
Yeah, he's screaming about your boy in New York that got fired, Tibbs.
That's basketball.
I know, but that's what he's screaming about.
Yeah. People think we talk about Kuminga a lot. I mean, Tom Thibodeau, jeez, give it a rest.
We got a new guy we'll get to today. The boss won't like it.
We've got
Iayuk.
Oh.
We'll get to him before we get out of here.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
By the way, I had what was my thing? Oh, you know I can't stand the Knicks, right?
What's that stem? Well, Celtics. But
there's a lot of reasons. I think their fans are reprehensible.
Well, then you just don't like New York because all the people are like that.
Part of it's New York. It's a city that before I came out here, it completely gobbled me up. It humbled me. It took my money. It left me like, like somebody leaving Vegas after a 3-day bender with no money.
I've been there.
New York's just, I'll be honest with you. And this is what I was talking about yesterday with, you must be able to look at yourself in the mirror and acknowledge who you are. New York, it's too much city for me. It's too much.
But you're soft. Well, that's not a shocker to Evan and I. And
but my point is, I'll acknowledge that. New York is too much for me. It's just too much.
And if you go somewhere and have a pop, and you're like how you are in California, you'll get one across the kisser.
Well, I wouldn't.
Don't play.
Well, first of all,
they don't play.
Real quickly, you don't tell me what's going on with New York. Okay, that's the first thing. You've been there once. I've been there countless times. So don't pretend to know that. By the way, Travis Ishikawa is going to join us now at 11:45, which is in 15 minutes. But what I was getting at, Goo, was what was I getting at? Oh,
New York. Go ahead. Your disdain for it.
Right. But they could, if there's somebody who's in the equation for the coach of the New York Knicks, that is, if they hire him, I'll root for the Knicks. John Calipari.
Oh, Steiny.
What? He's a candidate.
He failed already.
No, he did not. I challenge you. Look at his NBA coaching record.
Was he hired and fired? That count the bucket.
Every coach in the history of the game was hired and fired.
I think that ship has sailed.
That is a misperception that Calipari was overwhelmed in the pros. No, he wasn't. He went to the postseason as the Nets coach. I'll go up.
But you like him that much?
I love Calipari. He's great, man. I tell you what.
Then why hasn't it happened? Why hasn't the team given him a second chance?
Because nobody can pay him as much as where he's been to college. Probably. But anyway, that's the kind of guy, John Calipari, who has no connection to the Bay Area, but he'd be a great weekly guest. Oh, God.
I didn't know you had a man crush on him like
Calipari. He tells it like it is.
Well, so do I. So does Evan.
Well, the difference between you and Calipari is he doesn't take himself too seriously. He's not afraid to criticize himself.
He's an Italian.
And he's that. But he's also one of these guys that I talked to you about that you're very different than. He'll look in the mirror and look at himself before he starts to blame others. I'm talking about John Calipari.
Boy, we have to get him on.
I wouldn't.
I think that job really is going to Van Gundy. Jeff, who's done a great job with the Clippers defensively, Steiny.
I think it's going to go to Michael Malone. That's my call. But it's just a guess.
I'm no racism here at all. I just Why couldn't you have said Mike Brown?
Because I think Mike Malone's a better coach. I like Mike Brown. Really nice guy. He's been wonderful to us, but I think if you have a chance to hire, I mean, who would you hire, Malone or Mike Brown? Just sight unseen.
Malone.
You're probably going to hire Malone. What about...
I just don't like the state of sports and coaching.
I love it.
How does a guy like Chauncey Billups get a 3-year extension and then your boy take his team to the Eastern Conference Finals and he's fired? Well, make that make sense.
Well, I will if you listen.
Oh.
I believe there's a sense in Portland that young core is growing. They are the poor man's Houston Rockets.
See you in 20 years, because it feels like they've been doing that forever. But okay, since Dame left.
What about the Houston Rockets? They've been plugging away for 2 years, right? And they emerged. The Portland Trailblazers might be poised to emerge next year.
The Rockets coming out to play.
Shut up, Draymond.
I love that.
You're not in this one.
God, man.
So I think and Thibodeau.
Nothing against Chauncey. I'm just like, dude.
And then I think as it relates to Tom Thibodeau, to me that's what New York does. That's what New York does.
What I don't like is
5 years, fire him.
Yeah. Who fired him? Is it Rose or was it the owner Dolan? Like, who cares? The guy just got capped. He lost his job. What does that do? Who fired him? And nobody will know the truth unless they come out and say it.
Leon Rose and Dolan.
Well, some are saying it was just Dolan and it wasn't Rose.
All right. Well, does it matter?
Right. To Tibbs, it doesn't.
I mean, when I look at the Golden State Warriors power structure and people say, what happened with Wiseman? Well, that was Joe Lacob.
No, Joe said it was a group.
Right. And that's what he'll do, but I got to believe that there were some people in that front office that were thinking, we got to be careful with this Wiseman guy.
Well, I'll call Karl Anthony Towns Cat the coach killer. He's got your boy fired twice in Minnesota.
Yeah. And yet the Knicks went further than they did last year with Karl Anthony Towns than they had the previous year.
I do wonder who won that trade. Both end up in the conference finals, Minnesota and New York. You call it a tie?
Yeah, pretty much.
Man.
Pretty much. I mean, I guess if you really want to nitpick, you'd have to give the edge to the Knicks because
they were close.
They went to 6 games and the Timberwolves only went to 5. You're not going to like to just real quick here before we take a break and joined by Ishikawa. There was a text here that...
When do you realize the bad ones make me more powerful? Nothing throws me off like, oh, you get headaches. Oh, somebody, I got to get off Twitter.
Yeah.
I get stronger.
This is a text from the text line.
Not your knee.
Now, that bothered me. That's too real for radio.
See, this is a text that I'm going to read from the 415. And it's the kind of text that is layered and nuanced. And I don't even know if we can really get into depth on it because
I'm
worried you might not quite get it. But this is levels right here. This is a great text. Guru from the 415. Do you think Minnesota was really doing its best to defend Jonathan Kuminga because they thought he could lead the Warriors to a victory against them? And I do think there's a little something there. They shut Butler down, and they were willing to live with whatever Kuminga could score.
But Steiny, I watched the games again. There are no videos of 4 Minnesota defensive players around Butler's every move. It wasn't that.
They weren't worried about Kuminga.
Oh, and they weren't worried about Jimmy.
Oh, definitely.
Scotty, the double and triple team stop.
If they would have been,
he was getting guarded.
If they would have been worried about Kuminga, they would have put McDaniels on him.
He got some of that work too.
We can talk about it on the other side. Not with Travis Ishikawa, though. We're going to talk baseball with Travis Ishikawa coming up on the other side. That segment brought to you by Safeway.
struck well to center field. Merrill back. Merrill looking up. Out of here. And the Giants are on the board. It's 2-0.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, and that's your Giants highlight from last night's 3-2 loss.
Only runs they scored.
San Diego
in the third.
Padres.
Stoney, that was a bomb.
Yes, it was. It was. All right. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in Travis Ishikawa, San Jose Giants hitting coach, and very familiar with Bryce Eldridge, who was just promoted to AAA. Thanks for joining us, Travis. Appreciate it.
Well, appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Yes, absolutely. Let's start with Bryce Eldridge, somebody who you know very well, and now he's playing at AAA. The big club's struggling with the bats. I heard Buster Posey yesterday talk about how ideally maybe he'd stay in the minors another year, but things can change. How much determines when a player comes up deciding upon the player himself and then maybe where the big club is in a particular point of the season?
Yeah, I think it always ranges. Every situation, every scenario is always different. For me, like, for example, when I made my debut, it was out of necessity, right? I think one of the players went on bereavement leave for a couple days, and they just needed a body to fill in. It wasn't really that I'd earned the spot, but I, done well enough to where I guess I wasn't going to embarrass them if I got in there. So, and then other times I got called up, it was I believe it was earned, and there was a need. And so I think there's always going to be kind of stars aligning, so to speak. You kind of look at what Josh is doing over there with Kansas City and with Kurtz and with the A's. They've kind of earned their way, kind of pushed their way through the major leagues. And I think Bryce is right there knocking on the door as well. It's going to be a matter of when Buster feels like it's ready and he feels like, Bryce is ready and the team will be ready to have him.
Travis, you played, at a high level, big time Major League Baseball. Now you're a hitting coach for the San Jose Giants, as my partner just mentioned. What are you seeing from this Giant team as a whole at the plate, mainly Adames? And if you could share with us, what those conversations are like to kind of get the team and certain players out of the funk.
Yeah, I think a big thing is it's guys wanting, it's guys caring so much. I haven't been around them and all that much this spring, but Adames came down with Verlander to get some at bats off Verlander when he was getting some innings in, and you could just see the way he carries himself. He's a pro. When we saw it in Milwaukee, I think that's why we signed him and gave him that big contract. And I never got to experience those big contracts, but I got to believe guys with those big contracts, especially coming to a new team, right? They feel the pressure. They want to produce. They want to give the fans, the reason that they got those contracts and help teams win. And sometimes it's just they put unnecessary or added pressure on themselves. And I think we've always seen it from a lot of other guys. And just give it a little bit of time, he'll find his routine and. I've already seen him help us a few times up there. I know that we're probably all hoping and wanting him to do a little bit more, but I know that Willie's a really good player, and like I said, I think before this year's over, we'll be looking back and we'll see where he's really helping this club, not only on the field but in the club as well.
Travis Ishikawa joining us on 95.7 The Game, San Jose Giants hitting coach. Just real quick, getting back to Bryce Eldridge specifically. What are going to be maybe his own challenges at the next level, and are they any more unique than any player trying to go from the minor leagues to the major leagues?
Yeah, again, I think everybody's different. I think Bryce has got the hit tool, right? We've all seen it. We've all got to kind of follow him last year. I was very fortunate to be a part of that for the first half of the season, and he's a natural hitter. He's even in his draft year at 18 when he came up to us for the last couple of weeks of the 23 season. You could just see the confidence in the box. He carried himself not like a lot of teenagers do. And even, like I said, going back to my career, I didn't carry myself in the box as an 18-year-old like he did. And so I knew that coming into last year there was going to be a lot of excitement. And obviously he didn't disappoint. And guys like him, you're not messing too much with the swing. You're just trying to help him mature, help him learn how to have an approach in the box, how to show up every day and work and making sure that you're doing the right things. And I think he's still showing it, right? Obviously, he wouldn't have gone to AAA if he wasn't producing at the plate. And, I think his biggest challenge is just going to continually be on the defensive side of the ball. Not that he's not good, but, when we came up to us in his draft year, he was playing outfield. And so first base is really new for him. He just started playing it last year in April or in spring training of last year. So he barely has a little over a year of experience at first base. And, and the work that Villegas and Kiwi, our fundamental manager, did down here with him, and then as he moved up at each level, all the fundamental coaches and the managers as well. I see the development. I see him getting better. But that's going to probably be the biggest challenge of just, he's grown up his whole life hitting in the batter's box, but he hasn't gotten a ton of reps at first base. And so just as he gets to AAA, and the game will probably move a little bit faster in AAA. Guys kind of are really good at slowing the game down up there, and you get a lot of guys with big league experience. So I think that'll be the biggest challenge for him is just being able to handle himself on the defensive side of the ball. 'Cause we all know the offense is going to be there.
Right. Travis Ishikawa joining us, San Jose Giants hitting coach. Obviously a player like him can get a fan base excited. Let me ask you this about him, because we don't know a lot about him. What kind of kid is he? Is he hard on himself? Is he laid back? Is he intense? What kind of personality does he have?
Yeah, like I said, he was probably one of the more mature teenagers I've ever seen in professional baseball. He carries himself very well. It's hard for him not to stand out just because he's 6'7", but you take away the height, he fits right in. He doesn't look lost. He doesn't look like he's out of place. He definitely doesn't. He doesn't need to tell you how good he is. He's got that kind of quiet swag, so to speak, where you see the confidence spewing, from him when he walks around, when he walks into the box. You feel like you feel like he knows what he's doing, and he knows exactly what it is that he wants to do. And I like sharing the story. We had this game in Modesto last year. This lefty had gotten him out, I think, a couple nights ago, and he comes in out of the bullpen. I think it was the bases loaded, and we were like tie game, or we were down a run in the eighth inning, and he comes up before he goes out on deck. He goes, "If this guy hangs me a slider, I'm going to hit it out for a homer." And sure enough, the first slider he sees, he hits a grand slam. And I mean, that's who he is. And then he doesn't need to let everybody know that that's what he was doing. He just, he was pumped up for the moment. He celebrated with his team, and then he went out and he played defense the next half inning. That's the kind of character kid he is. He's a constant pro. He's ever evolving, and he's way more mature beyond his age.
Man, Travis, you got me. I'm gonna bring him up, but I get it. We'll see him. Right. We'll see him soon.
I know we're all excited when that day comes. So for sure, I'll be just as excited as everybody else.
The Giants made some roster moves this morning, and I'm pretty sure you saw them. But if you don't mind, can you share with us? Because I was shocked about Lamont Wade Jr. He was DFA'd. Your thoughts when you heard that news and what he's meant to the Giants?
Yeah, I just saw that. Again, like I said, I'm not in there. I don't know what's going on. Obviously, the time here, he was remarkable from the time he got called up in that season. It was a 21 season. We just kept going up and down, and every time he came up, he found ways to help the club win. And he's another good clubhouse guy, and it's unfortunate. Obviously, I know the numbers weren't looking like typical Lamont numbers, and that's the kind of the ugly business side of baseball sometimes, and it can kind of stink sometimes, and you hope that he finds somewhere else to latch on to, or even if he comes back and goes to Sacramento and keeps producing, there might be a need for him later in the year, and he figures out another way to help out the club, get to the playoffs, and go even further. So it's unfortunate, but again, obviously it's the business side of the baseball that if you haven't been affected by it, you haven't been playing long enough.
Travis Ishikawa joining us on 95.7 The Game. Do you mind telling me, how frequently do you talk to Buster Posey, if at all, about, guys who you see every day and maybe a little bit about Eldridge? I mean, do you guys have weekly calls, or does he pretty much let you do your thing and you do what you do down there and he does what he does?
No, I'm pretty low on the totem pole. When he became a part owner, I text him and ask for a raise. But other than that, he gave me the typical Bus response that he'd look into it, and never heard from him again. But no, he's incredibly busy. He obviously relies on our farm director and our assistant or vice president of farm director, Randy Wynn and Kyle Haynes. I think he leans on those guys more as they kind of oversee all the minor leagues. So, we kind of run stuff up the chains, and then it gets back to Kyle and Randy, and then Randy will report to Buster, and I think that's kind of how the flow goes. So, I don't think Buster's got the time in his day to be talking to every single hitting coach in the minor leagues, and pitching coach, and managers, and things like that. So, he's definitely well aware of what's going on, but yeah, I don't have the direct contact with him.
Hey, Travis, last one about the offense. It's 61 games in. They're 5 over. But on your metric, are you concerned? Nothing to see here. It's early June. How concerned would you be if you're a Giant fan just about this, ineptitude from the offense?
I wouldn't be too concerned. I mean, they've been going through a little lull. You can probably look at a lot of the World Series run teams, and I think all the offenses kind of go through those lulls too. And I think the thing that they've got that they haven't had in a while is just healthy pitching and strong pitching. And as long as, which we said in 2010, right, as long as you get that pitching and the defense, you've always got a shot at winning. You just got to, figure out a way to have that timely hit. And I know that, Pat and OG and Tiny over there are doing everything they can. And I know I got all the faith that they'll get it turned around and get things figured out.
Hey, Travis, thank you so much for joining us. I know you got other responsibilities. I appreciate you squeezing us in, and good luck to you and the San Jose Giants.
All right. Appreciate you guys having me on. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Travis Ishikawa.
Man.
Hitting coach for the San Jose Giants, and basically an expert on Bryce Eldridge.
Told him he was going to get one, and he got it. Hit a granny. But damn, Steiny, I'll just say this. I feel like if this were to continue, let's just say for 3 weeks, maybe a
3
month.
more weeks,
yeah,
or
3 more
weeks total?
3 more weeks of kind of like, damn, we just, we can't get it done. I do wonder if we'll see him sooner than later.
I'm starting to think you might.
The fact he's already at AAA. You know what I mean? Like, just think about that.
He's 6'7", Goo.
Man, with power.
Well, he better have power.
Yeah.
It's 6'7".
Oh, this is real power.
He better not be laying bunts down.
Yeah, splash hits. The idea.
Yeah, Giants lost another one last night, 3-2 in 10 innings. And they're up 2-0 going into the 9th. Gave up 2 runs in the 9th, then gave up another in the 10th. And I was talking to Nahegan and Evan. I was like, boy, I get it. It's baseball, but that was a bad loss last night for the Giants.
No doubt. And what the worst part, again, is it keeps coming. Okay, Duvall's been incredible. We talked about 20 and a half scoreless innings, right? Hadn't been scored on in 2 months. But the bottom line, Steiny, is they're gifting you a runner on second, and you can't get that runner home 2 nights in a row? Like, that's when it really hurts. It's like they're giving you a runner in scoring position. And a sac fly for the Giants right now, I'm being real, feels like a home run. Get the ball in there. I mean, what is guy just 4 hard hit balls last night, all in the infield. But man, bring the damn runner home.
And that's one where, to me, I wouldn't say I don't worry about it, but I think they executed the 9th like they wanted to execute the 9th. They had Schmidt coming up. He can't hit.
But for you to even say that, right? Like, you're right.
He's also the 9th guy in your lineup. He's the 9th batter. So he does his job and gets him over. And now you're sitting with Ramos with a runner at third and less than 2 outs. All he's got to do is lift the ball into the air, and he ends up hitting a pretty sharp grounder to short. And
runner stays. Yeah.
The runner had to stay because the infield was in, and then.
But he could have got a hit too, Steiny. And I'm not just going in on Schmidt. If you're in a uniform and you're DFAing Lamont Wade for whatever reason, and we all kind of get it, Schmidt's kind of not the ideal guy that I think is supposed to be. That's not what I envision being greater. So my point to you is the fact that you consider say he can't hit. I'm like, then what's he up there for? Like, he could get a hit and bring the runner home. You know, it's not a crime. But if you're so like, you're right. But
I know
to say
I'm dead right on this one.
I'm like, man, why is he at the plate?
Because
why is he on the team? I could keep going.
Because he got the runner over. He did his job. Set the table for your best player.
No, my point is, if you look at Casey Schmidt and you say, and you're not right, you're not wrong, he can't hit. How's he got a spot on the big club?
Because he's a great fielder.
And he can hit better than the guy you just DFA'd.
Oh, please.
Oh.
Please. There is no way you're taking Casey Schmidt at the plate over Lamont Wade.
Then why did he just get released?
No, but you wouldn't have said that 2 years ago. Meet me halfway, Evan. There is no...
If he was hitting like he was 2 years ago, he wouldn't have been DFA'd today.
But he's not... I still think he's a better baseball player than Casey Schmidt.
Well,
and I don't think I'm by myself. That's what looks so bad about this.
Do you think he'll...
somebody will pick him up? But, Evan, you're not... Are you really... Nobody would ever have said Casey Schmidt's a better baseball player than Lamont Wade Jr. And I'll just leave that there.
Baseball player?
Yes.
I mean, Schmidt is a great fielder, right? Great arm. And you know what? He's apparently good enough that they are...
Who's had more success in the majors, Schmidt or... And I'll rest it there.
Well, all I'm saying
they're
is...
They're both under 200. I get that.
Maybe... I got to believe some of Schmidt's value is that they can put him at first base because they think he's versatile enough. But, I mean, I want to say in each of the last 2 extra inning games, the Padres bunted the guy over on the first at bat. Both nights?
No, last night.
What happened last night? I know they had
hit.
The hit was with 2 outs.
Yeah.
That I know.
Well, that was
what the first guy do.
Lockridge got the single, I thought.
No. Well,
Lockridge did lay down a bunt, I think. And then Cronenworth got the hit.
Right. After there was another out. But, yeah, I mean, if you can get that guy to third, ahead of Ramos. And then Jung
Schmidt is not a better baseball player than Lamont Wade Jr. I'm sorry. What? I'm asking, Evan. He's not. You would never fix your mouth to say Casey Schmidt, and he's been on the... Wade Jr. has been on the Giants longer than Schmidt.
In 2025, Casey Schmidt has been a better baseball player than Lamont Wade Jr. That is what I would say.
Okay. Am I off base when I say Lamont Wade Jr. has had more success on the big level than Casey Schmidt?
Yeah.
It's not even close.
Sure.
So how wrong does this look that your Lamont Wade Jr.'s had more success, but you pulled a plug on him and Schmidt's here? A guy that you said he can't hit.
Because
nobody can feel that good. Well,
because
you got Bailey doing the same thing. He can't hit either, but he can throw you out.
I think because in baseball, what you did 2 years ago matters less in baseball than any other sport. I know that I don't know how I'll explain that, but I think baseball, you get a better sense of when a guy is kind of done. And in other sports, I think, particularly as it relates to batting, I mean, you see what you see. Like in a sport like basketball, you can hide a guy a little bit. I'm just guessing. I mean,
well, hopefully Dominic Smith gets his chance and he runs with it, man.
I mean,
because he's going to get a chance, Tiny.
Well, what about
Schmidt's not their everyday first baseman. I get that. I'm just like, man, he's still got a spot.
By the way, what about great play last night? We haven't even talked about it.
I brought it up, and you didn't say anything about it.
Which one?
Matt Chapman.
That's not what I'm talking about.
All right.
Take it back.
Yeah, I do, because I thought that was...
How about Encarnacion's catch in right center? That saved a bunch of runs.
Yeah, I didn't know what Lee was doing. I felt I was at the game, but the TV angle is like, man, did he give up on the ball? It's going to fall. And you're right, great catch.
I'm actually kind of with Goo on that one. I was wondering why Encarnacion was anywhere close to that baseball.
I said, Lee, what are you? Hey, great catch, Stoney, but man, I thought that. I said, oh boy.
This from the 707 Goo. Lamont's 32, Schmitty's only 25. His whole career in front of him.
Good luck with that.
He's a great fielder. Goo, just because a guy hit 2 years ago doesn't mean you can continue to allow him to weigh down your ball club in the present?
They're both awful.
Yeah. But late night Lamont was a thing.
3 years ago, he was a thing. Yes, I will give you that. Even last year, he wasn't a bad hitter.
Yeah, yesterday I was saying I'm tired of it, but I'm just like, huh. And I get it, 32-25, but like, huh. All right.
I mean, that's kind of the problem, though, with the Giants. Like, if we're being honest, we're having an argument about who should be on the team, Casey Schmidt or Lamont Wade Jr.
And I'm going to put a rat on the table. We hadn't had many rats here lately, Stoney. Brought to you by Echo Pest Control. I love Bailey, but you could be Johnny Bench or Tony Pena with the glove. At some point, you got to start hitting the ball.
He almost homered last night.
And I almost met Halle Berry.
No.
I wasn't in the same state.
He doubled high off the brick facade in right center.
So what is that?
Evan, stop. Hey.
Okay.
How many parks would that have been a home run in?
25.
25. This is a ballpark issue.
Dude, their record at home is what's saving them. So it's not a ballpark issue to me.
They're 17-11 now at home, I believe, which isn't bad. By the way, I don't think, if I'm remembering correctly, no challenges last night. Oh no! What am I talking about?
The play at the plate.
The
play at the plate.
The play at the plate, which Giants fans, he was out.
What did you two think in real time?
That was it. Well, I thought he was out because the ball beat him.
But then,
of course, you see the replay, and did his hand slide in there?
Well, they said he blocked the plate. That's what they're challenging.
Well, I also think that the glove might have hit him in the upper stomach right before it got his hand got to the plate. What was the other one offhand?
The Machado diving play.
Machado had
a diving play down the line, and then they called him safe at first base, and the Padres challenged it.
Yeah.
I thought he was out, but...
Oh, yes. That was...
It was a bang-bang play.
Oh, it was bang-bang, Goo. It was bang-bang.
I thought it was bang-bang Niner game in the ninth. 2 outs. I can't. I know I'm serious, guy. You were there. But come on, Stoney. You're thinking this thing's done. Put the kids to sleep.
I usually like to wait till a game's complete.
I thought the game was over.
And I appreciate that.
I thought the game was over in the 8th inning when Chapman turned 2 when there was 2 on with nobody out. Like, that's realistically your last chance to make something happen.
And by the way, the boss spends the entire night ripping the Padres and their players, and they're so gutsy. You know how many teams, and this would be good. You know how many teams would have just folded it up after Chapman made that play in the 8th? You have runners at first and second, nobody out. Chappie makes a great play. Padres not deterred.
Man.
They're not deterred.
2 outs, and they started that bad boy.
Yes, they did. Yeah. Yes, they did. Game tonight, obviously at Oracle Park, and then the 4th game of the series will be Thursday afternoon at Oracle Stadium, rather.
Did you have a lot of problem getting out, or it was smooth? Like, where'd you park?
We took Bart.
Oh, okay.
But well.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's.
Well, you had your goose jacket on, so you were good.
I was actually a little too warm last night. But it's a walk down from the 3rd level. I mean, it takes you a little while. And sometimes when people are leaving, it's very crowded. I'm not crazy about big crowds. I get a little bit claustrophobic. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't know that about you.
Yeah, it's nothing major, but like you ever been to a concert where it's just it's just like wall to wall people, and they're right next to you and behind you and in front, and it's packed and there's layers to it. Oh boy,
I've seen you at a happy hour, and that's when you're in your zone. You know how to move around and navigate. So that's why I'm shocked.
I'm talking about like a concert.
Yeah.
Why did you do that?
Well, concert, you're at your seat.
No, these are standing concerts, like at Bottle Rock. They don't have seats, right?
I hadn't been.
Evan? Oh, you've never been there either. Seats at Bottle Rock? Yeah, I don't know. Not quite sure. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Thank you to Travis Ishikawa. And I have changed my prediction. Bryce Eldridge is going to be up. He's going to get called.
Before the break or after?
Well, the trade deadline's in late July. All-Star game's always in mid-July, early. It's going to be after the All-Star break, but before the trade deadline. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen, on 95.7.
Take it to the bank.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to join the conversation. We talked to Brian Geltzeiler about some NBA stuff. We can revisit that, We can get back into the Giants. We can do whatever your little heart desires. Do you know what? Do you know what it's going to be? Oh, you got an idea?
Turn it into heaven now, Steiny. Because you're picking at me.
I'm asking you.
Just get us out.
All right.
Yeah.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Guru's starting to simmer. Here for you. Here for good.
Goo, I love you. You're like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get with Goo.
Let me tell you something. This guy is a ball player.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Coach.
That was Steve Kerr talking about Casey Schmidt.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Evan, we're good, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
It just hit me we were arguing about the most pointless
I'm just
thing.
loud.
Right.
I'm just naturally loud.
Yeah.
So people think that's anger. God bless my mom, Daisy Mae Johnson. When I would have a conversation with anybody, she thought I was arguing. So, Evan, you're my brother. Now, for you. I'm good now.
Well, I mean, sometimes you tend to get bogged down in minutiae.
You're the captain of that.
For example, remember, it wasn't very long ago during the Warriors season that you were advocating for plenty of minutes for Pat Spencer. And that had the smell of what you were doing with Lamont Wade Jr. and Casey Schmidt.
Am I the guy that gave Pat a nickname?
Yeah,
Who did that on 95.7 The Game?
That's the point.
Who gave him a nickname?
He's a 12th man. I gave him a nickname because that's funny.
No,
but he's a 12th.
Into it.
Stop discussing the Scribinis
we had him
like
on.
they make an impact.
We had him on. And you're like, Pat, you're so great. Now you're kicking him. Oh, my. You were something else.
You were pretty proud of that nickname.
Oh, my gosh.
I can't even remember what it was. I do so many clever things.
Okay. Act like you don't know.
It was white what?
Smoke.
Well,
that's because it also dovetailed with the announcement of the new pope that day, if you'll remember.
Yeah.
Leo.
How's he doing?
Oh, he's great.
All right.
Oh, Leo's got it going on.
Staying out of trouble.
Leo's a baseball fan. Did you know that?
So his team would be the
Actually, I know
Isn't
this.
he from the Chi? No, that's what the brother Pope was from the Chi.
He is from Chicago.
Yeah.
Or White Sox.
Oh, I know what he is. He's a Villanova fan because I think he taught at Villanova.
He's a White Sox fan.
Is he really?
Yeah, God bless his soul.
By the way, and you probably don't know this, Chicago and their baseball fans.
I've been to Wrigley.
Right. And if you're a White Sox fan, you don't go to Wrigley. And if you're a Cubs fan, you don't go to wherever the hell the White Sox are playing.
Southside.
Comiskey.
Oh, boy.
They still playing at Comiskey?
Most famous White Sox. Go. Harold Baines to me.
Chet Lemon.
I remember him.
White Sox. Oh,
Greg Luzinski.
He's a Philly. I remember him as a Philly.
But for me, he's a White Sox with their old crazy uniform.
They had a great third baseman by the name of Melton, I believe.
D'Anthony?
No, Bill Melton. White Sox. You know what's
Hawk Harrelson? He's the star.
He stunk. He wasn't very good.
What are you talking about?
As a player.
Oh, I'm talking about his announcer.
You ever see his Stratomatic card? It's awful.
No, we're talking about the broadcast.
Carlton Fisk? Oh, you don't remember him as a White Sox, do you?
I got him as the man.
Did you guys say Tim Raines yet?
He's an expert.
Yeah, he's in Montreal. Gary Carter.
Hall of Famer.
No, he was a bad dude.
So's Harold Baines.
You guys say the Big Hurt yet?
Man, damn it, Evan.
See, I remember him as an A.
What was he hawking on the? He had a. That's funny, but
what he was
the man with the White Sox. White Sox.
He's advocating something similar to
icy hot. Like,
what you. No, it was more.
Oh yeah,
it was more about stamina.
And, we all need a little help, right?
Milgenics?
Yeah,
something like that. Something like that. Hey, by the way, I can't remember if. Oh no, Evan and I were talking yesterday, and
this is a private thread or at the game?
No, this was when we were talking as like humans before we both went to the game, and so I went to the game with some friends. And one of my friends who went with us, her name is Liz, and she is a baseball nut.
Okay.
And I'm talking to Evan about her, and I'm saying, oh, she loves baseball. In fact, Evan, she brings her scorebook to every game, whether it's the Giants,
that's
the A's,
my type of gal,
the Oakland Ballers. And when I met her, before the game, she said that her scorebook she had filled up the night, her last game.
But she still had it with her.
No, she didn't bring it because there was no more no more score sheets.
Yeah.
And I made the mistake, even though Evan had told me the opposite. I said, Liz, I'll tell you what, you'll be able to get one at the game. They don't have them at the game.
And that was wrong. I would have known
They don't have them at the game.
No.
See, this is where Evan needs to understand why the past was better than now. Back in the day, when you would go to a baseball game, you would actually hear people say, programs.
Yeah.
Get your programs here.
I like
programs. Get your programs here. And then you'd buy a program, and of course it had a score book in it or a
Those
score
days
sheet.
Are dead, Stoney.
Why can't they still do that?
Because I don't think I think it's an acquired taste, and only truly the diehards still keep score, and that's why I think you can't get them on site.
Well, I also think there's also a fundamental problem with not having a program, and
did they stop selling programs before or after Watergate?
After, mouth. A lot after. But let me tell you why it bothers me, is because the program, the original program, was not just a program. I mean, it was a program, but it's something that you took home.
Oh.
And it became your memory of that game.
No, that
it wasn't a ticket stub.
One-day yearbook.
No ticket stub. You took home the program from, let's say, what's the date today? June 4th. June 3rd.
It's the 4th.
I know, but
I was
last night's game.
I got you.
All right? And so you would have your program from last night's game, and you could see that, I remember, 20 years from now, I'd have the program, and I'd be like, oh, that's right.
I lived that life.
Machado was the best player on the field that night.
I lived that life.
And the next day, Lamont Wade would be DFA.
So did you consult? Was she upset, or she knew she wasn't going to get one on site, or did she have hopes like, I'll buy one?
I don't think you can buy them.
No, you can't, but I'm wondering what she was telling you, like, I'm going to buy one here.
I said you got to be able to get one at the game. Yeah. And then she couldn't, and I said to her, you want me to make a run up to the press box? Somebody's got to have one in the press box.
I don't believe you would find.
Yeah, well, I mean, it would be like if, let's say, Evan was working that
I don't think he would have one.
No, he would. He would have his book, and at least you could rip out a page, right, of the book.
Yeah, if I had a scorebook.
But you wouldn't bring one.
Oh, you just use paper?
Well, I usually print stuff. Like, there's printable score sheets that I usually use. Or, like, for certain games, if I don't have any time, I'll make 9 boxes just by hand.
Gotcha. And thank you, 925. And you'd use the program to get autographs.
That was it.
And then you'd have a memento.
We used to do it all the time. Chris Sale, famous White Sox. Shoeless Joe Jackson.
He's a myth.
Shoeless Joe.
What is Shoeless Joe and
we're saying famous White Sox. We didn't name them.
Oh.
Yeah. Ozzie Guillen.
Oh, so you got the baseball reference page out.
No, I was just off the top.
Please.
Billy Pierce.
I think it was funny the way you started wanting to play that game with me, and then it gradually
I do have
fizzled.
to say something. You did beat me in the spelling. I didn't like
wasn't even close.
No, after they gave me Winnipeg, let's just move on. What are you really saying about your boy Goo?
Yeah.
Hey, Goo, spell cat. That hurt me. Yeah, Winnipeg. But it was Grandy. Winnipeg.
You know, when you got Winnipeg, I was actually thinking the fix is in.
Yeah.
It sounds harder to it's by the way, I was kidding with the Bailey home run.
I'm not kidding.
It would have been a home run in a lot of other parks, but I was kidding when I said the ballpark's the problem.
Jim sent us a text. I'm going to check it. You talk.
Oh, God.
Now, why do you say that? He's our guy.
Okay, this ought to be good.
Shoeless Joe.
What about him?
When we're naming famous White Sox, we didn't say it. Nellie Fox.
Well, they said he's part of the Black Sox, so.
Yeah, tell Dibley he's wrong. I dare you.
Hey, guys,
You're
let's be
scared
careful.
of Dibley.
Let's be careful.
What?
Black Sox, let's be careful. Dude,
Can't do it.
I'm excited for tomorrow.
What's happening tomorrow?
The NBA Finals. I don't feel like you and Evan and the listener, like nobody's even. I get it, the Giants, but come on.
Well, it just goes to show you that Warrior fans are casuals.
No.
Once their team's out, they don't care.
Evan, stop.
They don't want to watch teams that we all know would have kicked their ass. Please. The Pacers own the Warriors. And
I'm going to be quiet.
Not in Indiana.
Well, there you go. Talk to them.
The Warriors. Okay. I have two other things I want to say.
We got an hour and some change.
I got some bad news yesterday.
You okay?
No, seriously, are you? I'm like,
yeah, it's not that. Hunter Green re-injured himself.
I saw that.
Did you see that?
I did.
For Cincinnati?
Yeah.
My God.
He's on the IL.
I know.
Poor fantasy team. I'm moving up the charts.
No, he's ours, Goo. He's ours.
You
can have him now. He's hurt.
He'll bounce back. Yeah. And then
give it to me.
This is why I would be a great manager. Because you know how Bob Melvin is going to stick with Adames come hell or high water? I took him out. I finally said, and my co-manager,
oh God,
my co-manager Johnny said, "What do you want to do with Adames?" And I said, "Listen, he's hitting 202. We don't want to miss that stretch when he brings that up to 239.
I mean, it can happen fast. He's got to get going."
And then I thought about it, and I said, let's get him out.
But that's the beauty of owning your own team. I'm Jerry Jones.
And you know who I put in for him? Volpe. And he homered yesterday.
Look at you.
So, Adames just, it's like he's got, his bat's got no pop. It's got no pop, Guru.
And he's actually hitting better at home than on the road. So if we normally say, oh, it's just the home, check that. That's a fact. He's hitting better at Oracle than on the road. So if we say, oh, it's the park for him, that doesn't jive. I just got to believe when it warms up, they go to Atlanta, all these other cities where it's humid and the ball's traveling. We'll see him get on his goose and take off.
Do you guys believe that? That the ballpark is the reason they can't have a good offensive player?
Evan, I don't, and I hate it. I've always hated it.
Listen, the great teams, their team mirrors their ballpark. Evan, I go back to the St. Louis Cardinals.
Whitey
Herzog.
You were going to say the St. Louis Browns.
They didn't have a lot of power hitters, so they won games with speed and defense. And that's how they did it. The Giants.
Who was their best player? The center fielder.
Cardinals?
Yeah.
McGee.
It was,
where's he from?
I know.
Well, actually, their best player, many people feel, was their second baseman, Tommy Herr.
Oh, Steiny, they had Ozzie Smith, too.
Okay.
But no, Herr was a good dude. But come on, he wasn't a guy.
Okay.
They had Vince Coleman.
Okay, look. All right. See, this is where you guys don't get
Tommy Herr was good.
Tommy Herr was not just good. Tommy Herr did something, I believe, that still to this day is a record or some kind of immeasurable. You want to know what it was?
Give it to me.
This is why,
I want you to tell us where Willie McGee's from.
He's from the Bay.
Where?
The Bay. Tommy Herr once, I'm hoping to hell that Evan's looking up his baseball reference page.
Doesn't have an MVP.
No, but I'll tell you what he does have, I think.
Oh, you are something.
He has the single season record for most RBIs with the fewest home runs. I believe one year Tommy Herr hit 8 home runs and still drove in
110.
Over 100.
Yeah, 110, 1985.
That would have to be after the dead ball era.
Yeah,
there are some players that have like 110 30 RBIs with 2 home runs.
This is the modern era.
1985, he did it. 8 homers,
I know he did it.
RBIs. Wow.
Who was MVP that year, Goo?
That would be...
What year?
1985.
Hold on. I know, Evan, because he wouldn't ask me.
Jack Clark.
He's already been mentioned.
I got it, E.
I want to say... Oh, I know. No. Ted Simmons.
85.
It's got to be a Cardinal that he said it, right?
No, he said Goo. So I'm thinking a Pirate.
Are we talking AL or NL?
NL. Well, he's already been mentioned because he's better than your boy.
McGee?
I can't believe you did. Well, you were just... please what?
He's from the Ridge, Stein.
I know.
You,
but Evan, what was his... Give me his numbers for that MVP year.
Well, he hit 353.
Damn, Willie.
Well, I mean...
Stop it.
He was almost 60 steals.
Yeah.
My God.
Led the league with 18 triples.
Okay. George Brett once had 20.
Irrelevant. 26 doubles and 10 home runs.
How many RBIs and runs?
He led the league with 220 hits.
Damn.
Okay.
And he won the Gold Glove.
Willie.
Okay.
He's a bad man, Steiny.
Okay. Now, here's where I try to be precise. He wasn't a great hitter. But let me tell you what he could do.
He could hit 300 over 18 years in the show.
Do you realize that 32% of his hits were simply choppers?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not he wasn't a line drive guy.
What about now?
He's not still in the Bay,
all your hits are damn near homers.
He chopped balls to short and he beat him out.
Dude was a badass.
He had no line drives.
What do you call Ichiro?
Oh.
And where's he
He's
at?
another myth.
Oh, my gosh.
What?
He's not a myth. He's one of the greatest hitters there.
I actually did think he was a little overrated. Ichiro. No,
well, not like Shasky thinks Jeter's overrated a little bit. That one always... Derek Jeter?
He's off that. Lives in Hercules now. Willie McGee. Hey, Willie, I'm messing with you, buddy.
We need to get him on.
Willie could fly.
The game was different then, though. That's for sure. Remember the Cardinals played, Brent, I think it was a World Series, yeah. Battle Missouri. St. Louis and Kansas City. I think that was the 84 World. I'll find it.
When were the Brewers in there? Like
Harvey Wallbangers. They played...
What? They played who?
I'm trying to think.
Oh, the Brewers played the Reds. I'm sorry, the Cardinals. The Cardinals. Take it to the bank, I think. Was I right?
82.
Yes, sir.
82.
Let's go to JD in Oakland. He's claiming that he has the most famous White Sox.
Uh-oh.
And then he's also maybe going to give it. Well, hey, what's up, JD? How you doing, man?
Fellas, what's going on?
Talk to us, baby.
Guru, what's the word, man?
Man,
baseball knowledge.
Hey, real quick,
I really got a lot of respect how you deal on this show with Steinman.
I deserve hazard pay, Jay. I really do, man.
You do.
Go ahead.
Not that
I'm
funny.
tell you, it hurt me that you guys took so long to say Frank Thomas, but you forget Bo Jackson.
Oh,
please.
But when he passed it, it was late then. No,
he's a Raider.
But still, and I'm gonna tell you, Frank Thomas was by far the best White Sox. But the most known White Sox, almost White Sox, was Michael Jordan.
Oh,
and I can tell you a story. Michael Jordan had a sit down with Frank Thomas.
Really?
And told him, Frank, you're going to hit over 500 home runs. And he said, the only thing people are going to remember about you hitting over 500 home runs? And Frank was like, what? He said, they're going to remember that you did it in those plastic Reeboks.
Wow.
Well, remember the White Sox unis with the collars?
I love them.
Who's going to be, what do you think about the Knicks firing Tom Thibodeau?
I think that was 100% wrong. And I saw Jay Williams this morning, and I think Jay Williams is a crash out. That was the worst thing they could have done. I mean, they were a couple free throws away from being to the finals, in my estimation, and that had nothing to do with coaching.
Wow.
You up 15 with 10 seconds left. Matt, you played the game. There's no way you're going to blame that on the coach.
because you don't guard a 3-point shooter. That's all player problem.
Give us a
Everybody
prediction.
talks about. Well, I don't think it's crazy. I see it. I see it a lot closer than most people, but I'm gonna throw a name out there for the job, and I want you guys to know you heard it here first.
Okay. Mark Jackson.
I have it on good account.
No chance.
I feel it.
Jay Wright.
He was in the no.
Ooh.
Nobody that's been mentioned. He was seen at the last 2 games, and his name is Rick Pitino. So I don't know if that means anything to you guys, but that's what I'm hearing.
All right, I tell you what, JD.
Give his prediction on the series.
There's no chance Rick Pitino is going to be the coach of the Knicks.
As much as Calipari, I bet.
They're not even in the same league.
Well, Rick was in the building twice. He is right. He was yucking it up with all the alum.
I'll tell you what.
Calipari. You shock me.
Why? Because I know basketball?
No. The guys you just...
Okay. Calipari, it's like Kramer. Calipari is up here. Pitino, down here. Calipari can coach men. Pitino can't. You heard it here first. It's not going to be.
How old do you think he is?
Who?
Calipari.
He is 60.
66.
He looks great.
Now, I'm going to give you that.
Calipari looks
great.
Now, how old's Pitino?
Well, he done had some work done, but let me look.
He doesn't look as
right.
He doesn't look as good.
Pitino,
sure.
Steiny, what would you guess?
I think he's probably 71.
72.
Okay.
Isn't that... Oh, I got to be careful here. That's a little too old.
For what?
To coach men, young men.
Well, he doesn't. He coaches boys. He's a college coach. They're
what
not
about
men
Pete
yet.
Carroll?
Yeah, how old's he now?
But dude,
I thought he's almost 80.
But he's really
great.
35 at the heart, though, Evan. See, it ain't about your age. It's how you... Like, I keep you young. I don't get no credit for it.
Sorry, he's only 73.
You know what? He needs to give up the chewing of the gum.
No, that's a staple.
Yeah, but you're 73. It's going to stick to your dentures at some point.
Wow.
Seriously.
Wow. My mom had them.
Did she? My dad did too.
Scared me every time. She didn't have them in. What?
Because now I got the vision of my dad without his in, and it's hideous.
Put him in.
It was hideous.
Go bring me my teeth, boy. Oh, man.
You know, my
You
dad,
can stop asking that question.
Dad had such a bad sense of humor.
You don't have to ask
Did he
that
smoke?
again.
Everything.
Well, wow. My man.
Actually, he only smoked Winston's.
Okay. He got
3
it
packs
in.
a day.
He got it in.
He would get to, he was weird. I loved him, but he was
I got to
crackpot. He used to think it was funny to take his teeth out and show them to the kids, us. I was like, put that back here. Hey.
Oh, and I can see the humor in it, though.
And then we had one of my sister's kids was young, and he had a prosthetic at the end. That's 15 years. And it kind of freaked out Bobby John, the young kid.
I get it. Right.
And so on purpose, he would take off his leg in front of the kid, and it just freaked the kid out. He'd take his leg off.
I get it.
He could take his leg off, and my little nephew was scared out of his mind. Meanwhile, there's Pops cackling.
Like I am. Oh, I could see that, man.
You would for sure do that. If you had a prosthetic, you would rip that bad boy off every chance you got.
No doubt, Evan. Oh, man.
You might be right. You might be right.
Oh, man.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get into something Brian Geltzeiler said earlier in the show, Sirius XM NBA Radio about the Warriors. There's some off-season stuff we'll get to. That segment was brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Are you saying that because I'm inexperienced?
Basketball doesn't work that way.
I hear you, and it hurts me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty.
How you feeling?
We're getting there, Goo.
Why would you have to look at the clock to answer that question?
Because I would just want to, sometimes we do shows and I lose track of what segment we're in, but now I know we're an hour away from Willard and Dibbs telling us how we should have done our show today.
No, they don't do that anymore.
What? How many times did Dibley text you today?
Complimentary.
Willard's the best. We know that. God, how many times did Dibbs text you today?
Twice, because he would listen to the show. He's a P1.
What did he text?
The two names for famous White Sox players.
Who did he have?
You know what? I'm married, so I have experience in this. I'm gonna bite my tongue because I read exactly who he had, and I named one of the players Dibbs had before I went. Look, Shoeless Joe, and what can you tell me, Steiny? Not Jamie, about Nellie Fox.
He was in the previous century.
That was Dibbs' guy. That was his name.
Here was a great one. Danny Boy, Paul Konerko.
Oh, well,
yeah.
Is it really?
Well, what?
That's a good but yeah, gotcha.
Okay. Lifetime home runs, Paul Konerko.
I would say
bet $100 on it.
Well, I ain't betting 100. I would say
less than Frank Thomas.
No doubt.
392.
I'm going to say way less, 285.
Oh, I'd say like 415.
I didn't trust myself.
Konerko played for a long time.
Are we going to get the answer? Let me look right now.
That many?
Dude.
Wow.
Boy was a baller.
Yeah, okay.
What's 440?
Oh, my gosh. Who gets it? Yeah. You boy.
What's the most he hit in a season?
I'm going to say, go ahead, Eddie.
41.
Damn.
But he almost hit 40 like 5 times.
Well, that was the steroid era, right?
No. Well. They used to do greenies, Steiny.
That was Willie Mays.
No, that was Dykstra when they play the day game after the night game.
He did more than greenies.
Liddy. That's my guy.
Hey, we had Brian Geltz out. You know what? I'm doing I'm calling on an audible.
Omaha?
Yeah. Because you wanted to talk about this, but you got to set it up because how do I want to put this? Okay, so let's talk basketball. Well, we got to get Steiny's input because he's the man. What does Steiny think? Basketball, but this has to do with social media and Instagram. So I was hoping you could set this up because I guess Iayuk's been active.
Now this is what I love.
Help me.
Okay, because I said this is what I was going to go away from, but it's kind of hard. So this started over the weekend, and the beautiful thing about it is, Steiny, we are, not me, you, Evan, and I. Evan might be like, leave me out of it. We're asking for the public's help, too. So I saw Julio Jones, the great Julio Jones, go on a podcast again and talk about his Super Bowl performance when they lost 28-3. They lost that lead. And he talked about 4 or 5 targets, and he blamed Kyle Shanahan, who was then the offensive coordinator. Okay, so if you want to call that years later a shot at Kyle for that soundbite, but that's how Julio took it.
Was, right?
So I'm on IG, and I see in Iayuk's story, he's got a picture of Julio Jones in a Falcon uniform. And I thought it was odd, but I'm thinking to myself, okay, what's this? Because people now, these youngsters communicate through their social media. So I saw the picture of Julio Jones, and then I was just doing my research, not looking or snooping. Shout out Snoop. I got the sound from Julio Jones saying why he felt like he had low production in the Super Bowl.
All right.
So I thought to myself, okay, so is Iayuk advocating what Julio Jones was saying because he had an experience in the Super Bowl where his production was minimal? I believe it was 4 targets. You remember in the Super Bowl where they lost it or lost in overtime. So nothing there. But I said, if I'm his coach, maybe Kyle doesn't know Julio Jones said that. How would that look if, somebody says something about Nahegan and I'm putting their picture up on my, it's almost like I'm in agreement or I'm not on the same page. Nothing to see here, right?
No, I wouldn't necessarily say. I mean, we've seen this before from receivers, and including a tight end for the Niners. We can get into that in a minute. But no, it sounds to me like Iayuk's making a point of saying, see, I don't get enough touches either, just like Julio Jones. That's what it sounds like to me.
But you just got paid an enormous contract.
Right, but
a lot of people, just real quick, didn't like how, and I was one of them, Iayuk handled his business before he got the contract, going public, talking to Jaden Daniels, y'all come get me. But I thought after you got paid and the team did what it did and it caved in and gave you your bread, you would be a happy soldier. But what happens, Donnie? You went and got hurt in multiple places. You had multiple fractures. So right now, you're on the sideline. But now he has on his Twitter, IG feed, 2005 TO, when he played 7 games for the Eagles, got suspended, and traded to Dallas. He's got on his IG feed that picture
of him doing sit-ups in his front yard or whatever.
So I'm just asking, Stoney, what message and who are you sending to, and why are you so mad? Would you just give me this? I don't know, but it's odd. Do you want out after you got paid? Are you mad at the Niners because you got hurt? I'm just saying to you and anybody that'll listen, Stoney, this is still weird from Brandon Iayuk, who I guess what I'm saying to you and asking myself, what could you be mad at?
I mean,
you got everything.
Well, he didn't.
They asked you and had places for you to get traded to from my sources. You said no. You didn't want to lead a Bay. So why is T.O., why do you look like you're disgruntled?
Because he doesn't think he gets the ball enough. Like, what? That's an easy one. He compared, he put that photo of Julio Jones up there complaining about not getting enough
in the
targets.
Super Bowl, okay.
Yeah, he feels the same way. He probably felt like, I didn't get the ball enough before my contract extension. I didn't get the ball enough after my contract extension.
Well, then I'm out.
And
they paid you, man.
See,
they paid you. For real. You won the negotiation. They paid you. And the money to me is more important than the stats. And you're still, and this is the worst part, you're hurt. You are hurt. And you're trying to just cause confusion. I don't know, but I don't like it. That's all I'm going to say.
You know what I remember?
You had a chance to get up out of here. If you're mad, shame on you, bud. You got the bread.
I said this last year before he got hurt, and you fought me on it. Oh, I remember like it was yesterday. I said, they made a mistake with Iayuk. They made a mistake. And you were like, oh, Steiny.
Yeah.
They made a mistake.
Apollo Crews saying the same thing in the chat. I wanted him to get paid.
He's a good receiver, but they paid him like a great receiver. He's a good receiver.
But why is, if I'm correct and this is him being disgruntled, you got the bag. You can't play the game.
But he wants the numbers. He wants numbers, Goo. He wants 1,700 yards receiving. He wants 11 targets a game.
Well, I'll tell you
and you ain't getting that on a run-first team.
Okay, listen, Stoney, to your point, if they made a mistake,
they did.
And this is how you reward the team that gave you the money after you getting hurt, you got hurt. They didn't make you get hurt. I think this is a mistake now. If this is him really upset about still being a 49er. And that's what I find offensive.
I don't know if he's mad about being a 49er, but he's taking the opportunities that he's had to make it clear that he thinks he should have a bigger role. Again, he did it before the contract extension. He's done it after the contract extension. He thinks he is Justin Jefferson.
But you're almost getting paid like
right, but he looks at it like you would expect a guy like him to look like it. It's if he's getting $30 million a year, he wants to have the ball thrown to him like the guys who make $30 million a year.
But can I just say this, Donnie, why I'm just blown away? Brandon, you're hurt right now. All you should be concerned with is rehab and being the best version of yourself. So why are you all of a sudden, Steiny, and if I'm correct, he's unfollowed the team, like he's not following the Niners. Now, maybe he went back and refollowed them, but that's out there. Why are you becoming a distraction? That's what we talked about the Niners, a clean off season. And now I could be wrong, but I'm not. I seen what I saw on his IG, and if I'm a teammate or a coach, I'm like, God, dog, what do I got to do for you to be cool? Why are you acting up like a child?
Because I'm just trying to tell you what he could be thinking, and I believe in his mind, the injury portion, is irrelevant.
Wow,
it's irrelevant.
Man.
He got hurt.
Man,
he's probably like, you play football,
but you
get
got
hurt.
paid too,
right? But he still doesn't get. He doesn't like his role. He wants the ball more. It's not hard to figure out, right?
Wow. Well, then I'll just say this, Steiny. It sounds like from all reports they had a chance to ship you here and there, and Kyle told us about the fax machine running in, pulling the plug, and they thought differently. But if you really felt that way, then you should have stood 10 toes down on, getting a new locale.
Well, maybe he thought that if they were going to pay him $30 million, they might use him more.
Well, what did we get? And I'm not games of that.
I'm not agreeing with Iayuk, but I do think one of the, if you look at it from Brandon Ayuk's point of view.
Help me.
You're looking at it wrong. You're looking at it as though the 49ers gave him $30 million. Just shut up and do your role. No, that's not how it works. They gave him $30 million, and he wants to be the man. He wants more of a role. Like, it would be like, Guru, you getting a monster. It's not really the same. You getting a monster raise, and them saying, well, let's say drive time's the best.
Okay.
All right. Guru, we're going to give you a lot of money, but you ain't doing drive time. Well, but you want to do drive time because that's the big one.
But if you pay me like I'm doing drive time,
that's not how it works.
Good.
That's not how it works. You want to be in the big spot. If you're a player like that, and I'm not saying he's right. I'm just saying he doesn't look at it as though, well, now I got 30, so whatever they want to do with me is fine. He's saying, I got 30.
I'm shocked at you.
Give me, at me? No. I'm not agreeing with him.
No.
I'm just trying to figure out what he's upset about.
Well, the point that has me scratching my head is you got hurt so fast in the season that maybe that would have happened. So why are you doing this as if you played 17 games?
Well, we're also looking at it.
I'm disappointed in him. And then he did another post. I'm going to read to you, Steiny, where he's basically telling everybody to shut up and yada, yada, yada. But I just can't believe my man got the bag. I wanted him to get the bag. You get hurt. But now you've come out from under a rock sending all these subliminals. And the TO is you want out of here. That's all it can be.
I don't know that. I think he wants to be here and get thrown the ball more. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Man, Johnny.
I think you also got to look at it from his point of view. So when you get paid, like he got paid, all right, but you're not a target like the other guys are targets who are getting paid what you're getting paid. If your production is not like theirs, you're going to get criticized, even though it's not all your fault.
And we only had a small sample size.
He does not want to be a $30 million receiver that only gets the ball thrown to him 5 times so that people say, why did we pay him $30 million? He's only getting the ball 4 or 5 times. Well, because that's the way we do things here in San Francisco.
So if he
wants the ball more, it's not that hard.
This? Or is this this is a real issue?
The 49ers had 3 pass catchers last year, all of whom bitched at one point. All right. George Kittle,
I'll get you.
Deebo Samuel,
I'll get you.
and Iayuk.
I got you.
They've all complained about not getting the ball enough.
I get you.
So that's just, like, to me, I chalk that up.
So what if you're
to
Kyle
football.
and you see
That's
this now? It's nothing?
Doesn't matter.
I think it does.
Okay.
Because when you get
what are you
healthy,
supposed to do if you're Kyle? Change the game plan for a
check
guy?
him or buff him or call him or ask him what's going on.
It's not the way.
What more do you need from me or us? We paid you, man. And if you thought all money is not good money, you would have been like, get me up out of here. Like, I just can't. I'm just blown away that he's hurt, partner, and he's doing this, and you got paid. You lose me with that. Now you're being a distraction when you can't even ball. You're not there week 1. You're not going to be there week 2. We don't know when you're coming back. Why are you being a problem? Or why are you causing confusion among us?
And I think Kyle Shanahan would tell you he's not. And whether that would be coach speak or not, I'm not sure. But again,
he got wide receiver 1 money and he's crying
because he wants to be he wants to be a pass catcher like a number 1. And they're not letting him be. Again, I am not siding with Iayuk. I'm just trying to figure out what he could be mad about. And I got to believe it's because he thinks he should be used more. But what I'm getting at is, you saying, oh my gosh, this is a big deal. Well, I'm just thinking, I remember last year, Shanahan got asked about Deebo Samuel going on to social media saying he didn't get the ball enough. And I know that Shanahan was asked about Kittle's comments in the locker room after a loss where he didn't have a lot of catches after an early big first quarter. It's like that's what coaches
traded, Steiny.
Okay, that's what coaches deal with or not deal with it. Like, to me, that is welcome to 2025.
But we talked about it all last year.
How many receivers have done this?
Season.
Could we list on 2 hands?
How many have done it after they gotten paid? I'll wait.
I don't know.
How many have done it after they gotten paid? That's what's so incredible about this, man. You got the bag, and then you got hurt. They didn't hurt you.
Again, I'm not, you can't understand what you...
No, I understand, but who cries after they get paid?
Listen, he
hasn't went to 17 games and not getting the ball.
He doesn't think that the 49ers gifted him a $30 million contract. He didn't sign a $30 million contract or whatever it was so that the team could say, now keep your mouth shut and we'll throw it to you when we throw it to you. He clearly doesn't want to be a guy making $30 million a year where everybody says, how come he's only catching 4 balls a game? Again, I do not agree with it necessarily, but I could totally see why he brings it up because receivers, that's what they do. They always do it. How about this? Apollo Crews. Iayuk is jealous of Juwan Jennings because maybe Purdy throws to him more. I don't, I'm sure it's got something to do with that.
Man. I get your premise on the receivers are divas and maybe year 2 or 3 in a deal, but man, this dude got hurt, and I would feel like I let the team down by not being out there. You paid me. That would make me feel doubly worse, and now I'm crying and I can't even contribute. I mean, make that make sense.
When he's healthy, he wants the ball more. That's what he's saying. Let's go to Ryan in Irvine. Hey, Ryan, how are you, man? What's going on?
I'm good, guys. Thanks. Hey, I'm with you, Guru. You just made a point. How many receivers have negotiated a contract, gotten paid everything they wanted, and then complained about how they're being used? Wow. But here's what I think. Iayuk is not over the Super Bowl. He's not over how he feels he was underutilized in that Super Bowl. Man. He's still in his feelings about that. But here's what I think's funny. Him and his agent negotiated a contract that, I guess, brought to light all of the intangible things about him as a receiver, right? They negotiated how good of a blocker he is.
Sure.
The downfield blocking, all this stuff, right? They used it as a negotiation to get him the money he wanted. So he gets that money, it's not necessarily based on numbers that other receivers are putting up because he's not utilized like that. So he gets paid a contract he's happy with, and now he's switching it up. He's saying, well, actually, in addition to the money that you gave me, I want to be used differently. Dude, you had the opportunity to leave here. You had the opportunity to go into a different offense where you could be utilized the way you think you should. You chose to stay here. And this is what's interesting. He has a teammate in the same locker room as him that has a lot of similarities. George Kittle doesn't get the ball as much as he probably should. But all his other intangible skills, his blocking, how he's utilized as an offensive lineman, makes him so valuable that he gets paid a justified amount because of his skills. Iayuk, take a lesson from your teammate, shut up, stop bitching, and get on board.
Appreciate the call, Ryan.
Man.
I don't know if he's got that in him.
Ooh.
That is bad.
Spit it out.
I dated a young lady before I was single.
Oh, I was going to say.
I won't say her name.
Wait, you dated?
She cheated on me multiple times.
You know what you just said. I dated a young lady before I was
married.
Single.
Before I was married, yeah. So she cheated on me multiple times. 4.
I'm out.
And after the third 4, I needed therapy from Ranch, Silk, Basie, Relaford. They all had to talk to me and be like, you know what? If you're going to be this hurt and Steiny, I was hurt. Like, you come over, I was single, had my own spot, bottles everywhere, just hurt. And I chose to get hurt the 4th time by taking her back after she said she wouldn't do it again.
Such a good guy.
So Iayuk was in a position, like the caller said, you guys will never utilize me the way that I need. So let's just go through with that deal wherever it's at. He turned that down. And now you're hurt. The team had to try to fill the void of not having you. And now you're posting cryptic stuff of...
It's not cryptic. He wants the ball more. From the text line 415, he's not asking for money. He's asking for targets.
But he's doing it like an infant.
Okay, well, he's a receiver.
And
They're children.
Oh, Steiny, they paid him, and this is the thanks we get.
I am not sticking up for him, but, it's like, guess what?
What?
These are great athletes. Many of them are not fully formed adults.
I'm shocked, man. Like, he's got
shocked
more nerve.
This shocks you.
Yeah, no, he's got more nerve than a little bit. And I was pro Iayuk. Pay that man. Yeah. And they paid them.
Yeah.
And now you're at home hurt.
How could you not see this coming?
I don't want to call it hush money. That was the ultimate sign of respect. Unfortunately, in this world, money is the ultimate sign of respect to a majority of people in the working class.
Okay, I'll be honest with you, and I'm doing this just to pick at you. That's not the ultimate sign of respect. The ultimate sign of respect is utilizing him more because you believe he's that great. What do you think of that? Yeah.
No, we talk about Stephen A. Smith.
I don't.
He's got 12 jobs. ESPN's running them in the ground. You know what I mean? Like, no, that's not it, Steiny. It's like, you tell me if they were to give me a buku raise.
Let's use Stephen A. Smith. If they said, look, we're going to give you 20, let's say he was making 5. Yeah. We're going to give you 20, but you're not going to have any extra platforms, and you're just going to be doing what you do.
I think he'd probably be the happiest man in the world.
I don't, because I think he's a guy who actually likes to work and wants to be in the mix. And all I'm saying is, like, some people want more of a role.
And I know, real quick, Evan, do you think am I doing too much true detective on this? Or
I do think you're telling a lot about yourself to the people right now.
Well, the cheating, she hurt me. But Iayuk, what could he be mad at, Evan?
I told you.
I'm asking Evan. You're just doing what the opposite, and I get it, but you don't feel that.
He's mad at his targets.
I actually kind of am with Goo. Like, he wasn't playing very well even before he got hurt.
No
and then
doubt.
He finally got the ball. I think it was against the Patriots, and the team stinks. And then maybe he thought I was back, and then he got hurt. It's like, you don't show up for training camp. You're not there because you get your money, and then you want the ball, but you're not in good condition to get the ball because you can't get open because you haven't practiced him because you wanted the money because you want to negotiate. Like, seriously, just like what do you want right now? Because you're the problem.
Wow.
No, I think all those things are fair. I'm not saying either one of you are wrong at all.
But do it like a pro. Don't put T.O. in his driveway, which is sending to Niner fans, I want out.
Well, these guys aren't mature. And
I think I think you're selling.
I think it's a cop-out too, but everybody does it. Most receivers are passive-aggressive when it comes to that kind of thing, and they'll go to social media. And we saw it last year. We've seen it before with Iayuk.
Also,
again, I'm not saying you guys are wrong.
He's comparing himself to Terrell Owens. Like, T.O.'s a Hall of Famer. He's a top 5 receiver of all time. Like, what is he doing?
I'm disappointed, Steiny. If you're right, there's a way to pick up the phone, have a conversation. You got ample time, but to go on the phone and IG, this is what I deemed McCaffrey when we got news that there was a calf issue, and y'all laughed at me because I was like, oh boy, this is on its way to becoming a distraction. That's all I'm saying. And he's
not even around the team.
And that makes it worse.
Yeah,
Get better.
I mean, I'm not.
Maybe he's going through something because he's hurt.
Maybe he's just a diva wide receiver like a lot of people. 888-957-9570 is the number. We can top off this conversation. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
No. That's gone too far.
I am ready to go.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, you got the over in the Angels Red Sox game?
No, you got to have money to bet.
Uh-oh.
What happened?
What did happen?
I'm getting ready for a vacation, guys. I'm going to family reunion.
When?
Oh my God,
that's right.
Dude.
My bad.
You should be in Hollywood.
No, honestly, June snuck up on me. I forgot. Like, we're in the finals.
Yeah.
We're in that.
What?
We're actually in that time period where you thought the Warriors would still be playing.
I really thought I was going to see family.
That's cute.
And so did you, because you left that stick alone. I had to defend myself while you left, and Evan remained in the control room. Philmo might text me. He's just trying to prove his worth. No, Michael, they gave him the bag. I'm back to Iayuk.
Here we go.
I'm just blown away. There's got to be more to it, man.
Yeah, there's not.
And you're condoning it sounds like.
No, not at all.
CeeDee Lamb got paid.
I just try
all
to
the guys in Cincinnati
how many
paid?
targets does he get a game? I think he leads the league, right?
Right, but how can you complain about something where you only experienced 3 or 4 games before you got hurt?
He endured an entire career before he got his contract.
So when do you let it go?
You did.
They gave you
Let's
the
go.
bag.
I'll tell you what. Let's go to Lamar in San Francisco.
I'm getting a lot of support on this.
I'm sure you are, because it's an easy position to take.
Steiny, you're off, bro. Way off.
I tell him.
What's up, Lamar? How you doing?
I'm good. How about you guys?
Hanging in.
Are deep into. Yeah, he's hanging in. It's not easy, but just keep hanging.
There you go.
Steiny, I don't agree with you too often, man, but I agree with you this time, sir.
Thank you.
We have a diva wide receiver, and like Philmo Mike just texted in, man, he cares. Passion is caring, man.
Okay.
He cares about his career. He cares about his numbers. He cares about the team. He cares about the ring. I thought I asked you last year, or before the season, I'm sorry, I don't mean to switch subjects like this real quick, but if I told you that the gold medal cost us, the Warriors, a ring, would you have rather had the ring for the season, or would you have had the gold medal?
Oh, the ring for the season, and I was worried when it was announced he was going to play.
Oh, okay. And so if we'd have chucked it up then and said, all right, a lot of the seasons, I'm all over the place, the preseason is where, the offseason is where the season starts. Brandon Iayuk has been in the doghouse for years up until this point, right? The blocking, he's a diva. He's supposed to be a diva. You want a diva wide receiver. You want someone who says, I want the ball. That's their job. We can talk about blocking and this and that. The initial job of a receiver is catch the ball. And for the team that he plays for with the Niners, it's tough. But to say that we just lost Deebo Samuel, and how many times have we seen him drop a pass last year and say, wow, hell, that could have been me. Or a missed target for this guy or this guy. The guy cares. Personally, you guys got to forgive me. I'm a homer. I love everybody that we draft. I hate to say it, even Kyle Williams and A.J. Jenkins, Chris Culliver, those guys. I love all of our guys. I mean, how many guys do you know? I mean, don't you want to have supreme confidence? How many guys on the bench for the Warriors probably said, man, we did all this to come back and we still didn't, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's so much that these guys care about, man, and you can't put a price on someone's passion for the game. He wants to win a ring. He doesn't want to sit there and say, I'm getting paid all this money and I'm not making no plays. Who wants that? Some people will go to their work job and sit on their butts all day and say, I got a paycheck from it. This is not this guy. This is a legacy thing.
Okay, real quick. You're on fire, but you can. Everything you said, hey, it's legit, but don't be a distraction to your team. Not even 12 months after they made you one of the highest paid receivers in the game, and you need to rehab. You didn't show up to OTAs, and you're doing the Instagram stuff to send mixed messages about if you're mad or not. To me, that's why I'm disappointed. That's a distraction.
Again, I don't agree with Steiny all the time, but these are the times that we're in with the kids, and this is how they communicate, man.
All right. Wow.
He's a child. He's still a child, immature. But man, you just want to put players in the best position. It's a run-first team. It's not the place for them, possibly.
Good stuff, Lamar. Appreciate the call.
So is that, hey, we're just having a conversation. So, Steiny, is that where we're at?
Yes.
We're just going to write it off as a 23-year-old is really 18?
Basically.
I'm not saying he's fully. Come on, man. These are grown adults. All I'm saying is this is.
Honestly, they're not.
I believe Brandon is trying to be a distraction, and I don't think that's cool, especially while you hurt after you got paid. That's all.
I mean.
Come on now.
Actually, he put. Was in Lamar? Lamar put a thought into my head that you're going to hate, but
what?
I truly believe it. If you gave Curry truth serum and said, Steph, you can only get one, an Olympic gold medal or your 5th title, I think he says, give me the medal.
That doesn't sound preposterous because he's already got 4. And I know it's easy for me to sit here and say don't play, but I got to tell you, that don't shock me.
For example,
I don't know about that one.
But here's why. Here's why I know I'm right, even though I have no idea. Because if you told Curry right now, you could win another one, but you will have no Olympic experience. That is wiped clean. That never happened. I think he's like, let's just let it ride. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah?
But Evan, that 5th to put him up there with past LeBron, put him up there with Duncan and Kobe. Come on. You might be on to something.
I think Curry's more of that guy than we talk about.
No, I believe it.
Like the guy, remember when Kobe won, when he won his 5th, the back-to-back against Orlando? And against the Celtics, and they asked him, and his first answer was, got one more than Shaq. Like, I do think that guys are like that.
Man,
and Curry,
he did say that.
Getting a 5th would...
He's a killer.
I think that would mean more.
Man. Yeah. Now he got me fired up about this upcoming season. I know
it doesn't mean he'll get it.
I know, Evan. I feel like you're representing a side. I know what you're doing.
Tell me.
No, you could be right, but Matt Steinmetz doesn't. You're not saying it's right.
I'm actually not saying it's wrong.
Wow.
What if because let's say Curry doesn't play in the Olympics and they don't win a gold medal.
But if they lose, they would have lost. It wouldn't have been his body broke down.
But they didn't lose. Oh. They not only won, they won because of him, and it might have been one of his finest hours.
I'm talking about
in the history of his career. Yeah. And so,
but I'm with Evan Stowney. He wants number 5.
Of course he does. Of course he does. But I'll tell you right now, if he's sitting with 4 championship rings and right beside it is that gold medal, and somebody said to him, I'll tell you what, we'll sub out this gold medal and you'll get another ring. I could see him saying, yeah, I'm good.
Oh, not me.
Because you'd have to assume that the Olympics then never happened. And I think the Olympics for him might have been his crowning achievement. And he wouldn't want to let that go. And I'm going to take it further. He probably got more recognition for the gold medal than any of his titles.
No way.
Yeah, the Olympics? Worldwide.
Carmelo has one.
He's got a few.
Yeah,
with the crocodile tears.
It was the only thing it was the only thing left for Curry to do. Way to go, Steph.
No, he can get up there and be at the dinner table with Kobe.
He's already there.
With Kobe.
He's already there.
No.
Yes, he is.
When the invitation says you can't eat unless you got 5, he's not already there.
Yeah.
And he knows it. That's why he's still driving them.
He doesn't care.
Stop. It's tiny.
He doesn't care. There's no difference between 4 and 5 in his mind. 4's great. 5'd be a little better, but he ain't giving up the ring. I mean, the medal.
But you're also assuming that he wouldn't have a kind of performance or moment like he did on the Olympic stage to capture a 5th title. Like, would he rather have hit his golden dagger in Game 7 of the NBA Finals?
Good question.
Or against France?
Great one.
Well, first of all, I think he probably knows his next title or this elusive 5th ring, if it ever comes, he's coming off the bench.
Oh, Snotty, stop. It's like 510 said it best. I'll ask you too. Barkley trade his gold medal in Evan.
He has no titles.
But
Barkley has no titles.
How much does he want that ring, though? Oh, he would trade that bad boy in a
Curry's
millisecond.
got 4.
But 5 would put him in a... See, that's where
5
he jumps
puts him
off the
nowhere.
Bus. He's comparing himself to Kobe.
He's in the same
and Tim
spot.
Duncan, Steiny.
Well, I think this gives us a little bit of an insight to the answer. Would he have traded one of his 4? If he never got a chance to play in the Olympics, never won a 5th, would he trade one of his 4 championships for an Olympic gold medal?
Yes.
I think you're wrong, bud.
Okay.
This dude is that dude.
Thank
He
you.
is competitive.
Thank you, Mr. Our great, and thank you once again for the tickets last night, Jim Mole.
I'm down on Jim.
Barkley is not a valid comparison. You got to love Mole.
I was reaching Jim.
Yeah, you sure were.
He came down my road. I tried to say incredulous. He said spell. You let me off the hook. But anyway, this ain't about Steph. It's about Iayuk. No, and you're doing Radio 101, Santa Barbara College, Sunday nights. I say A, you say B. I get it. We got to have radio. But come on. Iayuk, this is not cool. I would call him and let him have it if I was his buddy.
No, you wouldn't.
What are you doing?
No, you wouldn't.
And you're hurt.
You enable bad behavior. You don't approach it.
Wow.
Stop!
Thank you. Tell me what you really think of me. Did you keep your tickets from last night?
Who uses a paper ticket?
Yo, you got him on the pump. Evan Bay, I have some.
No, but I will say that if there's ever the option to get an actual ticket, like for a comedy show or a concert or a game, I will take the paper ticket.
Don't take long. I used to store them, man. Yeah, my bad.
Why does it hurt you so much that...
That's strong.
Why does it hurt you so much that a dude would rather have a gold medal than his 5th ring?
It doesn't
No,
hurt
it does. It really bothers you.
I think you're omitting how competitive these guys are. Steph's going to be a professional golfer when he's done.
No, he's not.
Okay, listen, Steiny. He told us as much. He thinks about what that company would elevate him to. And when we're talking about Kobe Bryant and one just short of Michael, that's why they made the trade for Jimmy Butler, and that's why everything is all in for Steph. He got that building built. He made the Warriors, he took them from a great timeout to a dynasty. Blake Carrington.
Well, and I would just tell you that if he cared more about a 5th ring than a gold medal, he probably wouldn't have played in the Olympics because he knew that the Olympics were going to take something out of him, which it did. So, like, he gave you the answer. Now, you don't have to believe it, but he gave you the answer.
That's not true.
Hey, Evan.
And he loves it the way he said.
He knew that he was coming back to play with Buddy Hield.
Oh,
another
man.
great point. By the 818, if Curry really wanted a 5th ring so badly, he would have demanded out of here 2 years ago. He knows it's over here.
Please.
He's too smart for that.
They would have beat Minnesota, Stoney. There's no doubt.
Sure.
Now it's about OKC.
Sure, but it didn't matter to him if they beat Minnesota or not because he had his gold medal.
Sometimes,
is there anything? Sure, championship rings are nice, but every award must answer to the gold medal.
He's got his gold medal next to his Franklin and Marshall signed Steinmetz jersey.
If he still has that, do you understand what the GOAT conversation is predicated on?
Piece.
The GOAT.
You don't get
greatest
it.
of all time.
You don't get it.
It's about rings. Not, hey, how many Olympic ones did you get? And I love our country.
You hate to
I'm down on this. Well, I'm down on this, but you know what I mean.
The reality of the situation was the Olympics were a higher priority for him than the regular season.
It was something to keep him out the house.
It was
something to do basketball with his guys.
It was the only thing that was left on his resume to do. He's 4-time champion.
He's
a 2-time MVP. He's a finals MVP. And he needed the gold medal. And he got it. And it came at the expense of the Golden State Warriors.
He would not even have got on the plane to go over there if he thought that his hammy would blow in the offs. And I'll leave that there. And we don't know for sure. and you know this, I've been holding. We don't know if that's why he got hurt. Got hurt because he had to play 46.
You already took a victory lap for it.
Well, yeah, take any lap I can, but come on. 87 minutes and 2 nights.
510. Thank you, man. I appreciate it, 510. Matt's right. Steph's grandkids will be way more impressed by his gold medal than a 5th ring.
We don't know that.
No, yeah, we do. I think we do. I'll tell you why. So, Steph, let's say 25 years from now, big Cannon.
Yeah.
Cannon's got a big family.
Probably in the league.
Here comes Curry's grandkid. And Curry goes, let me show you some things. Okay. 7-year-old. He's going to say, this is for winning the NBA championship. This one's for winning the NBA championship.
Yeah, 2 more.
So's this one. And here's another one. But this over here is a gold medal. They're going to go, wow.
Yeah, we beat Rudy Gobert.
Why is that one different, Daddy?
And then he'll say, young Cannon, why can't we beat the world team in the All-Star game? Yeah, because that's what's coming.
Yeah, right now John Stockton is telling everybody, all of his grandkids and their kids, about the dream team.
Please.
And look at this gold medal. And then the kids say, oh, is that when you beat Michael Jordan? And he goes, well, no, that never happened.
Oh, and I agree.
I love that.
I agree. A guy like John Stockton, who's never won a title, would trade his gold medal in for a championship
and Barkley
ring.
never goes to it.
It's old hat to Curry.
When Shaq and Barkley are going at it, he never says, I got at least a gold medal, because he knows. There's nothing like winning it all.
Yeah, we beat LeBron James 3 times. We beat a young future championship squad.
You know what? Come to think of it,
Boston
that was
Celtics.
the one.
And then we beat Evan Fournier.
Come to think of it.
That is great.
The more I think about it, the more I think the gold medal game might be his greatest accomplishment, because he was actually on a team that should have been an underdog, because our team stunk. But the Warriors, on the other hand, always had the best team. So I think his greatest accomplishment may have come this past summer, Goo.
No, 510. I agree. 5 rings solidify the GOAT debate.
It's already solidified.
He gets one more.
Okay,
pass LeBron and let him know it was my era, not yours.
And that's the double standard.
What's the double standard?
The double standard is like, as great as Curry is, you're still going to measure him. 5. Oh, if he gets 5, well, now he's a better player than that. No, that's not the way it works.
Understand.
Use your head.
No.
Use your head.
Steiny, who has the most home runs in baseball? Ever?
Bonds.
Okay,
he has no rings. I'm talking about a guy who's got 4.
The point is, he'll always be remembered. You always want to add. It's math. Don't act like Curry don't care about, my God, look at Chewy and Daryl.
It's not that he doesn't care. It's that he cared more about the medal.
And you don't know that.
I know I don't, but you don't know that it didn't.
I know number 5 keeps him up at night.
No, it doesn't. Shut up. It does not keep him up at night. Please.
No, what keeps him up at night is Mr. Throwback.
Oh, well, hey. I hope they're not listening.
Who?
I hope they are.
The other day, you guys took shots at his show. He got canceled. I loved him in it.
No, you didn't.
I did. Evan, I loved him in it.
Oh, great call. Yep. The Olympic gold solidified his legacy. That's the other thing. Those Olympic games were legacy games. Nobody in Tanzania knew that he's won 4 titles, but the people in Tanzania know that he's a gold medal winner.
The greatest of all time is known for what? 6.
I don't even know who you're talking about.
Michael Jeffrey Jordan. He's known for
I don't think
6.
he's the greatest.
We don't even go to the Olympic medal. That's how prestigious that is.
Yep.
It's 6.
Nope.
And we didn't even go game 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's so bad. Yep. He has never been in a game 7.
It is pretty funny.
Oh, my God. Karl Malone, Stockton,
you know
Barkley,
what I remember?
Drexler.
You know what
Kersey,
I remember? You know what I remember?
Magic, Vlade, Worthy.
You know what I remember?
No game 7 ever.
You know what I remember?
NBA Finals MVP. Now what?
I remember
3 times, 4 times, 5, Think 5.
You know what? You're right. I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's all we wanted.
Because you know what? No, I've just forgotten.
And that's what life's
forgot
what happened?
how sad I was decades ago when I realized that I cared more about stuff than the actual players themselves. And I know how difficult that is for you because you're just finding out that winning a title, you care more about Steph's 5th ring than he does. He goes to bed at night thinking, yeah, if I get one, it'll be great. If I don't, I've had a hell of a career.
That dude is still playing for that, man. He's told us.
He's playing for $61 million. That's why he's playing.
That too. Damn, that hammy didn't go.
Well, he wouldn't have played in the Olympics. He wouldn't trade that gold medal in for a healthy hamstring in March or April. Take it to the bank. And you know what I heard? I shouldn't even say this because
you're projecting.
No, I'm not projecting. I just didn't want to give you another example.
Give it to us.
He, at his house down on the peninsula, his rings are in a safe.
Okay.
But his gold medal is on the mantle. Don't you get it? That's the one he meant. That's the one that meant it for him. It topped off a wonderful career.
Because he doesn't mind if it melts when the house burns down.
Oh, man. Take this, not that.
There is one thing I think Curry would trade a championship ring for. And it would be a golf major.
Nope.
That's the only thing I think he'd trade a ring for because he seems to care more about golf than anything.
Seriously, how good is he? Is he better than Tony Romo golfing? Like, how can he really be a pro golfer after?
No.
Oh.
He cannot be a pro golfer. First of all,
he played in a tournament.
Well, he does. But what I'm saying is he can't make the PGA Tour at 40 after he retires. He'd have to wait till he's 50 to play on the Champions Tour. But he's not good enough to do that either, according to a lot of... And you know what? We got Dibley coming in on the other side. I'll bet you he's going to be able to tell you.
So was Romo a better golfer when he was playing as Curry, or they're about equal?
I think Romo's a little better. But my point...
You got to wait that long?
But my point is, Dibbs will tell you why Curry will not be a professional golfer, because that's his bailiwick. But, I mean, take it to the bank. The last 12 months for Steph have been about the gold medal. It's okay on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny, you're off, bro. Way off.
much of this drug do you got to take?
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
And that's what life's about.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
The crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Let's welcome in Dibbs, and Willard will be here momentarily. And Dibbs, I have a way I want to start this crossover, and I'm going to ask you to go into your memory bank. Do you remember when you lost your sports innocence as a fan?
Sports innocence.
When you realized that some athletes don't care as much as you think they do, and it's really a business, and this drivel about being driven by championships, and that's all they think about, that's not really the way it is.
The one that hits me, and I have never thought about it in terms of an actual moment, but as we are having this conversation, I'm going back to, and it might be 1992, I don't know the exact year, but Chris Webber was coming off a Rookie of the Year, and the Warriors were good. They had Latrell, they had Webber, it was late Mullen, it was late Timmy, and it was, oh my goodness, they've got Chris Webber, 6'10", point forward. I remember him at Michigan calling timeout. I don't blame him for that. They were great. And that year goes through, and it's like, all right, the Warriors, finally, I think we're ready to do something big. And he wants out, and, Nelly's not happy with him, and they're fighting. And so the organization had a choice. Either keep Webber and, jettison Nelly, or keep Nelly and jettison Webber. So they jettison Webber, and then Nelly does one more year and says, I'm out. Guru voice and that hurt in the knockout. Sorry about that. So at that moment, it was like, you know what? And I know the ownership, was that still Franklin Muley, or was that Chris Cohan?
No, that was Cohan. That was his first year.
That to me was like, what are we doing? Because I lived through Joe Barry Carroll, and I lived through, and that was part of the Robert Parrish, Kevin McHale debacle, where they could have had both. They had Parrish, they could have had McHale, but they chose Joe Barely Cares. And then you get finally to where you get a guy who's good, and you choose the coach, and he leaves too. I think that's the moment, Steiny, where my innocence was lost.
Yeah. Well, Goo lost his a little bit today.
What do you mean?
Oh, no.
Because I convinced him.
Please.
I convinced him that.
For it, man.
I'm listening.
I convinced him. Well, I didn't. I had a thought that Steph Curry's got 4 titles, right? 4 championship rings, right?
Yeah.
And I just said, I'll bet you if you said, hey, Steph, we'll give you a 5th ring, but we're taking the gold medal from you, and you have no experience for that gold. That never happened, that he might say, I'm good.
I agree.
You do?
Oh, yeah.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Well,
that's beautiful because I don't either, but I'm going to act like I do.
Think, right, but I think does the brain immediately go to what would you do? And then we project that onto Steph.
Because he would be up there with Kobe and Duncan. And a guy like that has told us, he's fixated on that. And that's why I thought, he might be a pro golfer, Dibbs, what he's done.
Well, if you stuck that question into a vacuum and just said, what's more important to you, a ring or a gold medal, there's no question it would be a ring.
Correct.
But I get where
Charles Barkley, line 1.
But you're also talking about not a ring, but the 5th ring.
Right, exactly.
I don't know. He looked like he had a really good time in those Olympics.
Yeah, and he clearly prioritized the Olympics over.
Don't do it. Just don't. Just don't.
I am. But no, like the one thing that I think is part of the equation is that the gold medal was the last piece that he needed on his resume to get it all. He's had 4 titles, MVP of the finals, MVP of regular season, and the gold kind of caps it off.
It more than caps it off because of the way the gold medal came about. And the way it came about was you were down by 15 against Serbia and the Joker, and you guys dug deep and you found a way to win that game. And then France, the host nation, they had you by le short-hairs. You were in trouble. And then Curry did what Curry does. Un, deux, trois, quatre. And the 4-3 was like, okay, sacre bleu. That thing was absolutely.
What is happening right now?
I'm doing a little bit of a hybrid, Frank.
That is great.
1, 2, 3, 4 threes in Sacre Bleu is an old expression for OMFG. Oh my Frenching God. And what he did, not that he was the only guy to win the gold, but he did the thing. And so the gold medal that he won, that they won, was kind of on the back of his entire career. So that, and the Golden Dagger, Noah Eagle with the call, that put him up 8. That really wasn't the Golden Dagger, but the fact that the shot was a dribble right, step back, 28-foot heave, that is so Steph.
Okay.
But it was the fourth quarter, Willard, when he actually went to the Olympics.
It's all wonderful. It's all wonderful. But on the list of things that we talk about with these players,
thank you.
The Olympics is somewhere.
Carmelo cried
just north of what they did at the rec center when they were 15.
You're very wrong. You're super wrong.
I think that's a little strong.
That's your opinion.
It's not my opinion.
And I'm as American as anybody in here.
I have never heard anyone talk about LeBron or MJ or any other GOAT or great. And when they're doing, they did this, and they had a gold medal.
Barkley won't even use it when he's getting crushed and he wants to. He doesn't.
Because it's different.
Nobody talks about it.
You're being real, but you don't follow the Olympics the way that many people do, including myself.
I would argue you follow the Olympics a lot more than what most people do.
Correct. And these Olympics this year,
into it the same way
they did a whole thing on not only like the Dream Team. So the Dream Team goes out and they play Angola and they win by 61, and Barkley gets into a fight with an Angolan.
Right.
Okay, cool.
That's the
you
Dream
win
Team.
Everything.
That's the Dream Team.
There's no more Dream Team.
Nobody individualizes the gold medal.
That's the walk-off.
They do not individualize the gold medal the same way we do NBA accomplishments.
No, but you collectivize this gold medal because this gold medal was against two nations that were as good as you.
And
that's why
other than you will remember who those nations are.
Well,
it's just a fact.
You're wrong about that because you don't care about it.
Guru, who are the other nations? We're sitting here talking about it, and I bet you can't
walk off. Speaking of nations, I believe, hypothetically, if we go to Kenya or Liberia, Sierra Leone, and we say Steph Curry, they don't know 4 rings, but they know what he did at the Olympics.
Great. So he's on the Mount Rushmore of Olympics in Sierra Leone.
Exactly.
What the hell do I get? Why? Well, who cares?
They love the Olympics in Sierra Leone.
The debate is predicated on how many you got.
We're not there.
How many titles you got?
I'm not trying to denigrate it. It doesn't match up. It does not match up to what these guys do in the NBA.
But can we switch it to Rob Lowe about last night?
Please.
Wes Craven couldn't come up with a scarier script than Tibbs, 2 outs. You're up 2-0. You still ain't got much offense. Your guy hasn't given up your closer in 20 innings pitch plus in 2 months, and you lose that game. Is this just a blip, or where are you at with the offense and the concern moving forward?
Well, say that again. What was the score?
2-0.
They had 2 runs.
Yeah, the Giants did. In the 3rd inning, they got 2.
It's an outburst for them.
But in the 9th inning, they had 2 runs. So you're telling me the team that only scores 2 runs a game, and Steiny had it earlier, 16 games, 32 runs. Yeah. So you only score 2 runs, and you expect to win? Like, what are we even talking about here? They're lucky that they are only 7-9 in the last 16. They should be probably 3-13 or 4-12.
It depends on which side of the ball you want to look at, though, because if you look at the way they've pitched during those 32,
it's incredible.
You'd say it's bananas that they've only won 7 of those games.
Right, we did this yesterday, exactly.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. So I get where you're coming from, Goo. It doesn't even really matter to me what the metrics are. It matters what the fan experience is right now. We come in today with the exact same story we had yesterday. You still have a winning record. It's still all going to be okay in the big picture, and it's still it sucks. It still feels like a screwdriver in the ear. Like watching this team right now, they find a new way, and watching that thing unfold. I don't know if you guys do the same thing that our show's doing. The texts start coming in. The sarcasm is a second away every time. It's like, how are they going to screw this up? Watch this. I think Dibbs hit me with right when the Padres scored. Machado's hit falls. Here comes another extra inning disappointment.
Yep.
the way my brain works, because I'm completely out of my mind in the other direction, I'm like, watch this. Yaz is going to hit a walk-off.
Yeah.
Of course he's not going to hit a walk-off.
Your response was,
Or,
and then
he just pops the ball up like he does every time. But it's a slow, unfolding, excruciating burn that seemingly you can see coming. And so I don't know what to say to a fan right now.
And,
it's absolutely insane.
I don't want to go in. It is because I feel like, okay, it'll be over. This cycle, this is just a blip, or is it? But Lamont Wade Jr., I was on this station yesterday, and I said it for the past couple of days. I'm out on the Lamont Wade. I didn't want him to get DFA'd, but he's gone. But
ask Dibs how many times I've texted
Steiny said to me, he's at the game yesterday, and he goes, when Casey Schmidt was up, he goes, well, he can't hit. And I'm not coming down Casey Schmidt's road, but I'm like, you're gifted a runner on second. Will, Dibs, they can't get a hit now to a sack fly. What? You're bunting with one out?
Yeah,
like, you're giving, you got a runner in score position already.
No, they're bunting, and to me, it's not like, oh, this is good situational
baseball. What message are you sending?
They're admitting that their players can't hit.
Wow.
So they're like, just try to bunt. I said this last week with the Christian Koss thing. This is the way Little League coaches. This is the way they coach the 10th batter in the lineup. Let's have him bunt because there's no way in hell he's going to get a hit.
Wow. Well, but I do think he bunted because of the situation.
But you're trying to tie the game.
Right.
We're only trying to tie the game. Like that's... Well, they never did.
I mean, you got to tie it first, kind of. You know what I mean?
Kind of. But, and again... Because it's Casey with Ramos on deck, I was like, I get it.
Right. That's
I get it.
Yeah.
But also, I get it. Part of I get it is because Casey can't hit. He can't hit.
But can he get one hit?
Like I would. I know what the old way of thinking would have been. Hit a ground ball to the right side. You might hit it hard. Maybe it'll go through and you get a hit. And if you don't, then the runner's over there on third. They don't even trust him to do that. Because they think he's going to strike out because Casey swings at everything. So it's just like
Casey Schmidt.
Right. Yeah. Let's just take it out of play and let's bunt.
I'll still do
and it's super frustrating. It's super. I mean,
I feel like a sac fly is a home run for the Giants right now. I really feel like that.
It would have if Ramos had elevated that ball last night. I agree with you.
And I think
I'd have run a lap around the living room if he had hit that ball to the outfield.
I mean, I think the way they play it is there's a guy at second, Schmidt's up, not a great hitter. Let's bunt him over to third. Now we got our best hitter, or one of our best hitters, and the least he's going to do is hit a sac fly. That's the least he's going to do. And if he finds a hole, now we're going to win the game.
And he and Lee both hit the ball hard. The same way the night before. Both of them hit the ball really hard. None of them were fly balls, but they 4 times in a row they hit the ball really hard, right at somebody every time.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
What y'all think about this? I think the last 24 hours have been all about Bryce Eldridge. I think the whole thing's been about Bryce Eldridge. Obviously, elevating him is one thing.
He's already there.
But 24 hours later, you DFA'd your left-handed hitting first baseman. Now, I know you signed a new one, but that's clearly somebody who's just like a placeholder.
Dominic Smith, right?
Yeah. So he's going to probably start tonight and whatever, and, maybe he'll get a hit or something. Who knows? It's like, but to me, this now gets so much more complex because there is the baseball side of it, and now there's also the marketing side of it. Kids are about to get out of school. Is this like, are we talking like maybe within the next month, you're bringing this kid up and trying to inject some life back into the fan base?
That's what, you didn't ask, that's what I would do. And the fact he's already, guys, at AAA, wink, wink, and I've criticized Major League Baseball and like the other sports, and I know they're different. Guys, it takes forever for him to come up. But with a team needed to roll the dice with this dude who, Mr. Power, and your team is kind of doesn't have a lot of it, oh my gosh. And you need, what do you got to lose? What if he went 2 for 20? His career's not over and you send him back down?
2 for 20, that's what everyone else is doing already.
Right, Yaz is what? Did you say 3 for 44 or something? Like what?
Yeah, it's something like that.
I thought you had the numbers, but And honestly, if you look at who's calling the shots on this move, it's Buster Posey. And I can't help but think about when Buster got called up in 2010. And I know he had a little sip of coffee in 2009. I think it was 14 at-bats. But in 2010, he went to Sacramento, and his OPS, on base plus slugging, was almost 1,000. So if Bryce goes out in the next, and that was 47 games. I do think things happen faster now. So let's just say 30 games, which would be 5 weeks of baseball. If he goes out and does that, and he has an OPS of 1,000, and he's got 8 home runs in 30 games, and he's driven in 27, well, he's coming up. And that's the way it works now for Bryce, where if you make it so they have no choice but to bring you up, then you come up.
I do want to know, because this organization very much cares about defense, and I do want to know where he's at defensively, because he's not.
Who do we have on today?
Yeah, he's not ready.
Did you hear we had Travis Ishikawa on
No, I heard you were going to, and then I pulled
He said he was the glove. He might not been ready.
It's all defense.
Yeah.
It's all defense.
Other
and I
than
guess
that,
this is the first year he's actually played first base. So
that's a big deal.
But I can,
it's a huge deal.
Just from
has
hearing
9 errors, but I'm just saying.
I mean, and how many have been saved with the balls in the dirt?
Wow.
Like, that's the one thing. I know you've been coming at Casey Schmidt today. I'd answer it kind of 2 ways. First of all, he's way better defensively than Lamont Wade is. And number 2, Casey Schmidt's over there because they're like, we need someone who's right-handed, who can man that position, and we need to sort of find a spot for him. They're not asking Casey to be like their first baseman.
Right, Will Clark.
Lamont Wade was being asked to be their first baseman.
And I was done defending.
Anyway, go, Steiny, what were you going to say?
I was going to say
from Ishikawa.
I get the sense from you had Posey on the other day, right?
It's been a few weeks.
Okay, but it feels to me like they are far more open to bringing Eldridge up at some point, and I think it's got to be because of this last 3-week stretch. You know what I mean? I mean, Posey said it. We played the sound about how ideally he'd have another year in the minors.
Right.
Well, it's not an ideal situation.
Not ideal. And I do think today, the way they handled that all at once, part of that is this is a message to the clubhouse. We're not going to be patient. We don't feel like, oh, it's okay, we're still a year away, we're just going to try. No. Like, you guys, come on, chop. So we're going to do all 3 of you at the exact same time. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. And there will be more if you guys don't, if you want to just score 2 runs a night.
They're wasting the pitch, and that's the
thing.
It's brutal.
Man,
it's brutal.
Group was 6 1/3 last time. Like, they didn't give up a run to the 9th inning.
So Dominic Smith in, Lamont Wade out. Okay, that makes sense. And Sam Huff out, and you bring in Kisner as a catcher. Okay, backup for backup. The one that is interesting to me is Daniel Johnson out of Jesse Bethel High School in Vallejo.
Okay.
He comes in not to replace anybody per se, but to put a little heat on Yaz, who has been really struggling. Johnson, an outfielder, a left-hand hitter. They could have brought up Matos. They could have brought up, Luciano, which I think Luciano's on his way going the other direction, quite frankly.
I thought he was hot down there.
He got a hit the other night.
He's not hot.
No.
What did 3 more strikeouts last night?
And they can't find a place to play him. They played him at first for a game. Okay. They played him in left, and he made an error. So I do think that Luciano is going to be an add-on in a trade before the deadline. But the one that strikes me is Daniel Johnson, who comes in. It's like, yeah, you can do what Yaz can do. Yaz a better defender, but here's a guy who can actually flash a little bit of power in the outfield. So Mark's not wrong. Like, these moves are made with purpose. And we were talking in the green room about Steiny, the old school, where, if you were a manager of a team that was going through this, you go into the locker room, the clubhouse, and you flip the spread.
Al McRae.
You flip the spread, and you take your clipboard and you snap it, or you throw your Coors Light against the locker and you start F-bombing everybody. Well, you don't do that anymore. These guys don't respond to that. So what they respond to is, okay, you 3, get on the bus. We got 3 more coming.
Oh, damn.
All right, guys. Who else wants to underperform and get sent out?
Yeah.
Demotion.
I mean, what I thought to myself about, because I heard him saying they need more, Melvin needs to flip a spread, or somebody's got to, light a fire under these guys or whatever. But if you go back to when the Giants were winning titles, like their clubhouse was so established with like a quiet, like that was part of their culture, a quiet professionalism. They didn't talk about a lot. They, Posey and Crawford and Belt, they just did their jobs. There was never too high. They never got too high or too low. And one of the reasons to me they brought Posey back is to try to get a little more of that type of culture, which is a professional locker room that kind of doesn't get too high or too low.
And Buster Posey's got a tiny little bit of Bill Belichick in him. Like I do, there's plenty more behind the scenes that we don't know. Gotcha. But I like also what you said earlier. If Melvin were to flip a spread, the guys would look at each other and be like, "What the hell's going on here?" Like that's not Bob. So don't be inauthentic. And I don't know what it does. Flipping the spread. Like, I mean, Shasky made a video this morning where they were flipping a spread. And that's very Shasky. So you're like,
I missed that. Where's that at?
It's online. Matt Nahagian with a phone.
All right, I got you.
Things go places. But anyway, he flipped a spread, and you're like, yeah, that's Shasky. And as much as we love him, I don't think anybody wants Joe Shasky managing the Giants because, like, screaming at these guys and hucking food across the room does not mean that Willie Adames is going to start hitting line drives. Like, so I get why that's how we all feel. And if you'd like to flip over your own coffee tables tonight after the game, go for it. Go for it. Damage your home. But like
they got bigger problems.
Yeah, that's not going to do anything.
Are you conceding a loss tonight already?
Well, something will happen that pisses us off.
So is this a scar or a pimple? A scar is forever. Is this offense going to get better, or you think we need new players?
Do you want to know what I drive around this morning? You guys all know what a Nerfie is. Steiny, do you know what a Nerfie is?
Nerf ball?
No, a Nerfie in gambling.
No.
Guru, you don't know what a Nerfie is?
No, I don't.
All right.
Wow.
Dibs knows what a Nerfie is.
Oh, yeah.
Nerfie is the acronym for you can bet on no run first inning.
Oh man.
Nerfie.
Oh, well,
right.
I'm familiar.
I'm driving my son to school and I go, what would be the acronym if we changed it to no run any inning? And that's a
Narai. Darren Narai.
I'd like to start betting Narais for the Giants. Run any inning.
When you two went off Friday, I believe it was the Nationals who had scored 8 in the top of the first.
No, that's 8 with none out.
Yeah, with none out.
They scored 2 more. They scored 10.
Yeah, I was off.
This team, you should take the under every night.
It's insane.
Well, it's funny because Mark set the over-under for the series at 20.5 total runs, both teams. And I was like, oh my God, that's the under. And director of smart ass remarks, hey, how do I get action against Dibs on that? And here we are, 2 games.
Don't victory lap yet.
Yeah, no,
somebody
I got
could put
18
on the board tonight.
I'm not victory lapping.
Anyway.
I'm just pointing out his over-the-top reaction at the fact, how do I get action against Dibs? That's my Danny Freisinger coming out. I apologize for that.
It was my number that I set. I set it for the Padres don't hit either.
Yeah.
They don't hit either.
There have been 6 runs in 2 games.
6 runs.
Yeah.
So,
you're looking
Cooler
good.
D.
How you like me now?
Thank you, Guru.
I was like, you go to work?
Day game
Like a
Thursday.
doctor.
A lot of runs going to be scored.
Oh, because it's hot. Sort of.
Getting hotter. All right, guys, I got to hit the pike.
You got a haircut.
No, I got golfing today.
Where?
Carica.
North or south?
The old one.
They're both the same age.
I love when you
get a mix up.
Are you playing the south? Because I'm yet to play the north.
Doesn't know.
We're playing the south.
Okay.
I played the north for the first time the other day.
I actually quietly hit some golf balls earlier today. And
nice. Dibs and I are going to play together this weekend.
Yeah.
Where?
Right.
On 95.7, the game. Hey, seriously.
Dibs, where y'all
I
playing?
got a tee time.
I'm not
Seriously.
done.
We're playing at Contra Costa Country Club with the great Derek Petrak.
Okay. Wow.
So you hit a bunch of good shots, but warming up.
Not a bunch of good shots, but what I did was I survived it. I've got a left knee that is in need of a replacement, and I've got a right knee that quietly is like, hey, what about me? So my lower half is not very stable. So to be able to hit 80 shots on a range and not, I don't know, collapse and call 911, that was a positive.
Guru?
I just wanted to tell you guys about my doctor's appointment, but I won't get into it. But like I got a knee issue. It's bursitis right now. I think I got a tear. They're saying it's not a tear. I'm still hooping. Yeah. Evan's making jokes about the knee, but I am concerned.
Yeah, I would ask your doctor to think about cortisone. Because if you have a bursa,
and what about when that wears off? Well, then I'm dependent on it.
No, you're not. You're 51, and spoiler alert,
not true.
It doesn't get better. Your knee doesn't suddenly get better. It's okay to manage it with things like
ice.
Yes, the rice method, of
and
course.
I'm doing yoga stretching. They say my knees are tight and my glutes are tight.
If you've got something that ends in itis, that is a chronic condition. If you've got bursitis, arthritis, tendinitis, all of the itises, those are not temporary.
I just want to leave you with this, Guru.
Yeah.
Christy's dog was a stray in Mexico.
Okay.
This is years ago.
Strayco.
Right? Yeah, there you go.
That's a
Perfect.
4.
And so they drove up and met someone in Tahoe and got this dog on the side of the road. Wonderful, wonderful dog. I've now known Christy for about 4 years. And every time someone asks her, how old's the dog? She says, 4. I said, the dog's been 4 for 4 years.
Dude, right.
So anyway,
I just give my hooping
happy
age.
51st birthday.
All right,
Anyway.
okay.
Cortisone.
Okay. Wow, Dibs.
Cortisone.
I'm going to think about it.
That's
Thank you.
All right. Night-night.
Anyway.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Let's do this thing. Willard and Dibs, 888-957-9570.
Is it an itis with the Giants? And I'm playing off what I just said to Guru, because if you have one of these itises, those are things that are like permanent, like tendinitis and bursitis and appendicitis. Well, that's not always permanent, but it's something that needs attention. Do the Giants have I can't hit itis?
Yeah.
Offensive-itis?
If you're going to define it as something that needs attention, hello, right?
Yeah.
You sent 3 people off of the team today. So, yes, it has their attention. It has our attention. And this feels a little bit like the movie Groundhog's Day. Here we are again, and the Giants blew another one by not being able to have people use home plate. Thank you, Elliot Ramos, but also no thank you, Elliot Ramos, because another weird mental dynamic with this team, they'll hit a 2-run homer. Was that the 3rd inning? Was it the 3rd inning that happened last night? They had a 2-run homer in the 3rd inning, and you're like, okay, game's over. We win. And it's almost like I think that's what Bowmel was trying to say after the game, is that this team gets a 2-run lead, and with the way they pitch and with the way their bullpen is, they just decide, all right, that's enough. We win. And wouldn't you have it, that's all they get, and you cannot put this kind of pressure on a pitching staff. And so I'm trying to read between the lines right now, and I'm having a hard time not feeling like there wasn't some sort of major meeting of the minds at the beginning of this week, because you're coming off of a maddening road trip, but then you get here and it feels like, okay, calendar turns to June, division rival is here for 4 games, we've got to get going. And in these first 2 games, it couldn't have gone worse. So on one of the days, they sent Bryce Eldridge up to AAA. The next day, they parted ways with their left-handed hitting first baseman. Something feels like it shifted behind the walls of the San Francisco Giants.
Yeah, shout out Jennifer Lopez and her movie Enough, but enough. Enough of this. You've scored 32 runs in 16 games. And if you start to look at, who you can make moves with, Adames, no, he's making huge money. Jung-Hoo Lee, no, he's been pretty good. He's been slumping of late, but he's not the problem. Chapman, no, he's paid in full. Of course not. Flores, no. Elliot Ramos, no. Patrick Bailey, well, I mean, yeah, but God, his defense is so good. So
there's nothing you can do there.
Like, how far down are we going? Like, you get to Yaz, he's been awful, but boy, that glove. And you get to, Fitzgerald, and you get to Wade Jr., and you get to Koss, and, you start looking at the backups, and it's like, okay, we got to do something. So you get past like the top 7 or 8, none of whom are like lighting it up, other than Elliot Ramos, who's been quietly, I don't know if incredible is fair.
He's been very good.
He's been very good.
Very, very
Thank
good.
you for very good. But you look beyond that, it's like, who do we have things that we can make moves upon?
Yep.
And so you go A, B, C, done, and all right, the rest of you see what we did? Wake up.
Well, and they did, the fact that, to me, the whole message is caught up in the fact that all of this happened at once. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We've joked about this before. During the Farhan era, if you are a member of the media in this town, you get an email every day with what's going on with the Giants, and anytime there's a transaction, you get a Giants roster moves for today email. We would get that email over the last 4 years every single freaking day. Every day. Oh, yeah, somebody in Sacramento tied a shoe. Okay. Every single day. Now, under Buster Posey, very rare. Very rare. So when you get them, you're like, ooh, what are they doing? The fact that all 3 happened at once, to me, that's messaging. It's absolutely. So what have you looked at in 48 hours of 2 incredibly frustrating losses for the Giants? You've also seen major behind-the-scenes action as far as transactions. Bryce Eldridge goes to AAA. Next day, 3 San Francisco Giants are gone. And so some new people are, and I don't think that that's going to stop. It's like, no, we're not letting everything that we built in the first third of this season slip away. We're not doing that. And, I don't know if they'll have a choice, but yeah, to me, this is all about Bryce. This is crazy now. But San Francisco Giants baseball, in many ways, I could argue in terms of their approach at the plate, and I could also argue in terms of the marketing arm. Because, I'd love to hear from some of you, if Bryce Eldridge gets called up in 4 weeks, does that change your approach to buying a ticket? What's my man's name in Kansas City? Jack Caglianone? Is that right? Caglione. I added an N. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, Jack Caglione. I don't know how tapped in you are to MLB Network or anything else in the sports world, but this was I mean, it was everywhere yesterday because he's the number 1 prospect in the organization, and they called him up. And it looked like a party in front of their dugout to start the game. Pictures everywhere, people, and it was against the Cardinals. So you had the Royals and the Cardinals, and right there, St. Louis, Kansas City, big, big deal. Then he almost homered in his first at-bat. He drove one out to the warning track, and it got caught. Great play. He went 0 for 5, but 4 of his 5 hits were north of 90-mile-an-hour exit velocity. It became a big thing, and I don't give a rip about the Royals. So that's what it would feel like if this 20-year-old phenom gets called up. And I look at this from the perspective of baseball and the perspective of business, because I do believe that that's how the Giants are looking at this. They are slipping away in the standings, and I do think that they feel like they might be slipping away in your hearts. That as well.
Maybe, but I don't know if Bryce Eldridge would be the guy to suddenly get all the fans to say, okay, yeah, now I'm reinvigorated, unless he goes out there and does great things. It's interesting about Caglianone, who was drafted last year. He was their first-round pick, and that was just a year ago.
What is it, Luke?
Caglione. Real
Are
simple.
you sure?
Doesn't look like it. I know. It's an extra N.
There's 2 N's. Are you referring to one of them as silent?
I am.
Okay. I'll believe you. I don't know if you're right, but I'll try to believe you.
You got to trust me on this one.
I have to?
You got to.
Does Dibs have to?
You should.
All right. I'm with Tibbs and as far as how, like, I see that other end, Tibbs.
You know who I trust?
I have your back there.
I don't trust Lucas. I trust MLB.com, and it says Caglione. So,
okay.
Yeah. Apologies to you, MLB.com. I should have never doubted you,
Lucas.
Whatever.
How to
Caglione.
Hang on.
I mean, this from a guy who asked me to email him something that I had already emailed him. I emailed it to you earlier.
I know.
And you
I'm
texted
sorry.
me saying, hey, can you email me that Brandon Iayuk stuff? And I looked at my email, and you were on the email. So that's why your credibility maybe is diminished a little bit.
Willard said it was a text. And anyways, how about that Bryce Eldridge?
Oh, anyway. No,
Dominic Smith, maybe?
I was trying to play the, I have the YouTube.
The pronouncer.
The Jack Caglione pronouncer YouTube page up.
For me, these moves today are not about Bryce Eldridge, but it's about clearing the way for eventually what Bryce Eldridge could do. For me, this is about, like, you look at your team and you realize that you've got three guys who aren't very good. And so we're going to start throwing things at the wall and see if any of these things stick. For me, this does not have anything to do with Bryce Eldridge because the call up to AAA, Bryce, okay, you're here. Show me what you're working with. And if you show me that you're like really, really good, then we're going to make that subsequent move and bring you up. This move today was about Bomel and Buster and whoever else looking, Zach Manassian. You look at your team and you go, my God, I can't watch this for another second.
Well, okay, I'm not going to say that you're wrong, but I totally disagree that this doesn't have anything to do with Bryce Eldridge. Because if they didn't think that Bryce Eldridge was at least getting ready to knock on the door, I don't think that the team is in, as you put it, huck things against the wall to see if it sticks mode. Like, if you're just going to go dumpster diving for a first baseman, you've already got a dumpster dive first baseman, and you would just keep him because he's already on the team. But I think that you're partially right, in my opinion, in terms of they're trying to get the attention of the team. They're trying to express the urgency of this. But the fact that these two things all happened within 24 hours of one another, and Buster Posey's direct quote was, it's time for Bryce to get a new challenge. In other words, in 30 days, he decided that AA is not hard enough. Well, AA and AAA, as far as a hitter, are really not that different. They're really not. And in fact, the AAA ballparks are better hitters' parks. I expect Bryce Eldridge to join the River Cats and hit the cover off the ball. I really do. We'll see. I don't know if he's going to start feeling the pressure or whatever, but they want him to take a new challenge. What happens if for 30 days, if he handles that challenge? Well, now he needs another challenge. Right. Guess what? There's only one challenge left. So I'm not drawing a direct line between the idea of they're clearing first base for him. I am drawing a direct line in terms of the messaging. There's messaging to the team and there's messaging to the fans. And the fact that these things are all happening at once, letting everybody know that A, there's urgency involved, B, this is a business. The kids are about to be out of school and the Giants know it.
Right.
And they got to give
a big crowd last night.
Yeah, they got to give everybody a reason to come down to the yard, and losing 2-1 every day is not the headline that they want.
For me, the message was that this is not acceptable. And the previous day, the message of, Bryce being recalled, that was the message of, okay, you're close now. Go out there and dominate. And if you do, then you come up. For me, it becomes interesting if Bryce goes to Sacramento and he doesn't dominate. Then you get to the deadline, and now you're going to shop for a real first baseman, because I don't think the guys that you recalled are guys that you're thinking, all right, you're the future. These are stopgap recalled players. Yeah. You're hoping that somebody can pop, and if Bryce goes down for a month and he's amazing, well, then you get to come up. And if he doesn't, if he struggles, well, now you go out into the trade market and you bring somebody in.
I tell you what, we'd love to hear from some Giants fans in terms of how would you handle this Bryce Eldridge situation? Too soon? Not soon enough? Are you ready in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, if he hits the ball well with the River Cats, to bring him up? 888-957-9570 is our number. We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water, and we've got questions. We've got questions about what the organization actually thinks about Bryce Eldridge's arc, if you will, and more about the moves made today. So we're going to go direct to one of our guys on the beat Alex Pavlovich, NBC Sports Bay Area, joins us next on Willard and Dibbs.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
That's a great question.
It's a great question. That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Listeners to the show faithfully will know that last one is a guy by the name of Andrew Filipponi. He works in Pittsburgh. He was the one who said that they were moments away from acquiring Brandon Iayuk. And I guess he had Mike Florio on his show in Pittsburgh again 3 weeks ago, who again said the Niners now would love to send Brandon Iayuk to Pittsburgh.
Love to.
We got some Iayuk stuff later today.
I can't wait.
We got a chain link fence on Brandon Iayuk that I find very unsettling.
You remember when you were a kid and you'd get like a puzzle book and one of them was connect the dots?
Yes.
And you had to go from 1 to 2 and all the way around to like 73. And it's like, oh my gosh, that's Mickey Mouse.
Yeah.
Or that's a moose or whatever it was.
Moose.
Whatever it was when you connect the dots and you draw your pencil and it's like that. You go all the way around and here and there and you get to the end. It's like, oh, that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
That's what we're going to do.
And I don't love this one. But we're also trying to connect the dots on Bryce Eldridge from Richmond, now to Sacramento. How long till San Francisco? We don't know. But let's talk this out a little bit with one of our favorites. It's been a minute since he's been on the show. Really, really excited to chat. Here on the River Islands guest line with Alex Pavlovich covering the Giants for NBC Sports Bay Area. Good afternoon, my friend. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? It has been a minute.
It has. Yeah, excited to have you, man. Like, what is your read on this? Bryce Eldridge goes up. Lamont Wade gets DFA'd. Do you feel like the organization, to what level have they sort of tweaked their thinking from a couple of months ago in terms of when Bryce might come up?
I think they have a little bit. I think they would still prefer just to let him do the full development plan here and make sure they do this right and don't do anything to possibly screw up, someone who could be in the heart of the lineup for over a decade. But the most interesting thing to me yesterday, and it kind of hinted at some of what was to come when we spoke to Buster Posey, was he said, look, ultimately we're trying to win at the big league level. And I think I have always thought there will be a point in the second half of the season when they look around and go, maybe he needs to DH a little bit up here. Maybe we need to replace him in the seventh inning defensively, but his bat is ready. And he's shown that for the last year. I think he's pretty close to that. He still strikes out a fair amount, but I think he's pretty close to that right now this season as well. He will get a good test here in AAA, but it's also a very hitter-friendly league, and I think we're going to see a lot of highlights the next few weeks. And the glove is not ready quite yet, but I think you look at the big league level, and there's always two parts of this. It's the prospect and it's what's ahead of him. And right now there is just about nothing ahead of him.
And I think about Buster Posey, Alex, in 2010, and I know he had a little bit in 2009 where he got a taste of the bigs, but he had 47 games in Fresno at the time, AAA, and he was so dominant they had to bring him up. Is the timeline for excellence shorter now to where Bryce Eldridge doesn't need to do a full 47 games to show that he can do it?
No, I think they would prefer to do more than that. And remember, Buster was one of the best players, if not the best player in college baseball. So he was a little bit older. He had that experience at a big-time college program. Bryce is a couple years removed from high school, so this is asking a lot of him. And I think that's why they're trying to be very careful here. And look, Randy Wynn's running things now in the minor leagues. Buster overall is running things, and both of those guys I know feel the exact same way. And I think in a perfect world, everything would have gone well with Lamont Wade Jr., and maybe some of these other guys would have filled in and they would have filled the gaps, and they could say, hey, take the whole year, just be fully ready, and next year the job is yours. But it has not been a perfect world, and I think that's when you start to look at, do you push it a little bit? They're still going to be careful here, but he is someone who I think mentally can handle being pushed. I've gotten to know him a little bit. He's ready for this. I think from that respect, there's just some work to be done on the field, and I think the main thing is they want him to come up here and never go back down. So it's just a matter of figuring out when that time is. I still think we're looking, if it happens late this year, but I do think they're closer than they were 2 months ago because of what's happened at first base.
Alex Pavlovich, NBC Sports Bay Area, joining us on Willard and Dibs. Before we leave the Bryce part of this, Alex, when we say his defense is not ready, what specifically does that mean? Kind of like the finer points of the position, or is his glove work just bad?
The thing I hear over and over again from people is it's a work in progress, which I think is a polite way of saying there's a long way to go. Which is natural, right? He's 20 years old. He was a DH and a pitcher in high school. he initially played outfield when he got drafted. So he's had 1 year as a first baseman, and I think people always look at him and go, this is a big dude, stick him out at first base. There's a lot that goes into playing the position, and especially when someone who's 6'7", there's a lot that goes into getting in the right position, that goes into footwork, things like that. So he has been a very willing learner from everything I've heard. He has worked very hard at it. We saw it early in spring training. I mean, he was out there 7:38 in the morning with Ron Botus and JT Snow and Will Clark, and he's worked very hard. It's just it's a matter of getting reps, and there's only so much you can do because there's only so much baseball he can play. So I think that's the focus right now, is just getting him those reps, and it really is a new position for him, even though he's been playing it for a year now. It's not a lot of experience if you're asking someone that young to do it at the big league level.
So what's the defensive sacrifice now in the short term when you're going to go with maybe Encarnacion or Schmidt, or you've got Wilmer and other people who are going to play first? Is this a big step down at first base defensively?
Well, I'm headed to the ballpark where I think Dominic Smith is waiting for us. So
Nice.
I don't know, to be honest, what his glove looks like. Haven't seen him in a few years. He's been all over the place, but I think there's at least experience there, and I do think we're going to see something similar to what we saw last night. I think Casey Schmidt's pretty good over there, and he's going to get better and better over there, and I think we're going to see him late in games. And even if Bryce does come up later this year, I wouldn't be surprised if that's part of the plan is late in the games we put a more secure glove over there. Long-term, Bryce will be fine. It's just a matter of getting those reps, and maybe when he comes up this year, he'll be fully ready for it, but it's something they don't know yet.
Alex, the fact that 3 moves were all made at once, what is your read on the messaging behind that to the clubhouse?
It's a message, right? Like, if it could have been very easy to do the Dom Smith thing. That there was a lot of speculation on that just because he opted out 3 days ago. So that one is a little time sensitive. But the fact that they got rid of their backup catcher, someone who has been Robbie Ray's personal catcher, essentially, and the fact that they, changed up their bench mix as well. I think doing all 3 at once is a message, and I think it was a message that, hey, this starting pitching is good enough to make the postseason. The bullpen's good enough to make the postseason. You just need to find a way to score more runs and be a little bit better with runners in scoring position. And it is just a message to this whole clubhouse, I think, that things need to be better. There's only so much you can do because there are so many guys here who are locked into spots, and everyday spots, but they couldn't have done much more when you look at kind of the guys who cleared out. I mean, in terms of optioning guys and DFAing guys, couldn't have gone much further because there weren't many guys beyond this that they could get rid of.
Lamont Wade Jr. is one guy who gets DFA'd. I'm not sure what his options are or his future is, but how does that affect the clubhouse? Was he a big clubhouse presence, and will that affect the overall vibe, which has been mostly good?
I don't think it will. I mean, he's been here a long time, obviously, and someone who's worked hard this year to try to figure it out. And, anytime you let go of someone who's been here that long, it's notable, but it's a really good clubhouse. And I also just, this is Matt Chapman's clubhouse now. It's Willie Adames' clubhouse, Logan Webb's. Those are the clubhouse leaders. Those are the guys who will be here long term. And I think they'll be fine in that respect.
Alex Pavlovich, NBC Sports Bay Area, with us on Willard and Dibs. I'd love to hear more about that, but more kind of in the moment. Like, how they doing through all this, Alex? They don't score any runs ever.
Honestly, they're doing fine. I thought my favorite moment of the week was somebody asked Logan on Monday about whether this is the low point, and he kind of smirked and was like, I've seen a lot lower the last 2 years. And I'm sitting there listening. I'm like, yeah, this guy's manager got fired 2 years ago. The president of baseball operations got fired a year ago. There's been a ton of moves, a lot of upheaval. Ultimately, I know how rough the last 2 weeks have been. I was at the ballpark the last 2 nights. I watched that. Was watching the entire road trip, was in studio for that. I know how ugly it's been. They're half a game out of a playoff spot. So they're doing fine. I think these guys understand, and Logan said it over and over again. He goes, it's June 2nd. If this happens in August or September, you really start to panic. But it's June 2nd, and I think they understand that they have something special with this pitching staff. And it's not a high bar right now. It's basically can you score 1 or 2 more runs a game, which they're fully capable of. They just haven't done it.
Right, 2 runs a game over the last 16, and I guess that's where the frustration stems from for fans, where you bunt in the 10th inning and you still can't bring them home. What are you seeing from the offense, where I was telling Mark Willard earlier, back in Chicago, you had 9 runs in the 10th inning, and now you can't even get a run in a 10th inning.
Yeah, I said that to Buster yesterday. He was kind of talking about where they stand, and you look at, you look at where they stand overall offensively, and their numbers are actually better than you might expect in some ways, because they do have some of those big innings earlier in the year. And but I think it's, as much as has been done around the edges, I do think you kind of have to go to the top here. You have to go to Willie Adames, who has struggled. Matt Chapman hasn't had, I think, the start to the year that he expected. Jung-Hoo Lee in May, Mike Yastrzemski in May, Patrick Bailey the whole year. I mean, that's when I go, there's only so many moves you can make. Like, those are the guys that are going to be here. Those are the guys that are going to be in the lineup every single day. And you look at their numbers for May, and you look at some of those guys' numbers for the whole year, it's largely been disappointing. And that is it's kind of obvious then, but it's like, yeah, you look at some of these guys' numbers, of course they're not going to score runs.
Alex, what are you hearing in terms of both their concern about Adames and what is it that they're working on to try to get something to go differently?
Well, he's changed his swing already. He changed just kind of the way he loads his legs and tried to shorten that, simplify that. I will say, I don't know that I've ever seen someone with his stature, and he's the highest paid player on this team, take more early BP than Willie Adames. Like, he's out there every single day working on it. It just hasn't clicked yet for him. And he's told us, like, once it clicks, I go and it'll be there. I think just mechanically he's not right. And I also think, as much as he's a lighthearted personality and has been phenomenal for the clubhouse, like, there's a natural pressure to press in a situation like this. And they've kind of just been waiting for those 2 or 3 big games in a row where maybe he exhales a little bit and he can go from there. Maybe going to Colorado next week, maybe that'll be the fix. Just see a couple balls get over the wall and you feel better about things. But it has been rough. I do think he feels a lot of pressure to be a big part of this. And really, when we talk about fixes, I mean, it's a big fix for him to try to get out of this, but for the lineup, it's kind of a small fix. You get a couple of these guys going and they join Elliot Ramos and what he's been doing, and they'll be okay with their pitching, but they just haven't gotten there yet.
Can you speak to that part of it with Adames? Because Mark and I have talked about Adames being such a great clubhouse guy, and he's barely hitting above 200. Has his countenance changed at all through his struggles? Not at all. Not even a little bit. I heard back in the offseason when they signed him, I think I've written this and said this many times. I've never had more people come up to me at the winter meetings, just people with other teams, executives, coaches who I know and who have crossed paths with him and just go, he's one of the best guys I've ever had in a clubhouse. And I think we have seen that, and you can see it in the dugout. And actually, for all that's gone wrong with him, I give him some credit. I mean, he's still, when someone hits the home run, he's still the first guy to greet him and take their helmet off. And he's still the first guy out of the dugout every time they're celebrating a walk-off or something like that. So he hasn't changed at all. And I think it's going to be a lot more fun for him, obviously, when he's part of this and he wants to be part of this. But in terms of the clubhouse stuff, I think he hasn't changed at all since opening day.
Alex, Kyle Harrison tonight, and it's been pretty good, and Roop is good, and Birdsong is good. And so what happens when Verlander's healthy?
It's a great question. I've been saying this. I said this on the postgame show last week, and I think people looked at me a little strange. And I was like, I don't know that it's automatic that Kyle goes back to the bullpen. And I did. You can kind of get the sense with these things. I mean, they say it'll be 2 starts missed. It's never 2 starts missed. So it's going to be at least 4 here that Verlander's out, which means 4 starts for Kyle Harrison. And I think what we saw in Miami, like, that was really, really intriguing. And if that's who he is again, if he's back to being that guy, then I do think it's more of a conversation. Now, he would need an opening as well, and Verlander will come back to his rotation spot. Landon Roop has sneakily been one of the best pitchers in baseball for the last month, and I don't think Hayden Birdsong's done anything to impact his status at all. So they have too many guys right now. These things can change quickly, and we see injuries all the time. We see guys have a rough week or 2 all the time. So this can change pretty quickly, but I do think he has 2 more starts here, including tonight, to really try to make a statement and really just say, hey, I was the incumbent. The only thing that impacted me was an injury, and I deserve to be in this mix.
Alex, have you circled the game where you think they're going to score 5?
I hate to say, I'm like weirdly optimistic this year. I just come in every night and go, this can't keep going another day. And you see, to be honest, like, you see some of the pitching matchups the last few days and you just go, this can't go any longer. So I don't know, whenever they make a move like this, I think maybe it'll give them a jolt and this will be the night. But I came here the last 2 nights also thinking, like, this can't go on any longer. And it did. So I'm the wrong person to ask, I guess.
Yeah. Hey, good to talk to you, my friend. We'll do it again soon.
Yeah, anytime, guys.
Thanks,
All right, there it is. That's Alex Pavlovich, NBC Sports Bay Area. And yes, if you haven't looked, the Giants will be facing the Padres pitcher who is throwing the best of all of the Padre pitchers tonight. Nick Pivetta is 6-2 with a 2.74 ERA. Bet the under. Bet the under.
Well, yeah, always.
On tonight's baseball game at Oracle Park.
They faced Ryan Bergert making his first ever Major League start, and they got 2 runs.
Yeah.
It was a 2-run homer. It's like, okay, all right, Giants, you got the lead. Go ahead and put up 3 or 4 more against a guy making his starting debut. And, well, that was about it. You got 6 hits, 2 earned, and then, you're up 2-0, and here comes Duvall, and he hasn't given up an earned run since the Warriors were, in the regular season. Think about that.
I don't want to think about that. No, thank you.
No, that's what makes it so, frustratingly fluky, is that he's been unbelievably lights out, and then the one time you needed him to hold it down, he couldn't.
Exactly.
Not the one time, because he's been great.
You can't do that to pitchers. You know what I mean? I can't stand it if somebody texted their friends last night and they were like, Duvall blew it.
Right.
No, he didn't.
Third blown save of the year.
You're allowed to give up runs once every 2 months. You're allowed to do that as a pitcher, in my mind. Duvall didn't blow that game. The offense did for the 15th night in a row. That's all. That's just how I kind of see it. Lucas said something funny while Alex was chatting with us. You asked him about Adames. And Lucas whispers and goes, hey, is Adames the Buddy Hield of the Giants? And started thinking about the comp because everybody...
My name's Buddy.
He's buttered. Everybody loves this guy. They love him. He's constantly smiling. And sometimes he does good things. But not usually.
My name is Buddy.
Yeah. You remember? Buttered.
I'm Batman.
Buttered. Hey, Batman, he went through a good solid 3 months of playing poorly.
I saved the day.
And Steve Kerr would come on and go, that's Steph Curry's favorite teammate of all time. We're like, really? He didn't pick somebody who actually made shots? But then, in the end, Buttered kind of changes the way everybody feel about him because of 33 points in a Game 7.
Game 7, yeah.
Batman and Robin routine after games with Jimmy Butler. All of this stuff. Who knows? Maybe Willie Adames will do the same thing.
Perhaps.
Maybe he'll Barry Zito this sucker, which is just completely blow the regular season. They'll work their way into the playoffs, and he'll hit a homer against the Dodgers to send the Giants into the next round. I don't know. Perhaps. I don't know.
I mean, it'd be cool if he did, but and unlike Buddy Hield, even when he was struggling, you had Steph and then Jimmy, and you had Pods would have good games, and Kuminga would cook when he was allowed to play, and all the rest of it. And so it's like, oh, okay, go out there and do your thing. But right now, it's Adames is struggling, and I was just looking at some game logs of some of the Giants, and you've got Yaz 7 for his last 57.
Oof.
7 for 57 with 1 triple. That's it. No doubles, no homers, no runs batted in. That's Yaz, an OPS of 364. Patrick Bailey is 10 for 54 with 1 homer, 2 doubles, and he's driven in 3, and that's over 20 games. And then Willie Adames, I went for a bigger sample, 95 plate appearances. He's 13 for 83 with 1 home run.
God.
1 home run in 23 games for Adames.
83.
13 for 83. That's $157. So you've got Bailey hitting $185, Yaz hitting $123. And, I haven't even gotten to Casey Schmidt. And actually, Chapman's been quietly better.
Yeah.
And Jung-Hoo Lee's been good. But you have, if you look at your lineup, you've got those 3 guys. Yaz plays a lot, 56 games. Adames plays all the games. And Bailey plays all the games that he can as a catcher. And none of them can hit.
This is a total quick aside, but since you mentioned Jung-Hoo Lee, I want to ask if this bothers anybody else. Does this bother anybody else with modern baseball? I know that they've banned the shift, but you're still allowed to keep your infielder as long as he's just a little bit on his side of the fence. In other words, the shortstop can just be one pace to the left of second base. Does it bother anybody who's been watching baseball for a long time that when somebody wraps one right back up the middle on TV, you're like, it's a base hit? And then the camera pans and the shortstop is actually standing in center field and you're out. It's how the game ended yesterday. Jung-Hoo Lee shot a one-hopper right back over the pitcher's head. And you're thinking, bang, he did it. No. And so it's just a complete figment of our imagination and a trick of the mind. But the old baseball fan in me, I miss the days of when they wrapped the ball right back up the middle. I knew that it was going into center field for a base knock.
Right.
Anyway.
Well, if you really want to, quote, ban the shift, then we start to, like, draw lines in the field.
Yeah, and I don't want to do that. Like, you've always been able to maneuver your defense based on who's at the plate and who's on the mound. You've always been able to do that. It's just more pronounced now. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. It's just a bummer because our mind plays tricks on us. When Jung-Hoo Lee hit that ball, I'm like, bang, we got action. This game's never mind. He's out.
Not so much. Yeah. I mean, Jung-Hoo Lee, I'm looking at his last 41 games because he started off the year, he was hitting 361 after game 19. It's like, okay, the Jung-Hoo crew was going bananas.
He was tremendous to start the year.
In the 41 games since, he's hitting 228 with 3 homers and an OPS of 588.
Yeah, man.
But he's not the problem.
No, he's not the problem.
He's not, but I mean, just looking at these numbers, he is kind of cooled off. He's cooled off, but other guys are so ice cold that he looks like muy caliente.
Alex Pavlovich stated that he would still guess at this hour that Bryce Eldridge doesn't come up until close to the end of the year, i.e. a September call-up.
Yeah.
He would still guess that.
I would too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree because in order for the Giants to want, like, a parlay still needs to happen for Bryce to come up in July. A big parlay still needs to happen. A, they need to continue to absolutely suck out loud offensively and not find any answers at first base.
Yep.
And then B, Bryce has not got to he doesn't just need to play well at Sacramento. He needs to continue to rip the ball at like a north of 850 OPS kind of a level. And then the third piece of the parlay is he needs to look like he's not going to bring a brick glove over to first base at third and king. That's a lot. They're not going to bring him up until then. But everybody agrees the openness has changed. The openness. And so that's kind of what we're throwing out to you. Bryce Eldridge, if you're just joining us, news of the day yesterday, Bryce Eldridge promoted to AAA. The news of the day today, 3 San Francisco Giants who've been on the roster the whole year, gone. Lamont Wade, designated for assignment. Sam Huff, the backup catcher, designated for assignment. And Christian Koss, the roving middle infielder, sent back down to the minor leagues. By the way, who's backing up now at second base? Casey Schmidt, I guess. Must be Casey Schmidt.
Yep.
That's another reason, by the way, when Guru asks, why would you keep Casey Schmidt and not Lamont Wade, especially if Christian Koss is going to be off the roster. If a shortstop or a second baseman or a third baseman, for that matter, gets hurt, you need Casey Schmidt to grab his glove and get out there.
No doubt.
Yeah.
And I mentioned before, Buster Posey, 47 games of unbelievable domination, and then he got called up. If Bryce Eldridge were to do that, his 47th game would be July 31st.
Okay.
Just looking at the River Cats schedule.
The trade deadline.
Right. If Bryce goes out and does Buster Posey-and things in AAA, and you realize that you have to have him, that'd be August 1st.
So Giants fans, what would you do with Bryce Eldridge? Because this is baseball and this is business. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We'll take your phone calls. We got that Brandon Iayuk chain link fence coming up around the corner. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated.
Kyle Harrison tonight, and it's been pretty good, and Roop is good, and Birdsong is good. And so what happens when Verlander's healthy?
It's a great question.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
I'm not going to lie, that one got me just because it might have been the first, like, Giants-specific great question of the year. And so
right.
I'm going to carry that one with me. I'm going to sleep good tonight.
You should. You should. I mean, the real answer is he doesn't know. And so...
Well, you could answer that to almost anything that we do on this show.
I guess, but when I do...
Are they going to win tonight? I don't know.
Of course he doesn't know. And nobody knows what's going to happen when Verlander gets healthy.
And when's Bryce Eldridge coming up? I don't know.
Right. So if Harrison goes out and throws back-to-back 6-inning no-nos, then Verlander's healthy. Well, Kyle, you're still going to pitch. And if Harrison goes out there and gets his Schmitz lit... Well, then you're not going to start anymore. And that's the way that goes.
Well,
so it's not really that great of a question.
No, I think it's a great question, and so does Alex, and that's what matters here. But anyway.
Mediocre question.
No, I mean, I do think
hypotheticals.
There's a much larger issue here than what you bring up, because you sort of whittle it down to maybe like one start. If you go out, you pitch poorly, you're out.
Well, he gets 2. Well, Harrison's getting 2.
Is there not, and he's already had 2, and they've been good. Is there not, and damn it, I'm going to do this without all roads lead to Kuminga, but is there not?
Here we go.
No, but is there not a comp? Wait a minute, Bay Area sports fans. We want to develop the young players, right?
Hi, this is Jonathan Kuminga.
Well, no, it could be Moody. This could be whatever you want, don't we? Why, in a year that we're quote-unquote are not going to win a World Series, Willard and Dibbs, be real, okay? So sell me on Justin Verlander, who's 98 years old, is going to come in.
He's basically the Chris Paul of the Giants.
He's going to come in here and take starts away from any of these 3 young hot shots?
Well, he is if the young hot shots aren't pitching that well.
But they are.
That's my point
They
about
already
Kyle
are.
Harrison in the next 2 outings. If the next 2 outings are shaky, then yeah, he might come in and take that start. If the next 2 starts are not shaky, if they're rock solid and Roop and the rest of the young fellows continue to pitch well, then you have a real decision to make with Verlander.
I guess my point with Harrison is he's already had 2 pretty good starts.
Yep.
You're going to whittle that. This is Kyle flipping Harrison, dog. This is
Justin flipping Verlander.
Kyle Harrison was the number 1 prospect in the organization last year.
Justin Verlander is one of the 2 or 3 best pitchers of his era.
Right, he's 42. Or is he 43?
Well, why'd you bring him in?
Well, because Kyle wasn't, like, Kyle and Hayden Birdsong didn't even start the year in the rotation. Kyle had to work his way back from injury last year and relearn his mechanics. You can never have too many good arms. And Justin Verlander is a great guy to kind of hold the hand of some of these younger guys. But if the younger guys are ready to go, and all signs are that they are, I would argue, unless what you're saying, like if somebody suddenly just becomes a gas can and is getting lit up, and I mean that consistently, not once or twice, then we've got a different conversation. But I would love to see these 2 things. Watch this. 2 timelines. I would love to see that the Giants are getting good performances from their young guys and they're getting the big league reps and the development. Like, this is something that probably we haven't talked enough about with the Giants right now. This is a really exciting young rotation. Logan Webb is not an old guy. And if you also can say, and you know how baseball works, these guys are under team control until all of us die.
Right.
Harrison, Roop, Birdsong, Wisenhunt is literally on the doorstep. My goodness, if they're all going to potentially hit, dude, the Giants are going to be in really good shape for a long time. If you're telling me that all 4 of those guys, at least 3 of them that we've seen, are all going to pitch at this level. And I don't want Justin Verlander getting in the way of that.
Well, I mean,
at all.
Harrison's going to be here, so you don't have to necessarily rush him in there, and he could be the Jonathan Kuminga of the conversation here. And I'm looking at his start at Washington, and he got lit up. He gave up 2 runs. You lose. When you are the Giants starter and you give up 2 runs, I'm sorry. You give up 2 runs in 4 innings, you got lit up, bro. Because they fell behind in that game 2-0. Yep. And you know what the final was? They lost 3-0.
Yep.
The Giants offense mustered 3 hits. So I'm sorry, Kyle, but you have to understand where the margin for error is, and there is none. And then he came back and he went 5 and he gave up 1 hit. You know what? Stop giving up hits. You give up 1 hit in 5 innings. That's borderline getting lit up for this Giants offense.
How many ARBs are there?
I think.
Do you know?
Yeah, there's 3 pre-ARBs, and then there's 3 ARBs.
Okay.
I believe there are 6 complete ARBs, and by ARBs, you mean arbitration years.
Arbitration years. In other words, under team control. So if there's 3 pre-ARBs, he's only in the second pre-ARB. There's another pre-ARB next year. And then if that starts the ARB, then there's 3 ARBs. Kyle Harrison is under control through 2029. Through 2029.
I'm looking at it here right now on Baseball Reference.
Is that what we're looking at?
27 is ARB, 28 is ARB, 29 is ARB, 2030, FA. He's a free agent.
Free agent.
So, all right, Kyle, I know you want to start, but we got a 42-year-old. He's a horse.
No.
Well, and if Verlander comes back and he's not ready and he's not the old Verlander, then you can go ahead and put him out the pasture.
Okay, well, hold on, though. Let's play this out. If we're going to do hypotheticals, okay, what do you do with Verlander if all 3 of them just keep pitching the way they're pitching? What do you do?
All 3 of whom?
Harrison, Roop, and Birdsong. They're all pitching great. You're not touching Webb or Ray.
Right.
Now, all 3 of them. Look, we've watched this. The Giants for 3 weeks have given up 2 runs a night. Everybody's pitching great. Everyone.
Right.
All right, so here comes Verlander. What do?
You put Harrison back in the bullpen.
Oh, I disagree vehemently.
You can disagree vehemently, but
I do.
You, as Buster Posey, you decided that you needed a 42-year-old starter, so you paid him $15 million, and Justin Verlander is not going to help you out of the bullpen. Kyle Harrison can help you out of the bullpen. Like, Justin Verlander is not going to be able to come in at 42 and get you 3 tough outs in the 7th.
Why not?
He never has. Kyle Harrison has, and Kyle Harrison's done good at that.
Kyle Harrison did it for the first time like 3 weeks ago.
Right.
So why can't Justin go do it for the first time?
Because you can't teach an old dog new tricks.
I don't agree with that.
Well,
you know what I mean? John Smoltz was a starter for 100 years, and then he became the best closer in baseball overnight.
Not at 42.
Oh, it was close.
By 35.
It was late 30s.
For a long time.
It was late 30s when he made that switch.
Looking at Verlander's game log, 20-year career, he's made 536 starts.
How many relief appearances?
Carry the 2. 0.
Okay. So?
Not a 1.
Yeah, but like it feels to me like you're suggesting that Buster needs to stick to a decision that happened 4 months ago, even though there's no reason that he has to stick to that decision. Who cares that he signed him 3 or 4 months ago? So what? What does that have to do with now? Things change.
Yes,
That's why Bryce Eldridge is now on the River Cats. Things change.
I do think that you give a veteran the right to come back and not lose your job to injury.
Against one of your big first-round dogs. Like Kyle Harrison is a major chess piece of this organization right now.
Right.
Justin Verlander's here till September. I'm going to lean his direction?
Well, if you're looking at assets, if Verlander doesn't start, to me, at 42, he's not an asset. And if Kyle Harrison at 23, if he doesn't start, he still is an asset. And, you know, it'll be a tough conversation.
I hear you.
Harrison is under control through 2029. So you can have that conversation with a youngster and say, you know what? We're going to give Justin 4 starts to see if his pec issue is better. And if it's not, Kyle, you go back in and then you put him out to pasture. I think Verlander gets another crack at being Justin Verlander.
I hear you. And you could do it that way. But I also know that this organization went about it a certain way the last few years under Farhan and Kapler, and it ticked a lot of their players off. It flat out ticked a lot of them off. I know for a fact that before this organization got to the point of giving up on Joey Bart and trading him, he was very upset with the organization with the way they handled him. And why was he feeling sort of like incentivized to be able to feel that way, even though he wasn't in the bigs yet? Because he was the number 2 overall pick in the draft, and that's the way it works. He felt like he deserved a different level of runway, a different level of attention. And I promise you that Kyle Harrison, over the last few years of being told you're the number 1 prospect in this organization, was not told last year, hey, get healthy, find your release point, and we'll tuck you in middle relief. You run a real risk with someone, and I'm not saying cater to him, but you do run a risk of sort of disenfranchising somebody who is a major piece of this team for a long time to come. If he pitches well, what if he nails the next 2 starts? And then you're going to send him to the pen again? I don't like that message at all.
Well, the message is a long play, and he's 24, not even 24.
Yeah,
so
I hear you.
And I'm thinking about winning now. And if you have assets and you have Justin Verlander who comes back healthy, and Justin, sorry, there's no spot for you in the rotation. You know what? Go ahead and chill in the bullpen for the first time in your career, and we'll see if we can use you.
I mean, 4.33. It's not like Justin Verlander was pitching great. The win now point could easily be made in Kyle's favor. I mean, if he's pitching better, his ERA is 2 runs lower than what Justin's is.
In 40
small
fewer
sample.
innings. Yeah,
small
14
sample.
innings of pitching.
No, both of them are small samples. I get that.
Verlander made 10 starts, and he was okay.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? 888-957-9570 is the number. We're absolutely open for your reaction on this. We'll take your calls. Buster Posey talked about Bryce Eldridge a number of weeks ago on this show. We'll let you hear that. And, with all these moves made today, the lineup is out for tonight. Who's in? Who's out? We'll tell you next. And the Iayuk stuff is coming soon, too, on Willard and Dibs.
This hour of sports brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine.
Lou Trevino wore it this year. Dalton Jeffries, Spencer Howard, Cole Waits, Jason Krizan, Tony Watson, Zach Littell.
Zach Littell?
Albert Suarez.
That's my guy, Zach Littell.
Ryan Sadowski.
That was the best pitching change in the history of the Giants.
Osiris Matos, the original Matos.
Are they related?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Jason Ellison, going back to the early 00s.
Yeah.
So these are guys who wore 56. Alan Embry, etc.
Alan Embry, okay.
Maybe the most interesting 56. Pablo apparently wore it when he first came up. That was in 08. He wore 56 before he got to, his legendary number.
Yeah, I'm not seeing him on the list.
I'm sure Willard knows.
Yeah.
20...
48.
48. 48, yes.
48.
48. Half of 48 is 24.
Yeah.
And also Willie Mays' retired number.
Yeah.
That I know.
He's not listed among the 56s on this list. I'll
Baseball
double check
reference?
too. Yeah.
This is the second time you're doubting my
almanac.
baseball reference research.
Yeah, and doubting you is actually
Caglione.
Yeah,
close. Caglione. Anyways, we can move on to number 7. The other forever Giant who played center field in the last 20 years, Gregor Blanco, number 7.
Gregor Blanco, who also famously sometimes played right field.
Sure.
Like when Matt Caner, when he had a perfect game, that was Gregor Blanco out there who made that catch.
Yeah. And 7 is much more enigmatic
that's quite a word.
It is. And if you want to go back to such names as Kevin Mitchell in your childhood.
Oh, Kevin Mitchell.
He rocked the 7. And you know who also rocked the 7?
Who?
He's a guy who is in the dugout right now for the Giants.
How do you know who's in there right now? It's 3:26 in the afternoon.
He'll be in the dugout in 3 hours and 19 minutes for sure.
He played or he's a coach?
Both. He played and he's a
now
coach.
He's a coach?
He's more of a manager now.
Well, there's only one of those.
Well, then answer it.
Bob Melvin.
He wore number 7.
Okay.
Marvin Bernard. The one that I thought of immediately before I even Googled it, Pedro Feliz.
Oh, Pete Happy.
Yep.
I love Pete Happy.
And I can hear...
He struck out a lot, too.
I can hear Chris Russo in my head from a previous station in a previous lifetime. Pedro Feliz? That's your third baseman? Pedro Feliz?
Pedro Feliz. He could get a hold of one every now and again. He really could.
And did you mention one of Willard's favorite Giants of all time wore it as recently as last year?
Oh, yeah.
Your boy. The Snellzilla.
Yeah, the Snellzilla.
Oh,
I was going to give him a clue. He is the Devondre Campbell of the Giants.
That's actually a great way to put it. It's a little offensive to Blake.
It is.
But it's
just a tiny bit.
No, it's more than a tiny bit offensive to Blake. He never did anything like that. But
they also threw no hitters. Devondre Campbell did it on defense.
That's funny.
I thought so too. Donovan Solano also wore number 7.
Donnie Barrels. I like Donnie Barrels.
And Blake Snell did refuse to, pitch towards the end of the season because it meant nothing.
No, believe me, the Giants didn't like Blake Snell. He was not. Yeah, the front office was like, bleep this guy. So yes, that's true. Why isn't Bob Melvin still wearing it? What does he wear now? Anybody know? Risotto, what's he wear now?
Do managers still wear numbers?
I think he's wearing 6.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And the reason we're doing this, number 7, Dominic Smith in your starting lineup today playing first base, 56 in right field.
I mean, the Giants are out here having this surprisingly positive season. And it's June 4th, and the Padres are in town for a massive series. And we're just hawking people into the lineup who they grabbed from I don't know where. Like, where'd Dominic Smith wake up yesterday? And here's the other thing.
In bed, probably?
Well, thanks, Lucas.
You're having a great show. And I apologize. Pablo did wear 56 when he came up.
There we go.
There you go.
Big day for
Put
me.
it on the board, yeah.
When did these guys know that this was happening? Because Dominic Smith wasn't even on the Giants. And now he's in the lineup. So it's not like they called him in New York this morning and they're like, all right, dude, we're like this. This has been in the works. This has clearly been in the works for at least, 48 hours.
Yeah, he opted out on June 1st, according to Jeff Passan. So he opts out on June 1, and so he's just out there.
They call him 5 minutes later. They're like, our first baseman doesn't hit. You want to come play for us?
What are you doing?
Yeah, what are you doing right now?
That's right. And so, and he's like, well, I can't really afford a plane, so I'm going to get on a bus. Maybe you wait until Wednesday before you make that transaction. I'll be there by Wednesday.
Dibs, have you told us why you're so intrigued by Daniel Johnson, the right fielder?
Daniel Johnson.
Fascinated by the story.
What's the story?
He's out of Vallejo. He went to Jesse Bethel High School, and he hit about roughly, according to the internet, 500 as a senior. And then he went to college, and I don't want to get it wrong, but it was like a double directional college in
New
Oklahoma.
Mexico State.
Before that, he went to like slightly northeastern, but also southern Oklahoma State A&M.
New Mexico State catching strays.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a double directional school. Looks like New Mexico State.
That would be neither directional. Yeah, but it's
I've done a basketball game at New Mexico State.
In the pit? No, that's New Mexico.
Yeah, that's New Mexico. I did a basketball game at New Mexico State. I don't want to be offensive to any city in America, but I probably will be. Do you know where you fly into? This is with Cal Poly. Cal Poly played at New Mexico State, and we flew into El Paso, Texas.
Oh, yeah.
You ever been there?
Never.
Don't go. Oh, my God.
West Texas is a whole nother world.
I don't know what it's doing. I drove through the whole city, and I'm like, I don't understand. What's happening here? Are we doing something? What is it you're offering? What are we doing here? You got to have a thing. Not every city needs to look like San Francisco. You don't need to look. It's not aesthetics. I get that. But what is it you know what I mean? It's like, what are you going for here? When you come out from your bedroom with your outfit, I need to know, what are you going for?
Sure.
Right? Are you about to have a job interview? Are you in flip-flops because it's hot? Are you wearing a robe because you're just going to lounge? What are you going for? I drive through El Paso, I'm like, I don't even know what we're going for here.
Well, Texas is a lot like California in that there are probably 8 different Texases as far as what region you go to.
I mean, it's huge.
California, you go up into the Eureka Arcata, the Humboldt. Yeah, bro. You go to like the Redding Chico. You go into the Sacramento, California, the Bay Area, Central California on the coast, Monterey, etc. You get down to the LA, the Orange County, the San Diego, the Fresno Bakersfield. So our state is a lot like Texas, where
keeps even going beyond that.
I'm just trying to generalize.
Like half of Lake Tahoe is in California. There's like 1,000 personalities.
Exactly. But you go to Texas and it's, Austin and Dallas and Houston and San Antonio.
Yep.
That's wildly different than El Paso, for example, let alone North Texas and like central Boonies, Texas. Daniel Johnson went to Northeastern Oklahoma A&M.
Wow, that's too many words.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you don't go there.
Then he went to New Mexico State. He was WAC Player of the Year. He gets drafted in the 5th round, and then becomes just a kind of a slow, like minor league bippity bop and a slow climb. And here he is, about to be 30 years old, from Vallejo.
Well, give me a little bit.
And he's a Giant.
Is this his major league debut?
No, he's had a little bit of a cup of coffee. He has 4 home runs.
Okay.
And he debuted for Cleveland back in 2020 for the Guardians, but he was in Hagerstown. He went to Potomac. He was in Harrisburg, and then he comes up with Cleveland, then the Indians. And his first home run came off of Chris Bassett of the then Oakland Athletics.
Okay.
He got designated to Columbus. He was in Columbus. He was traded to the Mets. He played for Syracuse. Then he signed with the Nationals. He played in Rochester. Then he was with the Padres. He went to San Antonio. He played in El Paso with the Chihuahuas.
What are his minor league numbers like? Can he rake?
I mean, at times, but there's a reason why every team is like, yeah.
Well, sure. No, I get that. If you're a journeyman and 30 years old.
He's been a AAA guy forever. He signs with Baltimore. He plays in Norfolk. Then he goes to Caliente de Durango of the Mexican League. He hits 5 home runs in 10 games earlier this year, and now he's a Giant. So I'm always fascinated by these types of guys. Like Yaz is a good example. Like Yaz had not this many stops, but it took him forever to latch on. And maybe it's because Daniel Johnson is from Vallejo, and that just kind of spoke to me today when I was doing my research.
This is probably a huge night for him.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Amazing.
He grew up in Vallejo. He's starting for the Giants tonight.
He's a month away from being 30. And
that's okay. That's cool.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Kid out of Vallejo, and I don't know if he's a Giants fan or an A's fan, but he's been a part of so many organizations. He played for Cleveland and Baltimore in the show. So he's gotten that little taste, but he never gave up.
Okay.
And here he is, a Giant.
Starting in right field tonight.
Awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm into it.
All right. Yeah, I'm into this. Let's get a little look-see.
Yeah.
He bats right-handed?
He's a left-hand hitting right fielder.
Left-handed hitting.
Which is why I think, Yaz is here. Not that, if he goes 3 for 4, they're not going to send Yaz out.
No, but the Yaz thing is complicated.
It is.
That one's tougher than Lamont Wade. And it's also, Lamont was struggling all year. Yaz was really good for 2 months. And then now he's hit. No, he was. He was really good. I don't mean all-star, but everything you could hope for from Mike Yastrzemski was happening for the first 2 months of the season. And then it stopped. Literally it hit a brick wall. So I don't know. I don't know if they're in position to move on from Mike Yastrzemski, even if they have somebody come up and have a good 2 weeks.
Yeah, I'm not implying that, but I am saying that, if he comes up and he flashes, Yaz might become the left-handed bat off the bench and the late-inning defensive replacement. Huh. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because what this offense is right now is putrid, and I ran down these numbers before for you, Yaz hitting $140 over the past month, and it's Adames, and it's Bailey, and it's a lot of them. So I think that these moves today are, shaking everyone by the collar and saying, y'all need to wake up. Outside of Jung-Hoo Lee and Chapman and Adames, the rest of you, your jobs might be in the balance.
Yeah.
For at least for now,
Dominic Smith gets signed off the street and bats 5th the next night.
Tell me your offense is bad without telling me your offense is bad.
That, I can't avoid that. That's not a great look. It's not a great look. I know they like Adames right now for the moment in the 6 hole, so they're going to keep him there. Dominic Smith goes into the 5 hole, and Daniel Johnson, who you were just talking about, will bat 7th, right in between Adames and Bailey. Good luck, pal. Good luck.
Go get him, kid.
That's right. All right, so there's all that. By the way, try this on for size. What do you think? Because I do think that the last 24 hours, in a broad sense, in an indirect sense, are about Bryce Eldridge. Bryce Eldridge promoted to AAA yesterday. Lamont Wade is DFA'd today. Let's go back to February 12th. Buster Posey came on this show and was asked, could Eldridge be making his major league debut this season?
I think our preference would be for him to get another year under his belt and get reps in both offensively and defensively, but you never say never. I don't think any of us would be disappointed if he forced our hand, if it came to that at some point in the year. But internally, talking with Randy Wang, Kyle Haynes, and player development, we were all on the same page that we want to make sure he's as developed and prepared as he can be so that again, he can have a long and very successful career.
Okay, so it wasn't a shutdown, and that was before the year even started. It was not a shutdown, no, but it was obviously our preference is that he does not come up this year. And I'd say that largely their answer, for the most part, is still the same. I think that they did reel back a little bit of it in terms of okay, he needs a new challenge, and yes, we still want to do the long play here, but then Buster also adds, it's but we have to win. We have to win. And I just take that as if at any point the San Francisco Giants decide that their best chance to win baseball games is to have that guy with a major league locker, then they'll do it. They'll do it in a heartbeat.
If he forces his way here.
Yeah.
I don't think that they're going to reach for Bryce and say, man, we need a bat and maybe he's not ready, but what if? Let's bring him up. I don't think that they're going to do that. I think about Buster and his own experience where, Buster, as Alex Pavlovich told us earlier in the show, yeah, he was college player of the year and he was older. And so when he was ready to force his way up here, he was already much older as a man and older in baseball. So it was a little bit easier, but Buster had an OPS of almost 1,000. And so, yeah, how do you keep that guy down? So if Bryce does the same thing, and he's only 20, and he's that dominant, well, yeah, he's going to force his way up. But if he's like he's been in Double-A, which is good, but with a lot of strikeouts and a glove that still needs work, then I think that you're going to have to be a little bit more patient because you don't want him to come up and struggle and sit. If you bring him up, you want to have him play every single game, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Of course. So yeah, like we'll see. There's to me, they create a runway. And they'll see if he can land the plane. So we go from there. All right. Want to switch gears a little bit for this, and I think that this might. I think this is going to raise some eyebrows. I really do. You've probably been hearing some, maybe even on our station, with regard to Brandon Iayuk and social media over the last few days. I think you, Dan Dibley, you've put together a somewhat compelling case for linking some of the things that have happened on social media with Brandon Iayuk. You've linked them to a podcast that featured 3 former Atlanta Falcons wide receivers, Julio Jones, Harry Douglas, and Roddy White. And the 3 of them had a conversation about Kyle Shanahan.
Possibly.
Used to be the offensive coordinator for all of these players. And this podcast was not kind to Kyle Shanahan at all. So we're going to play that for you. You're going to want to hear it. What does it mean in terms of what Brandon Iayuk did on social media afterward? Is it connected? Is it not connected? And I'll just jump to the end and tell you that part right now. As a fan, I'm having a hard time with Brandon Iayuk right now. I just am. I don't want to. I'm having a hard time with Brandon Iayuk. So let's talk this out. And 888-957-9570 is the number. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Are you frustrated with those trendy weight loss shots and not getting the long-term results you want?
Brandon Iayuk is here, the 49er, sitting courtside, watching Curry dribble. As Looney screens, Curry doubled, finds Looney. Looney dribbles in, power move off the glass, and good.
Talking about a soft touch.
Yeah.
I'd argue that the last year of our lives, Brandon Iayuk has not had a soft touch. He has not had a soft touch. All right. You want to try to put this timeline together?
We can do it.
All right.
Yep.
But let me start by inviting anybody, because I think this is where we can maybe have a little fun with this. I think there's a real conversation to be had. We can also have some fun with this. Who y'all having a hard time with right now in Bay Area sports? Who you having a hard time with? I'm having a hard time with Brandon Iayuk. Doesn't mean I want him traded or cut, but it's odd because the year prior, and this is going to make me sound like such a dork, but that's okay. Maybe I just am. The year prior, Brandon Iayuk was a multi-tiered positive influence in my life and fandom. First of all, the Niners went to the Super Bowl, and Brandon had over 1,300 yards. He was fantastic. He was also a later round flyer that I was able to pick up in my fantasy league that year, and so that was a ton of fun because he was tremendous. So I'm out here rooting for Brandon Iayuk in multiple platforms, okay? And then we go into last offseason. I do not put all of the blame on last year on Brandon. It's absolutely part the 49ers' fault. So I'll say that out front, but I also just, wow, did it sour me. It really soured me. And he was, I wonder if people remember this. He was the one, after signing that contract, he came to the podium and had a press conference and openly admitted, yeah, I kind of misbehaved. I really shouldn't have done this the way that I did it. I dragged it out in the end, and I'm sitting here. Then you go 6-11. You show up, you drop balls. Then you get hurt. And if you're going to say, oh, I should have done it differently, then I would hope that the next offseason, where you're still hurt, but, quote, vibes are on high, I would hope you would do it differently. But you're not. You're not. You're still on social media, and you're still being rather loud, and that's fine, unless you're directing things at the 49ers. It's up to each of you to now decide if this is directed at the 49ers.
It's breadcrumbs.
Okay.
It's breadcrumbs. You're big on breadcrumbs. And
I am. Especially on social media.
Well, and I saw some of these reports and I saw some of these things and I was scratching my head trying to figure out exactly what was going on. And then I saw the podcast today and I tried to share my thoughts with the group and I couldn't even type it. My wife was home and she's leaving and she's like, bye. And I said, hold on. I'm trying to figure out how to explain this to my team. And I know I didn't do it right, but hopefully you're going to put it together for me so I can then comment.
Well, we'll start by playing this. This is from the Legacy Locker Room podcast. Harry Douglas sits in the middle. On his left, Julio Jones. On his right, Roddy White. These are, especially Julio, but to a degree, Roddy as well. These are people who, at least for a small handful of years, were the top receivers in the game. These were big producers. And at times, Kyle Shanahan was the offensive coordinator for the team. Now, when Roddy White was there, he was a very young player. He saw himself as a big-time dude. Follow me here if you've ever heard this from a wide receiver before.
Right.
He saw himself as that man. But his coaching staff, maybe didn't necessarily see it the same way. So there were some heads that were butting. But they got to story time and listened to what these three gentlemen, and Roddy is the main one talking, listen to what they said about their experience with Kyle Shanahan.
Like, what led to your departure, though?
What do I think?
Like in Atlanta.
When we first sat down with Kyle Shanahan, right? It was like, he was like, all right, this is how I envision the offense, blah, blah, blah. We would literally go through practice scripts And I would get the ball at practice, right? And then when we go in the games, like he would sub me out. Like he would be in the headphones.
You can hear Matt. We've seen right there. We can hear him.
Yeah, we can hear him.
Oh, so doing it on purpose.
Yeah, so I can hear him say, "Get Roddy out." I was like, "You gotta be real with me, man, because I'm about to lose my." He was like, "I just don't see you as like the top 4 options on the team."
Oh Lord!
I said, what? He was like, yeah. He was like, yeah. If the game was on the line, I would throw the ball to who? I would throw the ball to Jacob Tammy. I would throw the ball to Leonard Hankerson.
He ain't say that to your face.
This is what he told me. And then he said, and then I'll run a play for free to throw the ball to free. And then you.
He told you that?
He told me that.
Okay.
He told you that? He told you that.
Oh, he didn't say that to your face. This is what he told me. So I want to throw out, because there were some nicknames in there. So I want to translate for everybody what he's talking about.
Okay.
When he says, Kyle Shanahan, this is Roddy White talking. He says, Kyle, what is going on? Why are you subbing me out of the game? Kyle, who's known for being direct with players behind the scenes, says, I don't see you as a top 4 option. We can stop there for a second and say, you know what? Kyle was wrong. Kyle was wrong because Roddy White was a really good player.
Some context.
Yes.
In this year, this was Roddy White's last year in pro football.
Exactly. And what Kyle said to him when he went through, I don't see you as a top 4 option. What Roddy says is, Kyle goes, the first thing I would do is throw it to who?
Yeah.
That's Julio Jones.
136 catches on the year,
Okay.
1,871 yards. The best receiver in football.
And his quarterback won MVP largely.
This was the year before that, but this was the year they went 8-8.
Built off of that connection between Matt Ryan and Julio Jones. Then he says Jacob Tammy. That was their tight end, who at the time was a very good tight end in the NFL.
Yep.
Then he says Leonard Hankerson. That one's kind of funny, but here's the connection there. That is currently the 49ers wide receivers coach.
Oh, you don't say.
Leonard Hankerson.
Same one.
Who today was quoted at Niners camp of saying, Brandon Iayuk's being great. He's coming into the wide receiver room and acting like a coach, even though he's hurt. He can't play. All right. And then the last one he says is, I draw up a play for free. That's the running back.
Yep.
That's Devontae Freeman, who at the time was a big-time running back in the league.
He had 14 total touchdowns, which I believe led football that year.
Okay. But one of the people who's over there, each time Roddy says a sentence, and they're like, what? He didn't do that. What are you talking about? No way, man. One of those people is who? It's Julio Jones. So, as soon as this podcast drop it like it hot, Brandon posts a picture of Julio Jones. Okay?
Yep.
Then one of the top comments on there, and I'll paraphrase, one of the top commenters on the podcast was like, you got to be kidding me. There's no way. I'm dying right now. There's no way, Kyle, did you like that? That came from none other than Terrell Owens. And as soon as the Julio Jones post disappeared from the IG story, because those go away. How long is that? Was it 24 hours?
Yep.
24 hours, those go away. Soon as the Julio Jones picture goes away, there's a picture of Terrell Owens. And it's a picture of T.O. doing the exercises on his driveway with his agent Drew Rosenhaus.
Iconic.
Which is still one of the most defiant moments in the history of sports. Okay? So that all gets posted by Brandon Iayuk, alongside a couple things that are still on there now, which is him getting mad at fans for basically criticizing him on social media. Now, I think it's easy for some fans to listen to what we just said and go, that's a nothing burger.
Yeah, we're doing too much.
But I think equally you could look at that and be like, oh, Brandon Iayuk is jumping in line with a long line of historical diva receivers who, in this case, have issue with Kyle Shanahan. And I think we've learned the lesson as a society when we blow off what we see on social media that we're often wrong. We are very often wrong. If you've got athletes in their 20s and they're saying something on social media, they're saying something. It's not random. It's not just happenstance. They are sending messages. So Brandon, for whatever reason, in the midst of this injury and no games, is clearly frustrated. He's expressing anger at fans. He's expressing things right now on social media. All right, so what's your take?
My take is that Brandon sees this, and the podcast, I haven't heard the whole thing. It's almost impossible to find for whatever reason. There's an app you have to download, and I don't have an Apple device, so I can't do it. But all the clips I heard, you've got Hugh Douglas, Roddy White, and Julio Jones, and a lot of it is a three-way rat-a-tat-tat of Kyle Shanahan. And I do know one of the clips is Julio Jones talking about 4 catches in the Super Bowl. Because Julio Jones, as I mentioned, the previous year, 2015, he led the league in everything. He had 117 yards receiving per game. He was amazing that year. The next year, he's still very good. They go to the Super Bowl. They lead 28-3. They lose. And he had 4 targets and 4 catches for 87 yards. And I know that that's referenced in the pod.
Yep.
And I'm thinking about Brandon Iayuk in the Super Bowl that they lost to Kansas City. And he had 3 catches for 49 and no touchdown. And so the way I look at it, breadcrumbs, and I'm connecting the dots, I see Brandon Iayuk looking at this podcast, and Julio's talking about Kyle Shanahan. And so Iayuk is like, yeah, picture of Julio, basically saying, I feel you. I'm living the life that you lived, and I'm doing it now. And T.O. has his comment like, you got to be kidding me. And Brandon Iayuk then posts a picture of T.O. in the driveway saying, yeah, I basically am liking your comment without actually liking your comment. Because if B.A. goes out and likes the comment, well, that's now a tangible like. But if you do something like this passive-aggressively, then it's up to people to connect the dots. And like you said, an IG story lasts for 24 hours. So what I see is a frustrated Brandon Iayuk hearing these podcast comments and thinking, yeah, guys, and I'm living it now. And yeah, T.O., what you said is true as well. I'm here and I'm frustrated. So that's the way I took all of this.
Okay. First off, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, I had said a couple minutes ago, I'm having a hard time with Brandon Iayuk. Look, nobody gives a rip. I understand that. This is not, gosh, right? Like radio hosts and fans and whatnot, they got a hard time with Brandon Iayuk. Whatever. I'm not rooting against him. I don't want him out of town. I want what has happened over the last year to start dissipating, and this isn't helping. That's my read. That's my read. This is not, oh, no, we've got a huge problem. Or, oh, players aren't allowed to criticize Kyle. You can. Sure. I bet in football, like, I don't know this, but I would imagine that kind of business is probably, like I can only liken it to, you and I have talked about this before, because when I was younger, I used to work in restaurants. I've waited tables a lot of years. Certain industries allow...
Thank you.
For working at a restaurant? Anyway, it's a minimum wage job. Anyway, certain industries allow for a lot more heat and emotion. Now, if we finish this segment, and Matt Nahagian, who is standing over our shoulder right now as we speak.
I'm taking a look.
But if he ran in here after the segment and he started screaming at us because he does not like the direction of the show and he doesn't like what we're doing, screaming, and then, okay, commercial's over, back to work, like he wouldn't do that. That's not the form that most people, it happens, but it's not the form that most people use in our industry. In the restaurant industry, oh, yes, it is. People will scream at you because it's urgency,
yes,
speed.
Pro sports, same thing, right?
People are waiting. Let's go. Same thing in pro sports. So I bet these dudes, it's kind of like the sideline arguments. They happen, right? Debo shoves a long snapper. Like, stuff happens. So Brandon's allowed to do that too. But Brandon, if I could have 4 minutes as your agent, put the phone down.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
With regard to the Niners, You can do phone for anything else, but put the phone down with regard to the San Francisco 49ers. My man, you got paid. You won. You got your deal. And you are now unable currently to fulfill it. And that's a thing. So the organization may have some feelings about that, for sure. I get that you don't like what's being said to you on social media, but the team has successfully executed a very positive offseason. No drama, no contracts. Let your teammates and your team have that. Let them soak in the positivity. They were 6-11, and they need that. They do not need you liking and sending out pictures of people because they're criticizing your coach, who you also think is holding you down. This is an absolutely terrible, terrible way to move forward after you've got your contract. So even if, by the way, even if we're wrong, let's say it had nothing to do with that. It's actually, in my opinion, his responsibility to make sure that it doesn't look like that. Put the phone down about your team.
Well, I personally would not know about this podcast, and you said it was like the locker room,
it's called
the
Legends Legacy Locker Room Podcast.
I believe you. I would not know that the three gentlemen had a podcast if it weren't for the Brandon Iayuk participation in the comments of the podcast. There's so many podcasts out there right now. The market is oversaturated. It's an oversaturation sensation is what it is with podcasts. And
hit him.
It's hard to find all the content you want to find. And you know what? Listening to a few clips of that podcast, I actually might want to listen to it because
it was fun.
Very fun. And the three of them have a great rapport. And put aside the strays that Kyle Shanahan caught. They weren't even strays, actually. They were direct shots at him. But if that was, let's just use this as an example. Let's just say that three Philadelphia sports talk hosts had a podcast, and the subject of it was our boss, Matt Nahigian, and how he mismanaged their careers while he was with them at WIP. Then if I saw that, I would not then retweet that, right? And be like, look at my, or like put a smiley face, or like, give Mike Missinelli a like, or whoever the hosts would be. That is not something that I think would be in my best interest if our boss got rat-a-tat-tatted by three former hosts. So that's basically what this is.
That's the other thing. I like the way you just put that, which is like, hold on a second, because I think the first mindset for most of us is, dude, this is not helpful for the team. But you're right. This is not helpful for Brandon. They're not helpful for Brandon. Brandon, you're the number one receiver on this team, but you're hurt right now, and I don't know if you noticed, but in the meantime, they went out and drafted another wide receiver in the first round also. And he is at least expected to be healthy to start the year. And there's a lot of buzz about him. And I think he's going to get a massive opportunity this year, especially with Brandon missing. We think, at least. I don't want to act like we know exactly what he's going to miss, but it sounds like it's trending toward him missing at least the first month of the season. How does this help Brandon? And I guess what the biggest thing is for me is that it seems that Brandon Iayuk, I'm not saying he owes anyone an apology.
No.
But it seems that he doesn't realize that there is some smoothing over to do with the fan base. And instead of doing anything to attempt to do that, instead, he sits here silently while injured and gets all of the DMs and all the stupid things that the world says on social media, and he lets it get to him. And now he starts lashing out at that group. And I'm just here to tell you, like, dude, there's no win there. Brandon, you're the celebrity. There's no win. That is an unending supply of negativity if you want it. And you can yell at it all you want, and it will only get louder. So he doesn't need to go on an apology tour. This will only get better if it's just kind of like, dude, do your thing, stay quiet, and at some point catch balls for the Niners
play
again.
Football.
And this will go away. But as long as you want to keep poking the bear, poke the fans, poke Kyle Shanahan, whatever you want to do, this is going to stay alive. And I don't know if he could hear what I heard in the game against the Jets last year. Opening night, he dropped the ball. Dude, you got booed. You got booed.
Not by everyone, but there were boos.
Yes.
They were not Iayuk.
No, they were not. No. And this is coming off a year where you went 1,300 plus.
Right.
Do you know how hard it is to get booed coming off of that in a Super Bowl
the home
appearance?
opener, exactly.
It's
Coming off
incredible.
the Super Bowl.
In a game that they won by double digits.
This activity it's legal, it's allowable, and there's nothing that he did that is quote unquote wrong, but as a fan, when you look at it, it only is going to ratchet up your expectation for this player, and it's going to make it so that he becomes even more front and center where, okay, you are, with Julio, who only had 4 catches in the Super Bowl, and you got 3 in your Super Bowl, and you want more, okay, go out there and do it. And that's where last year became so frustrating where, yeah, you got the ball, you finally got healthy, your lockout was over, you started to play, and there were a lot of drops from Iayuk, and then he got hurt. So, if I was in his shoes after what happened last year and last offseason, you wouldn't hear from me. You wouldn't see me. You wouldn't hear from me until I was ready to play football, and then we'd be, going back to doing what we do.
And if he wants to, by the way,
he can do whatever he wants.
I don't like the controlling thing. I hope that's not what it sounds like. If he wants to post pictures of his vacation, dude, rock out with your Brock out. That's fine. That's fine. I don't think it makes any sense to point anything on social media at the fans or at the team. Period. There's no win there. And what is, unfortunately, what it's going to feel like to people, whether he means this or not, it's going to feel so entitled and expectant. Like, I know that you think, Brandon, you earned that contract. But once a contract gets paid, what really triggers fans is if then you're like, I earned that deal and now I can stop earning it. No. It's kind of why Nick Bosa's got a lot of negativity right now, because he earned the deal, and then so far, it doesn't feel to a lot of people like he's played up to the deal. You've got to go play up to that now for people to feel good about it, and they don't. They flat out don't. In fact, Tim Kawakami, and this is from the TK show, exactly 2 months ago. Listen to this comment.
I think if you bring up Brandon Iayuk to the 49ers now, their automatic thought is we paid him too much. I just think it's just in their heads that's been, whether John Lynch believes that or has been told that, and more likely he has been told that, I think it's just in their heads. Like, this was a contract that, we put too much money up for him, and they're going to have to do some adjustments. Not necessarily, you can't do, they already paid him the money. And if they traded him, the acceleration on that thing was like $50 million or something, Barros, right? It's some crazy number that they would have to pay as a dead cap hit, and wouldn't be paying it. They're paying him the money already, but it'd be a dead cap hit that I just don't think they can do. Plus, you don't have the player. But I just think I have heard so much about Iayuk and Debo, and a little bit of Bosa, and I just think you go 6-11. I think ownership and other executives there, I'll just say it, Parag Marate certainly is the salary cap negotiator, financial guy, are displeased with those numbers that have been paid out.
Okay,
buyer's remorse, no doubt. Like when I bought that Volkswagen Jetta back in about 2004. Paid too much for it and immediately started to break.
I told you, I got that Volvo and the check engine light came on the way home.
Dude, don't get me started on Volvos.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so I think we would love to hear from you on this. 888-957-9570. Brandon Ayuk's use of social media to express frustration this offseason. How does that land with you 49er fans? I'll answer for me, not well. Not well. I am having a hard time with Brandon Iayuk, and I want to root for everybody who wears these uniforms. That's the way I like to do it. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll take your phone calls right now on this very thing on Willard and Dibs.
This hour of sports brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water?
second down. End zone. Iayuk can't make the catch. It was there, and Brandon Iayuk, in his first game since the big deal, could not haul it in.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Dude, that was a groany moment.
Man.
Dude, I just looked. Man, that moment is just, by the way, that was on ESPN. That moment is just emblazoned in my head because.
In his first game back since the big deal.
Dude, I just remember where we were sitting that night and I stood up because, like when you're at a football game, it's different than watching on TV because you can see crap developing. And when Brock lets one go, you're like, oh, he's open. And you stand up and you're ready to go and then drop. And it was Brandon after everything that everyone had been through. And so it wasn't just the normal, oh. Then I kind of looked to my right and I hear people say, oh, here's the kind of 30 million.
Grumble.
Yeah. Then I looked to my left and then people were mad.
Second down. End zone. Iayuk can't make the catch. It was there, and Brandon Iayuk, in his first game since the big deal, could not haul it in.
You can hear it behind Joe's. If you just try to not listen to Joe and listen to the sound underneath him, you can hear the crowd is moaning.
It's not quite a full-on boo, but it's groany.
It's not just a normal drop. It's a
groany
drop with some drama behind it.
Yeah, I'd love Joe Buck. I need him to go back to the economy of words because all I could hear him say is, Iayuk, open, contract, it's there, drop. Because that's the shorthand of Joe Buck.
A little more Summerall than Joe Buck.
No, but I would always do the thing about economy of words with Joe Buck because he's really good at describing things in just very few words.
The national NFL announcers through the years, I think, are great at it. I used to give credit to Summerall for this, but I've later learned it wasn't Summerall. I think it was Mike Patrick, who I don't think is with us any longer. But Mike Patrick on a Sunday night football game, and this is going way back in Niner lore, Sunday night football game, Niners and Bills. And Thurman Thomas goes from the 1 yard line and tries to go up over the top of the pile. And Niners linebacker, I can't remember if Woodall was the one who laid the hit or if it was Gary Plummer, but it was Lee Woodall who picked up the fumble. Somebody just went in the air and met Thurman at the top and jarred the ball loose. And Patrick took it the other way to the house. Lee Woodall did. And Patrick did this whole play was like less than 6 words. And I fell in love with play. This is one of the plays that made me fall in love with play-by-play. It was so good. And it was just like, Thomas, and then it's kind of like what you did.
Yeah.
Was it Woodall who made the hit or was it Plummer? Do we have the play? No. Okay.
No, I have it on my computer, but I can't. I can't play it through there.
No, but can you see who laid the hit? Who laid the hit on Thurman Thomas?
Yeah, stand by. I just closed the window, but I'll find it. It's right here. Week 14, 1995.
I think it was Plummer. Someone on the text line says it was Plummer.
Yep.
But it was like Plummer, he fumbles, Woodall, touchdown. And that's it. That's the whole thing. And
it was Holmes who was the ball carrier.
Oh, wasn't Thurman Thomas?
No.
Look at that.
Holmes.
Okay. Somebody named Holmes.
Yep.
Whatever. Doesn't matter.
44 and what a hit by number 50.
Yeah. Gary Plummer. Picked up by Lee Woodall, who was number 54.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Catching fire.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing...
What's up, Fred Warner before Fred Warner?
Must be Burton Hanks, who's...
36?
Yeah. Okay, you are in the bag right now.
I can do the Niners from back then because that's when I was a kid. And it's all magical.
Oh, looks like Garrison Hurst scored in that game.
Garrison Hurst.
Yeah, I think that's Garrison Hurst. Niners win 27-17.
22?
No, I'm sorry. It was Derek LaVille who scored.
Oh, 23.
Number 20.
Oh, number 20.
Yeah. Whatever. 31 years ago. But impressive. Economy of words.
Yeah.
But back to the Iayuk drop.
Go ahead. Yes, back to your point.
No, the point of the Iayuk drop, it was, that's, you wait all off season. We spent months talking about Will it be 24? Will it be 26? Should he come in? He scrubbed his feed. Is he mad? Are they mad? Will he make it by camp? And he finally signs, and it's like, okay, you signed. You're coming off a Super Bowl. Let's go, Niners. We've got everything together. McCaffrey got his. Trent got his. And Iayuk is finally buttoned up. And boy, he got more money than I thought he would. Score one for the agent. The Niners lost the deal. And then now you look at it a year later, the Niners really lost the deal because he had a bad start to the year and then he had a devastating injury, which you can never blame anyone for that. And I don't believe that his injury was because he didn't go to camp. That was just a football injury where you tear 2 ligaments in your knee because that's football. But it still makes it so that the takeaway 1 year into the deal is, oh man, buyer's remorse. And so I was thinking during the break, is this the worst contract currently in Bay Area sports?
Ooh.
The Brandon Iayuk contract that the Niners are on the hook for realistically 2 more years before they can I'm going to eat it and get out of it because they still have a big number out there. Is this the worst contract right now in Bay Area sports?
I mean, I just want to take my time with the question and think about it. My initial reaction is yes. But I wonder if anybody out there has some contracts that they like even less. The other candidates, I guess, the only other,
Brock Purdy.
You could, if you want.
Yeah.
We haven't seen him play yet under this contract. But the only other candidates, if this were kind of like a poll or a multiple choice, and you want to put Brandon Iayuk on there, Brock Purdy would be on there, Nick Bosa would be on there, Willie Adames would be on there, Draymond Green would probably be on there.
Only 2 years, but yeah.
No, and I don't, I'm not saying that I think that those are bad contracts. I'm saying I know that there are some people who probably think that those are bad contracts. Shoosh. I mean, after the way the year ended, does somebody want to say Moses Moody? You signed him for actual money for 3 more years. And that was such a tough finish, but obviously he had ligament problems in his thumb while all that was happening. Anyone else even on the list? Matt Chapman just signed a big deal. It's got to be a big deal, right?
Big and long.
Yeah.
And just looking at the
Jung-Hoo Lee's got a 6-year contract.
Right. And the Adames, I just was looking at the breakdown. It's 13.1 this year, 13.1 next year, and then it's 31, 31, 31, 31, 31. Mm-hmm. So this baby's backloaded. So after next season, it's a 5-year, $155 million deal.
Well, maybe he's saving all of his numbers for those 5 years.
Maybe. I mean,
now that I know he's only making $13 million this year, I actually feel a lot better about his numbers.
Right. Not such an underachievement.
Yeah.
Chapman got 6 years and 151, and it's even splits, 25.17 throughout all 6.
Chapman has a way about him, though. Matt Chapman has a way about him where he hits 220, and you're still loving the dude. And the number one answer on the board is his defense.
Last night's a great example.
Just another absolute gem last night. And in the moment, you thought it saved the game. You thought it won the game, quite frankly. Padres 2 on, nobody out. Top of the 8th inning, Giants up 2-0. And kind of a hot shot, top spin ground ball off of a left-handed bat right at him. He gets a short hop, runs to the bag, and then throws an absolute seed to first base, scooped by Casey Schmidt, and the Giants get a double play and end up getting out of the inning and take the 2-0 lead to the 9th, which, of course, then would go away. But in the moment, you're thinking, that's what this dude does. Dude, he wins baseball games at third base with his glove.
Right.
So if I just throw all those out there, to me, it's Brandon Iayuk. Brandon Iayuk right now, and there's a long way to go on it. So I can't say that my opinion is in perpetuity, but in this moment, that is the contract about which I am most uncomfortable in Bay Area sports. Yes.
And you're sitting right now with a dead cap number of $65.2 million. If you decided, you know what, I don't like his IG activity, we're going to go ahead and release him, then that's a $65 million hit.
Yeah, you're not doing that.
No. And so you get into next year and it goes down to $55 million. You get to 2027 and the dead cap is only $21 million. So really, you're looking at a 2-year contract for Iayuk from this point forward, where it's this upcoming year, he's going to miss at least a fourth of it, I believe, and then the following year, where his cap hit goes up to $15 million, 2027, his cap hit is $41.4 million. So honestly, the Iayuk contract in all practicality is just a 2-year deal. And after 2 years, if things aren't going in the right direction, you probably won't want to pay him $41.4 million unless he's playing like a top 8 receiver.
The first 2 text messages that came through on our board, as far as the worst current contract, it's a contract that I didn't bring up with all those that I just threw out there.
Oh, Schmidt.
What do you think it is? Not a name that I brought up. First 2 texts, 2 totally different numbers, both brought it up.
Just boom, boom.
Boom, boom.
Man.
So, by the way, here, let me reset what I said. It's not Iayuk. It's not Bosa. It's not Purdy. It's not Adamas. It's not Draymond.
It's not Chapman.
It's not Chappie. It's not Jung-Hoo Lee. The first 2 texts are the exact same as the worst current contract in Bay Area sports.
The only thing I could think of would be Jimmy Butler. Lucas?
Give him a ding.
Oh.
Jimmy Butler.
I'm waiting.
He's looking for it.
Man.
That is
delayed gratification.
That's a hell of a pause.
Thank
there
you.
it is.
I'll take it.
Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler.
Yeah. Well,
see, and
that's recency.
Well, right. Really, really recency.
Super recency, yep.
I mean, that, and that's the comment I made yesterday with regard to whatever you're feeling about the Warriors. In my opinion, what I've noticed with a lot of Warrior fans, it is all frustration that is actually the result of a Steph Curry hamstring injury. And it gets directed everywhere else. Steve Kerr ruined XYZ. Jonathan Kuminga situation. Jimmy Butler is not a dude anymore. You're paying him this amount. He should be able to step forward and win a game by himself. Whatever Warrior opinion you have, I kind of feel like it revolves around the fact that suddenly Steph Curry wasn't available for 4 games. And we forgot that they were really good. Like Jimmy Butler, dude, if you enjoyed any of the playoffs at all with the Warriors, you should love the fact that Jimmy Butler's here. None of that happens without him. Not even close.
Yeah, you're probably a play-in team.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, I think you still get the 10 seed, but I don't know if you make it out of the play-in. And if you face OKC in the first round, I think you get motorboated because they've been the best team all regular season. And once they got over their Denver problem, they've been amazing again. And I think that they're going to have a pretty relatively easy time with Indiana if the NBA Finals actually ever begin.
Yeah.
And I know that they like to do fixed dates because it's good for TV, but I think that it hurts you as far as like the casual fan because it's going to be, 4 or 5 days between the Knicks-Pacers game and the actual start of the finals?
What was it? It ended Sunday,
Was it Saturday or Sunday?
I think it ended Sunday.
Okay.
It ended Sunday. And
so 4 days,
tomorrow night is game 1.
Right, and then game 2 is, again, Sunday. So
right, of course.
I just think you lose a little bit of momentum, but I understand why they do it, and they'll never change it. But for the casual fan, I don't know if you hook them by having this much of a gap.
I don't know. It's weird. Like, this is traditionally, we look at these markets and everyone's going to go, ratings are going to be crap or whatever. And maybe they will, maybe they won't. Yeah. I don't know. But I'm oddly interested in this one. I've got, just quick aside, there's some people in my world who I think are pretty smart about the NBA. Who knows? Maybe some of them have actually worn a uniform or two who really firmly believe that the Pacers have a chance to win this series. Like, firmly believe that. I don't know. Oklahoma City's defense versus the Pacers' offense, to me, that's where this series falls, is that side of the court. The Pacers move the ball great. The Thunder, man, their arms are everywhere.
Yep.
But their offense is it just feels off. Doesn't feel like it's quite itself right now. And then to your point with the break, maybe you fall even further out of sync. And then the Pacers just, I don't know, dude. They've got some magic dust that got sprinkled on them. So does that continue? But I don't know. I'm a little interested to see how this one plays out. I don't know if it's going to be as dominant for the Thunder as everyone may think.
Yeah, I would say Thunder in 5 if I was to make a prediction. I just think that their defense is really, really good, which will offset Indiana's strength, which is their offense. And the other side, the Pacer defense is good, but the Thunder, with their depth and their ability to score in so many different ways, I just think that they're going to have a little bit too much. Talking about the ratings, if you put aside the 2020 COVID finals, which is the lowest rated finals ever, and I think that those NBA finals were in August or September, if memory serves, in 2020. I know it was not in the traditional June spot, but you've had a kind of slow creep down in ratings. As far as overall viewers by average, the Bucks and Suns in 2021 is the lowest, and that again is not two massive markets. The one thing that makes ratings success guaranteed is having the Warriors involved. The Golden State Warriors and LeBron, those have been some of the highest rated NBA finals ever.
Yeah,
or at least of recent years.
Yeah, Steph and LeBron, they've been the ratings drivers for this league for a long, long time.
Yeah, and even Steph in Toronto did very well. That was 15.14 million viewers on average.
Yeah.
And last year, Boston and Dallas, two massive markets, 11.31 million on average. So 4 million lower than the last pre-COVID finals.
Anyway, circling back to kind of where we got to this spot conversationally, 888-957-9570. What is for you the most uncomfortable current Bay Area sports contract? And yeah, okay, I've thought about it now. It's Brandon Iayuk. It's absolutely Brandon Iayuk. I don't want it to be. I really enjoyed watching this guy play football 2 years ago. I thought him and Brock Purdy had a really, really nice connection. This guy is the owner of some very big moments for this franchise. Helmet ball against the Detroit Lions. I get it. He is a really, really good player. But certain situations in life bring out characteristics from people that aren't always the best. And I think that free agency, or I guess the specter of it, he never was a free agent, but coming to the end of a rookie deal for Brandon, coming off of a huge year, I think has brought out a side of him that I don't really enjoy. I think that it also, the last couple off seasons, has brought out a side of the 49ers in terms of their contract negotiating style that I don't really love. And the whole experience was very, very negative. And for those of you just joining, this is brought back up because Brandon has been very, very chirpy on social media just this week. Part of it was directed at the fans. We also believe some of it was at least passively aggressive at Kyle Shanahan, because there is a podcast, Legacy Locker Room podcast, with a bunch of former Atlanta Falcons wide receivers where they talk not so kindly about their experience with Kyle Shanahan. And as soon as it dropped, Brandon Iayuk posted a picture of Julio Jones, followed by posting pictures of T.O., and T.O. was in the comments on this podcast also sort of at least commiserating with those receivers. So is that a little bit of a reach? I guess you could make that case, but knowing where Brandon has been on social media already with this team, I don't think it's much of a reach. And I, for one, I think if you're a fan of the team, I think if you work for the team, for them to break off that contract and then have him drop balls, get hurt, and then still keep barking on social media is not acceptable. It's just flat out not acceptable. You can't do that. The rest of this team is getting ready now for week 1. You're probably not going to be there, almost definitely. They're all signed. Trent Williams was there today. Minicamp is next week. Everybody is feeling good. And you took that moment to go to social media. So you can do whatever you want with your platforms, but if I'm Brandon Iayuk, dude, you got to get the fans and the Niners out of your crosshairs. I just think that's a terrible look.
I just think that it's not the way that I would conduct myself as an injured player in the offseason. And of course, he's allowed to do whatever he wants on social media, and he's chosen routinely to take this tack. And I don't think that it is endearing him to the greater 49er fan base. And, you talk about the contract itself, because the question is worst Bay Area contracts currently in the Bay Area. And if they were to trade him right now, there'd be a dead cap hit of about $38 million over the next 2 years. They can absorb that because they have cap room. If they outright release him, the cap hit right now would be about $65 million over the next 2 years. And so the thing about Brandon's deal, when you look deep inside it, yeah, he got $30 million a year, right? That was the big sticker shock number, but only 45 of it is guaranteed at signing. So you get through this year and next year, it would be relatively easy for the 49ers to make a move on Brandon Iayuk and be done with it.
Right, but that's a long time from now.
It is, but
time from now.
Even if you get through this year, you get to next year, then you get past June 1st, and the cap hits become a little bit less then too.
Let's go to Will in Redwood. Hi, Will. Thank you for calling. What's up? Will.
Will's in the car wash. Hey, Will.
There you are. Yeah, what's going on?
Yo. Sorry, dude. I'm on Vasco in traffic. My bad.
All good.
Hey, so I just kind of wanted to give kind of an experience that I had. So I played at LMC in Pittsburgh baseball, and we had a lot of D1 bounce backs. And one of the best things was seeing those D1 players think that they were awesome, thinking that they were all that, and me working harder than them, and basically I won a starting position over a D1 bounce back. And what I think these guys, these draft players and everybody like that, they should be just licking their chops and working harder.
Well, I would love to see that. Yeah, Will, thank you very much.
Drive safe, Will. Vasco Road is very, very dangerous.
Well, it sounds windy out there, even though I don't know that it is.
Always windy. Vasco Road is when you go from Livermore and you go over the hill toward Antioch, basically.
Yeah. No, I've been on it.
It's the back door there. And LMC is Los Medanos College right there in Pittsburgh.
I did not know what he was referring to when he said that, so thank you for that information.
Yes, I speak Livermore Valley, for sure.
You speak Deep East Bay.
No doubt.
Yeah. Okay, well... Anyway, the larger point is a fair one, at least where my mind goes when I hear him say that. Like, I don't know, man. Brandon Iayuk is certainly not the only offender on this one. You just wish that when a contract gets signed, a guy doesn't think to himself, I earned that for what I already did, and so now I can either relax or start clapping back at people. Instead, think to yourself, okay, I have to keep earning that. Or, oh, by the way, go earn the next one, right? You're still in your 20s. Earn the next one, too. But it feels very much like, Brandon had a bad experience last offseason. That bad experience continues. And now as other people share their bad experiences with Brandon Iayuk, it's getting to him. It's getting to him. Rather than just, block it out and get yourself ready to play football is the only way it's going away.
Right, and I just was flashing on last year when he came into training camp and he was wearing the wrong shorts.
Yes.
And, the coach came over to him. First, I think the position coach came over and said, we're not wearing those. And then Shanahan had to come over and say, we're going to need, you to be in different shorts. And you could see Kyle Shanahan's face like, am I really doing this? Yeah. Is this what I'm doing here at practice of a 49er professional sports situation?
It's kind of gotten exhausting. That's kind of where I'm at.
A little bit, yeah.
It's gotten exhausting. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. What is your most uncomfortable current Bay Area sports contract? We will take your calls, 888-957-9570. We will also get back to what has been a newsy and big day for the San Francisco Giants. 3 players are gone from the roster. 2 new starters in the lineup tonight. A lot of it circles around Bryce Eldridge as well, their top prospect. We'll get to all of that and continue to take your calls on Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley here to talk about free.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What do you think's going to happen in this game, Sting?
That's a great. I think it's going to be a really tight game.
On 95.7 The Game.
I'm glad he didn't say it.
It
wasn't. It wasn't. It was predictable, thoughtless, and a 1-foot putt.
It was ordinary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is a song, by the way, by Alex Warren that is chasing me. It's chasing me.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's absolutely chasing me. Lucas knows this. It plays at the exact same time every day when we're having our meeting, when we're getting ready for the show. It plays every single time.
I have breaking news, by the way.
What is it?
Well, to us, at least.
Yeah.
Alex Warren threw out the first pitch of the Giants game last night.
No.
Unless Steven doesn't know who Alex Warren is and said it was somebody else. But according to Steven Risotto, he did.
It was Alex Warren, the singer, right?
Well, don't ask us. You were the one that was at the game.
I swear it was him. He bounced it. He threw the first pitch. He bounced it.
Well, that's okay.
I'm looking at it right here.
Alex Warren.
Mic'd up and throws first pitch
Giants
at San Francisco.
Pitch. Is he in town?
Well, he has to be if he threw out the first pitch.
No, I mean, like, does he have a show? Does he have a show?
That's a great.
Does he have, you know what I mean, when an artist is, quote, in town. I don't care if he's just.
town. The best first pitch on town.
Oh,
yes,
boy.
Mark, he threw out the first pitch.
No, but
he's in town.
Does he have a show?
You're asking the wrong guy because I've never heard of Alex Warren.
Yes, he is performing at the Masonic tonight.
Oh, crap.
You like him?
Does he have more than one show?
Going to LA tomorrow.
Damn it. I do like him, but my kids like him even more.
Yep.
Jude's obsessed with him. Jude likes to DJ on the way to school, and he plays one of his songs every single day.
Fine.
Yeah.
If
No,
you
it is.
wanna-
It's fine.
If
I
you
like
want to
it.
trade playlists from your 11-year-old and my 2.5-year-old, we can talk trade.
Yeah.
Because
I bet we could.
I got a lot of Miss Rachel in my life. Miss Rachel, who is not in town, and
no.
she did not throw out the first
And
pitch.
She's not on town either.
No, but she is probably outside of Mr. Beast. She's probably number 2 in YouTube views. This young lady is a YouTube monster, but I digest.
Okay.
Yeah. Alex Warren.
You know what we got? We got fresh Buster quotes.
Only or Posey?
Yeah, some Posey.
Okay.
We got fresh Buster quotes. You want to hear some? All right.
Sure.
All right, here we go. Let's see. This is Buster, and this is courtesy of Alex Pavlovich, who was on the show earlier today. So YouTube, Odyssey app, if you want to hear what the man on the Giants beat for NBC Sports Bay Area said after today's happenings. And Alex called it a shakeup. And so if you're just getting off work or whatever and you don't know what happened with the Giants today, there were 3 roster changes. Lamont Wade has been DFA'd. Backup catcher Sam Huff DFA'd. And utility man Christian Koss sent down to the minors. And what the Giants did as far as replacing those guys, first of all, new backup catcher is on the way, and that is Andrew Kisner. Andrew Kisner is now the new backup catcher. Outfielder Daniel Johnson, a local guy and a really cool story who's almost 30 years old and has mostly been in the minor leagues, has not only been called up, but will start in right field tonight for the Giants. And then Dominic Smith, who's been in the bigs quite a bit, bounced around a little bit, but he was let go just a couple of days ago. He's been brought in, has already signed a 1-year major league contract, and he is starting at first base and batting 5th for the Giants tonight. So Alex talked to Buster, and this is his quote on the shakeup. Quote, "It's time to go. I think we all believe we're better than we've been with the bats the last 2 to 3 weeks. It's time to go." End quote. Ooh, I like that quote.
Right. it's time to go. You've scored 2 runs a game for the past 16 games. That's more than 2 weeks. It's time to go. Your pitching staff is amazing. If you pitch like that over 16 games, you should be 12-4 minimum, and you're 7-9 because your bats have stunk. So yeah, it's time to go. Or as you like to say, it's time to boogie.
Yeah.
That's your one of your go-tos.
That's one of the reasons I love this quote. He bookended it with "it's time to go." Buster's pissed off. That's what I just got out of that.
I think that they're all pissed off. And you look at the roster and what you can do, and yeah, these are the guys. And you've been agitating for Lamont Wade Jr. to get DFA'd. Nothing personal, but
nothing personal.
You know, Lamont, you need to either get this thing going, or we got to find something more at first base because, yeah, Casey Schmidt can play first, but ideally he's your super utility guy, right?
Right, of course.
Although your third baseman and your shortstop don't take days off, so he becomes a second baseman, first baseman, pinch hitter, defensive guy. Perfect. Fine. You don't want him to be your mostly everyday first baseman.
Well, here's what I see, and this is what bothered me a little bit last night at the end of the game. Giants lose 3-2 in 10 innings, and I just look at it this way. I've watched a lot of baseball since the age of analytics, and now the ghost runner and extra innings have come together. And you don't see teams bunt a lot with that first at bat. I realize that the Padres did it 2 nights ago. I realize that. They did not do it last night, and they were set up to get burned, quite frankly. They were set up to get burned. But then Cronenworth came in off Spencer Bivens and got a 2-out broken bat base hit and scored what eventually was the game-winning run. But when you're the home team, especially when you have fallen down, now if it's still tied, I think we're talking about a different story. But when you're down 3-2 and you're the home team and you willfully go out there and decide, you know what? We're going to essentially turn this whole game into, can the next hitter hit a fly ball just to keep us alive? Not to win the game, just to keep us alive. And I know the next hitter was Ramos, and I know that Casey struggles with strikeouts. So I understood why Bob Melvin chose to have Casey bunt last night, but I also reserve the opinion that there's a larger issue here, and that's the problem. So here's how I'd say it. I get why Bob did it, but the fact that he has to do it is the problem.
Agreed.
You are admitting that the same thing you did in Detroit with Christian Koss, you're admitting that you have big leaguers in your lineup who can't hit. You literally have no faith that they can go up there with their bat and effectively do what needs to be done in that situation. And so that's it's not okay. You just can't do that. You can't do that and win big league baseball games.
Well, that's why you make the moves that you did today, because you hope that the 3 guys you bring up can actually be people who can maybe get a hit in that spot or even hit a fly ball in that spot, because really it comes down to just a fly ball. You bunt him to third, fine. I get it. And I do think that it is, telling your audience and telling your team that we struggle. We struggle with getting hits, and it's been evident now for more than 2 weeks. So I don't mind the strategy. I'm kind of with you that the idea that you feel like that's your best route to get a run, that's the issue. And I mentioned this earlier.
That's very scary.
They played the Cubs back in May, and they scored 9 runs in the 10th inning, and they didn't bunt. They went out there and had, I think, 6 or 7 hits in the 10th inning. They put up a 9 spot. And I almost can't believe that happened this year based on what we've seen over the last 16 games. But the team then, which was only about a month ago, is markedly different than the team we're seeing now.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
And that's why I look at the bunt, and it's happened now twice. And it's like, I understand it, because you're not the team that you were a month ago.
Now, these were 2 different situations and 2 different players, but they landed with me in terms of messaging the exact same way. And so that's kind of what I'm getting at. I'm getting at the idea that the Giants keep ending up in situations where 1 run is needed late in a game, And they basically, instead of thinking that somebody who has a professional baseball player with a bat in their hands, instead of thinking that they can go out there and do that job, you've got to get tricky. You know, what they did with Koss last week in Detroit, second and third one out, is they double 2 pitches in a row, tried to essentially do a safety squeeze, which is a weird play to begin with. It's like the defense has the option to just make you stay at third anyway. Even if it works, you could lay that bunt down, take off for first, the third baseman can field it, and if he feels the runner behind him moving toward home, just hold the ball. Turn around, now it's bases loaded. You're no closer to scoring that run. In fact, you've set up a double play ball now to end the inning.
And Flem actually had the call. He's like, the first baseman is way in on the second one.
Right. So that's that situation. And then last night, you're down in your own building, and you're essentially saying, let's give Ramos a chance to hit a fly ball and see if we can kick this to another inning. And that decision is made with nobody out. So I get it, but it's not okay. Like, the fact that Bob needs to make that decision, I think it speaks to what happened today. You've got too many people on your roster right now who you don't feel, it seems, can get a hit in the big leagues or even put the ball in play. Hell, Casey Schmidt ground the ball to the right side. Everybody seems great at hitting ground balls. Hit another one. But they didn't feel like he could put the bat on the ball. So it was bunt, and he laid down a great one. And so that's fine, but that tells me that you've got somebody in your lineup that just, quite frankly, probably shouldn't be in your lineup.
Well, that's just been the reality over the last few weeks, and I'm just looking at that game against Chicago, and it was actually 9 runs in the 11th inning, and it was Ramos and Bailey, Brett Wisely with a fielder's choice. It was Yaz, Adames, Jung-Hoo Lee, Chapman, Wilmer, Christian Koss, Ramos again, Bailey again, David Villar struck out swinging. My point is, it's the majority of those names are these names. And these guys that are playing now are the guys who did it then. And it was double, single, fielder's choice, walk, hit by pitch, single, 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 strikeout, double, fly ball, which scored a run. Imagine that, a sacrifice fly. So these same guys who aren't doing it now, literally a month ago, did the thing in Chicago. They got 9 runs in the 11th.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Oh, look, we're going to do it?
Are we?
Oh, let's do it. Let's do it.
We're doing it.
Yeah. River Island's guest line. Guess what, everybody? Eric Burns is joining us here on Willard and Dibs. What's going on, Burnsy? How are you?
All good, guys. I'm fantastic. Spent the afternoon at my alma mater, St. Francis High School, hitting some baseballs and watching the squad who's got their, I think, semifinal NorCal game tomorrow.
That's pretty awesome. Burnsy, what's up next for you? Because I know you're doing celebrity pickleball. You're down for a 70-mile run here and there. You're coaching your youth baseball team. What's the next exciting thing on the Burns calendar?
Oh, Dibs. I mean, it's one foot in front of the other, right? I think just like anyone else, it's one thing to the next. At least that's how I try to live my life. You can't be 2 places at once. Yeah, whatever's in front of me, whatever the moment is. I got 2 daughters. Girls are jumping horses this weekend. We got a baseball tournament. It's crazy how life is, man. But between baseball and then the pickleball thing, which has clearly become just my all-in obsession. It's certainly staying active, and then of course doing the Deuce's Wild Daily Hustle podcast with Will Clark and trying to make sure that I continue to just be John Stockton with him and throw him a nice little assist and let him slam it home every single week as he continues to kill it on that thing.
We love the podcast, Burnsy. And but here's our question today. You're talking about staying active. That's not what the Giants hitters are doing. Not at all. We got to talk this out, man. This is unbelievable. The longest stretch, only one other time since they've played in San Francisco have they gone this long without scoring 5 runs in a game. What does this do to a clubhouse, particularly one that's got pitchers who are just, they're pitching their asses off right now?
Yeah, and look, one offense in this game, it comes and goes. When you look at the Giants lineup and what they have a lot of really mediocre hitters. And there's nothing wrong with that. The one thing that I really harped on last night during the podcast was that they don't have a superstar, right? And Will brought it up. It was back in the day when it was me and Kevin Mitchell and Jeffrey Leonard, it was, there's always one of us that, would look at each other all right, let's go. The 3 of us, it's on us to get this going tonight. Then it was Will and Barry and Matt Williams, and it was the same sort of thing where Barry's hop on my back. The issue is you don't have those dudes in the clubhouse. They're just not there. But what you do have is a really good defensive team. You have a team that can manufacture runs at time, and you have a really good pitching staff. Even the bullpen, I know, what was it, Duvall gave it up last night, but, is it really giving it up when you give up 1 run or 3 runs over 10 innings? You're doing your job. They should have certainly won that game. They had their opportunities. Even the night before, they had plenty of opportunities. I'll go back to, not last night, but the night before, where you had Chapman come up, runner on third base with 1 out, and he smokes the ball. I don't know what the exit velo was, but it had to be 100-plus miles per hour, at least it appeared. Iglesias makes that sick play at third base. They don't get that run in. Obviously ends up costing him because Encarnacion comes up and next at bat. He lines it to first base. So you tried both sides of the field and didn't work out. This isn't a terrible offense. This is just an offense that is collectively slumping right now. And ultimately, at the end of the day, in my humble opinion, they're going to have to get somebody here. And I don't know if it's going to become Bryce Eldridge and he's going to be the guy, or it's going to be a bat that they trade for. But right now, it's not going to work without a superstar. You just need one. It's just one guy. You look at the Padres last night. It's Tatis. It's Machado. It's Jackson Merrill. It's Bogart season. It's just the list goes on and on of superstars in that lineup. And the Giants, they just don't have one.
And if you don't have one, and it's Eric Burns here on 95.7 The Game, then don't you need to rely more on situational hitting? Is the art of the situational hit gone from baseball, Eric, or do the Giants just not do it very well?
They just haven't done it well. They haven't gotten runners in from third base with less than 2 outs. They've been piss poor at that. They haven't hit with runners in scoring position. They pulled the sack bunt off last night, which I typically don't love giving up and out. But if you have Casey Schmidt who's hitting a buck something, and you have Ramos on deck, I was surprised they ditched Ramos. He was the one guy that strikes in and kind of feared me, but he smokes the ball too to third base, and it's a matter of practicing those situations. We do it with our let them play kids. It's if we have the infield in and there's less than 2 outs, we need to get a ball in the air, and you practice doing that. I just think that, again, it's just sort of the perfect storm right now. We're saying all this. There's still several games above 500. They're in the mix with 3-4 back. They're fine. This team's going to be fine. What's encouraging is the pitching and the defense has kept them in games, even though the offense has just not pulled their weight.
Eric Burns with us here, Willard and Dibbs. Hey, you mentioned Bryce Eldridge earlier. I wonder your thoughts on what's too soon. Oh, I think we lost him.
Yeah, we'll get him back.
Yeah, we'll get him back.
He's on the road.
Yeah,
heading back.
Exactly.
On the road again.
No, but it was fast. Somebody hit something over there. Was it? Oh, you know what I like about that? That's accountability.
From our guys?
Yeah, Lucas said, my bad.
Oh.
Yeah. Did you hit something? He bumped something in there.
It's all right.
Yeah, it's totally all right.
You're going to ask about how fast is too fast to bring a guy up.
He's 20 years old.
Yep.
Listen, I will say this about Bryce Eldridge. This is not a fuddy-duddy thing. Let's go, man. I want to see the kid, too. But what I hope, and I think the Giants will do a good job of this, you can't make him feel like he's the savior. He has to come up and be Bryce Eldridge.
Yeah, just be a piece.
Not the savior.
Exactly.
That's too much for a 20-year-old. And we can get excited, and we can buy tickets, and he might hit one into the bay, and we can go crazy. But, like, if a situation gets created where it feels like, oh, God, we're in trouble, we need Bryce Eldridge, that feels too hot, in my opinion. All right, Bernsey is back here on the River Islands guest line. Eric, I was going to ask you, because you brought up Bryce Eldridge, what's sort of too soon with this, if you will? Is it too soon? He's only 20.
No, it's not too soon. Too soon was yesterday. It's time. And Will and I don't necessarily agree on this. Will wants him to be perfectly prepared to play first base on a daily basis. There's this thing called the DH in both leagues now that I'm not worried about him playing first base. He can practice first base at 5 o'clock before the 7 o'clock game. He can get all the reps in the world. And then when he's comfortable or he looks good enough, then you can put him out there. I get that. There's going to be a learning curve for him defensively. Offensively, the bat's ready. All the numbers have proved that. There's a very rare talent, or I should say it's very rare that you're going to find a talent that is ready at 20 years old. But he certainly is. You look back and you think, Juan Soto was ready, right? A-Rod was ready. There's only a few who have been ready at that young of an age without going to college. It's a little different because they called up Caglione, right? And this is a guy that had 3 years in the SEC at Florida. So he's still pretty young, but a year or two does matter. But I just say, look, Bryce Eldridge has done it at every level, every single level. He's going to do it now here. They promoted him to Sacramento. I just don't. What are we wasting our time for, right? We can keep trying to do these plug-in solutions over at first base or in that DH role, but the inevitable is that he's going to be playing in the big league. So the only argument against it would be, the clock starts with this guy. But I just think the Giants are, if they can keep pitching and playing either way they are, they're going to be in it this year, and they're going to need that bat. So I'd much rather do that than give up young talent and go to have to trade for a bat.
He's about to take his first at-bat this year in AAA. They're in Sugarland taking on the Skeeters. How big of a jump is it, though, from AA, AAA, when you've got guys in the show throwing 100 with movement? Isn't this such a gigantic step up that he'd be set up for failure, Eric?
I don't know, man. I can't speak of what the minor leagues is like these days. I can tell you what it was like 20 years ago when I was there. But I think most of these guys they've been hitting velocity since they were 16. They go to these perfect game showcases. They face tough competition in high school, but mainly it's the travel ball showcases that get these guys prepared for that, and velocity training. They go spit it out of the machine at 100 miles per hour, so these guys can get ready and get prepared for what they're going to see. Now, I will say this: that the learning curve in the big leagues, I believe, is going to be a tad bigger because there's so many guys that have velocity and like you said, Dibs, with the movement. And you're not going to see as many of those guys in the minor leagues because those guys are getting rushed up to the big leagues these days. So, yeah, but that's where the talent is. But this guy is more than capable. He did struggle in spring training, right? He got off to that hot start and then really slowed down. But I remember, Will was telling me about it. There was something, he was hurt, right? There was something that he was dealing with too. While those struggles, he incurred those. But ultimately, I bet on Bryce. I think he can handle it. I think the first base thing from the defensive perspective would be the only question mark. And just send Will out to San Francisco for a few weeks and make sure he gets him right, or get JT Snow out there, and you got some legend first baseman who can go help this kid.
Burnsy, you ever been on a team where like one side of the ball was way, way better than the other side of the ball?
Yeah, I mean, there were times when I was, on that Oakland team, and Huddy was going out there, and he's kind of like, every squad has that dude, right? That one guy where they go out there and they deal, and it's just you can't score any rush from. I remember Tim Hudson was that guy for the A's. What I loved about Huddy was this. He was the bulldog. He didn't care. He'd joke around about it and he laughed it off, but he'd go out there and he'd keep firing up zeros and keep firing up zeros. And was it Matt Cain that kept doing that too? Like
yes.
It's just. Right? Like, there's always that guy. And so, Logan Webb is, part of it is part of it is this. When you have a one facing a one, the guy on the other side's pretty good too, right? And so that's why it does happen to the top end pitchers a lot. But, you deal with it. And there's going to be times when the offense goes ahead and carries the pitching staff when they go out there and give it up. I don't think the bullpen is going to continue to be this good the entire year. The starting staff, they might be. I mean, Webb and Robbie Ray, that combo at the top it's scary.
Yeah, it's incredible, and the youngsters have filled in the back half of that as well. What are your thoughts on Willy Adames and the challenges, because you had to do it, of going to a new team and making that adjustment? Do we have to give him some grace in his first half a year with San Francisco because of that?
Yeah. This is a young kid that came up with Tampa. I used to go to this place called Bathtub Gin in New York City. And the bartender there was Adonis' first cousin. Like a really, really good guy. I used to sit, poach up the bar and sit there and have myself a cocktail. We'd talk about, like young Willie coming up. And I followed this whole path, the minor leagues to the big league. And this is when he was in Tampa, right? And then he gets traded to the Brewers. And I got to watch this kid kind of emerge into somewhat of a superstar. But if you go back and you look at Willy Adames' numbers, like, Willy Adames is a really good player. Willy Adames has the potential to put up 30 home runs and have a great year offensively. That's, he's also, I would not put him as a superstar. And even when the Giants signed him for all the money, I'm like, that's great, it's a great sign, but, Willy Adames is just not a superstar. He got him as a superstar day. It's kind of like Chapman in his own way, right? Like, he could be the best player on the field any given day. And the one thing that you can rely on with Chappie, right, it's going to be that defense. But he's going to be a mid-700s OPS guy who can get hot for a while and then have his cold streaks, whatever. Well, Willy Adames is sort of that same way. So when you sign this big contract and you come to a new city and all of a sudden you have these expectations, at least that you're putting on yourself, thinking, I signed this huge deal, I better go out there and beat the dude. No, Willie, we just need you to go out there and beat you. Don't try to do anything too much. And so I think once he settles in and does that, he's going to be just fine.
Eric Burns with us here on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. All right, man, listen, you've got to, whether it's a team-wide thing or as an individual, you've said it a couple times, you've all been through a slump. Burnsy, how did you get out of them? What are some of the things that you used to do to bust a slump?
Oh, man. People would say that you go out and you tie one on, you try to alter that state of mind, and then, for those young single go-hards out there, they go, seek themselves out some companionship. And it's once again just a way to try to get your mind off of things.
You're doing great,
I'm trying to
Burnsy.
see how to gracefully put this.
You're doing great.
I would, yeah. So I don't know, the less of the companionships are not right. Let's just say the more homely the companionship, the better. Yeah. And that was always one philosophy. There's another good friend of ours, Dibs, S.D. Santangelo.
I know. Yeah, heard of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe his philosophy, and I don't want to misquote him on this, was going the opposite direction. So basically, you go find as amazing and beautiful as you possibly can, because then that completely boosts your confidence up. So I've heard both. There's the Mark Grace theory, and then the S.D. Santangelo theory back the other way. So I mean, that, or you can just take some more BP.
Yeah, but
take more BP. That's less fun than the other one.
Did it work, Bernsey?
Oh, guys, it works. It certainly works.
Man, I mean, you have a conversation, or you have a brief dalliance, and then the next night you go out and you go 3 for 4 with a couple of doubles and a home run. I get it.
That's it. That's just a nice companionship. That's it.
That's all.
Hey, we're human creatures, right? So we're all, that social interaction is something that's very important and something we crave.
No doubt.
So sometimes it's a therapy session more than anything.
I guess it's like, it sounds to me, if I'm listening to you correctly, that in order to bust out of a slump, you have to be single.
Yeah, sure. I'm not here to judge anybody or anything. How people live their lives, I've seen a lot in my day, and I will say that I do know of several situations in which these companionships have taken people from the depths of despair to Sports Center highlights the next night.
I can see it. Okay. I'm looking at your game log right now from 2004. Over a month, you hit 202. Next thing you know, you go 3 for 5 with a home run and 4 driven in. So I can't help but think about what happened on July 25th of 2004. Snapped you right out of that, Eric.
Masaki in San Francisco happened.
There it is.
Fantastic spot.
That's Masaki. I've been there. Place is awesome.
That place was so legit.
Like you said,
hoarding all of San Francisco's best talent.
I mean, in 2004, you're not wrong. That was one of the original chic sushi sake places in San Francisco, without a doubt.
And then next door was La Barca, my guy Vance. Running it over at La Barca. I'd go from La Barca to Masaki, back to La Barca, back to Masaki.
You're taking me back with La Barca. A buddy of mine had a bachelor party.
Hugo was our guy over at Moss too.
Yeah, the private room at La Barca could get pretty chippy on the few times I was back there for private parties.
Oh, take me back. Somebody take me back.
Yeah.
20 years ago, Bernsey, right there on Lombard. Tell him Bernsey sent you.
Isn't that crazy? 20 years ago?
20 years, brother. 20 years. Time flies.
Well, let's just keep charging life, Dibs.
Yeah. I'm proud of you, kid. All the different pivots from, your Guinness World Record golf holes in a day, and, your ultra marathons and your race across America, and now your pickleball addiction, let alone what your kids are doing. It's fun to follow along with you, Bernsey.
Thanks, dude. Yeah, the kids will keep you young, but I think for all of us, just keep finding your what's next. And that's it keeps my ADHD in check and keeps me smiling through life.
All right, Deuce is Wild, huh?
Deuce is Wild, No Filter Network, every Tuesday, 6:05. You guys like the 05?
Yeah, of course.
Love it.
PM Pacific time. And then you can catch it, you download on any of the major podcast platforms, and then I'll do the Daily Hustle, the Deuce is Wild Daily Hustle, which will kind of just fill the time in between Thrills and Ice shows. And I typically try to do that 3-4 days a week. So you'll get if you go to the Deuces Wild feed, you'll get the latest Deuces Wild, and then you'll get some daily hustles mixed in there, which is just sort of live reaction stuff, a lot like motivational stuff, actually. I'll typically do a daily hustle on days I send out my blog, and then I'll follow that up with reaction to what's happened to the baseball and sporting world, and I don't know, might go off on a few random subjects along the way, too.
No, we love it. We love listening to it. By the way, every good partnership when it comes to radio, TV, whatever, kind of usually has one person who has the ability to fire the other one up. Which one of that is that with the two of you?
Oh, it's not even close.
Okay.
That's all me. All I think about, and this is great, and this is, I go into these Deuces Wild podcasts, and I do a thrill, and it's just like, what will set him off tonight? Where can I go? How do I push that button? And I do not think about myself. I intentionally, I don't even flip myself. Like when we go back and with the social media team, I'm like, look, all thrill, more thrill the better, thrill. And that's what we focus on. And he slaughters it. I listen to myself talk on the Daily Hustle, or I have enough time. I do some other video stuff, just reactionary type stuff that I'll get my opinions and thoughts out there. But my job, and I feel like I'm getting to be pretty good at it. Like, Larry King, I thought was one of the best, right? He just had these short little things, and he would just get people to unload their life story. And with Roy Firestone, was that the other one when everyone left crying?
Oh, yeah.
Usually, yeah. Usually. I mean, at least in Jerry Maguire, yes.
Yeah, of course. So it's how can you get that emotion? But then I forget sometimes that we're even on a podcast, right? Like it's just the energy that thrill goes with. So I don't know. The funny thing is, a quick story of how this whole thing even started, but basically, like 2020, I did a speaking engagement with him up in San Francisco, in Reno. And super, he invited me out to come do this. It was a layup. It was a nice little payday, too. And I had heard Will Clark speak a bunch of times. I'd gone to dinner with him. He was a special assistant with the Arizona Diamondbacks. That's when we forged our relationship. We kept in touch, whatever. But every time I saw him on TV, like it was always he was kind of buttoned up, and he didn't really give you much, and it was kind of this Will. But it was like he was doing an interview, like when he was still playing or something. And then I saw him speak at this event up in Reno, and it was the same time we started No Filter Network. And I'm like, dude, I think I got something for you that would just be freaking magic. And sure enough, like this thing's taken off, and he has become a social media superstar and podcast superstar just by being him. And that's if it's a lesson for any of us in life, like just be you, do you. And I think I like to believe like we're enhancing people's lives, right? But getting the natural reactions to stuff, and then the awesome baseball knowledge and expertise, and he breaks into hitting lessons in the middle of our podcast. He goes in his garage, and it's just really, really cool. So I think more than anything, I'm just stoked to be able, as a fan, he was my favorite player growing up. I'm just stoked to be able to interact with him on that level. But most importantly, I know so many people, Will Clark was their favorite player, and that they get to see him now in this role where it's just, I know it's really tough to say that anything he does would be as entertaining as him playing baseball in that sweet left-handed swing. But this is damn freaking close, man.
You're talking to someone who collected every single one of his everythings, from baseball cards to whatever it was. So I think authentic is the word you're looking for. You guys have it. Dude, we love having you on. Thank you so much for doing it.
Awesome. Appreciate you guys.
Right on, Burnsy. Drive safe.
There he goes. Eric Burns.
Yeah. I mean, he's an absolute beaut.
Yeah.
And just hearing him talk about Will Clark and Will being his favorite player, and I was thinking about you because I know that Will Clark is your favorite player, and you and Eric are almost exactly 1 year apart in age. He just turned 49 in February. You just turned 50 in January, I think.
That's correct.
So I mean, you guys are about a year apart, and when Will debuted, I think Eric was 11 and you were 12.
Yeah.
And that it was 1986,
right?
Yep.
Yeah, 11. I was 11.
So he was 10.
Yep.
And that is right in that wheelhouse where your son is now, where...
Oh, yeah.
So if Bryce Eldridge comes up this year, and I think that he will, not that Bryce is going to be Will, but if we can just dream for a moment about, what Bryce might be, if he could come out and be the new left-hand hitting first baseman we all dream about, and your son's 11... Well, there you go. You've got yourself a favorite player.
Well, you've got a completely different franchise. You have a completely different business model. But that's kind of my point. I hate saying that stuff before someone's ever taken a big league at bat.
Of course.
It's very, very difficult. It's wonderful that he's firing through the system. But none of us need to think back very far to when Marco Luciano was going to be absolute can't miss, and the ball sounded different coming off of his bat, and it was just going to be a big deal. And my God, he is an absolute disaster. He's a complete and total disaster of a prospect.
He's due up in the second inning. Sacramento down 1-0. Bryce Eldridge drew a walk in his first AB.
Okay, what's that for OPS? $1 billion? One for one.
1,000.
Yeah.
$1,000. But I'm not trying to put too much pressure on Bryce, but just the idea of, as a young person, and I think about your son at 11, if you get this young phenom, and he's a phenom only because of draft position expectation and what he's done in the minors, that would make your fan base go crazy. The younger fans who, like you with Will Clark. Will Clark was highly drafted, and he came up, and he was 5th in the Rookie of the Year in 1986, and they had a great team. I remember that year because that was my senior year of high school, and that was the Mike Krukow year. We would drive from Marin, my closest friends and I, Rick Barsotti, Steve Rabb, and Tom Avakumovitz. And if Krukow was pitching, we were there. We'd stop at Gordo's Burritos on Irving, pick up a burrito, get down to the stick, buy a ticket for about $5, and watch our favorite Mike Krukow pitch for the Giants, freeze our tuchuses off, and then go back to Marin.
Yeah.
They'd do homework. I wouldn't. They went to Davis. I went to College of Marin.
Yeah.
There you have it. That's how that went.
I hope it happens, man.
Yeah.
I hope it happens. I mean, except for the part about like heading out with friends and burritos and buy a ticket, because that sounds like that's all going to cost now $1,000.
Basically.
But that's great that you were able to do it for $8.
Yep.
And so those days are gone. But yeah, man, I do. I really hope for the Giants fans in this community that somebody like that can come along again. And remember, the difference between what you just said and what's happening now is you referred to the stick. Now, that was not a great hitter's park either. And I know I learned this yesterday. People are going to get very, very triggered if you start, quote unquote, blaming this on the ballpark. I'm not blaming anything on the ballpark. I'm taking my cues from the actual Giants. And people will go, but Barry Bonds hit there. Right. That's one of the greatest hitters of all time, number one. And number two, he cheated. So I'm sorry to be so blunt about that, but that's
pretty
real.
glib.
That's real. That's real. So, okay, for you to expect someone to come up and just be a blazing offensive force in this ballpark, especially in this day and age, 104-mile-an-hour fastballs, I don't know if that's going to happen, and it's asking a lot. That's really, I guess, my overall point. This is asking a lot. But if it happens, if it works, it changes the entire business model of the San Francisco Giants, in addition to maybe changing the standings. There's two things that Bernsey said that to me really stood out. And they were both very, very just
definitive.
And matter of fact.
Yep.
Number one, this lineup is filled with mediocre hitters and nothing better. Number two, Bryce is ready.
Well, he said bring him up yesterday.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
Is it too soon? He said it was too soon yesterday. And Will Clark disagrees with him. And everyone's worried about first base, and Eric had a very good retort. There is something called the designated hitter.
I had to look it up, but he's right.
And I want to know, by the way, what happened. This would be a question for Bo Mel next time he comes on the show, or Buster Posey. What happened in the last 2 years that means Wilmer Flores is not allowed to play first anymore? What happened? He played first base. He played first base for the Giants. very recently and very consistently. So what happened that has Wilmer now only a DH? Now he's hitting way better, and so maybe they think that has something to do with it. Risotto, what are they telling you with regard to Wilmer and the ability to play first base?
Yeah, they just don't want him on his feet as much. He's had some, knee things last year that he battled through, but it's just a way of getting him fresh, keeping him fresh, and they're going to need him here down the stretch. Probably not as much as they thought they did, not as much as they thought. No, as much as he's exceeding expectations. That's what I'm saying.
Right,
but they want to make him fresh. They want to make sure that he's ready to go, and playing first base would keep him standing during the game for a while. They don't want him standing.
Could he play twice a week?
Perhaps.
He's played 4 games at first.
Could he play once a week?
Yeah, he's played there once this season.
I got him at 4 games at first, but 3 starts and a total of 28 innings, according to Baseball Reference.
I just think there are ways. If Bryce Eldridge were going to come up, he's going to have to play first base some, but he doesn't need to play it every night.
Could you give him a chair over at first? That way he's off his feet.
You could. You're allowed to.
I don't think it would hurt his mobility.
No, you're not allowed to have a chair on the field.
He's not.
You can have it at foul ground.
Yeah.
You can sit down in a chair. Yeah, no, I think you can. They got those bald dudes down the left field. They got chairs.
I do think the concern to what Steven Risotto was saying is the durability. Last year, he only played in 71 games. He was hurt a lot of the year, and this year, he's played in 60. So stay off your feet. Keep the bat close to you, and that's working. But your point is well taken. Because if he's DHing all the time, well, then Bryce Eldridge has to play first base or not play.
Right.
And that creates a little bit of a challenge, especially when you have Encarnacion. You could put him at right, and he made a great catch last night. That was awesome.
That felt like an accident. The whole thing felt like an accident. I know
looked like he took a terrible route to the ball.
He did.
But he got there.
He got there, and nobody knows why he got there because it was an easy catch for Jung-Hoo Lee, who is the grandson of the wind and is supposed to have that ball. But I, too, like the grandson of the wind. If I saw Gerard Encarnacion running at me, I'm going to blow the wind the other way.
He's got to be about 240,
I'm not running into that guy, especially after I snapped my shoulder last year by running around in the outfield. So I get it, but it was one of those, there was very mixed feelings with that great catch out there in right field because I'm like, why? Why did I get it? Yay, that it happened. Why? Now tell me why it happened.
I'd like to apologize. He's 260.
Dude, that is a large
6'4", 260.
Large man running full speed.
Right. And you're Jung-Hoo Lee, and you're thinking, I got beaten by the wall last year.
It's going to be a no from me, dog.
You're not going to get me 5'9".
Yeah.
So, and it was weird because it looked like Jung-Hoo Lee had an easy path to the ball, and then all of a sudden he stopped, and here comes Encarnacion is on the move.
I was listening to Flem. Flem is like, deep, right center field. Lee is on the move. And Encarnacion, like he didn't say his name until he caught the ball. It was like, where did that guy come from?
Right.
So anyway, listen, it's not problem-free, but it's a fair rebuttal to the idea of don't bring Bryce up until he's ready to play first base. There is the designated hitter, and they may sometime soon need his bat. I cannot wait. I will say we have already reached the point, overnight seemingly, where we are going to be box score babies on a daily basis with what Bryce is doing in Sacramento. We are 1 plate appearance in to his AAA career. He is 0 for 0 with a walk. We will let you know tomorrow what happened in the next 3 at-bats because every one of them is going to be very, very important.
No doubt. And there's a reason why I have that window open on my computer because I'm very interested to see what Sacramento can do at Sugarland. And, Luciano has gotten out. And, I don't know if we're going to get to Eldridge again before the end of the show, but if he bats, I will let you know.
You made me... I time warped when you did that with Burns. Like I went back to my Boise, Idaho days or suddenly felt like we were doing radio in a small market because you were asking him a question about Bryce Eldridge and you just squeezed it in there. You're like, he's in Sugar Land going against the Skaters tonight. And I'm like, I'm sorry, what did you just say to me? Who are they playing?
It's actually the Space Cowboys. They used to be the Skeeters, I believe.
They used to be the Skeeters.
These minor league team names.
They're the Sugar Land Space Cowboys?
Yes.
I want a hat. I want a hat. The Sugarland Space Cowboys and the Sacramento River Cats.
Yeah.
You throw the records out when they match up.
Yeah. It might be hat worthy. It's pretty cool looking logo. Cowboys up 1-0. And they're batting in the bottom of the second.
Cowboys.
So the Space Cowboys. Anyway, it's something to watch. And it's got me looking at minor league baseball in real time because I'm that interested and excited about what he might do.
I'm almost more excited about his at-bats than I am about the real Giants at-bats. I mean, this game tonight matters. You're going to have to beat the Padres at some point this year. They have found a way to lose all of the games against the Padres so far this year, even when it feels like I think they've outplayed them 3 out of the 4 times. You're going to have to beat them at some point. So these are starting to become big games really, really fast. And we'll reiterate what Buster Posey said earlier today in the dugout to the assembled media, which I think is just a lovely, lovely quote. Like it's exactly what you want to hear. He said it twice, but basically the quote was, "It's time to go. I think we all believe we're better than what we've been with the bats the last 2 to 3 weeks. It's time to go." So there you go. You can't create any more urgency than that. And that comes from an offensive player who knows this ballpark. No more excuses. It's time to go. Love it.
Yeah, and that's why you make these moves. And these are not like franchise-changing moves, but it's definitely a shake 'em up sort of a move. And, sometimes you need to shake a team up. It's like a basketball team. You're coaching and your starting 5 is just not doing it. And so you send 5 to the scorer's table. You take those 5 out and you put 5 freshies in. And you're not even watching what the second 5 are doing on the court. You go down and you talk to your starting 5 and it's, what do you guys think that you're doing out there? Because it's not, it's not happening. We're not doing that.
Buster called timeout.
Basically.
He called timeout.
Yeah, Steve Kerr snapping a clipboard.
Yep.
Sometimes you got to do it.
Anybody want to weigh in on any of this, the Giants situation, as we are now about an hour away from Giants and Padres tonight? 888-957-9570. Is it past time to bring up Bryce Eldridge? You don't have to go to AAA, by the way. People go from AA to the majors. That's what Burns thinks. All right, this is Willard and Tibbs.
This game day traffic report is being brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. And as you're headed into San Francisco, expect those slowdowns. Not only westbound Bay Bridge, but northbound 101, heavy from well before 280 and northbound 280. Seeing that backed up traffic toward Oracle Park. I'm Casey. That's game day traffic.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water?
This isn't a terrible offense. This is just an offense that is collectively slumping right now. And ultimately, at the end of the day, in my humble opinion, they're going to have to get somebody here. And I don't know if it's going to be Bryce Eldridge and he's going to be the guy, or it's going to be a bat that they trade for. But right now, it's not going to work without a superstar. You just need one. It's just, one guy. You look at the Padres last night. It's Tatis. It's Machado. It's Jackson Merrill. It's Bogart season. It's just, the list goes on and on of superstars in that lineup. And the Giants, they just don't have one.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
So, my lovely significant other, the lovely Christy, is kind of taking her personal training business to some new places. And so we've been talking a lot about the human body and what it thinks it can do when working out, right? There's the mental side, there's the physical side. And I actually learned this years ago at Stanford basketball camp. I'll never forget one of the coaches there. It was at Stanford basketball camp, and the coach says to us, "You're not tired. You think you're tired. You're not tired. You think you're tired. The body can go so much longer than you think it can. And when you're tired and when people tap out, it is usually the mental side of you that does that, not the physical."
No doubt.
And he said it, and I got a second wind, and we played another game, and that's why it stuck with me. I was like, oh, look at this guy. This guy's like a little sports psychologist thing going on over here. Here's why I bring it up. I don't know if I can take this anymore.
Take what? You can take it.
This. And I don't know.
I don't know what this is.
The 2 runs a night and the loss in the 9th and the 10th. and the this.
You're 7-9 with your 2 runs a night.
I don't know if I can take it anymore.
Well,
I mean,
you have 2 choices. Either continue to take it because this is who they are, or stop being a fan. Because
I'm not going to stop being a fan.
I don't think that crooked number is walking through that door.
Why not? They're allowed to score runs.
They are allowed to.
They are professional baseball players. They can get a hit. They can hit the ball over the fence. They can do it. They have done it.
They did it last night.
You just heard Bernsey run through all of these amazing names on the Padres, and you know what I'm going to say. Giants have scored more runs than that team this year. Still true.
Yeah.
I know. I know.
Not per game.
Okay, but even that is like...
It's close.
It's essentially the same thing.
It's 4.17 versus 4.10.
Okay, same damn thing. 4.1 runs a game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Padres are at 246. The Giants are at 250. Woohoo.
Woohoo.
Neither team can really score.
No, they can't. So there's no reason that it has to be every single night. So my hope is that just the infusion of some new people into the lineup. And if you didn't hear the news of the day, the Giants have 2 new players in their lineup tonight. And they are Dominic Smith, who is going to play first base for the Giants tonight. And then the other player is Daniel Johnson, who is going to play right field. And both of them have very different but journeyman-type stories. Daniel Johnson, a local guy who's essentially bounced around through the minor leagues for the entire decade of his 20s. And then Dominic Smith is a little bit more of an accomplished major leaguer, but has been bouncing around to team. And he got DFA'd over the weekend. And so the Giants jumped. And Lamont Wade is gone, and Sam Huff is gone, and Christian Koss is gone. And so you've got new blood, new energy, if you will, some people who are going to really be grinding on these at-bats. And I hope that just kind of changes the calculus of this whole thing. Obviously, I'm kidding. I can take it. It's just a baseball game. But I would love for one night for this to just feel different. I'd love for the game tonight to not, if it's close in the late innings, which it probably will be, because that's the way the Giants play at this ballpark, I'd like to feel like someone's coming up to the plate and there's a runner in scoring position and Bob Melvin goes, I think this guy might get a hit. So let him hit. Instead of bunting and doing all these little games that we have to play to try to manufacture something. I just want that to feel different just for one night. Can we have a night off?
It would be fun. And I just was looking back at the previous 11 games just as a sample, just to see how often do the Giants score in an inning. And in the previous 101 innings, they've scored in 14 of them. 14 out of 101 innings, which, so a lot of these games where, you got 2, like last night's a great example. You got the 2 runs in the 1 inning, and the other 9 innings you didn't score. And obviously in the shutouts, they didn't score. And the previous extra inning game, I think they scored in 1 inning. There hasn't been a game of late where they scored in 3 different innings. So you get one little rally, and then that's basically going to do it. So this is what we talked about before. Like, I'd rather have them go out and lose 10-9. At least you feel like, all right, we're down 9-3,
right,
or we're down 8-6. It feels like, all right, there's still some action.
Well, it is more exciting, but then again, and I heard that, Shasky and Grandy talking about this morning, and we talked about it a little bit yesterday. They're not wrong. That's more fun. It's also worse Giants baseball. Like, the Giants know that what wins in that ballpark and what wins in the postseason is pitching and defense. So actually losing the game 3-2 is a better sign than losing the game 10-9. It's just not as fun. It's not as fun.
I guess it's in terms of sustainability in that park, you may be right. But it's also frustrating watching a pitching staff pitch so well and have so little to show for it.
Agreed.
In other news, Bryce Eldridge has had his second at-bat of the day.
How'd it go?
He walked.
Again?
Yep.
Dude, This whole league won't pitch to him.
Nah, they're afraid of him.
They're pitching around him.
We're still doing 3 true outcomes, right? That's all that
Pretty
matters?
much, yeah.
I mean, they've never gotten him out in his entire AAA career. That is sneaky by these other teams. There's no way to evaluate him if they won't let him swing the bat.
That's right. OPS remains at 1,000.
They're never going to call him up.
Yep.
2 trips, 2 walks, huh?
That's
Develop
right.
that eye.
All right.
Develop that high.
Let's let's find out what BPA thinks about that. Little buzzer beater by BPA. What's up, B? What are you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey.
How you doing, guys? Dibs,
Yeah.
How you doing?
Love you, babe. How you been?
I mean, I'm good. Did they lose today? By the way, sorry, I'm just tuning in now. So,
I mean,
wait, they
not
played tonight,
yet.
Sorry, but yeah, I would say not yet. Okay, got it. But like, yeah, my only criticism of Buster, and I'm not really that critical of them, but man, their farm system is hideous. Still hideous. I didn't expect them to fix it in a year. Ranked what, 30th by